With the sound from the stone wall, walking forward, the blood in it became heavier and heavier, with a strong smell of blood. Gradually, I could see the dead ghost with broken arms, the nether knight riding a white bone war colt, and the een soldier wearing armor. They all walked in the same direction. The road under my feet disappeared soon, and a bridge integrating blood and fog appeared. Then een soldiers and corpses all stepped on that bridge, walked towards a blood pool suspended in the void, and jumped into the blood pool. Ah! Squeak! Wisps of blood poured into their bodies, and their mouths gave out a sad wail, as if they were suffering from great pain, whining, crying, neighing. When they crawled out of the blood pool, they had taken off and changed into 5-meter-high blood evil generals, wearing blood armor, holding war swords, and their bodies gushed out of the overwhelming sense of war. How can it be a blood pool? Isn't it a yin-yang furnace? Yu Mingsong wondered. Royal Sissy said, "Where does the water in this blood pool come from?" "It's coming out of the blood world and gathering here." Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and observed the blood pool with telepathy. He found that a copper furnace was really suspended under the blood pool, absorbing the blood gas of the blood world and collecting the blood gas into the blood pool. It is a 12-meter-high red god stove. The front emits hot yang qi, and the back condenses cold yin qi. The two gases of yin and yang gather in the stove to form an open fire. Yin-yang stove. The legendary 8-grade Xuanqi has the power to reverse yin and yang, the divine power to transform ghosts and gods, and the xianbao to enhance the power of yin soldiers and corpses. This sacred stove, weighing 86,000 jin, was suspended in the void, slowly rotating, and became the hub connecting the blood pool and the blood world. Ning Xiaochuan did not rush to seize the yin-yang stove, because there were a large number of indigenous martial arts masters standing by the blood pool, guarding the yin-yang stove. Among them, the old man sitting in the 3 directions of the blood pool has the most powerful cultivation. The Xuanqi wave on his body is as vast as the ocean, and he is definitely an old man in the realm of immortality. This is about whether the Aborigines can defeat the Tiandi Academy and become the owner of the imperial ruins again. The Aborigines not only have masters of the land reverence realm come to sit down in person, but also several old people from the secular realm come out to ensure that everything is safe. This is a matter of life and death for Aborigines. You lead them away, and I will seize the yin-yang stove. As long as I can control the yin-yang stove, I should be able to master all the blood evil generals in the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven made by the yin-yang stove. Ji Hanqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan. She is the person with the highest cultivation here, so naturally she will give orders. Ning Xiaochuan has the magical power of colorful movement and the flying talent of angry wind wing. It is naturally the best choice for him to distract the Aboriginal warriors. When Ning Xiaochuan and Ji Hanqing were ready to start, Yu Mingsong hesitated and said, "I have a bad idea. Maybe I can try it?" As soon as Ji Hanqing's eyebrows coagulated, he was about to nail Yu Mingsong to the stone wall with a dragon elephant halberd gun. He felt that he was slowing down everyone's pace. But Ning Xiaochuan knew that Yu Mingsong had a good way to deal with yin soldiers and corpses, so he stopped Ji Hanqing and asked Yu Mingsong to continue talking. Yu Mingsong said, "There are only 4 of us. The Aborigines have at least 30 masters, and among the 4 of us, 2 are mental health practitioners, and 1 is seriously injured. This. Don't look down on the 3 of you. I mean, no matter how hard we try, we can't win the yin-yang stove. The gap between the 2 is too big." Ning Xiaochuan and Ji Hanqing naturally understand this, but now there is no other way. We must start immediately and cannot delay. If we wait for the return of the Aboriginal Wu Zun, there will be no chance at all. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said, "If only we could make those bloody ghosts lose their senses and cause great chaos, maybe we still have a few chances." Yes. Heroes think alike, that's what I mean. Yu Mingsong patted his thigh and said excitedly, "Your Baiming Shengong can't devour blood. Once you run Baiming Shengong, it will certainly make those bloody evil men angry and launch an attack without reason. My realm is not high enough now, and Baiming divine skill is not strong enough, and its power is limited, but you can try it." Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan stood on the side of the void blood bridge, stretched out both sides, fully operated the power of the world-destroying Tao, woke up the magic sword, and a vast world-destroying force burst out from Ning Xiaochuan's body. This is Ning Xiaochuan's first full operation of the power of the world-destroying Tao. Around the body, there is a scene of corpses and blood, and the starry sky is broken. These scenes formed a huge vortex, burst out a suction, and began to devour all creatures with blood in the air. Blood evil generals, all of them have blood and gas convergence, and they are also the most affected. Ow! The emotions of the blood evil generals were originally controlled by the yin-yang furnace, but after the power of the magic sword appeared, it cut off their connection with the yin-yang furnace, and immediately exposed their original blood-eating nature. Poof! A bloody ghost will open his bloody mouth and swallow a seventh-weight aboriginal warrior into his mouth. The native warrior wanted to use the martial arts magic power to tear up the body of the blood evil general, but was bitten in two by the blood evil general, one of which was swallowed into his mouth, and the other fell to the ground. By the side of the blood pool, hundreds of blood demons would go crazy and attack all the living people who appeared in front of them. Just a breath, 6 indigenous warriors died miserably. At the same time, the 3 old men who guarded by the blood pool opened their eyes and burst into 3 towering momentum. They immediately blew out the mysterious gas of martial arts and rushed into the yin-yang furnace. They had to use the power of the yin-yang furnace to control those blood evil generals again. An aboriginal martial arts strongman saw Ning Xiaochuan standing in the distance and shouted, "It's him. He's wearing the robe of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. He's a student of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. It's him that makes the blood evil spirit become manic. Let's get rid of him." 6 indigenous martial arts masters wrapped their bodies with xuanqi, turned into 6 lights, crossed the void blood bridge, and quickly killed Ning Xiaochuan. Ji Hanqing stood at the head of the blood bridge, wearing a red war sword and holding a dragon-like halberd gun. She was very heroic, like a female god of war. Her mouth sent out a cold hum, and her body moved and rushed up. Shwa! 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 She changed her position 6 times in a row, paused 6 times, and left 6 shadows on her blood orifices. The next moment, she stood at the other end of the void blood bridge, beside the blood pool. Bang bang! The 6 indigenous martial arts masters fell to the ground one after another, and there was a bowl-sized blood hole in their chest, which was pierced by the dragon-elephant halberd gun, and their viscera were crushed. All this happened only at the moment Ji Hanqing crossed the bridge, and the 6 martial arts masters all spattered 5 steps. At this moment, she stood on the edge of the blood pool, holding a dragon-like halberd gun in her hand, and the gun burst out a strong flame, forming a cloud of fire, and bombarded the blood pool. Boom! The dragon-elephant halberd gun smashed the whole blood pool, splashed more than 10 blood flows to more than 10 directions, and turned into a blood-red stream. The blood pool is broken. The 3 aboriginal old people who were free from vulgarity were all mad with anger. This was their painstaking efforts for decades, but they were smashed by Ji Hanqing with a blow. What is broken is not only a blood pool, but also the dream of 2 generations of indigenous people. Die. One of the refined old people mobilized the power of thunder and lightning, turned into an electric cloud, and bombarded Ji Hanqing. Another refined old man directly turned into a xianling wood 8 feet high, his legs turned into trunks, his hands turned into branches, hundreds of branches and leaves hung on the trunk, and chopped at Ji Hanqing. At the same time, the 3 old people in the realm of immortality shot at the same time, playing their strongest magic power, not to mention Jihanxing, who was seriously injured. Even Jihanxing in his heyday may not be their opponent. Jihanxing's armor was cut by branches, and his vest was hit by lightning. There were dangers, and life and death were in a moment. This place has become completely chaotic. The Bloody Ghost will fight with the Aboriginal warriors, and the strong in the refined realm are also fighting fiercely. Ning Xiaochuan and the Red Dragon are integrated. His body is covered with a layer of red armor. The dragon wings on his back are flapping, holding the dragon claw and sword, and he also kills towards the blood pool suspended in the void. Clouds and clouds return to vitality. Ning Xiaochuan propped up the spherical hood with a diameter of 9 meters, emerging one after another with strange patterns of clouds, emitting a golden and brilliant light. The light ball rolled over and knocked the 3 Aboriginal warriors away to the bottom of the yin yang furnace. Yin yang stove, a total of 3 feet, 2 ears, hot and bright above, gloomy and cold below. Yin and yang, 2 gases meet in the stove, becoming an eternal open fire. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the foot of the yin yang stove with both hands, trying to lift the 86,000 G yin yang stove, but his fingers just touched the foot of the stove. Boom! An icy force broke out, freezing his arms into ice crystals, and it was still spreading towards his whole body, to freeze his whole body. Fortunately, I was ready for it. I integrated with the Red Dragon and had dragon scale armor to protect my body. The Red Dragon's mouth spits out a flame, melting the ice crystals on Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Ow! The 2 bloody ghosts rushed frantically towards Ning Xiaochuan, with a body 5 meters high. The sword in their hands fell at the same time and chopped on Ning Xiaochuan's head. The power of the Blood Evil Generals was so terrible that they broke Ning Xiaochuan's yunxia, returning to vitality. If the sword in their hands were not resisted by the furnace body of the yin-yang furnace, Ning Xiaochuan would surely be the soul under their sword at the moment. Every blood demon general has the fighting power to kill the 9th heavy warrior of the divine body with a sword. The 2 blood demon generals shot at the same time, and Ning Xiaochuan can only escape. But now Ning Xiaochuan has no place to escape at all, and the front and back directions are sealed by the bloody ghost, not even a gap. Escape into the yin-yang furnace. When the 2 bloody ghosts would wave their swords again, Ning Xiaochuan spread out the colorful movement and flew directly into the yin-yang furnace. Boom! Just entering the furnace, a force of alternating heat and cold shuttled through the yin-yang furnace and hit Ning Xiaochuan's dragon scale armor. Half of his body was covered by cold ice, and half of his body was wrapped by fire. This is not like a place for people to stay at all. Even if you stay for a moment, your body will suffer from purgatory like torture. If it weren't for wearing dragon scale armor, Ning Xiaochuan suspected that his body had become a powder. Bang! Bang! The 2 bloody ghosts will keep attacking the yin-yang furnace, but the yin-yang furnace is unbreakable, and their swords can only collide with sparks on the furnace. The dragon scale armor covering Ning Xiaochuan's surface changed, and lines formed by dragons appeared on the scales, forming a piece of auspicious cloud to wrap Ning Xiaochuan's body. When auspicious clouds appeared, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that his body was completely isolated from the outside world, unable to feel the cold and heat in the yin-yang furnace, and the temperature returned to normal. I see. The Red Dragon has the ability to resist high temperature and extreme cold. Even if it shuttles through the hell demon fire, its body will not be burned by the fire. Now this ability is added to the dragon scale armor, so that I can bear the refining power of the yin-yang furnace. Ning Xiaochuan looked around to find a way to control the yin-yang furnace. However, in the yin-yang furnace, only a flame is suspended, and there is nothing else. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan's Zuan Shijian flashed a white light, automatically flew out, suspended in the air, and a white light beam flew out, fell to the ground, forming a female corpse. That female corpse actually flew out of the Xian beast mirror automatically. Her clothes have long been rotten. Standing naked in the yin-yang furnace, her skin is crystal clear, her black hair is like silk, her peaks are full, her jade waist is thin, her body is concave and convex, exquisite and flawless. Looking at her body, there was no evil thought in her heart. It was like looking at a beauty carved with white jade. Phew! The yin and yang qi in the yin and yang stove automatically converged towards her body, like two rivers, pouring into the center of her eyebrows. The breath on her body became larger and larger, all of which were suppressed by the short knife in the heart. Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed, and Ning Xiaochuan found himself suspended in the sky. On the left, there stands a sacred tower as high as a mountain, on the right, there is a huge war knife inserted. The power of the pagoda is majestic and thick, giving people a sense of chaos. The sword exudes a demon and sharp breath, like a knife that can cut through a world. God Tower represents the martial heart palace of the female corpse. War knife represents a short knife inserted in the heart of a female corpse. They have been fighting for more than 200 years, and they are in a tie, turning the female corpse into a living dead man. Now entering the yin-yang furnace, the power of the divine tower has become more and more powerful, and has gradually overwhelmed the power of the sword. How could I be here? Ning Xiaochuan's heart is full of doubts, and he feels like entering another time and space. The saber, which was more than 100 meters long, made a strange sound. Here is different time and space, and it is my power that called you here. The time and space here are the same as the time and space outside, but they are also separated. Now I will explain to you, you simply won't understand it. When your cultivation reaches a certain height, you will naturally understand what kind of existence different time and space are. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What do you want to do when you bring me here?" "Make a deal with you. As long as you knock down the divine tower now, I can lend you my body for half an hour, which is enough for you to kill all the strong enemies in the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven." The war knife had a bewitching sound. I can't believe it. Once it gets out of trouble, all the creatures in the Emperor's tomb will be killed by it, including you. In the pagoda, there is a woman's voice. The saber said, "Don't believe her words, I can't kill you. You know, I'm the saber of the Emperor of Heaven when I was young, which represents the will of the Emperor of Heaven, and I won't do anything harmful to creatures." The pagoda fiercely argued, "You have been abandoned by the Emperor for thousands of years, and you have already had evil thoughts in your heart and become a magic knife. Dare you say that you entered the tomb of the Emperor, not to revenge the Emperor?" Ning Xiaochuan roared and said, "Don't quarrel. I don't want to get involved in the struggle between you two. I just want to know how to control the yin-yang furnace." The saber sighed, "Why stick to a broken stove? If you help me push down the god tower opposite, my strength will be stronger than the yin-yang stove." A woman's voice came from the divine tower and said, "The pivot of the yin-yang furnace is open fire. As long as you can control the open fire, you can control the yin-yang furnace." What is an open fire? Ming is composed of the moon and the sun, which represent the two forces of yin and yang, respectively. And open fire is the flame generated by the strongest collision between yin and yang, also known as yin and yang fire and heaven and earth fire. The flame power of open fire is also extremely powerful, which can turn black iron into molten iron in an instant and turn mountains into magma. It's not ordinary tires can touch at all. Ning Xiaochuan asked again, "How can we accept the open fire?" The god tower said, "The strongest part of the warrior is the heart, and the strongest part of the heart is the heart fire. Use the heart fire to sense the open fire, and use the heart fire to subdue the open fire. As long as your heart is strong enough, let alone the open fire, even the divine fire, can subdue." Ning Xiaochuan's heart seems to have realized. At this time, different time and space were broken, and Ning Xiaochuan appeared in the yin-yang furnace again, looking at the open fire in the center of the furnace. "Use fire to subdue the open fire." Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, immersed all his consciousness in the heart of Qiqiao God and Devil, and operated the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth to feel the mysterious fire. Heart fire is not a real visible flame. It needs to be sensed by your own mind before you can find its existence. One after another, the air flow into Ning Xiaochuan's body is like a stream flowing into the sea. Under the subtle influence, Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly reached the 5th floor of heaven and earth Xuanqi. The speed of absorbing Xuanqi doubled again, reaching 16 times. When Ning Xiaochuan deliberately wanted to practice the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, he couldn't make a breakthrough. Instead, when Ning Xiaochuan wanted to communicate his internal anger, he made the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth change and directly reached the 5th level. For those who practice the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, this is already a very high level. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation also made a breakthrough again, reaching the peak of the 7th weight of the divine body, and the 8th divine source was born in his body. You should know that the God body cultivated by martial artists has limited potential. Many martial artists can only produce 3 or 4 kinds of innate magic powers in their bodies, while martial artists with extremely high talent can produce 5 kinds of magic powers. It is even rarer that martial artists can produce 7 kinds of innate magic powers. One may appear in Yulan Empire every few decades. Ning Xiaochuan not only gave birth to 7 kinds of innate supernatural powers, but now he has opened up the 8th divine source, which shows that he can also give birth to the 8th kind of innate supernatural powers. In the Yulan Empire, every hundreds of years, it is possible to have a warrior who gave birth to the 8th innate magic. Every martial artist who can cultivate the 8th kind of innate magic power is a person of great latitude and longitude, which frightens the heroes of an era. Once it appears, it will shake the world. As for the legendary 9 gods and great consummation, the Jade Haze Empire has never had such a figure. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the meaning of the 8th god source in his body. At this moment, he just wanted to immediately accept the open fire, control the yin-yang furnace, and use the power of the yin-yang furnace to kill the aboriginal warriors and Wu Zun. I don't know how long it took, Ning Xiaochuan finally felt the existence of heart fire. Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed and held his breath to feel his anger. Heart fire is not a real flame, but more like the second soul of people, with a certain sense of autonomy. Everyone has Xinhua, but the Xinhua of martial artists is more powerful and can sense its existence through the mind. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized his heart fire and approached the open fire suspended in the center of the yin-yang furnace, trying to subdue the open fire. Open fire, which can burn all substances in the world, has terrible destructive power, but it does not attack heart fire. This is a good phenomenon. Ning Xiaochuan immediately used the heart fire to contain the open fire, so that the open fire was assimilated by the heart fire, and finally accepted as his own flame. When Ning Xiaochuan subdued the open fire, the war outside still did not stop. Hundreds of blood demon generals, like the messenger of hell, are in a state of rage, holding war swords and rushing around, not only attacking the indigenous warriors, but also attacking Jihanxing, Yu Mingsong and Yu Sisi. At the same time, the 3 aboriginal elders in the secularity launched the fiercest attack on Jihanxing, constantly beating out the martial arts magic power, forcing Jihanxing to be stretched out. His armor had already been broken, and more than a dozen wounds on his body, constantly retreating towards the edge of the blood bridge. Yu Mingsong and Yu Sisi were also besieged by aboriginal warriors. Fortunately, Yu Sisi had sword pills and was able to temporarily intimidate aboriginal warriors. However, among the aboriginal warriors, there are also warriors who are not afraid of life and death. They said angrily, "The Imperial Ruins is our family's home, but it has been occupied by outsiders like your Heavenly Emperor Academy. I want to take back our home and bury your bones in the soil of the Imperial Ruins. Kill." The native warrior held a white bone spear, and a cloud of mysterious gas poured out of his body. A spear stabbed Yu Sisi and Yu Mingsong. UCC took out the sword pill, and a mysterious air escaped from the jade-white finger, which was about to release the sword gas of Wu Zun in the sword pill. Yu Mingsong was one step ahead of her, holding a thick and long stick and waving it at the aboriginal warrior. "Look at me, an Optimus Prime." Bang! The aboriginal warrior was brought down by Yu Mingsong with a stick. Optimus Prime can only be used once a day. Now it has to be stored and let it accumulate power by itself. Kill. The ferocity of those aboriginal warriors was aroused, and they all killed Yu Mingsong and UCC. They are all strong in martial arts among the aborigines. After careful selection, they are qualified to come to the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven, which is a kind of honor for them. Jihanxing was hit by an old man in a refined place, and his body flew back upside down and fell in front of UCC. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood, and he resisted the pain. With a wave of the dragon elephant halberd gun in his hand, he collapsed two indigenous martial arts masters. "You are at the end of your rope, and now is your death." An old man from the secular realm took off, fell to the ground, and stepped on a 3-inch deep footprint. UCC's pretty face is also full of blood. Although she holds the sword pill in her hand, she can only give a blow, and can only kill one person at most. It seems that today is really a bad day. Boom! In the yin-yang furnace, a fire wave came out, just like the ripples on the sea, sweeping out. Ning Xiaochuan was suspended in the center of the yin-yang furnace, and his heart fire wrapped the open fire and flew directly into his heart. Ning Xiaochuan's heart became the hub of yin and yang, and the whole yin and yang furnace seemed to be connected with his body. Up. The 86,000-pound yin-yang furnace flew up and suspended over Jihanxing, UCC, and Yu Mingsong. The yin-yang beam fell on the furnace body, guarding the three of them within the scope of the furnace body. The aboriginal warriors were extremely surprised, staring at the yin-yang furnace suspended in the air. It's incredible that the student of the Heavenly Emperor Academy jumped into the yin-yang furnace and was not killed by the two forces of the extreme cathode and yang. An aboriginal warrior exclaimed. An aboriginal old man in the refined realm frowned slightly. Even if the martial artist in the refined realm jumps into the yin-yang furnace, he will definitely die. He is not dead, and it seems that he still controls the yin-yang furnace. The yin-yang stove is the sacred thing of our family, which must be taken back. An aboriginal master with the 8th weight of the divine body showed an expression of anger on his face, carrying a spear and rushing towards the yin-yang furnace. This native expert is about 50 years old, with a full face of beard, red copper skin, and explosive power. Ning Xiaochuan, suspended in the yin-yang stove, pointed out a yin qi at the tip of his finger, and drilled into the body of a blood-evil general not far away. The yin qi of the yin-yang stove fused with the yin qi of the blood-evil general, so that the yin qi of the blood-evil general became a part of the yin-yang stove. Ow! The bloody ghost flew down to the bottom of the yin-yang furnace with a long roar, emitting a bloody mist all over, and waved a sword to cut off the spear in the hands of the indigenous warrior. The sword of war broke into the body of the aboriginal warrior and brought a blood mist. That aboriginal warrior suffered a heavy blow and flew out. Ning Xiaochuan kept playing yin qi and controlled 221 blood-evil generals in a row. These blood-evil generals formed a blood army and guarded around the yin-yang furnace. Each blood demon general has the power to kill the 9th heaviest warrior of the divine body. The combat power of 221 blood demon generals makes 3 aboriginal old people who are free from vulgarity feel taboo. Kill. You must recapture the yin-yang furnace. A refined aboriginal old man's muscles began to swell. Originally, he was just a 1 meter 6 or 7 meter old man, and instantly became a 3 meter tall man. His arm is as thick as a bucket, his muscles are like iron chains, and electric light flows continuously on his skin. Boom! Boom! The aboriginal old man in the secularity waved his arms, like a big windmill turning, and the three bloody ghosts were all blown away. His body is like a human warcraft, with infinite power and groundbreaking power. A bloody ghost will be in front of him, just like a child, easily knocked down. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized 36 bloody generals to form a battle formation, and then reluctantly resisted the aboriginal old man who was free from vulgarity. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted in the body of the indigenous old man, shaking the ground, rushing out a mysterious gas wave, blowing all 36 blood evil spirits into 36 blood fog. Kill! The aboriginal old man suddenly pushed his feet to the ground, making a posture of eagle pouncing on the rabbit, and his palms bombarded the yin-yang furnace at the same time. This is the angry blow of a martial artist in the refined realm. Even if there is a yin-yang furnace guarding Ning Xiaochuan, if he hits him with a palm, he can still shock Ning Xiaochuan to death with Xuanqi wave. This strike contains the skills of the aboriginal elders for nearly a century, and has the power to knock down the mountain. Ow! A huge dragon claw stretched out from the ground, with blood-red scales, tens of meters long claws, and strong blood spirit. The claw of the dragon gripped the aboriginal old man in the secularity, as easy as catching an ant. Cluck! The body of that refined aboriginal old man made a broken sound, his bones broke one by one, and finally his body turned into a mass of blood mud. A martial arts strongman in the refined realm was so easily crushed into blood mud by the dragon's claws. Those aboriginal warriors were all scared. Boom! The earth trembled, the stone walls shook, and the whole blood world was tumbling. A blood-red dragon crawled out of the soil, with a body as large as a mountain, a claw as thick as a column, and a scale as big as a dustpan. This is a bloody dragon. A mouthful of dragon breath came out of the mouth of the bloody dragon, and dozens of bloody dragons were blown out. Man, standing under the bloody dragon, is not as big as one of its toes. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Ji Hanqing, Yu Cixi, and Yu Mingsong standing below and said, "You three all go to the back of bloody dragon first." What? You didn't call this big one, did you? Yu Mingsong raised his head and looked at the bloody dragon. Which creature is this? It's like a towering mountain. The blood ghost dragon is made from the yin qi of 10,000 nether knights, plus the huge blood qi of the blood world, through the power of the yin-yang furnace. It is the most powerful killing machine made by the Aborigines, which is specially used to deal with the masters in the Tiandi Academy. Ning Xiaochuan sensed the smell of the bloody dragon from the ground, so he woke up one of the bloody dragons and dealt with the aboriginal masters in turn. The Aborigines wanted to use the yin-yang furnace to refine Blood Evil General and Blood Evil Dragon to attack the Emperor's Academy, but they didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to actually control the yin-yang furnace, which destroyed their decades of planning. Royal Sissy said. "Make wedding clothes." Ji Hanqing said coldly. Ning Xiaochuan flew into a claw of the bloody dragon, and his body flew out of the yin-yang furnace. Yin-yang stove, turned into a small exquisite stove the size of a teapot, suspended in the palm of Ning Xiaochuan's hand, spilled yin and yang, emitting magical power. No one left. Ning Xiaochuan gave orders to all the blood evil generals. A killing has begun. Among the Aborigines, although there are many strong fighters, they have no ability to fight back in front of a large group of bloody generals. They were soon slaughtered, leaving only a bloody skeleton on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's heart did not sympathize with the Aborigines, because when the Aboriginal master wanted to eat him, he did not have the slightest sympathy for him. The struggle between the Aborigines and the Heavenly Emperor Academy has been going on for thousands of years, and it has long been as hostile as the sea. Water and fire are incompatible. Either you kill me or I kill you. No one will sympathize with anyone. On the ground, dozens of Aboriginal warriors' bones, broken limbs, and blood flowed, but the two Aboriginal elders who were free from vulgarity fought their way out of the blood world and disappeared into the underground forest. Chase. Ning Xiaochuan once again ordered to cut the grass and root out. Those bloody generals are all ready to go and chase them. Boom! The bloody dragon broke through the earth and rushed into the underground forest, leaving huge dragon footprints on the ground. Everything went wrong today. I woke up in the morning and found that I had a cold. So I hung 2 runny noses, endured a cold and headache, and continued to code. When cooking at noon, the natural gas stove exploded and broke into slag. Fortunately, the good man was not injured. It was not easy to stay up until the afternoon. The code word had just reached 3,000 words. When I was ready to check it, I uploaded it. It was just 6 o'clock at that time. His uncle's, the computer suddenly turned off automatically. When I turned on the computer again, all the manuscripts in the code just now were lost. At that time, I felt an impulse to abandon the text and become a duck. Ruthlessly dumped the keyboard for a long time, and then reluctantly wrote again. Finally, it took another 2 hours to upload it. I went to eat and starved to death. Hey! Ben Mingnian is full of disasters. The tomb of the Emperor of Heaven is dark and boundless, and there are many evil creatures living there. In the north of the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven, there is an underground forest with dense vegetation, and there are wisps of evil spirits flying between leaves and branches. 2 old men in the seclusion state fled quickly in the woods, their bone clothes were broken, their bodies were sweating, their hair had been scattered, and they were as embarrassed as 2 beggars. Boom! Behind them, a blood mist quickly filled in. A huge figure, 5 meters tall, appeared in the blood fog, wearing armor and holding a sword. The face in the armor is very ferocious, with a big mouth and green fangs. More than 200 blood evil generals pursued and killed quickly. 2 old men in the refined realm were surrounded in the center by the bloody ghost. Among them, an old man's body turned into a towering tree, with branches like blades and leaves like iron blocks, and he cut it towards those bloody ghosts. Around the body of another old man, there were many flashes of lightning and thunder, with great momentum. Ow! The 2 old men's cultivation was profound and unpredictable, but they were finally trapped by the bloody ghost, and it was difficult to escape. Ning Xiaochuan, Ji Hanqing, Yu Cixi, and Yu Mingsong stood in one of the claws of the bloody dragon, came to the top of the 2 old men, overlooking the fierce battle below. One of the old men in the refined realm took off, and his body was like a flash of lightning, with a huge palm print, staring angrily at Ning Xiaochuan. Boy, die. In the old man's body, a cloud of mysterious chi poured out, and his body rushed into the sky, with a momentum of indomitable. Ow! The bloody dragon roared, and a claw pressed down on the old man's head, smashing all the old man's magical powers and slapping the old man to the ground. The old man in the refined realm fell into the siege of the blood evil general again, and was badly injured by the claw of the blood evil dragon. He had a wound on his back. If it weren't for his strong cultivation, his body would have been torn apart. Another old man in the refined realm turned into a shamling wood, made a branch, and with strands of electric locks, he cut at the 4 people in the dragon's claws. The bloody dragon patted out another claw, uprooted the whole shamling wood, and then threw it out. Zuanlingmu screamed, immediately turned into a human shape, and quickly fled to the horizon. Poof! The old man in the refined realm who was injured by the bloody dragon was finally killed by the random sword and fell in a pool of blood. No matter how high your cultivation is, you will encounter hundreds of blood demons, which can only be the end of 5 steps of blood splashing. Only the last one left, chase. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to let go of any enemy, so as not to be retaliated in the future. A big war is also taking place in a valley hundreds of miles away from the underground forest. Hundreds of students in the Tiandi Academy were surrounded by a large-scale bloodbath. They form a formation and can only defend hard. The 5 masters of the Tiandi Academy, Xiaoqun, the leader of the alliance in the clouds, Han Fu, the law enforcement captain, Zuoyafan, the president of the Tianli Association, Ling Qingguo, the president of the Purple Association, and Jiao Weizi, the president of the Ghost Book Association, guarded the 5 directions, raised 5 pillars of light, and guarded hundreds of students of the academy in the center. These 5 people are all extremely talented people, and they are the strongest group of students in the Tiandi Academy. As long as they lead the Tiandi Academy, they will be won over by many big forces, and can be easily canonized as Great General and Great Sima. Anyone who appears in the Imperial City will cause a great sensation. Although they are still in the Tiandi Academy, they have long been famous all over the world. But who could have expected that the 5 heroes who were so powerful were on the verge of collapse at the moment, and the xuanqi consumption in their bodies was huge, and they could fall down at any time because of the depletion of xuanqi. It's not a way to go on like this. The number of blood evil generals is increasing, and the dark qi in our body is getting thinner and thinner. In another quarter of an hour, I feel that the dark qi in our body will be exhausted. Jiao Weizi, the president of the Ghost Book Club, was pale and still gritting his teeth. A year ago, Jiao Weizi killed and retreated 8,000 troops of the Haiyue dynasty with one man at the border of the Yulan Empire, saved the people of a small town, and left an unparalleled reputation in that small town. However, he did not expect that a year later, he was cornered by a group of bloody ghosts. The mysterious qi in my body can only last for another quarter of an hour. If the elders of the school palace can't break open the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven, I'm afraid this will become a bone burial ground for all of us. Ling Qingguo, president of Purple Club, said. I can hold on for half an hour. After half an hour, I can only listen to fate. Law Enforcement Captain Han Fu said. Why don't we withdraw the array and take a risk while we still have the strength to fight? Xiao Qingdao, the leader of Yunzhong Alliance. Zuoyafan, the president of the Tianli Association, said, no, once the array is cancelled, all the disciples in the palace will surely die in the hands of the bloody general. How can we go back to work with the elders of the palace? Do we go back with a pile of bones? The kindness of women. Xiaoqing said, most of these students were poisoned by corpses. Even if the bloody ghost would not kill them, it would be difficult for them to survive tonight. Ning Xiaochuan is refining the elixir to detoxify the corpse. As long as the elders of Shuigong can come in time, they will still be saved. Zuoyafan insisted. What is Ning Xiaochuan? In front of the bloody general, he is a mole ant. I'm afraid he's already dead. Xiaocheng rode. At this time, 12 indigenous warriors came to the valley. These 12 aboriginal warriors are extremely powerful. Among them, the man standing in the front is powerful, with strong eyebrows and bright eyes, giving people a strong pressure. He was wearing the armor of the Witch King, and there was a black gold cloak on his back, flying with the wind, giving people a feeling of not being angry. Seeing the man wearing the armor of the Witch King, Han Fu's face showed surprise and said, the Witch King in troubled times. The Witch King in troubled times is one of the 4 great Witch Kings among the Aborigines. The cultivation of Dizuanjing is the top 10 figure in the Wu Zun wanted list of the Emperor of Heaven Academy. As the law enforcement captain of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, Han Fu had never seen the chaotic Witch King himself, but he had seen the portrait of the chaotic Witch King on the Wu Zun wanted list. His memory was quite deep, and he recognized the man at a glance. Most of the students of the Heavenly Emperor Academy have heard of the taboo of the Witch King in troubled times. At this moment, when they saw this demon god standing in front of them, their faces changed greatly and their hearts were filled with despair. The Witch King in troubled times carried his hands on his back and said, well, half of the genius elites of the Tiandi Academy are here. If you all die here, I'm afraid the Tiandi Academy will also be greatly weakened. God helps me. Zuoyafan said humbly, Wu King in troubled times, do you really think that the power of the Emperor Academy can't kill all your natives? The Emperor Academy just takes your background to train students. If you really dare to be an enemy of the Emperor Academy, the strong of the academy can take your life at any time." The Witch King in troubled times sneered and said, "I'm afraid you don't understand the current situation. I have tens of thousands of blood evil generals now. Once I invade the Tiandi city, it will be the time for your Tiandi school palace to be destroyed." My God! Tens of thousands of blood evil generals. The Aborigines are going to fight back against the Tiandi Academy. They must have planned for a long time. All the students in the battlefield were terrified. It is conceivable that tens of thousands of blood demons will attack at the same time. What terrible combat power will it be? At this time, a refined indigenous old man came to the valley, seriously injured, and fell directly in front of the chaotic Witch King, big. No, bad. The eyes of the Witch King in troubled times sank, sensing something, and looked at the direction of the valley mouth. A cloud of blood came. Boom! A bloody dragon forcibly knocked the mouth of the valley open, stood in front of the chaotic Witch King, and uttered an angry dragon chant in his mouth, shaking out the more than a dozen indigenous warriors around the chaotic Witch King. The Witch King in troubled times was like a god iron rooted on the ground, motionless, sharp eyes, staring at the bloody dragon in front of him. What the hell happened? Jihanqing stood in the claws of the bloody dragon and said in a loud voice, "The Witch King of troubled times, your aboriginal conspiracy for decades has been smashed by us. You'd better admit your fate." Ning Xiaochuan held the yin-yang stove, played hundreds of yin qi, and fell into the bodies of those bloody generals. In the valley, hundreds of blood demons will also be controlled by him. Without the siege of the bloody general, the 5 masters of the Heavenly Emperor Academy also withdrew the array. It's them. They are actually standing in the claws of a bloody dragon. Why didn't that bloody dragon attack them? All the students of the academy saw Ning Xiaochuan, Jihanqing, Yu Cixi, and Yu Mingsong. I just saw Ning Xiaochuan play a lot of yin qi, and then those bloody demons will not attack us. Can Ning Xiaochuan control the bloody demons? Very likely. You see, Ning Xiaochuan holds a divine stove in his hand, which is very similar to the legendary treasure yin-yang stove. They actually smashed the aboriginal conspiracy, and now they will become heroes of the whole Tiandi Academy. Many students of the Heavenly Emperor Academy have a feeling of survival. They feel grateful that Ning Xiaochuan saved them, but there are also many students with jealousy in their eyes and resentment in their eyes. Outside the valley, more than 200 blood evil generals rushed into the valley, plus more than 400 blood evil generals in the valley, adding up to nearly 700 blood evil generals, forming a battle formation to surround the chaotic Witch King in the center. This is a martial artist in the territory of Dizun. Even if Ning Xiaochuan controls the yin-yang furnace, he can only protect himself at most, and he can't protect other students in the Tiandi Academy at all. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the claws of the bloody dragon, wearing a white robe, and said proudly, "King of Chaos, you have been preparing for decades, and you have spent countless human and material resources to counterattack the Heavenly Emperor Academy. But you never dreamed that you were just making wedding clothes for me. Now it's all mine." Ning Xiaochuan wants to deliberately provoke the chaotic Witch King. Only by letting the chaotic Witch King give him as an enemy, will he be desperate to kill him, so that other students of the Heavenly Emperor Academy will have a chance to live. Although people like Xiaoqing, the leader of the alliance in the clouds, and Han Fu, the law enforcement captain, are not worth saving at all. But among the students, there are still many people who deserve help, and these people may become their own great help in the future. Rather than kill, Ning Xiaochuan is more willing to save people. The Witch King in troubled times restrained his emotions, clenched his fists tightly, and sneered, "Boy, do you think you have the strength to compete with the martial arts masters of respecting the territory when you control the yin-yang furnace? You are too naive. Today, not only you are going to die, but all the students of the Heavenly Emperor Academy are going to die." The paw of the Witch King in troubled times violently stepped on the ground, which immediately cracked a hole several kilometers long, and it is still expanding, extending to the distance. Such power can really push down mountains and cut off rivers. Ah! The earth has split. Help me! Many students of the Heavenly Emperor Academy fell into the earth crack, screamed in their mouths, and were finally swallowed by the earth. Ning Xiaochuan called out the heart-nourishing tripod, gave Ji Hanqing the intermediate pill for detoxifying the corpse inside, and said, "All three of you go down now, and I'll lead the chaotic witch king away." "No, I want to be with you." Yusasai said she was unwilling to leave. Ji Hanqing was more decisive, holding Yucisi in one hand and Yumingsong in the other, and jumped directly from the claws of the bloody dragon. Ning Xiaochuan began to move in 7 colors, changing direction 7 times in a row, and fell on the top of the bloody dragon. It was like standing on the top of a towering mountain, overlooking the vast earth in the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven. Ow! Finally, the bloody dragon can take a fight. With tens of meters long claws, with blood fog all over the sky, pieces of blood clouds surge up and tear down. The Witch King in troubled times was fearless, and his armor sent out a golden light, and he hit the bloody dragon with a fist. On his fist, there was a surging golden on. Boom! The confrontation of this attack caused the whole valley to collapse, the mountains on both sides to collapse, and the soil on the ground to fly. Blood and gas shuttle through the air, and there are mysterious gas waves like rough waves everywhere. The 5 masters of the Tiandi Academy have escaped from the valley with other students and rushed to the exit of the Tiandi tomb. Now the bloody ghost will be controlled by Ning Xiaochuan, and the exit of the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven is no longer a place to kill. Maybe the exit of the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven can be opened under the cooperation of inside and outside. Boom! The whole valley has become a place of chaos, with mysterious chi surging and evil spirit rolling, as if it had turned into a chaotic ancient battlefield. The Witch King in troubled times wanted to kill all the students in the Tiandi Academy here. With a wave of his arm, he made a sky-shaking palm print, and killed those fleeing academies several kilometers away. This is a world-shaking palm print, communicating the potential of heaven with the vitality of earth, and condensing the palm print with the mysterious chi of heaven and earth. Ow! The mouth of the bloody dragon spits out a breath of dragon breath, which turns into a blood-red Xuanqi River, which collides with the palm print and cuts it off. Xuanqi River and Xuanqi palm print collided in the sky, forming a gorgeous picture, and the impact wave above the sky can be seen in tens of miles around. Boom! Mysterious air currents fell down, causing a hurricane. This is the Battle of Wuzun level. The destructive power is too amazing. The students of the Tiandi Academy were hard to calm down, and felt a huge force pressing on them, making it difficult for people to breathe. Several weak students were directly stunned by the breath of Wuzun, and could not bear that force at all. Ning Xiaochuan actually has the power to fight with Wuzun. This is simply incredible. Such talents can no longer be described as rebellion. Many beautiful female students present had an expression of worship in their eyes, which produced a ripple of brilliance. Xiaocheng, the leader of Yunzhou Alliance, clenched his fist, looked cold and said, "It's just a borrowing force. The power obtained by external things can't last long." Xiaocheng was more convinced of the power of Baiming Shengong and felt that Ning Xiaochuan had achieved today only by using Baiming Shengong. The Witch King in troubled times was completely angry and decided to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan as soon as possible. 6 black Xuanqi rings appeared and surrounded his body. Driven by the power of Xuanqi ring, his body took off quickly and fell on Shuasha dragon, attacking Ning Xiaochuan. This is a warrior's power and prestige, and the pressure is quite strong. Ning Xiaochuan immediately hid in the Yinyang furnace and flew into the mouth of the bloody dragon. The chaotic Witch King was finally a step late, and was escaped by Ning Xiaochuan, and the claws of the bloody dragon had bombarded him again. Bang! The body of the chaotic witch king catapulted up and fell on the head of the bloody dragon, and a punch hit the skull of the bloody dragon. Click! The skull of the bloody dragon was broken by the chaotic witch king, and began to crack, and its huge body seemed to be broken. Ning Xiaochuan hid in the body of the bloody dragon and quickly mobilized the power of the yin-yang furnace to recondense the blood gas in the body of the bloody dragon and repair the damaged body. The bloody dragon forced the chaotic witch king to fly out, and the bloody tail hit the chaotic witch king, blowing him away again. When the bloody dragon fought with the chaotic witch king, strange changes also took place in the yin-yang furnace. That female corpse absorbed part of the open fire into her body, making her body bright and dazzling, and her skin was completely wrapped by the fire, just like a fairy being reborn. In the body of the female corpse, there was a burst of anger, blood resuscitation, soul awakening, and the bone emitted the light of God Jade. To be exact, she is not a female corpse at all, because she has never died, just out of a dormant state, closing the six senses and fighting with a short knife. When a martial artist closes the six senses, he is no different from a living dead man, so he will be misunderstood by Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong as a female corpse. At this moment, she will defeat the short knife, wake up from sleep, nirvana, and show more powerful vitality than before. She is a living person, not a female corpse. Ning Xiaochuan felt that she was a mysterious beast, because she could be accepted by the mysterious beast. Bang! The dagger flew out of her body, with dazzling brilliance, like a meteor across the sky, flying into the Xuanzhou Jian. Ning Xiaochuan vaguely heard a venomous hoarse voice from the short knife, "Damn! I'm going to kill you." The sound disappeared, and the short knife flew into Xian Beast Jian, suspended in the third Xian Beast Palace, and was suppressed by the power of Xian Beast Jian. Ning Xiaochuan felt that her connection with Zuan Shujian had disappeared, and she was surprised. The sound of a short knife came from Zuan Shujian. "Boy, don't look. She has cut off the master-slave relationship with Zuan Shujian with her own strength, and let me be her substitute to continue to bear the suppression of Zuan Shujian." The sound of the short knife was very angry and sighed constantly. "I asked you to help me push down her martial heart palace. If you listen to me, I have suppressed her and made her your servant. You can play as you want. You can play in bed, on the ground, and in the grass. Now, it's too late for you to regret that she cut off the connection with Zuan Shujian." Ning Xiaochuan said, "If I really help you defeat her, I have now become your ghost under the sword. Since you have been suppressed in the Xian Beast Palace, you'd better stay honest. If you still dare to make a wrong idea, I'll throw you into the molten pool." "Cut, why don't you throw it away? Short knife is quite arrogant." Ning Xiaochuan broke the mysterious qi of Wu Dao into the Xian Beast Jian, and wanted to call the short knife out of the third Xian Beast Palace, but the short knife was like an old pine, firmly rooted on the ground, motionless. It's impossible to call out the short knife from inside. It's like a warrior who gets an ancient divine sword and becomes the owner of the ancient divine sword, but the ancient divine sword is inserted on the ground and weighs 10 million kilograms. With the strength of this warrior, the ancient divine sword can't be lifted at all. Ning Xiaochuan now encounters such a situation. This short knife is the saber worn by the Emperor of Heaven when he was young. It has supreme power. Although Zuan Shujian suppressed it, as the owner of Zuan Shujian, he can't use it at will. I really think I can't help you? You are in my hands now. When I become strong in the future, there are 10,000 ways to melt you. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Don't. I'm the sword of the Emperor of Heaven. If you are willing to be my knife slave, I can give you unparalleled combat power, have the greatest power in the world, and sleep with the most beautiful woman in the world. Short knife began to bewitch Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan directly sealed the Xian beast and no longer communicated with the short knife. In the yin-yang furnace, the blood hole in the heart of that beautiful young woman healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the wound healed completely without leaving a scar, and the skin was as delicate as the skin of a newborn baby. Her body is flowing with white fog and confused brilliance, and spiritual smoke is swirling around her body. It is extraordinary, fresh and elegant, like a dream, like a fantasy, giving people a feeling that they want to be eclipsed in the sky. This feeling is like she has been integrated with heaven and earth, which is a part of heaven and earth. Is she a person or a mysterious beast? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was quite shocked. This feeling of harmony with heaven and earth was awe-inspiring. If she is a person, then her cultivation is too high, so high that all martial artists in the world can only look up. If she is a mysterious beast, then she is too beautiful, so beautiful that she has a feeling of detachment from the secular world. Shua. Her beautiful eyes opened, revealing a pair of crystal-clear eyes. Her pupils were dark and her whites were clear. She just stared at Ning Xiaochuan, as if the whole world had pressed against him. Phew! She directly turned into a pillar of light, flew out of the yin-yang furnace, broke through the body of the bloody dragon, and suspended in the air. Her figure was graceful, covered with a layer of cloud gauze, forming a vast white cloud under her feet. Every inch of her skin was carved like fairy jade, scattering light rain. The chaotic witch king immediately stopped attacking, stared at the woman suspended in the void with a pair of thunder eyes, and his heart jumped slightly. Who are you? Her eyes stared at the chaotic witch king below, without any unnecessary language. Her jade-white fingers a little lower, and a sword wave flew out. Phew! With a simple sword wave, the king of chaos felt that the earth-shaking ocean was pressing against him, and his heart was shocked. He had never felt this kind of feeling after reaching the land of honor. The witch king in troubled times feels like a boat in the ocean. He can't escape from the ocean at all, and will be beaten to pieces by the waves at any time. Poof! Although the chaotic witch king was running away at the first time and ran away more than 20 miles at a very fast speed, he was still pierced by the sword wave. At the last moment, the witch king in troubled times showed his martial soul Dharma body and wanted to use the Dharma body to replace his own body to die. But that sword wave, more terrible than he imagined, not only broke his martial spirit Dharma body, but also killed his real body. Just a sword wave, kill a Wu Zun. Ning Xiaochuan flew out of the yin-yang stove and couldn't see this scene. His heart jumped violently and his teeth tightened, which was too abnormal. Can Wu Zun be obliterated casually? She drove the clouds, flew to the west, flew 300 miles, and came to the battlefield of the High Priest of Haley and the Holy Ghost. The High Priest of Halai and the spiritual virtual venerable fought for hundreds of miles, still fighting in a wilderness. Who is it? The High Priest of Halai felt the strong breath of the suddenly appeared woman, became cautious, quickly stopped and retreated to the distance. The Spirit Void Venerable launches the body method of empty crossing of time and space, floating like an immortal, and falls to the top of a hill. The mysterious woman still didn't say anything, and made a palm print to communicate the mysterious chi of heaven and earth, condensing a huge palm print. The High Priest Haley's face changed dramatically, and he suddenly remembered something in his mind and exclaimed, "Are you the man 200 years ago?" The High Priest of Halai has a long life and has lived for 160 years. He knows many secrets in the imperial ruins. He saw a portrait of the woman in front of him on an ancient painting scroll. After guessing the woman's identity, he didn't even have a sense of war at all. He took out a 7th-grade Xuanqi level divine shuttle, pierced the earth and directly hid under the ground. Boom! That palm print fell, leaving a palm print more than 30 meters long on the ground. It was not like a human palm at all, but like a god's hand. Ning Xiaochuan fanned the wings of the angry wind and flew over. Seeing the huge palm prints left on the ground, he was shocked and said, "Was the High Priest of Halai also killed?" The Spirit Virtual Venerable stood on the hill in the distance, his body seemed to be hidden in time and space, and said faintly, "The High Priest of Halai used the startling shuttle to escape into the ground, forcibly broke through the blood world, and escaped into the blood world. When he escaped into the blood world, he must have been seriously injured. As for whether he could escape from the blood world, it is unknown. The woman also fell to the ground, surrounded by flames. For the first time, she spoke and said, "Are you all students of the Chandi Academy?" Ning Xiaochuan and Ling Xiu Venerable all nodded. "You, come with me." The woman stretched out a finger and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan, who didn't allow Ning Xiaochuan to answer at all. With a wave of her sleeve, Ning Xiaochuan automatically flew up, took off with her and disappeared at the end of the day. However, after a long time, the exit of the Emperor's tomb was broken by the elders of the Emperor's Academy, and a large number of strong people from the Emperor's Academy entered the Emperor's tomb, including several people at the level of Vice President. "Where are the Witch King of Troubled Times and the High Priest of Halai?" Yan, the Vice President of the King Kong Martial Arts Academy, asked angrily. The Spirit Virtual Venerable did not mean to salute when he saw the Vice President, and said, "The Witch King in Troubled Times has been killed, and the High Priest Haley seriously escaped into the blood world." "What? Who killed the chaotic Witch King?" The elders of Chandi Academy were shocked and felt incredible. Therefore, the Spiritual Virtual Venerable opened the real mirror of time and space, and the scenes just now began to play back, appearing in front of everyone. Although the woman's appearance was covered by clouds, she could still barely see the outline. An old man at the level of deputy hospital owner exclaimed, "It's her. She's still alive. How can this be possible?" The vice president of the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy said, "Who is she? Is she also a member of the academy? Why have you never seen her?" Lee Sloppy, "Of course, you can't have seen her. I'm afraid everyone present hasn't seen her in person. I only saw her portrait when I was cleaning the Heavenly Palace. She has been missing for 200 years, and everyone thought she was dead." The deputy hospital master said. 200 years. Wu Zun may not live for 200 years. What is her origin? The deputy hospital master was also extremely shocked and said, "I must go back immediately and report this matter to the hospital master." "No, it's to the master of the school palace." The identity of that woman shocked the deputy hospital owner, and his heart could not be calm. The vice president of the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy inquired and asked, "Ling Xiu Venerable, can you see Ning Xiaochuan? He was taken away by that mysterious woman." Spirit Empty Venerable Way. The vice president of the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy is still quite concerned about Ning Xiaochuan's safety, but since that mysterious woman is an elder of Shuigong, I don't think she will harm Ning Xiaochuan, which may be a big chance for Ning Xiaochuan. Now the most urgent thing is to catch the escaped High Priest of Halai. Everyone listens to the order and strictly controls the tomb forest of the Emperor of Heaven. Anyone who wants to escape with indigenous martial arts will be killed. A person at the level of vice president ordered. Ning Xiaochuan followed behind the mysterious woman and felt that his body was as light as a grain of sand. The breath emitted by the mysterious woman could take his body away. At this moment, the mysterious woman has walked out of the tomb forest of the Emperor of Heaven and entered the boundless ghost dream forest. With every step, she seems to be able to cross mountains and rivers, across dangerous rivers and rivers. Ning Xiaochuan followed behind her and was automatically taken away by her, like a grain of dust on her body. "Elder, where are you taking me?" Ning Xiaochuan is still very calm. The mysterious woman didn't answer him, but just walked in the woods, and sometimes stopped, as if thinking about something, looking for the road 200 years ago. She has been asleep for 200 years, and has long been in vicissitudes. The roads used to be covered by trees, and the landform used to be changed. Ow, ow. The red dragon squatted on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and howled, startling the 2 Brucia javanica birds in the forest. Walking out of the tomb forest of the Emperor of Heaven, it suddenly became sunny. Once the previous haze was swept away, even the air was fragrant with earth. The death crisis passed, like returning to the world from hell. Boom! The mysterious woman frowned slightly, no longer thinking, and with a direct wave of her arm, she crushed a large area of trees, forcibly dug a road, followed a stream, and continued to walk forward. Finally, she came to a hidden deep mountain canyon. In the valley, there is a stream flowing, and there is a sparkling pool. Above the pool, there is a huge golden silk nest suspended. Under the sunshine, the golden silk nest becomes golden, and the water in the pool is reflected in gold. Here it is. The mysterious woman stood on the edge of the pool, slim and slim, with long hair flying, reflecting a beautiful figure in the water. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The mysterious atmosphere of heaven and earth in this valley is 3 times stronger than that of the outside world, and it is guarded by arrays. It seems that there are extremely powerful mysterious beasts hidden in the dark. I'm afraid it has been inhabited long ago." Ning Xiaochuan's mind is very strong, and he can feel the breath of mysterious beasts hidden around him. He is not an ordinary mysterious beast, but the king of mysterious beasts. It is only because of the mysterious woman's arrival that these mysterious beasts hide. They seem to be able to perceive the powerful breath emanating from the mysterious woman. 200 years ago, this was my territory. The mysterious woman looked at the pool, her eyes blurred, as if she was remembering something. Ning Xiaochuan Mingrui found that she said territory, not cultivation cave. Is she really a mysterious beast? The mysterious woman said, "You help me out. I said I would give you a great fortune, so I will never break my promise." After a pause, he said, "Are you a heart trainer?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Yes. At your age, it's a gift to be able to reach the level of intermediate mental health teacher. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, you are already quite great, but in the eyes of those big people, you are still nothing. Unless you can become a senior mental health teacher, you can have the qualification to be on an equal footing with those real big people." Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's not easy to become a senior psychological trainer. Even the vice president of the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy is only a senior psychological trainer. I'm afraid the senior psychological trainers of the whole Yulan Empire can count. There are only 5 great heart-nourishing masters in Yulan Empire, just like the Lord of Jinping Heart-Nourishing Hall and the great heart-nourishing masters in the Heavenly Emperor Academy. These people have a transcendent status, and even Wu Zun should be respectful in front of them. Almost all of the 5 great heart-nourishing masters have stopped refining ordinary Xiandan easily, and they have been studying the pharmacology of bringing the dead back to life. Therefore, in the field of cardiologists, the most popular are intermediate and senior cardiologists. Among them, the status of senior mental health teachers has been particularly transcendent, and the number is rare. Even Wu Zun will beg them. It's a matter of great talent for a senior mental therapist to be the chief mental therapist of the royal residence. Even today's chief heart-nourishing master of the royal family is only a senior heart-nourishing master. In Ning Xiaochuan's plan, he can become a senior cardiologist before he is 30 years old, and he has become famous all over the world and a legend in the field of cardiologists. The mysterious woman said, "I can help you mount Jinding into a quasi-high-level mental health teacher within a year. As for you want to become a real high-level mental health teacher, it depends on when you can break through to the realm of immortality. Melting and refining the real tripod is the symbol of becoming a senior heart trainer. However, if you want to become a real high-level mental health teacher, you must achieve the realm of refined cultivation. As for the cultivation of refined realm, you can support the mental health teacher to refine high-level pills. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Within a year, melt and refine the real tripod?" Hearing this, Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and felt that it was impossible. Not to mention Ning Xiaochuan, even a highly respected heart therapist will think this matter is extremely nonsense. For the heart cultivator, melting and refining the real tripod is an extremely important step, which can be called a change. The heart-nourishing tripod in the heart of an intermediate heart-nourishing master is refined from Xianyao, which can only be called heart tripod. But the heart-nourishing tripod is extremely unstable. At most, it can only be refined into intermediate pills. It is impossible to refine a higher-level Shandan by only relying on the heart-nourishing tripod. Intermediate mental health practitioners must find materials to cast real Dan Ding and medicine Ding made of gold, stone, steel and iron, which is called real Ding. Only by integrating the heart-nourishing tripod in the body with the real tripod in the body can we become a senior heart-nourishing master and refined Shandan, which is more precious than the intermediate Dan. When you reach the level of a senior heart-nourishing master, you can put the medicine tripod outside the body and use external fire to refine it. You can also put the medicine tripod into your body and use fire to accumulate pills. This is called melting refining tripod. Generally speaking, if a heart-nourishing master wants to melt and refine the real tripod, he or she needs at least the cultivation of being free from vulgarity, and he or she also needs to have a very deep research on heart-nourishing and refining medicine. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Excuse me, are you a heart trainer?" The mysterious woman asked back and said, "Do you think I don't know how to cultivate my heart and refine medicine? I don't mean that. I just think that even if you want to melt and refine the real tripod, at least you must first find materials to refine the medicine tripod suitable for your body attributes. If you don't even have the medicine tripod, it's just a joke to want to melt and refine the real tripod." Ning Xiaochuan does not show humility because the other party has high cultivation, but is very casual, and appears very stable and calm. Isn't the yin-yang stove the best real tripod? The mysterious woman added, yin and yang converge to generate open fire. Using open fire to refine pills can also automatically increase the yin and yang attributes of pills. The most important thing is that you have recovered the open fire, and the yin and yang stove has long been able to fit with your body. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, calling out the yin-yang furnace and suspending it in the palm of his hand. This small stove is very exquisite. It is only the size of a teapot. It can expand or shrink. It has 3 feet and 2 ears. It is shaped like a stove and a tripod. The body of the yin-yang stove is up to 7 meters high and weighs 86,000 kilograms. Ning Xiaochuan has accepted the yin-yang stove. It's really much easier to refine the yin-yang stove into a real tripod. If you go to find materials and refine the real tripod, first of all, the grade must be far inferior to the yin-yang tripod, and then the probability of failure is quite high. Many intermediate mental health teachers failed to melt the real tripod, resulting in their own heart tripod also broken, and finally their bodies were half-wasted. Therefore, the number of senior mental health practitioners is scarce. Another reason is that intermediate mental health practitioners dare not easily try to melt and refine the real tripod. If they are careless, they will fail and become useless. If Ning Xiaochuan uses yin-yang furnace to melt the real tripod, the success rate will be much higher. This made him moved. The mysterious woman added, "With your current physical strength and my help, there are at least 8 opportunities to help you melt the yin-yang furnace into a heart-nourishing tripod. But it also means that you have to lose something. How to choose is up to you." Yin-yang furnace, which controls 10,000 blood evil generals in the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven, is a huge force, comparable to millions of troops. If Ning Xiaochuan refined the yin-yang stove into a heart-nourishing tripod, it means that he will lose the control of these bloody generals, and the yin-yang stove will become a medicine tripod from now on. Now it's up to Ning Xiaochuan to choose. On the one hand, improve their own strength. On the other hand, it controls huge power. As long as their own strength? Or external forces? Ning Xiaochuan's heart is also engaged in the battle between heaven and man. It is too difficult to make a decision, which requires the courage of a strong man to cut his wrists. Finally, he made a decision and said, "Melt and refine the real tripod." A trace of surprise flashed in the depths of the mysterious woman's eyes, but she soon recovered her calm and said, "Why? Don't you know that the power in your hand can make you a vassal immediately?" Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, 3 points. First, for a martial artist, blindly relying on external forces can never last long. This is like a rich child with tens of millions of family wealth, who already has endless wealth and loses the will to continue to struggle. Second, although the fighting power of the blood evil generals is strong, they are after all ghost soldiers born of eating blood. Even if the yin-yang furnace can control them for a while, it will never change their nature of eating blood. Finally, their nature will lead me into the abyss of degeneration. Third, and most importantly, even if I control the yin-yang furnace and become the master of 10,000 bloody generals, I will never live long and will be killed soon. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, even if he mastered the Blood Sha family and the Blood Sha dragon, it would be easy for Wu Zun to kill him. The bloody dragon fought with the chaotic witch king, and Ning Xiaochuan almost died. If the mysterious woman did not appear in time, the result of the war must be that Ning Xiaochuan was defeated. How strong the strength is, how high the power can be. Otherwise, he is just a puppet manipulated by others, or he will be killed at any time. Many people understand this truth, but few people can make such a decision as Ning Xiaochuan. Because even if they know that they will be killed by their rights, there will still be many people who will hold on to their rights and refuse to let go. Between external rights and his own force, Ning Xiaochuan chose to strengthen himself. As long as you can become a senior heart therapist, you may get more. The mysterious woman nodded and said, "You can make such a choice, which shows that you are still a material that can be made. You may become the ultimate master of martial arts, and you don't waste your excellent talent. The biggest temptation in the world is money, sex, and power. People who are greedy for money can't become the ultimate master of martial arts, but can only become the richest man in the world. Those who love women. Lust can't become the ultimate master of martial arts, and their will eventually be consumed by women. Lust can be as free as a flock of wives and concubines for a lifetime. People who are greedy for power cannot become the ultimate master of martial arts. At most, they can become an emperor. After 100 years, they will return to dust and earth to earth. Of course, as a human being, almost no one can pass these 3 levels. The reason why you give up 10,000 bloody generals is only because the temptation of power is not big enough. Ning Xiaochuan didn't argue with her, and she was more sure that she was not human, and it was likely that she was really a mysterious beast. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Dare you ask, elder, what kind of master of martial arts do you mean by the ultimate master of martial arts?" The mysterious woman shook her head and said, "I don't know, but you have the 7 orifices demon heart palace, and your talent is far beyond ordinary people. If you are not seduced by money, power, and color, you are qualified to explore the extreme of martial arts. But you started too late and lost at the starting line. Your current cultivation is not worthy of your talent. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is invincible at the same age. In the same realm, there are few rivals. However, she commented, you started too late and lost at the starting line." This is not a small blow to Ning Xiaochuan, who has always been confident. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Senior, how do you know that I started too late?" The mysterious woman said, "What you have is the 7 orifices demon heart palace. It should have been a natural genius. Flesh, blood, and bones should have turned decay into magic, and should at least reach the genius level of 3,000 years. However, you are only at the genius level of 400 years, which shows that you have missed the best time to cultivate martial arts. I guess that your time to cultivate martial arts is less than a year." Her eyes seemed to be able to see through Ning Xiaochuan completely. In front of her, Ning Xiaochuan simply had no secret. Really missed the best practice time? Ning Xiaochuan seems to have been poured with cold water. The mysterious woman said, the previous woman, who is about the same age as you, has a chaotic heart palace, which is between Buezhong and your 7 orifices demon heart palace. But her current cultivation has been able to fight with Wu Zun. How far are you from her? If you haven't missed the best practice time, you've been practicing since childhood, and you've been taught by a famous teacher to cultivate metaphysical medicine, your cultivation achievement is definitely not lower than her. The mysterious woman was not polite at all. In a merciless blow to Ning Xiaochuan's self-confidence, she demoted Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation, which he had always been proud of, to nothing. She wanted to see how strong Ning Xiaochuan's ability to withstand the blow was, and whether he would be overwhelmed by this blow. The talent of martial arts is very important, and the will and spirit are still important. From the beginning, she was testing Ning Xiaochuan to see if he was a seedling that could be shaped. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the woman she said was spiritual virtual venerable. With the same strong heart palace and the same age, spiritual virtual venerable had the strength to fight with Wu Zun, and had left him far behind. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and said, martial arts cultivation is not achieved overnight. Even if I lose at the starting line now, as long as I have doubled my efforts than others, I still have the possibility to catch up with my opponents. Although I am only at the talent level of 400 years now, I still have room to improve. As long as I work hard, I may not lose. Good. It's best if you have such a determination. The mysterious woman said, in the next year, you can stay here. I will teach you for 1 year to help you melt the real Ding. From then on, I will no longer owe you anything. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan's high talent, the mysterious woman wouldn't talk to him so much at all, let alone promise to teach him for a year. You know, even Wu Zun wants her advice, but he has no chance. This is indeed a great opportunity for Ning Xiaochuan to benefit all his life, which is more valuable than any mysterious elixir. Recommend the masterpiece of the mouse who married the cat, Chaos Emperor. At the same time, Lao Jiao continued to ask for monthly tickets tirelessly. The first time I hit the monthly ticket list, I always felt cute. Unlimited energy. This valley is located in a secret area in Guiming mountain range, surrounded by mountains, covered by vast dense forests, full of mysterious beasts, and even several kings of mysterious beasts gathered nearby. As a result, this valley has become a forbidden area for human beings, almost isolated from the world. The lofty mountains are covered with snow. After the snow melts, it turns into ice and snow-dissolved water, which converges into streams, flows into mountain streams, flows through the valleys, irrigates the soil under the mountains, and makes the valleys full of red, white, purple flowers. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the edge of the pool and practiced all night. His injuries almost healed and his mental qi reached the peak. What skill are you practicing? The mysterious woman appeared beside Ning Xiaochuan at some time. The mysterious woman always appeared and disappeared. She disappeared last night. Until now, she appeared again in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan asked her into skill and said, the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. He originally thought that the mysterious woman would criticize a few words. After all, the mysterious qi of heaven and earth is the cultivation method of Rotten Street. However, contrary to his expectation, the mysterious woman did not criticize, but asked, what level of cultivation has it reached? 5th floor. The mysterious woman nodded gently and said, it's not bad. Do you know that the mysterious qi of heaven and earth is one of the greatest cultivation skills in the world? Huh? Ning Xiaochuan is the first time to hear such a statement. The mysterious woman said, there was a strange man in the Yulan Empire who practiced the mysterious qi of heaven and earth to the 11th floor, and the speed of absorbing the mysterious qi reached 1024 times, which was faster than that of any kind of cultivation skill in the Yulan Empire. The cultivation of that strange man was even higher than the 9 heaven of the earth and reached the realm above the Wu Zun. 1024 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi. The first scripture of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion, the scripture of the heart furnace, was cultivated to the 9th floor, and it was only 90 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi. This is already the limit of the heart furnace scripture. I haven't heard that someone in the Marquis of Jiang'a can cultivate to the 9th floor. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath. If heaven and earth Xuanqi was really so powerful, let alone cultivate to the 11th floor, even if cultivate to the 9th floor, he had 256 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi. This kind of cultivation speed is no slower than the blood gas of those who suck and devour martial arts. Ning Xiaochuan said, I only have the first 6 levels of cultivation methods in the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. How can I get the later cultivation methods? The mysterious woman said, in the library hole of the Emperor's Academy Palace, there is the cultivation skill of the 7th layer of heaven and earth Xuanqi. As for the later skill, you can only find it yourself. Ning Xiaochuan stood up and said, Elder, will you teach me to practice the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth? The mysterious woman shook her head and said, all martial arts who can climb to the peak are not taught by the master. I won't teach you how to cultivate, but only how to tap your potential. Your current cultivation has reached the 7th peak of the divine body, and the 8th divine source has been born in your body? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, the 8th God source has indeed been born. The mysterious woman nodded and said, in the Yulan Empire, it is possible to produce a martial artist who practices the 8th innate magic power every hundreds of years. You can reach this step only because you have the 7 orifices magic heart palace, which has nothing to do with your efforts the day after tomorrow. If you continue to practice like this, you will never achieve the 9-fold magic power great perfection. The great perfection of the 9 divine powers is that 9 innate divine powers are automatically born in the body of the warrior, which is the extreme of the divine body realm. Ning Xiaochuan said, it is said that no one in the Jade Orchid Empire has ever been able to achieve the great perfection of the 9 gods. That is simply a legend. Maybe no one can achieve that realm at all. The mysterious woman glanced at him obliquely and said in a deep voice, in the ancient times, which of those gods' childhood did not cultivate the divine body to the great perfection of the 9 divine powers? Some of them even broke the limit of the divine body and opened up the 10th divine power. But the ancient era of gods has passed for too long. Everything in that era has become a legend. No one can judge whether it really exists. Moreover, it is the childhood of God. Can people reach that height? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The mysterious woman said, if you fight with people, you can only be a person at best. If you fight with God, you can be a god. If you fight with heaven, you can be a god. I see. I will try my best to fight with people, God and heaven. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became firm. The mysterious woman said, your early practice is too impetuous and your foundation is unstable. From today on, you will suppress your cultivation and condense the Wu Dao Xian Qi in your body to the level of Yun Xian Qi. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised and said, Xuanqi is also graded? Xuanqi is the root of martial arts. But ordinary martial arts blindly pursue the realm of martial arts and improve the quantity of Xuanqi, but ignore the quality of Xuanqi. The Xuanqi of the original product is Xuanqi of martial arts. Secondly, it is dense and mysterious. Finally, it is dragon and tiger Xuanqi. The Xuanqi in Ning Xiaochuan's body now is the Wu Dao Xuanqi of the original grade. It should be said that almost all the martial artists in Yulan Empire are at the level of Wu Dao Xian Qi, and almost no one cultivates to the level of dense Xian Qi. The mysterious woman said, the martial artist in the divine body realm can only condense the Xuanqi to the level of dense Xuanqi at most. When you reach the refined realm, you can condense the Xuanqi to dragon and tiger Xuanqi. The strength of the dragon and tiger Xuanqi can already be compared with the earthly Wu Yuan Qi of Wu Zun. The three realms of Xuanqi, Shenti, and refined are all Xuanqi cultivated by martial artists. It is divided into three levels: heaven and earth Xuanqi, Yinyun Xuanqi, dragon and tiger Xuanqi. When reaching the territory of the earth, the mysterious qi in the warrior's body will become vitality. When you cultivate the mysterious qi, you can find it again. The mysterious woman's body moved, then flew to the golden nest above the pool and sat down. She also began to practice. Ning Xiaochuan opened a cave in the valley, sat in the cave, and began to condense the mysterious spirit of martial arts in his body. Ning Xiaochuan's martial heart palace is like a mysterious ocean, suspended in the heart. Since the power of a wisp of dense Xuanqi is comparable to the power of 100 wisps of Xuanqi in martial arts. Then, if you twist 100 strands of the mysterious gas of martial arts together, can you harden it into a dense mysterious gas? Ning Xiaochuan plans to condense the first ray of dense mysterious gas first. Wow! Under the mobilization of Ning Xiaochuan, 100 mysterious qi of heaven and earth flew out of the sea of mysterious qi, twisted and intertwined with each other, like twisted into a strand of hemp rope, becoming extremely strong. Ning Xiaochuan used his own heart fire and began to quench the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. Bang! Failed. When Ning Xiaochuan forcibly suppressed Xuanqi, 100 strands of Xuanqi reverberated, and finally turned into strands of scattered gas. Ning Xiaochuan didn't give up and continued to condense. This time, he mobilized 200 mysterious qi, twisted together, and began to harden again. Failed. Failed. Or fail. I don't know that I failed hundreds of times. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and thought calmly. Ow, ow. The red dragon climbed into the cave, squatted on the stone pier, and handed a green fruit to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan had been practicing for 6 days in a row. He really felt hungry, so he took the fruit. Thank you. The fruit tastes sweet and full of water. After eating the fruit, and then drinking some mountain springs, Ning Xiaochuan returned to the cave to continue practicing. It was really too difficult to condense the dense mysterious qi. He practiced for 6 days in a row, and he didn't even practice the first ray of dense mysterious qi. No wonder Yulan Empire didn't have warriors to refine Xuanqi, because it consumed too much time and energy. When you cultivate the Xuanqi of martial arts in your body into a dense Xuanqi, I'm afraid other people's accomplishments will reach the realm of immortality. It should be the imbalance of the number of Xuanqi that leads to the failure of cultivation. Use 400 Xuanqi to condense and try. After calming down his impetuous heart, Ning Xiaochuan continued to practice and failed more than 2,000 times. One day half a month later, Ning Xiaochuan mobilized 360 strands of the mysterious spirit of martial arts, twisted and twisted together. After heart fire quenching, 360 strands of martial arts began to compress, become thinner and thinner, and the brilliance became brighter and brighter. Boom! The first mysterious gas was born. 300 strands of the mysterious gas of the martial arts, condensing a purple dense, mysterious gas. Dense Xuanqi, like a purple lightning, shuttled in the Xuanqi sea, making other Xuanqi retreat one after another. Succeed. But this is only the first step. Ning Xiaochuan must convert all the mysterious qi of martial arts in his body into dense mysterious qi, which is the real success. This process is quite time-consuming, but everything is going well. It took 3 months for Ning Xiaochuan to completely convert the Wu Daoxian qi in his body into the dense Xian qi. In the past, the Xuanqi in Wudaxin Palace was an ocean, but now it is just a purple lake, and the number of Xuanqi is hundreds of times less. However, when Ning Xiaochuan ran Xuanqi, the transportation speed of blood in his body was twice as fast as before. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan casually pointed out a mysterious gas, which turned into a purple light, and then smashed a 10,000-pound stone 10 meters away, breaking it into pieces. Ning Xiaochuan wants to test how strong he is now. Lightning Beast. Ning Xiaochuan showed his martial arts magic. Dozens of purple lightning appeared around his body, a purple cloud condensed on his head, and a purple lightning behemoth flew out of the cloud. The body of the lightning beast did not grow larger, but its body was more solid, with eyes, nose, mouth, claws, teeth, just like a real beast, and it even showed a fierce expression. In the past, the lightning beast condensed by Ning Xiaochuan will be broken in an instant when encountering a strong enemy, but now the solidity of the lightning beast is 10 times that of the past, and its strength is naturally more powerful. It's still the 7th peak of the divine body, but Ning Xiaochuan feels that his combat power has become stronger again. In 100 days, all the mysterious qi in the body will be transformed into dense mysterious qi, which is a little longer than my estimated time, but it is still up to the standard. The mysterious woman held a black tiger in her hand, only as big as a cat, with the word king on her forehead. It seems harmless to humans and animals, docile and cute, but Ning Xiaochuan can feel the huge blood on it. It must be a powerful Shan beast. Ning Xiaochuan stopped staring at the little tiger and said, "Then can I break through the 8th weight of the divine body next?" "It's not enough." The mysterious woman said, "When you can get up from the bottom of the pool with your physical strength, come back to me." "How deep is the pool?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. With a wave of the mysterious woman's sleeve, Ning Xiaochuan felt a huge wind force acting on him, and his body flew out like a grain of sand, poop, and fell into the icy pool. Ning Xiaochuan's mysterious qi has been sealed and confined in the heart palace of martial arts. His body is falling towards the bottom of the pool quickly. I don't know how long it has sunk, and finally reached the bottom of the pool. Boom! A huge force of water pressure fell on Ning Xiaochuan's body, crushing his body. The bones of his legs made a creak sound, and his knees bent slightly, which was pressed by the water pressure at the bottom of the pool. At the moment, he felt like a mountain pressing on his head, clenching his teeth tightly and supporting his body with his will. In the pores, drops of blood overflowed, and the flesh and bones were aching and ready to crack, bearing inhuman suffering. If you were to be another warrior with the 7th weight of the divine body, you must have been squashed by the water pressure at the moment, and the bones would come out of the flesh and blood, and the eyes would spit out from the eyes. Not to mention, it is extremely difficult to walk ashore from the bottom of the pool, even if you move a finger. Bang! For 3 hours, Ning Xiaochuan was finally pressed on the ground and lying in the mud. His eyes became dark and he was going to faint. No, you can't faint. Once you close your eyes, you can't open them anymore. Ning Xiaochuan lay in the mud at the bottom of the pool and began to operate the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, absorbing the mysterious qi into the body, circulating in the blood, and producing fetal breath. The mysterious woman sealed the xuanqi in his body, only to keep the xuanqi from moving outside, but not completely imprisoned. Ning Xiaochuan can still practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth instead of breathing, so that he can stop breathing in the water and not die. This is squeezing the potential of the human body. It is not only helping Ning Xiaochuan temper his body, but also helping Ning Xiaochuan practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. A month passed. Ning Xiaochuan's skin has been able to breathe the xuanqi of heaven and earth independently, absorb the xuanqi into the skin, integrate into the blood, and flow into the heart palace of martial arts. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly stood up and walked towards the bank with his own strength. Bang! After only 5 steps, he was crushed again and fell to the bottom of the pool. Ning Xiaochuan didn't give up, and continued to practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, quenching the flesh and blood body. Constantly being knocked down, and constantly climbing up. It will be crushed by water pressure more than 10 times a day, and sometimes it will even hurt muscles and bones. Fortunately, he has cultivated the dense xuanqi. The grade of xuanqi is higher, and the healing effect is better. He can recuperate the injured body within a very fast speed. Another month has passed. Ning Xiaochuan's body has become much stronger. There are filaments in the bones, and there are crystal dots flashing in the blood. If a drop of blood is released, it will emit a faint fragrance. Ning Xiaochuan walked at the bottom of the pool, his clothes were white, his hair was waist-high, and he was covered with dirt. After staying at the bottom of the water for 2 months, he looked like a water ghost covered with mud. After unremitting cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan has been able to overcome the huge water pressure, but there is a new natural enemy, underwater dark waves. Wow! An underwater dark wave swept over, knocking Ning Xiaochuan away and falling to the ground again. Every time the dark wave swept over the bottom, they could roll him away, and even roll him to the place where he first started to walk, and then climb towards the shore again. Bang! Bang! Again and again, he was swept away, bombarded and overwhelmed, but Ning Xiaochuan stood up and continued to walk forward. The 3rd month under the water. Boom! When the underwater dark waves swept over again, Ning Xiaochuan's hands drew circles, forming ripples of water lines, which dissolved the dark waves into invisibility. This is the martial art of changing the stars, which is used by Ning Xiaochuan to counterattack the dark waves under the water. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan walked all the way, and all the dark surges from the bottom of the water were slapped back by him. After 3 months of underwater practice, Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength has increased a lot. His blood, bones and viscera are covered with a layer of purple luster, which is integrated with the dense mysterious qi, and can be called a real god body. The more you walk towards the shore, the lower the water pressure will be, and the pressure on Ning Xiaochuan will naturally be smaller and smaller. As he got closer and closer to the shore, he encountered new problems, and ferocious Xian beasts appeared in the water. A golden piranha, with sharp teeth and golden Xian qi flowing on its body, opened its mouth and bit Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder. Although this golden piranha is only half a meter long, it is a 4-grade Xian beast, which is as fast as a golden light. Ning Xiaochuan's speed is faster, slapping the piranha on the top of the head and stunning the piranha. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan caught the piranha, and his body suddenly catapulted up, like a column of water, rushed to the sky and flew out of the water. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the water, his body did not sink, floating like a fairy on the river, stepping on the water waves, gently fell to the bank. By the pool, the red dragon was playing with a black tiger. Ning Xiaochuan burst out of the water, frightening them to shrink into the haystack, scraped the grass with a small claw, and secretly looked at Ning Xiaochuan. 3 months, finally see the sun. Ning Xiaochuan used xuanqi to dry his robes, but the original clean robes have become tattered. After recognizing Ning Xiaochuan for a long time, Red Bruce Lee immediately flew to Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder excitedly and grabbed his hair. Xiaohong, it seems that you really miss me. Haha. Come on. I'll roast fish for you today. Ning Xiaochuan found firewood, put the golden piranha on the fire and began to bake it. He has not eaten fresh meat for 3 months. He has been hungry for a long time. When he is underwater, he relies on a force of will to restrain himself and stimulate the potential of his body in the process of hunger. It is for this reason that Ning Xiaochuan has developed a very human endurance. Crackling. The fire was bright and the flames danced in the night. Not long after, this golden fish was roasted, emitting a faint smell of meat. Little red and black tigers squatted beside the fire, sitting on a small stone, staring at the fish on the fire with their eyes dripping, and a long scurrying saliva flowed out of their mouths. Cooked. Ning Xiaochuan used a xuanqi knife to divide the half-meter-long fish into 3 parts, and handed it to Xiaohong and the black tiger separately, leaving the smallest piece for himself. He has been hungry for too long, but it is for this reason that he can't eat too much at one time, otherwise it will affect the cultivation of martial arts and be bad for his health. The little black tiger ate the fastest, and was simply a super eater. He even swallowed the fish bones, and then stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong eagerly. Xiaohong also ate quickly, and there was only a complete fish bone left in her little claw. The little black tiger grabbed the fish bone directly, threw it into his mouth, and made a sound of quacha quacha, and soon ate this fish bone. You know, this is the bone of the 4th grade Xian beast, which is as hard as iron. It can be used to forge Xian ware, but it is ground into powder by its teeth in 2s and 3s. How sharp are its teeth? After Ning Xiaochuan ate the fish, he immediately felt energetic again, his eyes became bright, and his body seemed to have endless power, and he wanted to fight with people. Boom! Boom! Ning Xiaochuan began to fight after he was full, and his body turned into a rainbow of 7 colors. His fist was covered with a layer of purple dark light, which shook the air layer by layer. The moonlight is bright, like a jade plate hanging in the middle of the sky. The mysterious woman walked to the edge of the pool, her long hair was like catkins, her eyes were like stars, and the smoke on the water blew over, making her look a little dreamy and mysterious. Ning Xiaochuan stopped boxing and walked to the water. Standing on the green grass, staring at the bright moon on the water, he said, "I've always wanted to ask a question, Elder, what's your name? What's your identity in the Heavenly Emperor Academy?" Name? The mysterious woman pondered for a long time and didn't say the following words. "I don't know how long it passed," she said, "my name is not important to you at all. As for the relationship between me and the Tiandi Academy, I can tell you. I did study in the Tiandi Academy, and I used to worship famous teachers to teach me how to practice better, just like I guide you now. Now the master of the Academy of the Tiandi Academy was my younger martial brother 200 years ago. Elder martial sister of the master of the Academy." Ning Xiaochuan was extremely surprised. So, Jade Orchid Emperor would call her a martial uncle? It's really an antique. Ning Xiaochuan's psychological endurance was still very strong, and he soon suppressed his excitement, and said, "One more thing, what is the origin of the short knife in the Xian beast Jian? How can we suppress it?" "It is indeed the saber worn by the Emperor of Heaven when he was young," the mysterious woman said calmly. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Is there really a heavenly emperor in this world?" The mysterious woman nodded and said, "The Emperor of Heaven is stronger than you think. It is said that he has lived as long as heaven, and that he will never die and become a god. However, it is also said that the Emperor of Heaven has died, and the whole ruins of the Emperor is his tomb. The tomb of the Emperor of Heaven you see in the forest of the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven is only an entrance. The whole imperial ruins are the tombs of the Emperor of Heaven. One world is used to bury one person. This man's cultivation is really unimaginable." The mysterious woman added, "That short knife was only the saber worn by the Emperor of Heaven when he was young. When the Emperor of Heaven became a god, the short knife could not bear the power of the Emperor of Heaven and was abandoned by the Emperor of Heaven. It is also for this reason that the short knife created resentment and wanted to dig the tomb of the Emperor of Heaven and let the Emperor of Heaven die. It is changed from the blade of the Emperor of Heaven to a magic knife. Short knife, originally called Tiandi Blade. I recommend a good-looking fantasy novel, Rua Sabbath's Dragon Blood Boiling. Your current cultivation can't control the Tiandi Blade. However, the power of Xian Beast is also enough to suppress the Tiandi Blade. The mysterious woman fought with the Emperor Blade for 200 years, and she knew the power of the Emperor Blade. She seemed to think of something, and then said, "The origin of the Xian Beast Jian and the bone bead on your body are different. Don't take it out easily to show it to others, otherwise it will cause you death." Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xian Beast Jian and the bone bead. These two treasures are both bones. One is a fan bone, shaped like a fan leaf, on which is engraved 3 words Xian Beast Jian. The other is in the shape of a bead, which is like a bead polished by a bone, and it looks ordinary. There are no inscriptions or lines on it. The bones of the two treasures are exactly the same, belonging to different parts of the human body, or different parts of the beast. The Xian beast, Jian, can subdue the Xian beast. It contains the mysterious power that can make the Xian beast powerful. It is a treasure that will move the hearts of all martial masters. Bone beads and Xian beast, Jian, are of the same origin. It is reasonable to say that they will not be ordinary, and they must have extraordinary power, but Ning Xiaochuan has not found it yet. That bone bead can help you cultivate the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. When your cultivation is strong, you will naturally know their origin. The mysterious woman said, half a year has passed, and your body and Xuanqi are basically qualified. Now you can start to melt and refine the real tripod. Start now? Ning Xiaochuan became excited. If you can melt and refine Jiu Dang successfully, it means you will become a quasi-senior mental health teacher. Even if it is not possible to refine high-level pills for the time being, it can improve the probability of successfully refining intermediate pills, and at the same time, it can also refine more intermediate pills at one time. A quasi-senior cardiologist is more powerful than 10 intermediate cardiologists combined. Wait a minute. The mysterious woman looked up at the sky. When? Dawn. The sun rises, the moon remains, and yin and yang alternate. At dawn, the yin qi between heaven and earth begins to fade, and the yang qi begins to grow. When yin and yang alternate, it is the time to refine the yin and yang furnace into a real tripod. There are 4 hours before dawn. Ning Xiaochuan plans to use this time to practice, and wants to verify whether the mysterious woman's words are correct. Bone beads, can you really help yourself practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth? Ning Xiaochuan pinched the bone beads in his palm, sat by the pool, and practiced according to the method in the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, every place is full of Xuanqi. Those who practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth can sense their existence, absorb them into their own bodies, and turn them into their own mysterious qi of martial arts. At the bottom of the pool, after 3 months of cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan cultivated the mysterious qi of heaven and earth more deeply. Even if he did not deliberately operate the blood gas, the skin was absorbing the mysterious qi from heaven and earth by itself, but the absorption speed was very slow. This realm is already quite remarkable for the martial artists who practice the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and they are almost going to step into the 6th layer. In the past, when Ning Xiaochuan was running the Xuanqi of heaven and earth, the speed of absorbing Xuanqi was 16 times, while holding the bone bead, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the speed of absorbing Xuanqi reached 20 times. Wow! When Ning Xiaochuan ran the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, the bone bead unexpectedly sensed, emitting a circle of white brilliance, flashing according to a certain law. Ning Xiaochuan deliberately paid attention to the changes of bone beads, and found that the bone beads would flash once the blood in his body ran for a week. Every time the bone bead flickers, a trace of white light enters the palm of the hand and integrates into Ning Xiaochuan's body. The white light is very similar to the Xuanqi of heaven and earth, but it is completely different. Its role is not to increase the number of Xuanqi in Ning Xiaochuan's body, but to change Ning Xiaochuan's body, making Ning Xiaochuan more compatible with the skill of Xuanqi of heaven and earth and easier to get close to the Xuanqi in the surrounding space. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body made a slight sound, like an air blast, which made his body slightly shocked. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan doubled the speed of absorbing Xuanqi. There is a small vortex around his body, which is a vortex formed by the distortion of Xuanqi within 1 meter around. It can speed up the absorption of Xuanqi, which is called Xiaochuan vortex. This is the sign of cultivating the mysterious qi of heaven and earth to the 6th floor. The speed of absorbing the mysterious qi reaches 32 times. 32 times the absorption speed has been comparable to the 3rd level of the heart furnace scripture, and the martial artists who can cultivate to the 3rd level in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, the vast majority of whom are elders level figures, which are simply numbered. This is the cultivation speed that those princes and descendants have dreamed of. The sixth floor of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is naturally quite happy, which means that he can have a very fast cultivation speed by himself even without the help of the magic sword in the future. Ning Xiaochuan is a person who doesn't like to use foreign things. It's natural that he can be strong himself. Ning Xiaochuan's body only has the first 6 layers of cultivation skills in the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, and the 7th layer of cultivation skills is stored in the Sutra Cave of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. If he can't get the 7th level of cultivation, he can only stay in the 6th level forever. After reaching the 6th level, the higher you go, the more difficult it is to cultivate. It is extremely difficult to cultivate a successful level, but every successful level will have a huge improvement. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must go to the Sutra Cave and get the 7th level cultivation skill of heaven and earth Xuanqi anyway. In practice, time always passes quickly, and it is dawn before you know it. The sky turned navy, and there was a warm glow at the end of the day. The color of the moon gradually becomes lighter, and the first ray of sunshine shines in the east. Ning Xiaochuan put the yin-yang stove in front of him and suspended it above his head. At the same time, he called out the heart-nourishing tripod in his heart, wrapped it in purple dense air, and flew towards the yin-yang stove. When the sun falls on the yin-yang stove, the top of the stove emits a red flame, and the bottom emits a faint blue chill. Qi. The two forces of yin and yang collide together and turn into an open fire. The mysterious woman suspended on the top of the yin-yang stove, stepped on a piece of white clouds, and hit the yin-yang stove with a white column of light in the palm of her hand. Under the action of the light column of white light, the yin-yang furnace showed signs of melting, and the lines on the surface became blurred and turned into liquid. Only the mysterious woman has such a powerful power that she can half melt a piece of 8th-grade xianware. At the same time, it also proved that she had the power to destroy 8 mysterious weapons. Ning Xiaochuan took advantage of this time to immediately integrate the heart-nourishing tripod with the yin-yang furnace. The heart-nourishing tripod, originally a tripod stove refined from Xianyao, has been integrated with Ning Xiaochuan's blood and heart fire. With Ning Xiaochuan's unique breath and attributes, it has long become a part of Ning Xiaochuan's body. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing tripod was broken down into a cloud of medicine gas, wrapped the yin-yang furnace, and slowly integrated into the yin-yang furnace. The heart-nourishing tripod and the yin-yang stove began to merge. Ow, ow. Ask for a monthly ticket. At the end of the month, everyone should have monthly tickets. Old 9 all kinds of kneeling, all kinds of rush list. The monthly ticket for the new book slid to 12, and tears streamed down my face. At dawn, the sun and moon alternate, yin and yang change, and the sun and moon appear in the sky at the same time. This is the time when the power of the yin-yang furnace is the most average. It is the best time to melt and refine the real tripod. Ning Xiaochuan's palms emitted purple mysterious qi, which turned into a column of light and bombarded the yin-yang stove, urging the heart-nourishing tripod to integrate with the yin-yang stove. For the heart cultivator, this is the most important and dangerous cultivation. If you are careless, the heart cultivation tripod will be broken. From then on, your cultivation will be semi-waste, and you can no longer cultivate your heart and refine medicine. Sha. At the top of the valley, a black wind blew and turned into an old man in a black robe. Finally, I waited for the opportunity. If I could eat her meat, my cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The eyes of Hailai High Priest showed a greedy light, staring at the mysterious woman and Ning Xiaochuan, who were melting the real tripod in the valley below, and his pupils stared at the mysterious woman. The High Priest of Hailai was seriously injured by the mysterious woman and escaped into the blood world. He escaped from the blood world only after he was almost alive. He has been waiting outside the valley for a long time, waiting for the opportunity to deal with the mysterious woman. At the critical moment when Ning Xiaochuan fused the real tripod, the high priest Hailai took out the amazing shuttle and fought against the mysterious woman. Boom! Jing Tianzuo is a 7th-grade Xuanqi. After absorbing the vitality of the earth, it immediately turned into a 9-meter-long black shuttle, which was shaped like a bamboo shoot, but was powerful. On the surface, there were many Xianwen ups and downs, escaping Xuanqi waves. Flames burst out from the top of the startling shuttle, arching the air, as if it were to be crushed by huge forces. Ning Xiaochuan naturally saw this shuttle flying down from the clouds, like a huge flint falling down. When ordinary people encounter such emergencies, they must have been frightened, but Ning Xiaochuan is still very calm, trying to control the yin-yang furnace, keep the mind, and melt the real tripod. Ow! In the valley, a huge black claw stretched out and patted on the startling shuttle. It blasted this 7th-grade mysterious weapon out and fell to the top of a mountain 10 miles away. Boom! The mountain was hit by the startling shuttle and shook violently, cracking out startling lines. The rocks were broken, the trees collapsed, and the whole mountain was almost ready to collapse. How could this happen? The face of the high priest Hailai changed slightly. Ow! A tiger roar sounded, shaking the whole forest with clouds and thunder. A black giant tiger flew out of the valley and fell to the top of a mountain. Its huge body shook the ground, crushing trees and making a squeak sound. Boom! The black giant tiger's body is more than 80 meters high, and the word king in the center of his eyebrows flows with wisps of lightning, with a king spirit, pouncing on the high priest of Hailai. Qi Pin Xian Beast, Xiao Tianhu. The face of the high priest Hailai changed slightly, and he recognized this mysterious beast. It was the king of the mysterious beast in the ghost dream forest, Roaring Tiger. Bang! A round array plate appeared at the feet of the high priest Hailai, guarding himself with a Yuan Qi mask, and a light beam hit the roaring tiger with his fingertips. A flash of lightning condensed from the center of Xiao Tianhu's eyebrows, smashing this beam of light. The black claws bombarded the Xuanqi hood held up by the high priest of Hailai, tearing out holes. The round array at the foot of the great sacrifice of Hailai rotated rapidly, withstood the blow of the roaring tiger, and moved out sideways at the same time. The sun has completely risen in the sky. The sun drives away the darkness and restores light to the earth. In the valley, the complete integration of medicine gas cloud and yin-yang furnace has been the most important step. Next, it is up to Ning Xiaochuan to continue to cultivate the tripod. The mysterious woman put away her skills and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, then her body flew upside down, rushed out of the valley, fell on the back of Xiao Tianhu, and stared coldly at the high priest of Hailai. After seeing the mysterious woman, the high priest of Hailai's face changed dramatically. He immediately took out the startling shuttle and was about to run away again. But in the blink of an eye, he found that Jing Tianzua disappeared from his hands and fell into the hands of the mysterious woman. The high priest of Hailai was frightened and turned around and ran away, but only 6 steps away, he was captured by the mysterious woman. Bang! The mysterious woman slapped him on the top of his head, and the palm emitted white light, forcibly pulling the Wu Soul Dharma body of the high priest of Hailai out of his body. The high priest of Hailai was in great pain, and his mouth screamed like a pig. Ah! Spare your life. Don't dare next time. Don't dare. When the mysterious woman took away his martial spirit Dharma body, the high priest of Hailai fell to the ground as if his bones were gone. Bang! Xiao Tianhu slapped the body of high priest Hailai, then swallowed it in his mouth and was chewed by his teeth. Wu Zun's blood entered his throat, which excited Xiao Tianhu. His whole body was wrapped in blood gas, and then began to refine Wu Zun's blood. The mysterious woman returned to the valley with the Wu Soul Dharma body of the high priest Hailai, directly put the Wu Soul Dharma body into the yin-yang furnace, and said, "This is a Wu Zun's Wu Soul Dharma body, which can be refined with open fire. How much it can absorb depends on your own ability. Every warrior has essence, qi, and spirit. The essence, qi, and God of ordinary martial artists are hidden in the body and cannot be detected. As the cultivation of martial arts becomes stronger, the essence, qi, and God will also become stronger. When the cultivation of a martial artist reaches the realm of earth respect, the essence, qi, and God have become extremely powerful, which can condense the martial soul Dharma body. Therefore, Wu Soul Dharma body is the collection of Wu Zun's essence, qi, and God, which represents Wu Zun's will and spirit. The reason why Wu Zun has the deterrent ability to other martial artists, and can frighten other martial artists to kneel is that the spiritual qi brought by Wu Soul Dharma body to Wu Zun can suppress other martial artists and make other martial artists have the awe from the beginning to the heart. The mysterious woman put a Wu Zun's Wu Soul Dharma body into the yin-yang furnace and refined Ning Xiaochuan. This is not to raise Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation to a high level, but to increase Ning Xiaochuan's spirit. Just think, if Ning Xiaochuan can completely absorb the essence and spirit of a Wu Zun, then he can have the same essence and spirit as Wu Zun. Even if he doesn't fight, standing there can scare many people. Because the breath emanating from him is the breath of Wu Zun, which can deter curfews. Of course, to improve one's energy and spirit is not only to scare others, but also to improve one's potential and physique. The spirit and spirit contained in the martial soul Dharma body is quite huge. If other talented martial artists can absorb half of the spirit and spirit, it is already quite great. And Ning Xiaochuan's talent is extraordinary. The mysterious woman feels that he should be able to absorb the 3 layers of essence and spirit of the Wu Soul Dharma body. Yin-yang stove and heart-nourishing tripod have been melted for most of them, and they are almost successful. Now he is going to harden the martial soul Dharma body. Chi. The open fire burned and quenched the martial soul Dharma body. A ray of light began to flow into Ning Xiaochuan's body and integrate into every cell of the body. Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel any change in himself, just like drinking water, which seemed very ordinary. The energy contained in the Wu Soul Dharma body is quite huge. Ning Xiaochuan spent 3 days and did not completely absorb the Wu Soul Dharma body. He just absorbed 3 layers of it, and he felt hard. This is when a person is full of water, his body is saturated and cannot be absorbed again. But Ning Xiaochuan just didn't believe it, and continued to refine the martial soul Dharma body and absorb the essence, qi, and God of the martial lord. Ning Xiaochuan didn't find that his great changes in the past 3 days, although he still looks like a teenager, he has a sharp spirit of courage in his eyes, energetic, powerful and terrifying. Now Ning Xiaochuan stared at him, which was enough to scare people to kneel on the ground. This is the power of Wu Zuansai. It took another 3 days for Ning Xiaochuan to absorb the martial soul Dharma body for 4 layers. Ning Xiaochuan's energy has reached the extreme, and his body seems to be able to spit out flames. He is eager to find a way to vent his inexhaustible energy. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is no different from taking strong spring and medicine, except that taking spring and medicine consumes the potential of the body, while Ning Xiaochuan is too energetic to vent, which leads to this situation now. Although Ning Xiaochuan knew that his body was in trouble, he still didn't stop and kept absorbing the martial soul Dharma body. This is Wu Zun's Wu Soul Dharma body. After missing this time, it will be difficult to have such a chance in the future. It can absorb more naturally. You can stop. The mysterious woman found that Ning Xiaochuan's potential was greater than she had imagined. But now it has reached the limit of Ning Xiaochuan. If it is absorbed again, Ning Xiaochuan is likely to die because his spirit is too strong. There is always a degree, and you can't eat too much good things, otherwise it's harmful to your body. Ning Xiaochuan stopped, took the heart-nourishing tripod into his body, and suspended it in his heart again. Yin-yang stove can no longer be called yin-yang stove. After melting with the heart-nourishing tripod, it is now Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing tripod. Ning Xiaochuan has now officially become a quasi-senior cardiologist. Originally, to melt and refine the real tripod, you need to use a top-grade basalt to provide energy. Ning Xiaochuan has prepared the top-grade xianqi, but because of the help of the mysterious woman, this top-grade xianqi also loses its function and is collected by Ning Xiaochuan for other purposes in the future. Ning Xiaochuan absorbed 4.5 layers of essence and spirit of Wu Soul Dharma body, while other spiritual qi was refined and turned into wisps of air, which were integrated into the heart-nourishing tripod. Ning Xiaochuan's body surface is covered with purple dense mysterious gas, every inch of skin flows brilliantly, and the blood in his body is running rapidly, full of war. Blood came out of his eyes, and he let out a long roar. He hit the mysterious woman with a fist, and a large amount of purple light flew out of his fist. At this moment, his body is full of strength and energetic, and he must vent these forces. The mysterious woman's body drifted back, and her feet stepped on a wisp of wind, like a waste of airspace, fell on the water surface of the pool. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's punch was empty, and the bombardment went to the ground again, splitting a pile of boulders. Many readers cannot tell the difference between Dizun and Wuzun. Dizun Jing refers to the name of a realm. Just like Xuanqi realm, Shenti realm and refined realm. Wuzun refers to the title and title of Dizun Jing Wuzhe. Just like Grandmaster, Great Xia and Marquis, it is just an honorific title and a title. Boom! Boom! Ning Xiaochuan ran out of the valley and into the dense jungle. He dashed wildly, breaking trees and chopping a mysterious beast. Everywhere you pass, it's a mess. Ning Xiaochuan kept punching against a cliff. With each punch, he could hit a big hole and shatter the stone. It took him half a day to open a cave under the cliff, pierce the whole mountain and rush out from the other side of the mountain. Excess energy is inexhaustible. If there are a group of beautiful women around him, he now has the courage of the 10 women of the night. For 3 days in a row, the jungle was not calm. Many mysterious beasts were killed. The smell of blood filled the air, frightening all the creatures in the jungle and thinking that another mysterious beast king had come. Poop! Ning Xiaochuan stood under a waterfall, letting the cold water slap on his head, and the whole person slowly calmed down. Ning Xiaochuan sat under the waterfall to practice, running the mysterious qi of heaven and earth to calm the blood gas in his body, relieve the swelling essence, qi and God in his body, and make them reach a balance, which is completely consistent with his body. Shua! The mysterious woman's body is like a slim and beautiful shadow, flying out of the woods and floating above the waterfall. Her slender body stands straight, and her feet are stepping on a mysterious cloud, like a Lingbo fairy. Ning Xiaochuan noticed her arrival and suddenly opened his eyes. A light purple light flashed in his pupils and immediately stood up. Take out a white robe from the Qianquan cloth bag, put it on your body, and tie a belt. He spread out a pair of shining wings, flew to the top of the waterfall, and stood opposite the mysterious woman, with a strong momentum, like a Wuzun standing in the void. The mysterious woman said, "Yes, in just half a year, you have completed a transformation. Next, you can start refining your magical powers." Refining magical powers? The 7 magical powers born in my body have reached Mahayana, and it is difficult to refine. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. The mysterious woman shook her head and said, "Cultivating martial arts magical powers is the most important symbol of the martial arts in the divine body realm, and it is also the greatest treasure of the martial arts in the divine body realm. Can you tell me where your 7 magical powers are?" The magical powers are naturally in the body, invisible and untouchable. Only when they are really displayed will they erupt into shocking power. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The mysterious woman said, "Now I want you to refine the magic powers one by one until you can see them at any time." This? The mysterious woman said, "I think this is impossible, right?" But you need to know that the original source of magic power is magic power. Since martial artists can see magic power, why can't they see their own magic power? Show me a kind of martial power. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a palm, which overflowed with purple lightning, gathered into a huge purple electric beast, and rushed into the jungle. Boom! The purple electric beast crushed the trees all the way, and the electric light appeared on the leaves, stones, and grass leaves. These leaves, stones and grass leaves have turned into powder. Purple electric beast ran angrily for a circle, and then flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's palm, turned into wisps of lightning, and integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Do you think this kind of magic has reached the extreme? Mysterious woman said. Ning Xiaochuan said, at least in my current state, it can only play such a strong force. But in my opinion, you can double its power with your current state. With a lightning speed, the mysterious woman grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's right arm, and a white dark light appeared between her 5 fingers, directly entering Ning Xiaochuan's body, making Ning Xiaochuan's arm painful and splitting, as if it was about to fall off her shoulder. Run the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth tightly and began to slowly run Xuanqi. The electric light in his body gathered in his right arm and directly penetrated into the bone marrow. Qi Qi. Ning Xiaochuan's right hand bone is completely wrapped by lightning. These lightning bolts are forced into the bone marrow, and the pain makes people want to scratch their scalp. Half an hour later, the mysterious woman slowly released Ning Xiaochuan's arm. Ning Xiaochuan was covered with sweat, and he felt that his right arm weighed 10 million kilograms. He couldn't lift it at all, and was completely wrapped by lightning. I have integrated your first magical power, Lightning Beast, into the bone of your right arm. I hope you can fully integrate it within a month. After a month, I will help you refine the second magical power. With these words, the mysterious woman left. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, fell to the ground, sat by the waterfall, and ran the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth to melt all the electric light into the bone of his right arm. It took Ning Xiaochuan a whole month to integrate the electric light into the bone of his right arm. If you cut the flesh and blood of Ning Xiaochuan's right hand, you can see that the bones of his hand are full of animal-shaped lines, flowing with a trace of lightning. Lightning Thunder Beast is completely integrated with his body. Ning Xiaochuan punched out, and a virtual shadow of a divine beast's claw naturally appeared on his fist, leaving a 2-meter deep pit on the cliff. The martial arts magic can be so refined, and its power has doubled as expected. Ning Xiaochuan admires the mysterious woman. Her understanding of martial arts has far exceeded her own, and even those martial masters with transcendent status. Ning Xiaochuan returned to the valley to find the mysterious woman again. Martial arts magical powers are not the same. When your cultivation becomes strong in the future, you can understand more changes from one martial arts magical power. One kind of magical power becomes 2 kinds of magical powers, 2 kinds of magical powers become 3 kinds of magical powers, 3 kinds of magical powers become hundreds of magical powers. This is what the mysterious woman said to Ning Xiaochuan very carefully. This time, the mysterious woman helped Ning Xiaochuan condense the second magical power, Thunder Bell. Ning Xiaochuan spent another month to integrate Tianlei Hongzhong into the Adam's apple and turn it into a part of the throat, which not only makes the throat more tough and full of divinity. Moreover, once you use your magic power, you can spit out a huge sound like thunder in your mouth. Now even if someone takes a knife, it may not be able to cut off Ning Xiaochuan's throat. Instead, it may be injured by the force of Thunderbolt Hongzhong. The mysterious woman integrated the third magical power, 10,000 swords melt rain, into Ning Xiaochuan's chest ribs, and there were sword lines on the surface of each rib. Integrate the fourth magical power, the wing of the angry wind, into Ning Xiaochuan's backbone. Integrate the fifth magical power, the scorching sun burns the sky, into Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and turn it into a light spot. Integrate the sixth magical power, rainbow shift, into Ning Xiaochuan's legs, so that the bones of both legs become 7 colors. After half a year, more than 70% of the bones in Ning Xiaochuan's body have been integrated with the divine power. Not only has his constitution become stronger than before, but also the power of the divine power has become stronger. Although Ning Xiaochuan suffered a lot during this period, he enjoyed it and could clearly feel that his potential was becoming greater and greater. Ning Xiaochuan melted the 6th magical power completely, and his body turned into a 7 rainbow light, which fell on the bank of the pool. Looking at the golden silk nest suspended above the pool, please help me condense the 7th magical power. The mysterious woman did not appear again, and her voice floated out of the golden silk nest, making the pool appear with fine ripples, saying, I have helped you melt 6 kinds of magic powers, and the next 7th kind of magic power is your own melting. Moreover, a year has come, and I have paid off my debt to you. I won't teach you any more, and you can leave. Ning Xiaochuan was very calm, clasped his hands, saluted in the direction of the golden silk nest, and said, Thank you for your guidance over the year, and Ning Xiaochuan will remember it. The mysterious woman did teach Ning Xiaochuan a lot of things, which made Ning Xiaochuan respect from the bottom of his heart. In the golden silk nest, the voice of the mysterious woman came again, the cultivation of martial arts is a long way, and there will never be an extreme. Your current combat power can be called the extreme of the 7th level of the divine body. Even if the gods are in the 7th level of the divine body when they are young, I'm afraid they won't be much better than you. Of course, your current path of martial arts is just starting, and if you slack off a little, you may be surpassed by others. It's fun to fight with people, it's fun to fight with God, it's fun to fight with heaven. Ning Xiaochuan left the valley with Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan is still the 7th peak of the divine body, but compared with a year ago, it is no longer the same. In his current state, he can break through the 8th weight of the divine body at any time, and even reach the 9th weight of the divine body. But he was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. He wanted to completely refine the 7th magical power to the extreme. Every step we take, we must lay a solid foundation and do our best. The little black tiger sent Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong out of the ghost dream forest. This little tiger is not an ordinary tiger, but the roaring tiger of the mysterious beast king of the ghost dream forest. With its personal escort, other mysterious beasts had to flee. When walking out of the ghost forest, the little black tiger waved his paw at Little Red and reluctantly bid farewell. Ning Xiaochuan's return to the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy caused a great sensation, and many students rushed to the onlookers, including the 2nd and 3rd veterans. A year ago, what happened in the forest of the Emperor's tomb has long been spread throughout the Emperor's Academy. Ning Xiaochuan, Ji Hanqing, Yu Cixi, and Yu Mingsong became heroes of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, which not only saved the lives of hundreds of students, but also broke the aboriginal conspiracy and prevented a catastrophe. Among them, Ning Xiaochuan also contributed greatly. Some people said that he fought against the aboriginal Wu Zun with one man's strength, and some said that he was possessed by the spirit of the Emperor of Heaven, and he was extremely brave. Anyway, there are all kinds of rumors about Ning Xiaochuan circulating in the Heavenly Emperor Academy. The more they spread, the more exaggerated they became. Some even said that he was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. A year ago, Ji Hanqing, Yu Cixi, and Yu Mingsong all received generous rewards from the Emperor of Heaven Academy, and Ning Xiaochuan was taken away by mysterious experts, so he had no chance to get those rewards. Otherwise, his rewards must be more generous than the other 3. Many people are curious, what did Ning Xiaochuan do this year? Ning Xiaochuan is back. After a year, he finally came back. Do you think he is really the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven? A girl in a heart-nourishing robe stood in a corner of the school palace, secretly looking at Ning Xiaochuan, who walked past the palace gate, with curious eyes. Did he come back because of his one-year appointment with famous sheep? Who will be the leader of this session? Ning Xiaochuan's aura is so strong that I feel it's difficult for me to raise my head in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan walked into the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy, with steady steps and sharp ears, and could clearly hear the voices of those students. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the martial arts field to practice, and when she heard the news of Ning Xiaochuan's return, she rushed over immediately, wearing tight clothes, carrying a sword on her back, and sweat on her forehead. "Brother!" The girl flew directly into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, hugged Ning Xiaochuan's waist tightly with her arms, and a beautiful little face kept grinding Ning Xiaochuan's chest. "Brother, I miss you so much." "I miss you too." This year, Ning Xiaochuan's growth is huge, his body has grown a lot higher, his chest is solid, and his eyebrows are beautiful. From a childish teenager, take off and become a handsome man in white. Ning Xiaochuan also grew half a head tall, and her figure began to develop. She had begun to show her graceful figure, just like a beautiful little beauty. Before long, Morong Wushuang also came to Ning Xiaochuan's residence, with 6 roasted turtle doves, ready to bring the wind to Ning Xiaochuan. There are really no good ingredients in the Tiandi Academy, but the turtle doves here are particularly large and the meat is delicious, which is even better than swan meat. Morong Wushuang was not polite at all. He ate first. Ning Xiaochuan held Xiaohong in her arms, fed a turtle dove meat, and asked, "Brother, where have you been this year? Why don't you send a message back? I'm worried about you." "I am practicing with an elder, who taught me a lot of things, and I will gradually teach these things to you in the future." Ning Xiaochuan wrote. "Ning Xiaochuan, I heard that you have a great opportunity. I don't know how many levels of confidence you can defeat Ming Yang this time?" Yu Mingsong came in from the outside, sniffed, and stared at the turtle dove on the table. His eyes lit up. He gently touched the 2 curls of beard beside his lips and said with a smile, "Ouch. I didn't eat at noon, but I didn't expect there was turtle dove meat here. It's okay if you come back. What food do you bring? How interesting is this? Hee hee. Bravo, bravo." Yu Mingsong sat down and picked up a turtle dove and began to chew it. While eating, he made a vague sound in his mouth. "The meat is too old. Remember to bake less next time." Morong Peerless rolled his eyes. "Who invited you to eat? Don't eat if you don't like it." Ning Xiaochuan said, "A year ago, famous sheep entered the Temple of Heaven to practice. Presumably, now their cultivation has become more unpredictable." Morong Unparalleled Face Asu said, "This year, the first freshman and the most striking person is the famous sheep, almost become the supreme of the first students. Now, you are back, and finally someone can compete with him. Our 3-Division Martial Arts Academy students are looking forward to your 3rd confrontation with him." The first confrontation between Ning Xiaochuan and Ming Yang was in the Homa Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan was shot down by Ming Yang and fell off the cliff. The second confrontation was at the beginning of school. Ning Xiaochuan and Ming Yang were neck and neck. Ming Yang and Ning Xiaochuan have now become the symbols of the new generation. One is the most kendo monk, one cultivates Baiming divine skill. The 2 of them are not only famous in the Tiandi Academy, but also in the Imperial City and the martial arts circle of Yulan Empire. They have become famous and become models of the younger generation. Outside, light footsteps sounded. Ning Xiaochuan looked out the door, his eyes frozen. Royal Sissy wore a white robe, her long hair was tied behind her, forming a child bun, holding a folding fan in her hand, and walked in like a handsome young man. It's a pity that she owns the Fairy Lotus Heart Palace, which is like an emerald fairy lotus in full bloom, and can emit a fragrant flavor. Even if she disguised as a man, she would leave a faint fragrance wherever she passed, which could not hide her real woman at all. Moreover, she grew up in a wealthy family. Her skin is much finer than that of ordinary rich women, like autumn lotus, white jade curtain, and every frown and smile has a noble temperament. It is precisely because the tender girl you suddenly put on men's clothes, which makes Ning Xiaochuan feel more amazing. After a year's absence, the once astringent girl is now more feminine. Your Highness, long time no see. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Yu Cixi stared at Ning Xiaochuan for a long time, and found that his temperament had changed greatly. His spirit was full and frightening. In terms of aura, she was no weaker than her powerful princess. You are still in the mood to eat turtle doves. Just now, the news came from Tiandi City that Ming Yang has crossed the 6th floor of Tongtian Bridge, and he has the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Palace to practice for a day. When he comes out of the Heavenly Palace, it should be the time to challenge you. Yu Cixi gently knocked on the table with a folding fan, and her eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan straightly. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. There's no way. Ming Yang's talent is not low. It's normal to be able to cross the 6th floor of the overpass within a year. Yu Cixi's Dai Mei frowned slightly, feeling that Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the importance of this matter at all, and said, Ming Yang has been practicing in the Heavenly Palace for 6 days, which is equivalent to 6 years in the outside world, plus the original 1 year. He has been practicing for 7 years, and you have only practiced for 1 year. If he challenges you now, it will be quite disadvantageous to you. That's what I can't do. I had 5 days to enter the Heavenly Palace to practice, but I was deprived. Ning Xiaochuan reluctantly spread his hand. Royal Sissy thought for a moment and said, the Yinyang furnace is still on you. This mysterious weapon has been accepted by you. If you can summon the blood ghost to fight in the future, you can still defeat the famous sheep. That's a pity. The Yinyang stove has been refined into a heart-nourishing tripod by me. Ning Xiaochuan rode. What? Have you melted the real tripod? Yu Cixi was shocked beyond measure, and her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan called out the heart-nourishing tripod and suspended it in the palm of his hand. Yin and yang beams poured down from the tripod, making this medicine tripod extraordinarily magical. Although I lost the yin-yang stove, I became a quasi-senior mental health teacher, which can be regarded as a gain and loss. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. Previously, when Ning Xiaochuan said that he was melting and refining the real tripod, Yu Mingsong and Morong Wushuang did not understand it. When Ning Xiaochuan said that he had become a quasi-senior cardiologist, Yu Mingsong was directly stuck by the turtle dove bone, and his eyes widened. Boast. Bull. Quasi-senior. Senior cardiologist, do you want to? Want to be on an equal footing with the vice president? Morong's unparalleled mouth can simply put an egg, said, I only know that the royal chief mental health teacher and deputy hospital master are senior mental health teachers. It really melts the real tripod. Royal Sissy took a deep breath. Only the heart-nourishing master can understand the significance of melting and refining the true tripod, which means that Ning Xiaochuan has entered the house in the heart-nourishing and refining medicine, which is enough to be respected by thousands of martial arts, and can easily obtain a superior position. After eating the turtle dove, Morong Wushuang and Yu Mingsong both left, claiming that they would accompany Ning Xiaochuan to fight against Ming Yang in Tiandi City tomorrow. It's getting dark, let me take you back. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yes. Yu Cixi nodded gently. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Cixi walked along the shady path. The bright moonlight fell from the leaves, leaving mottled shadows on the ground. After a long silence, Ning Xiaochuan said, when I came back this time, I heard a lot of rumors about me, Do Zhan Wu Zun, the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, which you let people spread? Yu Cixi's left hand was behind her, her eyes were clear, she nodded and said, I want you to become a legend more brilliant than Yu Wuyang and a new myth of the Emperor of Heaven Academy. However, Ning Xiaochuan, you must believe me. I don't mean to take advantage of you. Ning Xiaochuan stared into her eyes, then smiled and said, this is what I promised you. How can I not believe you? Yu Cixi breathed a long sigh of relief and whispered, in fact, I'm most afraid of being misunderstood by you. Although I did this for the great Jinpeng mansion, why didn't I build momentum for you? Man, be famous. Ogawa, you have reached the age of fame. Only when you have enough fame, can you be respected by others, become an enviable person, and have the status of calling wind and rain. Ning Xiaochuan didn't speak, but walked forward quietly. Royal Sissy said, how many levels of confidence do you have in fighting with famous sheep? 10th floor. Ning Xiaochuan's way of cutting gold and iron revealed strong self-confidence, and said, you have arrived. Tomorrow, will you go to Tiandi City? Royal Sissy walked into her residence, and said before closing the door, even if you are not sure, I will accompany you. With these words, she gently closed the door and leaned her back against the door. Beiqi gently bit her lips with a sweet smile in her eyes. It feels good to be sent home by someone you like. She was thinking, if Ning Xiaochuan was called into the room at this moment, would he come in? Her heart was beating. When she made up her mind to invite, it was a pity that Ning Xiaochuan had left. Outside the door, there is only a lonely moonlight. The next day, Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Mingsong, Morong Wushuang, Ning Shiner, Yu Sisi, and a group of 5 people headed for Tiandi City. Instead of waiting for the famous sheep to challenge him, it's better to take the initiative to challenge him in Tiandi City. When the students of the 3rd Division Military Academy saw Ning Xiaochuan and others marching towards Tiandi City, the whole 3rd Division Military Academy was boiling. It seems that Ning Xiaochuan is going to take the initiative to challenge Ming Yang, which is too strong. A mental health teacher takes the initiative to go to Tiandi City, which is to overwhelm the famous sheep psychologically. I'm afraid those talented warriors in Tiandi City will be startled. These are good plays. I can't miss this war. I'm going to Tiandi City, too. This little guy is so confident that he went to Tiandi City without telling me. Tut tut. The vice president of the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy also received the news, with a slight hook in the corner of his mouth and his eyes narrowed into a seam. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ning Xiaochuan arrived at Tiandi City, and Ming Yang had entered the Heavenly Palace to practice, so he went straight to Tongxiankyo. After a year of penance and the guidance of the mysterious woman, he wanted to see how much his potential had been stimulated. What level of genius can you reach? After a year, Ning Xiaochuan actually came to Tiandi City again and went directly to Tongtian Bridge. Famous sheep broke through the 6th floor of Tongtian Bridge yesterday, and Ning Xiaochuan may also challenge the 6th floor of Tongtian Bridge this time. Now there is a good play. It will be a battle between dragons and tigers. The warriors in Tiandi City are boiling. After a year, Ming Yang and Ning Xiaochuan are not as famous as they used to be in the Tiandi Academy. They are the current figures in the Tiandi Academy. The arrival of Ning Xiaochuan naturally caused a greater sensation, and many students came to the outside of Tongtian Bridge. The leader of Yunzhong League, Xiaoqing, and the leader of the law enforcement team Han Fu all came in person, which shows that they attach importance to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan has entered the Tongtian Bridge and passed the first 5 floors at a very fast speed. The light column on the Tongtian Bridge lights up almost every 3 breaths. In less than a quarter of an hour, 5 light pillars were lit up in a row, and the light rushed into the sky. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the 6th floor of Tongtian Bridge and met the 6th man in white robe. When the white-robed man saw Ning Xiaochuan, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately, his eyes became dignified and said, "Kill me," and crossed the 6th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Fight. Ning Xiaochuan came to the 6th floor of Tongtian Bridge for the 2nd time. Without any extra language, he directly spread out the colorful movement. The bones of his legs emit colorful light, and his body is like a ghost, just like colorful light flashing in the air. The next moment, he appeared behind the white-robed man. On the palm, it condenses purple mysterious qi, turns the palm into a knife, and cuts it down with a palm knife. Poof. The head of the man in white flew out. Just one move. The body of the white-robed man turned into light rain, condensed into a bright column of light, and rose from the Tongtian Bridge. Congratulations on crossing the 6th floor of Tongtian Bridge. The voice of the man in white came from the pillar of light. Ning Xiaochuan walked directly by the light column and walked towards the 7th floor of Tongtian Bridge. The 7th floor of Tongtian Bridge is a watershed. Once you break through, it proves that you have made achievements in martial arts and can be called a master. It is also stipulated in the Tiandi Academy that anyone who crosses the 7th floor of the Tongtian Bridge can enter and leave the Emperor ruins at will, and even apply for graduation. All students who can graduate from the Tiandi Academy have an extraordinary position in the Yulan Empire. They can be directly appointed as generals in the barracks, or they can choose to enter the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp, or they can go to an important town as an official. Of course, many students choose to stay and continue to practice martial arts in the academy. Ning Xiaochuan came to the 7th floor of Tongtian Bridge at this moment and met the 7th man in white robe. The white-robed man stood in the center of the Tongtian Bridge with his hands on his back, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with eyes like torches, and said leisurely, "The 7th weight of the divine body can rush here. I haven't met a genius like you for a long time, and I really hope you can get through me." Ning Xiaochuan also carried his hands, made his body stand straight, and said, "With my current cultivation, if I break through the 7th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, what level of genius can I become? At least they are geniuses who are hard to meet in 800 years. White-robed humanity. Ning Xiaochuan said, "That is to say, as long as I defeat you, I can ring the bell and ask the master of the school palace to pass? If you really have that strength, the head of the academy will definitely meet you in person." White-robed humanity. Then fight. Ning Xiaochuan was also cautious, because the smell of the white-robed man was far more than the 6th layer of the white-robed man, which made him feel a lot of pressure. The body of the white-robed man squatted slightly, and a mysterious gas appeared behind him, condensing into a 12-meter-high basalt, the body of the turtle, the head of the dragon and snake, and the mysterious gas of the martial arts road was thick and steady. Ning Xiaochuan's hands spread out, and his ribs and his chest became bright. He rushed out 100 sword qi, condensed 100 purple ancient swords, and suspended them on his head. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan's body and 100 purple ancient swords stabbed at the same time, turning into a torrent of sword qi. The white-robed man's arm was raised, and at the same time, the Xuanwu body flew upside down, turning into an ancient armor and shield to resist the withering sword. Boom! 100 purple ancient swords broke one after another, turned into purple xuanqi, and flowed back into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's castration did not decrease, and the fingertips of his index finger bombarded the Xuanwu Duanjia, breaking out a harsh impact. Although the Xuanwu Duanjia was not broken, the white-robed man was shocked back. Ning Xiaochuan went up to fight, and the palm of his right hand constantly bombarded the Xuanwu Duanjia, hitting the virtual shadow of lightning beasts, breaking out lightning all over the sky, beating the white-robed man back constantly. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's momentum was overwhelming, and he hit 17 palms in a row, each of which had the power to pull out rivers and mountains, making the white-robed man only passive defense. Break it! Ning Xiaochuan gathered a sword spirit again, gathered a sword wave, bombarded the basalt armor, and immediately broke this layer of unbreakable armor. The sword qi bombarded the white-robed man and directly flew him out. The white-robed man's chest was punctured by the sword gas, but it was not fatal, it just injured him, Xuanwu's anger. The white-robed man's neck became longer and grew scales, between which were full of blood, like turning into a dragon and snake, and spitting out a hot fireball in his mouth. The diameter of the fireball is 1 meter. Ning Xiaochuan spread out colorful movement, and his body became unpredictable. The fireball thrown out by the white-robed man could not hit him at all. Of course, the destructive power of the fireball is not trivial. It passed Ning Xiaochuan several times and burned a wisp of Ning Xiaochuan's hair. The sun is burning. Ning Xiaochuan, while avoiding, gathered his strength and gathered in the center of his eyebrows, turned into a purple spot of light and made a purple flame. Bang! The purple flame pierced the fireball and bombarded the white-robed man's chest, burning his whole body. Crackling. The body of the white-robed man burned to ashes. The seventh light column on the Tongtian Bridge rose, and the light was quite dazzling, almost spreading throughout the whole Tiandi city. Congratulations, crossing the seventh floor of Tongtian Bridge. The students and teachers outside Tongtian Bridge were shocked beyond measure. They all looked at each other and talked about it one after another. Why is Ning Xiaochuan so powerful? Marquis Yunzhong Yu Wuyang was far inferior to him in those days. Is he really the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven? Famous sheep is so difficult. I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan's talent has stepped into the level of hard to meet in 1,000 years. He can hit the clock and become the first person in history. In the future, he will be crowned Marquis and King, just around the corner. Yu Cixi was standing on the ancient street outside the Tongtian Bridge, her eyes were bright and her skin was soft. Although she felt that Ning Xiaochuan's return this time was different from before, when Ning Xiaochuan broke through the seventh weight of the Tongtian Bridge, she was still violently surprised. Ning Xiaochuan's performance can no longer be described as genius, which is just as good as the true god in his youth. Princess Lanfei wore a blue skirt, a jet black bun, and a pearl the size of a longan around her neck, making her skin particularly white and delicate. She walked into the crowd, her red lips slightly hooked, smiled, and said, "The princess has long seen that Ning Xiaochuan is not in the pool." Today's performance did not disappoint the princess, and she is worthy of being the princess's future son-in-law. Princess Lanfei's eyelashes are long, and her apricot eyes are rippling. She glances at Royal Sissy slightly. Yu Cixi tightened her fingers and bit her lips deeply, knowing that Princess Lanfei was deliberately provoking her, because Yu Cixi and Ning Xiaochuan should have been engaged long ago. It was Yu Cixi who went to ask Yulan the Great Emperor, and this joint marriage was cancelled. And now Ning Xiaochuan's talent is amazing and brilliant, and she has become the treasure that the women of the whole Jade Haze Empire want to rob. Princess Lanfei said this again, which is deliberately sarcastic to Yu Cixi. At the same time, Princess Lanfei had already made it clear that she was going to ask Emperor Yulan to marry Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan really became Princess Lanfei's son-in-law, she would be picked up by Princess Lanfei. Then Royal Sissy would have to cover her quilt and cry. Yu Cixi hated her teeth itching, but she had nothing to do, because it was she who begged Emperor Yulan to cancel the marriage. Now she regretted, yes, it was regret. Not because Ning Xiaochuan's talent is amazing, but because she finds it hard to extricate herself from falling in love with Ning Xiaochuan. If she was given another chance, even if she knew Ning Xiaochuan liked Yu Ningxing, she would never ask Yulan to cancel the marriage. She just wanted to occupy Ning Xiaochuan and was unwilling to share it with any other women. Ning Xiaochuan came out of the Tongtian Bridge without any injury. He looked very calm and indifferent, but he exuded an outstanding temperament, which made people impressed. Ogawa. Yu Cixi turned into a fragrance, directly greeted him, took Ning Xiaochuan's arm, and protected him. She was wary of Princess Lanfei, as if she was deeply afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would be snatched away by Princess Lanfei. Royal Watermelon, what's the matter with you? Ning Xiaochuan felt something was wrong with Yu Cixi. Royal Sissy pouted and said, "Don't call me Watermelon. It's too corny. Call me Sissy." Ning Xiaochuan felt that she was really having a problem. He coughed twice and said, "I just crossed the 7th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. I want to hit the heavenly bell on the heavenly palace." Good. Good. Why did you hit the clock? Royal Sissy blinked her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan said, I promised you Ningxing to redeem her body and let her enter the academy of the Emperor of Heaven to practice. But she is the body of a criminal, and it was Yulan who issued the edict. If you want Yulan to take back the order and investigate the case again, you must come forward from the head of the academy. For this promise, I must hit the bell of heaven. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Yu Cici's pretty face instantly turned pale. Ben Mingnian is really full of disasters, and I firmly believe again. Yesterday, the sad old nine, who should have dressed like a thief, was handcuffed by the police and brought into the police station for questioning, and was not released until the afternoon. Shit, I just went out to buy breakfast, and I was speechless when I met this kind of thing. I was hit by a sudden disaster. Okay, I hate to tell you such a shameful thing, but after all, I didn't update it yesterday, so I'd like to explain it to you. Old Nine is really unlucky recently. Excited. Okay, Old Nine's sad experience is a history of blood and tears. I've worn handcuffs and shackles. It's my first time. It's gone. Don't say too much, it's all tears. I feel that I have a great disaster recently, and I must find a deep mountain old temple to hide from it. If it is a good place, I hope you kind-hearted book friends to introduce it. Finally, I hope you book friends will pity poor old Nine and give more monthly tickets. Tiangong, a palace suspended above clouds, has existed since ancient times. It is said that it was the place where the Emperor of Heaven once lived. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan ascended the heavenly palace step by step, stepping on a ladder, and White Jade ascended the heavenly ladder, reaching outside the magnificent heavenly palace. The heavenly bell is suspended outside the heavenly palace and made of gold and copper, with tadpole characters on its surface. The wind in the distance, blowing out of the heavenly palace, carries a breath of vicissitudes and antiquity. On the east side of the heavenly bell, there is a huge hammer, like a god's halberd, with many strange and mysterious inscriptions. Under the sunlight, those inscriptions burn directly, making the hammer like a pillar of fire. The great wise man of the academy has read through some ancient texts of the heavenly clock. According to the ancient texts, it takes a talent that is difficult to encounter in 800 years to find the track of the heavenly clock with his eyes and knock the heavenly clock. Of course, the heavenly bell once rang by itself. The last time it rang, it was 800 years ago, which led to the change of dynasties in the whole world, thus establishing the Jade Haze Empire. Therefore, no one can say whether it is good or bad when the clock rings. Under the heavenly palace, countless students have gathered, all looking at the heavenly palace, trying to see if Ning Xiaochuan can knock the clock. It is simply the focus of attention. Ning Xiaochuan wrapped his palm with purple dense mysterious air, pressed his fingers towards the hammer, and his fingertips touched the lines on the hammer. Thunderbolt. Lightning and thunder came out of the whole sky, and electric snakes shuttled through the clouds, creating an earth-shaking and magnificent picture. Ning Xiaochuan's arms sank, running his whole body's strength, pressing the bell hammer, hitting the clock. Hum. The clock is ringing. A deep and distant bell came out and spread all over the city of the Emperor of Heaven and the whole imperial ruins. In the Tiandi Academy, the big people who were practicing in seclusion were awakened by the bell, with a surprised look on their faces, shaking the dust on their bodies, and walked out of the seclusion. The bell is not just spread all over the imperial ruins. At this moment, the whole Yulan Empire, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, heard the bell ring continuously, just like the divine bell in heaven, announcing the arrival of a new era. All the warriors of the Jade Orchid Empire were restrained by the bell, and it felt that the Xuanqi of the whole heaven and earth had become different from before. Imperial City, Dajinping Palace. Standing on the high tower of the palace, King Jiu Lin Yuan of Dajinping looked at the direction of the heavenly gate and ordered, the heavenly bell rang. Is it the new will of heaven? Come, go to the imperial ruins and check it for me. Be sure to find out in the shortest time why the heavenly bell rang. Yes. 5 figures flew out of the building and temple behind King de Jinping, knelt under the tower, and then turned into 5 streamers to fly out of the palace to the gate of heaven. Soon, a message was sent back to King Dajinping's mansion. Report back to the Lord. Princess Cece sent back the message that the clock did not ring automatically, but was knocked by someone. Who? King Dajinping's tiger eyes stared, and his body had a momentum of not being angry and self-threatening. Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, it's this boy again. King Dajinping's face was constantly changing, and his eyebrows were gradually relaxed and opened, saying, Today, the palace is hosting a banquet. Go and invite the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion to the banquet. Anyone who knows about King Dajinping knows that King Dajinping will make a big fuss about this matter. At the top of the Fire Demon Mountain, which is thousands of miles away from the imperial city, there is an ancient and broken demon palace. According to legend, this magic palace flew from the sky. At the moment when the clock was struck, the hell soldiers and corpses in the demon palace broke up into wisps of black smoke and disappeared in the demon palace. At the same time, the whole demon mountain shook violently, the earth shook and the mountains shook, and a monstrous sound came out of the demon palace. Boom! The huge heart suppressed by the demon palace forcibly broke the demon palace, flew away with blood light, and got into the body of a medicine farmer who was picking medicine. The medicine farmer's name was Yuni. His thin body was shocked violently, and his eyes became sharp. Then it was like a different person with a frightening momentum, haha. Finally come out again. Immediately, he seemed to find something. With doubts in his eyes, he looked at the strange world in front of him and said to himself, What world is this? After Ning Xiaochuan knocked the clock, he could clearly feel that there was a huge breath recovering in the heavenly palace. Suddenly, the whole world changed, and Ning Xiaochuan felt like he had come to another space-time. Different time and space. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth gently read a sentence. In this space, there is a statue of a man with a sword on his waist. Standing in the center of the square, his eyes twinkled in his pupils and made a deep voice, Ning Xiaochuan, why do you want to ring the bell? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the statue in front of him, bowed slightly, and said, Are you the martial spirit Dharma body of the master of the palace? I wanted to see you, so I rang the bell. The head of the school is the younger martial brother of the mysterious woman, so it is also an antique who has lived for at least 200 years, and is at least 5 or 6 generations higher than Ning Xiaochuan. Originally, I wanted to see me. So your master asked you to ring the bell and wake me up from practice? The main way of the academy. With the cultivation of the master of the academy, it is natural to see that Ning Xiaochuan has the aura of a mysterious woman at a glance, so he feels that Ning Xiaochuan is a disciple of a mysterious woman. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, and immediately said about Ningxing. The master of the school palace was silent for a moment and said, With your current talent and the power of your master, it's not difficult to help a brothel woman redeem herself. If your master came forward, even Emperor Yulan would give her this face. Ning Xiaochuan said, This matter is not just to help a brothel woman redeem herself. It involves the authority of the imperial power and the right or wrong of the holy will. Only by inviting the head of the school palace to come forward, can this matter be solved most fairly. Besides, the case 10 years ago is likely to be an unjust case. Not only Yu Ningxing was the victim, but also my parents died in that case. I hope the master of the school palace can come forward and ask Emperor Yulan to re-investigate the case that year. No one else can do this. Only the master of the school palace can do it, and only you old man can whip Emperor Yulan, because you are the teacher of the emperor. The head of the school said, I once said that if anyone can ring the bell, I will promise to help him realize a request. Since you ring the bell, I will try to help you realize any request you make. Are you sure you want to give up such a good opportunity and just look for the truth of the year? Ning Xiaochuan said without any hesitation, I'm sure. Well, then. I will discuss this matter with Emperor Yulan in person. In addition, I have a royal decree in my hand, which has the right to supervise the imperial power. If the emperor makes a big mistake, the imperial decree can abolish the emperor. Now, I'll lend you this token. A cyan gold token flew out of the mouth of the huge statue and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. This token is particularly heavy, with a special mark of martial arts on it. As long as you put the xianqi into the token, there will be a dazzling brilliance in it, which makes people's eyes unable to open. This is a token of having the power to supervise the emperor, and even the power to abolish the emperor. Ning Xiaochuan held the token in his hands with both hands, and his heart jumped violently, saying, "This. You don't have to be afraid. Although this token has the right to abolish the emperor, it still depends on whose hand it is in, and whether the emperor really made an unforgivable mistake. Therefore, it is in your hand, and it is only a token that allows you to have a say in the court. I lend you this token because you are her disciple. Secondly, I want you to take this token to find out the truth of that year. I believe you have this ability." Ning Xiaochuan put away the imperial order and once again bowed to the master of the school palace, saying, "Thank you, master of the school palace. When I find out the truth 10 years ago, I will send the imperial order back intact. Go." The main way of the academy. Ning Xiaochuan saw a flower in front of him, and then appeared outside the heavenly palace. Standing under the heavenly clock, he was still holding the imperial decree in his hand. It can be seen that he had indeed entered the different time and space just now, and had really seen the master of the school palace. Ning Xiaochuan's fingers gently touched the imperial power order, and his eyes became sharp. With this token, he had the same rights as Emperor Yulan, and could challenge the imperial power. The case of that year will come to the bottom. When I defeat the famous sheep, it is time for me to go out of the Heavenly Emperor Academy to find the truth and challenge the imperial power. Ning Xiaochuan took the imperial order into the Qianquan cloth bag, and then went straight into the heavenly palace. He broke through the 6th and 7th floors of the Tongtian Bridge and was qualified to enter the heavenly palace for 2 days. 2 days in the heavenly palace are equivalent to 2 years in the outside world. Ning Xiaochuan will spend the past 2 years refining the 7th magical power Yun Xia Gui Yuan Qi and breaking through to the 8th weight of the divine body as soon as possible. With the help of the power of the mysterious woman, the first 6 kinds of magic powers, Ning Xiaochuan can refine the magic powers into his bones in just a month, but now he can only rely on himself, and the speed is naturally much slower. It took Ning Xiaochuan a whole year and a half to refine the 7th magical power into the brain bone. Boom! The source of the 8th god turned into an 8th magical power. The stars and the moon are in the same sky. Ning Xiaochuan naturally reached the 8th weight of the divine body. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan's deliberate suppression of the growth of cultivation, the cultivation realm would probably directly rush to the 9th weight of the divine body. Now we can't hit the 9th weight of the divine body. To suppress the realm, refine the 8th divine power first. Only by practicing every realm to the extreme can we lay a solid foundation, step by step, and go further in the martial arts in the future. 2 days later, Ning Xiaochuan came out of the heavenly palace, and his cultivation was only a little short of reaching the peak of the 8th weight of the divine body. Next, he will fight against Ming Yang for the 3rd time. This recommends the book Protect Beauty and Evil Less by the author of the Strength School Light Wind last night. The city is rippling and flowing, which ensures that everyone can't stop. I feel very depressed for 2 days. I will go to Qingqing Mountain to burn incense tomorrow. It is estimated that I can only spend 2 chapters a day for these 2 days, and the time is very unstable. Lao Jiu will adjust his state as soon as possible, get out of the shadow, and write a more wonderful plot. Ning Xiaochuan stayed in the heavenly palace for 2 days, and the whole imperial ruins caused an uproar. The ringing of the clock woke up many antiques that had been closed for decades and asked about the situation one after another. Among them, 2 figures at the level of the dean claimed to accept Ning Xiaochuan as an apprentice, but after learning that Ning Xiaochuan once studied with the mysterious woman, these 2 figures at the level of the dean stopped talking about this matter. At the full moon tonight, the top of Tiandi City. Ming Yang, do you dare to fight? After Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the Temple of Heaven, he stood in the autumn wind and leaves and immediately released this sentence forcefully. As soon as this sentence came out, it was spread all over the Tiandi City, to the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy, the Dragon Elephant Shenwu Camp, and even to the imperial city of Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan is really too strong and has attracted the attention of the public. This is the 3rd duel between Ning Xiaochuan and Ming Yang. The battle between the 2 top geniuses is the frontal collision between Baiming Divine Skill and the most Kendo. Imperial City, Guanyu Building. There are many romantic drinkers gathered here. These martial artists from the north and south of the river and the whole family are talking about it one after another. Wang Yunchong of the Marquis of the Sky picked up a glass of wine and said vividly, "It is said that Ning Xiaochuan was accepted as a disciple by a mysterious expert in the Academy of the Heavenly Emperor. His martial arts cultivation reached the peak, and even knocked the clock of the sky." This event startled the Marquis of the Major Marquis. "I heard that Ning Xiaochuan hit the clock in order to see the master of the school palace, and asked the master of the school palace to help girl Ningxing redeem herself. The master of the academy is the master of King Dajinpeng and Emperor Yulan. Is he such a big man that he will take care of this matter? Take care of it, you have to take care of it. Don't you know? The head of the school once personally promised that if anyone could ring the bell, he would help that person realize a request." The old man of Guanyu Building. Bustard son Yu Yuyan hurried to Yu Ningxing's residence in a tempestuous manner, with a beautiful figure and sexy clothes, and pushed the door open. Oh. Ningxing. Your Xiaochuan is amazing. Unexpectedly, the bell rang. Please help you redeem yourself. Now you are going to live a good life. I guess that when Ning Xiaochuan comes out of the Tiandi Academy, he will come to marry you. In the future, he will marry into the Marquis House of Jiangya and become the Marquis wife. Don't forget the good sister of Guanyu Building. Yu Ningxing gently plays the piano, with soft fingers and skin like snow. Every time you touch your fingertips, it is full of beauty. She was dressed in a chiffon white veil, with a white veil on her face. Her eyes were calm, and there were wisps of white mist flowing around her body, which made her body particularly hazy, and she could only see the extremely soft figure. Sister Yuyan, I have made it very clear to Ning Xiaochuan that he no longer owes me, and I no longer owe him. We are just passers-by now. The voice of Yu Ningxing is soft, like the cry of nightingales, ethereal and long. Ba. Ba. Ning Xiaochuan must be the Duke of Jiangya Duke Mansion, and he will be the Duke of Jiangya Duke Mansion in the future. Where is Jiangya Duke Mansion? It is a place that can call the wind and rain. If you don't marry him, do you still want to stay here in Guanyu Mansion all your life? Women are always young, beautiful and sought after, but women are also old. Listen to my sister's advice, take advantage of your youth and beauty, to find a good family to marry. Ning Xiaochuan is definitely the best choice. In the future, you will be the wife of the Marquis, and it is uncertain that we need you to take care of Guanyu Building. Yu Ningxing sighed faintly, revealing snow-white lips and teeth, and said, I'm just a young woman with a low status. Do you think I can marry into the Marquis? Yes. Must be able. Jade Inkstone Way. Yu Ningxing began to play the piano again, and did not speak again. The sound of the piano is ding-dong, and the Jade Man sings quietly. What pops up is helplessness, and what sings out is loneliness. Outside the Guanyu Building, there was another uproar. The news that Ning Xiaochuan challenged Ming Yang also spread to the imperial city, which once again attracted the attention of many people. For the students of the Tiandi Academy, tonight is definitely a sleepless night. Even many students who have graduated from the Tiandi Academy return to the Emperor Market and are full of expectations for this battle among the top talents of the young generation. Ning Xiaochuan's Northern Hell skill is really as powerful as you say? A student who has graduated from the Tiandi Academy said. This is a magic skill that can absorb other people's blood and mysterious qi. Many people claim that this is the best magic skill in the world and can be compared with the blood-eating magic skill of the Demon Gate. The most kendo is known as the kendo with the first attack power, and I don't know whether it can defeat Baiming Shengong? Ning Xiaochuan is coming. Ning Xiaochuan is coming. Ning Xiaochuan spread his mysterious wings on his back, flew over the gate of Tiandi City, stared at the ancient Tiandi City, unfolded the magic power of Tianlei Hongzhong, and said, "Famous sheep, come out and fight." The moon is full in the sky, and the moonlight falls like water. With a heavy sword on his back, Ming Yang came from the end of the ancient street, taking every step calmly, until he came to the gate of Tiandi City. His body suddenly took off and landed steadily on the opposite side of Ning Xiaochuan. Both of them stood upright, their eyes opposite each other, and their eyes were particularly sharp. The famous sheep said, "A year ago, you used the Xian Beast War Pet to draw with me. This time, you don't plan to use your Xian Beast War Pet? The most kendo depends on the sword in your hand, and the warrior depends on both hands. Xian Beast Zhan Chong is only a friend in battle. Today, I will fight the sword in your hand with both hands." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The sword on the back of the famous sheep trembled slightly and gave out a sharp sword sound. Shua! The épée flew directly out of the scabbard, like a sword rainbow, bursting out a dazzling black light. Ming Yang has practiced in the Heavenly Palace for 6 days, which is equivalent to 6 years in the outside world. Coupled with his strong talent, his combat power is naturally not what it used to be, and it is more terrifying. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the first sword of Ming Yang must be very important, but it was a sword that carried the momentum of the whole body. Phew! The body of Ming Yang is almost integrated with the épée, flying off the ground, as fast as a meteor, and the sword gas stabs the air out of 9 circles, just like breaking 9 holes in space. Ning Xiaochuan propped up the clouds returned to vitality, and a glow formed a ball with a diameter of 9 meters, guarding his body. Bang! The sword of Ming Yang stabbed the Yunxia Guiyuan Qi into a depression, and the tip of the sword had reached the center of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, which could pierce the last layer of light curtain at any time, dividing Ning Xiaochuan's head in 2. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows condensed a bright spot of light, emitting a myriad of rays. The famous sheep's eyes shrunk slightly and suddenly retracted the sword, and the sword breath retreated like a tide. The sun is burning. The whole air became hot, and there were floating purple fires over Tiandi City. A column of light flew through the purple fire, dragging out a long tail. The light column passed under the armpit of the famous sheep, flew straight out, and bombarded an ancient building, making it burn with flames. A colorful column of light flashed past the famous sheep's eyes, and with a slap of the palm knife, it chopped down on his head. Ming Yang didn't panic. He held the épée in his hand, and 9 sword shadows rushed out of the sword, completely guarding his body. Bang! 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 Ning Xiaochuan hit 9 palms in a row and broke the 9-fold sword shadow. When he hit the 10th palm, the famous sheep chopped at Ning Xiaochuan with a sword. Using the palm of Fan Tai to collide with the sword of the most kendo is simply looking for death. Below, the students watching the battle held their breath and pinched a sweat for Ning Xiaochuan, hoping to see how he could resolve the fatal sword of Ming Yang. Ning Xiaochuan opened a pair of wings on his back and flew backward. Thousands of sword qi flew out of his chest ribs, like a sword rain. Bang bang! Ming Yang was too busy to take care of himself. He could only defend passively, so he was naturally unable to pursue Ning Xiaochuan. Someone's mouth uttered an exclamation, saying, Ning Xiaochuan refined the divine power into his ribs and fused it with his body. Can the divine power be cultivated in this way? You can't see it now? You don't see that every magical power of Ning Xiaochuan has been refined into the body and become a part of the body. This is the highest level of martial arts practice. Of course, not everyone can practice to that height. Know why the most kendo is called the first attack power in the same realm? It's because the most kendo also refines the magic power, but Ning Xiaochuan refines the magic power into the bone, and the most kendo refines the magic power into the sword body. If it's about the strength of the magic power, Ning Xiaochuan should be better. However, Mingyang's cultivation has reached the 9th weight of the divine body, and may even reach the peak of the 9th weight of the divine body. It is not easy for Ning Xiaochuan to defeat him. Unless Ning Xiaochuan uses the legendary Biming magic skill. I went back to Tiandi City to watch this battle just to see his mysterious Biming divine skill. Once Biming came out, the world was invincible. The Emperor of Heaven Academy brings together the favored children of the whole world. Each of them is an outstanding person with extraordinary intelligence. They can see who is strong and who is weak, and their analysis is clear. Many people rushed back to the Tiandi Academy just to see Biming divine skill. Because this kind of magical skill has been passed on by the martial arts world of Yulan Empire. Some people even claim that this kind of magical skill has exceeded the blood-eating demon skill of the Demon Gate. Some time ago, there were also talented people and peerless demons in the Demon Gate who spoke to challenge Ning Xiaochuan's Biming divine skill. Once Ning Xiaochuan left the imperial ruins, they would take the initiative to come to the door. 10,000 swords melt into rain. Lightning thunder beast. The sun is burning. Ning Xiaochuan played dozens of magical powers in a row, and the strength in his body seemed to be inexhaustible, which made the famous sheep impenetrable. Mingyang just had a sword in his hand, breaking all the magical powers played by Ning Xiaochuan, but it was not as calm as before. He also felt hard, and the mysterious qi in his body was consumed very quickly. What Ning Xiaochuan cultivates is the mysterious gas. The power of a wisp of mysterious gas is comparable to 100 wisps of mysterious gas of martial arts, so Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of the consumption of mysterious gas at all. The most worldly sword. The famous sheep pinched the sword formula with his fingers, and his body completely matched the épée, and a sword wave rose up. A sword stabbed past, and a barrier appeared in the void, like a mirror, with many ripples, as if the space had been knocked open. For the last 2 days, ask for the last monthly ticket. If the monthly ticket is not used this month, it will be gone next month. Kneel down and beg. The sharp sword chi rushed to my face, forming a huge torrent. The sword formula in the most kendo, the most worldly sword. The stars and the moon are in the same sky. Ning Xiaochuan's hand scattered dark clouds, propped up the stars, and a round of silver crescent emerged, floating in the starlight, and then cut towards the sword. This is Ning Xiaochuan's 8th innate magic power. In the Yulan Empire, it is possible to produce a warrior who cultivates the 8th innate magic power every hundreds of years, which not only represents a very high talent, but also represents the particularity of the 8th innate magic power. The 8th kind of innate supernatural powers, almost all of which are very powerful, have become the supernatural powers on the Tianding supernatural powers list. Ning Xiaochuan's stars and moons in the same sky covers a space of tens of meters, where stars and the moon coexist. Boom! The crescent moon and the sword chi broke at the same time and turned into wisps of mysterious fog. Shwa! Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful light, broke through the mysterious fog, and slammed his palm at the famous sheep, hitting the famous sheep's protective sword gang. The body-protecting sword gang shook violently, and burst out a rush force. With a violent shock, the blood gas in the body of the famous sheep flew backward and fell on a blue-gray, tall building 20 feet away. Ning Xiaochuan spread a pair of long wings on his back, walked against the wind, pursued the victory, condensed a purple xuanqi sword in his hand, waved the sword and cut down. Boom! The tall building at the foot of Mingyang was chopped in half by Ning Xiaochuan's sword. In the middle of the tall building, a shocking sword mark was left. The famous sheep retreated again, flew out smoothly, and fell in the middle of the ancient street. He said faintly, "Is this all your strength? If you don't use beiming magic, you won't have a chance." Really? Ning Xiaochuan fell on a vermilion cornice above, with a relaxed expression on his face and a xuanqi sword in his hand, with a cold look in his eyes. The famous sheep inserted the épée on the ground, and the light spots appeared in the skin of his body. The breath of martial arts on his body gradually rose, and his skin became brighter and brighter, which was almost carved from divine jade. Crackle! With the tip of the épée as the center, there are fine cracks in the bluestone on the ground. The cracks gradually expanded, becoming wider and longer, making this ancient street into fragments. Boom! A surge of sword gas rushed out of the sword and turned into a shadow of a giant sword more than 20 meters long. The strength of the famous sheep suddenly expanded 5 times, and the momentum was frightening. He lifted the huge sword and chopped it towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to protect himself from the return of clouds and clouds, but it was still difficult to stop the sword gas. His body was hit and flew out, knocked down 3 ancient buildings, and fell into the ruins. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan flew upside down from the ragged ruins and stood on a piece of grey rotten wood. His body was full of fine sword wounds, dripping blood. His eyes stared at the famous sheep coldly. This is the power of secularity. Not far away, the 3 powerful old students all clearly saw the sword, looked at each other with a look of horror in their eyes. Is it true that famous sheep have broken through to the realm of immortality? It's very normal. Mingyang's talent is already high. It's not surprising that he has been practicing in the heavenly palace for 6 days and can reach the realm of secularity. The 3 old students said. No, it's not so easy to break through the vulgarity realm. Mingyang is just beginning to get rid of vulgarity now. If you want to completely reach the vulgarity realm, you have at least 1 year of cultivation. At the gate of Tiandi City, slowly came in a huge dark shadow. After approaching, I saw her true face. She was riding on the back of a dragon elephant, holding a dragon elephant halberd gun in her hand, wearing a pair of red armor, blue hair and blue eyes, and her body had a breath of cold sweat. The people of the dragon elephant Shenwu camp are also here. In the dark, someone was whispering. She is from Yun Zhongho's mansion and the second disciple of Yun Zhongho. It's her. No wonder her power is so threatening. Ji Hanqing sat on the back of the dragon elephant, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and Mingyang in the distance, thinking secretly, will Ning Xiaochuan be the opponent of Mingyang who has begun to get rid of vulgarity? It shows that the martial artist has reached the threshold of being free from vulgarity. This means that you have reached another height in martial arts. Even if you haven't really entered the realm of secularity, your combat power has increased several times than before. The famous sheep is carrying a épée, and the light on his body is integrated with the light of the sword. Shwa. The épée flew out of his hand directly, turned into a stegosaurus, and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan with open teeth and claws. The sharp tip of the sword pointed directly at Ning Xiaochuan's throat. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes did not have the slightest look of fear, launched the martial arts magic of colorful movement, turned his body into a rainbow bridge of 7 colors, and took off, spanning a distance of 10 feet. That épée followed like a shadow. No matter how fast Ning Xiaochuan was, it could catch up immediately. He has begun to get rid of vulgarity. You won't be his opponent. Become my knife slave, and I can immediately give you strength to kill him with a knife. The sound of the emperor's blade came from the Xuanzhou Jian in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Shut up. Ning Xiaochuan's body took off and fell over the city of the Emperor of Heaven. He spread his wings and flew over the clouds. Phew! The épée came directly through the clouds, and a sword pierced Ning Xiaochuan's jaw with a sharp sword spirit. Ning Xiaochuan quickly stretched out his hand, grabbed the handle of the épée, and his body was taken out by the épée. Ning Xiaochuan's arm bones and the magic power of the lightning beast are integrated into one, and they have quite strong power. Hundreds of flashes of lightning appear from Ning Xiaochuan's palm to suppress the sword spirit on the sword body. Ming Yang's face changed slightly, and he could clearly feel that the sword qi on the épée was weakening. The most important thing for Kendo monks is the sword in their hands. With swords in their hands, they are the first to attack in the same realm. Without swords in their hands, they are the weakest in the same realm. Ming Yang didn't know how Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the sword spirit of the épée. However, he knew that once Ning Xiaochuan took away the épée, he would be defeated today. Close! The famous sheep shouted loudly, and 9 sword souls emerged behind him. He mobilized his strength and began to take back the épée. Ning Xiaochuan was carried around by the power of the épée, knocked down the column, broke the wall, cut off the trunk, and his body was scarred. Ning Xiaochuan uses the power of the magic sword to subdue the épée. He wants to take Ming Yang's sword as his own sword. Even if the most kendo is strong, in front of the magic sword, you can still surrender obediently. Suppress it. Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, and the magic sword in his body ran frantically, forcibly absorbing the sword gas on the épée. The épée vibrated violently in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, which made Ning Xiaochuan's arm ache, but he just couldn't break away from Ning Xiaochuan's hand. The famous sheep rushed directly to win back the épée, regardless of anything else. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan held the épée in both hands, waved it out with one sword, cut out a large blade, left a deep blood mark on the chest of the famous sheep, and cut him out. Ning Xiaochuan stabbed at the heart of the famous sheep with a sword. However, the épée shook violently again, struggling constantly, trying to break free from his hands and fly out. Ning Xiaochuan once again mobilized the power of the magic sword to suppress the épée. Seeing this opportunity, Ming Yang slapped Ning Xiaochuan with his palm. Although he lost his sword, his cultivation is still deep and he has the power to cut mountains and cliffs. Ning Xiaochuan slapped the famous sheep out and made him fall into the abandoned wasteland. The famous sheep who lost his sword did not threaten Ning Xiaochuan at all, just like a wolf who lost his sharp teeth. Zheng! Ning Xiaochuan suddenly inserted the épée into the ground, held it with one hand, and hit the famous sheep with a wave of killing sword with the other hand. Poof! The famous sheep's chest was punctured by the annihilation sword wave, leaving a blood hole in his body. His body flew out again and hit the wall. His hair was scattered and extremely embarrassed. He got up with a strong chill in his eyes, leaving the blood on his body. Blood turns into a sword. The mysterious qi inside the famous sheep forced more blood out of the body, spilled all over the ground, and gathered into blood pits. These blood gathered into a sword shape and turned into a blood sword. The breath of the blood sword is even stronger than the sword. This is the last trick of the most kendo friars. Every drop of blood in the body is like a sword. As long as enough blood flows, it can be merged into a blood sword. Above the sky, a blood cloud appeared, covering half of Tiandi City. This is the blood cloud formed by the influence of sword qi. Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel the changes in Ming Yang, and secretly said, Ming Yang's talent is also extremely outstanding. If I forced him to step into a secular state, it would be difficult to beat him today. Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to use the power of the magic sword again, but he shouted loudly, Northern Hell magic skill. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his palm and formed a vortex. On the ground, the blood sword that was still condensed suddenly scattered, and the blood gas flew towards Ning Xiaochuan's palm, flowed into Ning Xiaochuan's pores, and absorbed into the magic sword. Biming magic has always been just a cover, which is the way Ning Xiaochuan used to cover up the magic sword. But other martial artists don't think so. They firmly believe that biming magic really exists, and Ning Xiaochuan finally began to perform this kind of heaven and earth magic. The blood gas on the ground flows into Ning Xiaochuan's body madly. Bang! The blood sword that was about to condense into shape directly collapsed and became Ning Xiaochuan's tonic. Looking at the wisps of blood flying into Ning Xiaochuan's body, Ming Yang's eyes were full of despair, and his mouth gave a long roar. His body was incarnated into a sword, and a sword hit Ning Xiaochuan. Dying. Ning Xiaochuan held the épée in both hands, cut it down with a sword, broke the protective sword gang on Ming Yang's body, and the sword edge wiped his cheek. The sword edge cut into the body, cutting off the collarbone of Ming Yang. Poof! Fresh blood splashed Ning Xiaochuan's face. Ning Xiaochuan is about to wield his sword again and kill the famous sheep to eliminate future troubles forever. Leave people under the sword. Above the sky, a huge palm print flew down, grabbed the famous sheep and took it away. Ning Xiaochuan's sword cut into the air and cut on the ground, leaving a scar dozens of meters long on the ground. There are still the last 24 hours. Ask for the last monthly ticket. Tomorrow, Lao Jia will have at least 3 chapters. If there are many monthly tickets, you can have 4 chapters. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly restrained the épée, raised his head and looked at the huge palm above, and said in a cold voice, "This is the battle between me and famous sheep, and no one can participate." Yan, the deputy hospital master, rose from the ground, flew to the high building, hugged Ming Yang's, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with an iron face, and said, "Ming Yang has been defeated. This battle is over. Please return Ming Yang's magic sword." Ning Xiaochuan sighed slightly in his heart. It was the deputy hospital owner again. It seemed that he could not kill a famous sheep today. This is also a matter of no choice. The Tiandi Academy will not let Ning Xiaochuan kill a top genius like Ming Yang at will. This is a huge loss for the Tiandi Academy. Since he was defeated by me, his sword is my booty. If you want his sword back and let him defeat me by himself, I will naturally return it to him. Ning Xiaochuan walked away with the épée, and even the deputy hospital owner did not give face at all. Yan's 5 fingers tightened and his eyes were about to burst out flames, but after thinking of the identity of the mysterious woman, he finally restrained himself and didn't fight Ning Xiaochuan. There is a mysterious woman to support Ning Xiaochuan. Anyone who wants to move Ning Xiaochuan must first weigh their weight. Defeating Ming Yang means that Ning Xiaochuan has become the leader of this session and has the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Palace for 7 days. Ning Xiaochuan didn't go to the Heavenly Palace immediately, but first went to the Sutra Cave, read the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Xuanqi, and firmly wrote down the cultivation methods of the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Xuanqi, before going to the Heavenly Palace. On the 6th floor of the mysterious Qi of Heaven and Earth, the speed of absorbing the mysterious Qi is 32 times. On the 7th floor of the mysterious Qi of Heaven and Earth, the speed of absorbing the mysterious Qi is 64 times. The more you go, the more difficult it is to raise every level, but every level can change dramatically. If you can cultivate to the 7th floor of the mysterious Qi of Heaven and Earth, then this kind of cultivation skill of Rotten Street will immediately become a skill at the level of divine skill scripture. Because many martial masters absorb Xuanqi at a speed of only 60 or 70 times. Ning Xiaochuan entered the Heavenly Palace again and began to practice. This time, I have more abundant time and 7 days of cultivation time. The space-time of Tiangong is different from the outside world, like an independent small world. First day. Ning Xiaochuan began to refine the 8th kind of magic power, the stars and the moon are in the same sky, and refined this kind of magic power into the bone of his left hand. The right arm is lightning beast, and the left arm is stars and moon in the same sky. The second day. Ning Xiaochuan completely refined the eighth magical power, and the martial arts realm gradually moved towards the eighth peak of the divine body. Can the ninth divine source be born? In Yulan Empire, no one has ever been able to cultivate the ninth divine source, and no one has been able to cultivate the ninth innate divine power. The martial artist who can cultivate the ninth innate divine power is called the great perfection of the ninth divine power, which represents the extreme of the divine body realm. Only the young true gods in the era of gods can cultivate the great perfection of the ninth divine power. Ning Xiaochuan naturally is also extremely eager to reach that realm. Boom! A thin thread appears in the body and gathers together to form a divine source at the position of the heart. Ning Xiaochuan was extremely excited. Succeed! Succeed! The ninth divine source. The ninth divine source actually converges at the heart. At the moment, it is still unstable, and it is simply impossible to determine what kind of martial magic it is. Ning Xiaochuan began to cultivate the ninth divine power with all his strength. I don't know how long he had practiced it. His divine power turned into the ninth divine power. Shua shua. The sun and the moon are on the same day. A scorching sun and a full moon are suspended around the heart and rotate around the heart to form a pattern of Tai Chi Yin and Yang. The scorching sun is Yang, and the full moon is Yin. Yin and Yang coexist, and the sun and moon are the same day. This is the ninth magical power of Ning Xiaochuan. The ninth magical power, the sun and the moon are in the same sky, is more powerful than the eighth magical power, the stars and the moon are in the same sky, which represents an extreme of martial arts. After the era of apotheosis, few people have been able to achieve the great perfection of the nine gods, and Ning Xiaochuan has now achieved it. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to refine the ninth magic power with all his strength. He wanted to refine the ninth magic power directly into the heart and become an integral whole with the heart. This can not only make the ninth supernatural power more powerful, but also better protect Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Refine the scorching sun into the blood orifices and the full moon into the heart orifices. Once Ning Xiaochuan turns Xuanqi, the divine power will automatically turn into a yin-yang diagram, and automatically absorb the Xuanqi between heaven and earth to expand itself. It took another day for Ning Xiaochuan to practice the ninth divine power to Mahayana, reaching the peak of the divine body realm and the divine body extreme realm after the era of apotheosis. Now, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power has far exceeded that of Ming Yang. Even if Ming Yang has a sword in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan can slap him to fly. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to take advantage of this excellent cultivation opportunity to hit the secular realm at one stroke, but found that no matter how hard he worked, it was difficult to make any further progress in cultivation. When you encounter a bottleneck, you can't break through it just by practicing. To reach the realm of immortality, we need to fight constantly, hover between life and death, grow up in the battle, and understand the truth of immortality in the battle. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the bone bead in his hand and began to cultivate the seventh layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, hoping to increase the speed of his absorption of the mysterious qi to 64 times. However, Ning Xiaochuan spent a whole day, and it was only to cultivate the seventh layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth to the entry level, so it was difficult to make any improvement. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing and put away the bone beads. It seems that he has really reached the bottleneck. If he wants to break through again, he must have more experience. Cultivation alone can't make progress. Cultivation is like constantly pouring water into a small bottle. The more water you pour, the higher your accomplishments. However, the water in Ning Xiaochuan's bottle has reached the mouth of the bottle and can no longer be filled. If you want to fill more water, you can only change a larger bottle. This is the bottleneck. Ning Xiaochuan only practiced in the heavenly palace for 5 days, But he still resolutely walked out of the heavenly palace and didn't want to continue wasting time in the heavenly palace. For the remaining 2 days, Ning Xiaochuan plans to use it again in the future. Famous sheep have been defeated by you. What are your plans next? UCC sat on the edge of the table, with a gentle smile on her face, and handed Ning Xiaochuan an emerald cup filled with fragrant tea. Ning Xiaochuan picked up his teacup, took a sip gently, and said, I'm going to leave the Tiandi Academy, go out for training, and look for the truth of the case 10 years ago. The truth 10 years ago? Emperor Yulan has issued a decree to punish the sinners at that time. Now you overturn the case, you are challenging Emperor Yulan and the imperial power. Royal Sissy said with a tone of advice. Even if Wu Zun dares to challenge the imperial power, there is only a dead end, not to mention that Ning Xiaochuan is far inferior to Wu Zun. Ning Xiaochuan said, the case 10 years ago is about the death of my parents. I have to check it. Yu Cixi sighed bitterly and said, I'm afraid you're also for Yu Ningxing. She was also the victim of the criminal case 10 years ago. In fact, in this way, your fate is really similar to hers. No wonder you love her so much, which may be sympathizing with each other. Ning Xiaochuan could hear the sour taste in Yu Cixi's words, but he didn't want to explain anything. He said, I promised her that I would redeem her. Even if it was against the imperial power, I would never frown. Royal Sissy tightly pursed her lips. I also sent people to investigate the case 10 years ago. 10 years ago, your father Ning Qianni led 700,000 troops to attack the General Altar 9 Death Cliff of the blood-devouring Demon Gate. At that time, Hou Wuyang in the Cloud and Yu Ningxing's father Mo Longting were in the army and listened to your father's orders. But Ning Qianni and Mo Longting had an affair with the Demon Gate and sold the whereabouts of the army, resulting in 700,000 troops dying under the 9 Death Cliff. This case directly led to the execution of your father and mother. Generals Wadue, Molongting, the whole family was sent to the border, and the women in the family were demoted to prostitutes. Yu Ningxing was sold into the Guanyu building at that time. At that time, her name was Mo Ningxing, and she was only 7 years old. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his fist tightly and said, I already know the truth of this public case, and there are human witnesses. It is enough to bring down the hypocrite Yu Wuyang and give justice to my father and Mo Longting's family. Ning Xiaochuan still trusted Yu Cixi, so he told her about it without hesitation. Yu Cixi shook her head and said, Ogawa, I know you are very intelligent and talented. But after all, you don't understand the pattern of the imperial court and the minds of the strategists. Do you think Yu Wuyang was really able to cover up the sky? Was he really able to call the wind and the rain? He resisted the Jiangheho's house and forced his parents and children to death. At least 10 years ago, Yu Wuyang didn't have such great skills. Behind him was a big man, who was the culprit in planning the whole case. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly. Yu Cixi continued, over the past 10 years, Yu Wuyang's power has grown more than 100 times, and has really been able to call the wind and rain. Do you know why? Yulanda. Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan's face became more severe. That's right. 10 years ago, except for Emperor Yulan, who dared to attack the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, only Emperor Yulan can make the old Marquis of the Jianghe Marquis house swallow their anger. Yu Wuyang is just a sharp knife in the hand of Emperor Yulan. Emperor Yulan had long had the intention to deal with the kings and princes, to reduce the rights of the princes, but if he directly deprived the rights of the princes, it would certainly cause a huge rebound, and even make his throne unprotected, so he could only use a more gentle method. Of course, all this is only the guess of Yu Cixi and Ning Xiaochuan now, and there is no evidence at all. Moreover, once their conversation today is spread, both of them will lose their heads. Yu Cixi breathed out a deep breath and said, so, if you want to overturn the case of that year, it's not enough to have a witness alone. You also need more sufficient evidence, which is so sufficient that Emperor Yulan can't refute. Where are you going to start the investigation first? Ning Xiaochuan gently played with the cup in his hand, his eyes sharp, and said, Magic Gate Altar, 9 Death Cliff. Ning Xiaochuan left the imperial ruins this morning. In the law enforcement hall, a law enforcement warrior wearing armor and hanging a broad-back broadsword on his waist was half kneeling on the ground and said to Han Fu sitting above. Han Fu's eyes were cold, stood up, and his 5 fingers made a cluck sound. Ning Xiaochuan's beaming divine skill is the best skill in the world. If I can get it, I can become the first person in the world within 10 years. Wu Zhe, who was half kneeling on the ground, was Han Fu's confidant, named Sun Haixing, and was the 4th person in the law enforcement team. Sun Haixing said, There is a mysterious woman protecting him in the imperial ruins, and no one dares to touch him, but out of the imperial ruins, he is nothing. Do you want me to catch him and torture the cultivation method of Baiming Shengong? Han Fu's face sank. You are just a decoration when you are the Marquis of Jianghe? Outside the imperial ruins, if the Marquis of Jianghe wants to kill you, you can die in minutes. Sun Haixing's face changed slightly, and he dared not say more. Han Fu then said, It is not so simple for Ning Xiaochuan to leave the imperial ruins this time. It is said that he is going to investigate a public case 10 years ago. He is not timid. If he dares to move this case, he is not afraid to be crushed. The case 10 years ago. Sun Haixing said. Don't worry about the case 10 years ago, and you'd better not know. Han Fu's face sank and said, My identity is special. Once I leave Tiandi City, I will definitely be noticed. This matter still needs to be handled by you. It's best to rush in front of the Marquis in the clouds. The Marquis in the clouds also wants to capture the Northern Ming divine skill. Sun Haixing was slightly surprised. Han Fu smiled coldly and said, How many people in the world don't want to capture Baiming divine skill? I see. I'll take someone to chase Ning Xiaochuan now. Sun Haixing's face showed a fierce look, and then he retreated. When he came to the door, Han Fu's cold voice came from the law enforcement hall. If you get the Baiming divine skill, won't you hide your cultivation? Hearing this, Sun Haixing's heart trembled violently, and then smiled, I don't have that kind of talent. Only the captain can cultivate this level of magic. Han Fu smiled coldly and stopped talking. Ning Xiaochuan has broken through the 7th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, and naturally can enter and leave the imperial ruins at will. After returning to the imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan immediately went to the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan's return to the Marquis of Jianghe naturally caused quite a stir. All the servants of the whole family came out to meet him. The bodyguards, servant girls, housekeepers, knelt down in a large area, and many of them were martial artists, beside the Marquis of Jianghe. Look, it's really Ning Xiaochuan coming back. It's said that he has defeated Ming Yang and become the leader of the Emperor of Heaven Academy. It's really a long face for the Marquis of Jianghe. I heard that the old Marquis has always been proud of him. Every time he meets with dignitaries, he has to carry him out and praise him. It's really a face. I heard that he also rang the bell, causing a sensation all over the world. I heard that he got the advice of an expert surnamed Shuang. He not only cured his fetal disease, but also taught him a supreme skill. That's why he made such achievements today. The female dependents of the Marquis, Miss Qianjin, all hid behind the rockery or behind the column, watching Ning Xiaochuan walk into the Marquis of Jianghe from a distance, and were whispering, telling Ning Xiaochuan's legends of the past year. Ning Xiaochuan is now almost 18 years old, with a dignified aura and bright eyes. He is like a handsome young man. Naturally, he fascinates the cousins, and aunts in the Marquis house, and they all look like flower lovers. This was absolutely impossible 2 years ago. Ning Xiaochuan took the lead in meeting the old Marquis. The old Marquis was sitting in the study, with a small bronze tripod on the table, which emitted wisps of fragrant smoke. Although the old man is already in his 80s, he is still in high spirits. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming in, he just glanced lightly, and his eyes shrunk slightly, the ninth weight of the divine body. The old Marquis's heart was naturally startled, but living to his age, he had been able to control his emotions, and naturally his face would not show it. Ning Xiaochuan hugged his fist, bowed and said, "I want to know the truth. 10 years ago. Why did my parents die in the ancestral hall of Hofu?" The old Marquis seemed to have known that one day, stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, put down the scroll in his hand, and said, "Even if you don't ask me, I've long decided that when you come out of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, it's time to tell you the truth. 10 years ago, your father Ning Qianni led 700,000 troops to fight against the general altar of the Demon Gate and vowed to exterminate the Demon Gate. However, because of your mother, your father secretly passed the deployment and march of the army to the Demon Gate, resulting in the total annihilation of 700,000 troops. It's reasonable to say that the whole Jiangnan Marquis house will be copied and beheaded, but your Majesty's kindness only killed your father and mother, and did not hold the whole Jiangnan Marquis house responsible." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "No, this is not the truth. I want to know the truth. This is the truth." The old Marquis's tiger eyes stared, and a vast breath of Wuzun erupted from his body, trying to frighten Ning Xiaochuan. The truth behind this matter is too much involved. The Marquis doesn't want Ning Xiaochuan to continue to pursue it, which will harm him and ruin his great future, so he wants to intimidate him. Ning Xiaochuan also broke out a momentum of Wuzun, competing with the old Marquis, and said, "Since you don't tell me the truth, I can only trace it myself." Ning Xiaochuan clenched his fist and turned out of the study. A deeper surprise flashed in the eyes of the old Marquis. I didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to have such a strong spirit, and he could behave so calmly under his pressure. What wonderful adventure did this boy get? Finally, he could only sigh deeply, knowing that he could not stop Ning Xiaochuan. Outside the door, a sharp voice came, "The imperial edict is coming." The old Marquis frowned slightly, walked out of the door, and saw 8 eunuchs in the palace outside the door. Among them, the eunuch standing in front, dressed in a green dove-colored palace dress, with white eyebrows, wrinkles on his face, slightly high cheekbones, holding a golden imperial edict in his hand, nodded and smiled softly at the old Marquis. The servants and family members of the whole Marquis of the Sword Pavilion knelt on the ground, and behind the distant towers and temples, they also knelt down. In front of the imperial power, no one dare not kneel. Of course, princes cannot kneel, but they also need to bow down. Who are you? Why don't you kneel? Don't you know that seeing the imperial edict is like seeing the Holy Emperor? A eunuch with high martial arts cultivation stared at Ning Xiaochuan viciously, and white xuanqi condensed between his fingers. Ning Xiaochuan didn't kneel down, so he carried his hands on his back and said faintly, "I don't kneel to anyone." Bold. You dare to despise the imperial power and ignore the emperor. This is a capital crime. Come on, drag me down and beat me to death. The eunuch holding the imperial edict naturally knew the origin of Ning Xiaochuan, but his heart was still quite angry. Even if you are the current crown prince, you must kneel when you see the imperial edict, and no one can make a special exception. Boom. An old eunuch in his 50s rushed out of his body with a cold breath. His palm was wrapped in xuanqi, and he cut it towards Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Ning Xiaochuan took out the imperial order and almost printed it on the face of the old eunuch. After seeing the imperial order in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, the old eunuch's face, which was already very pale, became paler, shivered all over, and knelt on the ground. Except for the eunuch holding the imperial edict, all the other eunuchs knelt down in unison. Joking, this is the imperial power order. There is only one piece in the world. It has the authority to abolish the emperor, which represents the imperial power of the extreme way. The eunuch holding the imperial edict was also scared to turn pale. The imperial power order has always been in the hands of the master of the academy. Now how has it changed to Ning Xiaochuan's hands? If Ning Xiaochuan stole the imperial decree from the master of the academy, I'm afraid no one in the world will believe it. Then there is only one explanation: the master of the academy passed the imperial decree to Ning Xiaochuan. This is a pretty terrible signal. Once the news gets out, I'm afraid there will be another big earthquake in the imperial city. The eunuch holding the imperial edict looked at the saint in his hand, and finally understood something in his heart, and said, "The emperor ordered that, 10 years ago, the case of Ning Qianni was full of doubts. Today, the lone general sent the dragon elephant Shenwu camp to thoroughly investigate the case of that year again. Marquis, take the order. The emperor has been brooding about the matter 10 years ago, and now he ordered a thorough investigation of the case of that year. This shows the emperor's love for your sword pavilion, Marquis." The old marquis frowned slightly, but his heart became confused. It has been more than 10 years. Moreover, Emperor Yulan would never take the initiative to investigate this matter again. Who has such a huge energy, forcing Emperor Yulan to investigate this case again? Thank Lord Lanzhen. The old marquis took the imperial edict, glanced slightly at Ning Xiaochuan, fixed on the imperial order in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and immediately knew it. Ning Xiaochuan was delighted that the head of the school palace was worthy of being the head of the school palace. The promise he made was actually fulfilled so quickly. The imperial city is the most prosperous place of Yulan Empire, and also the place where martial artists gather most, including street lamp restaurant, home and martial mansion, and gambling house, Qing building, even at night, is also the busiest place in the world. On the streets, you can see martial artists coming to the north and south of the river at any time, including princes and princes from other dynasties and kingdoms tens of thousands of miles away. This is a place full of dreams and cruel realities. Ning Xiaochuan walked alone in the ancient street, thinking about where he should start. Unconsciously, he walked outside the Guanyu building. In his ear, there was a beautiful and moving piano sound, which deeply attracted him, so he stopped and looked into the Jade Viewing Building. For the last 6 hours, ask for a monthly ticket. The Jade Viewing Building at night is as lively as ever, with bright lights hanging high, martial artists with swords on their backs, princes and grandsons with servants, and mysterious people in black robes who don't want to be known often go in and out of the Jade Viewing Building. Outside the door of Guanyu Building, there were 6 beautiful women, rouge white, wearing pink gauze, just covering the most important parts of the body. Their chest, waist and were exposed unscrupulously, and each action was teasing men's nerves. How many of the men who passed by the Guanyu Building were not attracted by them? In the Jade Observation Building, all kinds of people gathered. When Ning Xiaochuan walked into the Guanyu Building, the whole Guanyu Building was quiet, and his eyes were fixed on him. A grandson in a golden dress, holding a glass of wine in one hand and a plump woman in the other hand, with a disdainful expression on his face. Who is this person? You don't even know him? Next to him, a warrior leaned over the prince's ear and whispered. Poof! The wine in that grandson's mouth directly spurted out. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him slightly. The prince's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly smiled. Then he sat in his position, silently, afraid to say more. This is a murderer. He can kill dozens of talented masters in the Tiandi Academy, and he can live in peace. This is not something that a mere dandy can afford to provoke. Ouch! This is not the leader of the Tiandi Academy. The little marquis of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. What brings you here today? The old man of Guanyu Building. Buster Jade Inkstone immediately came up, with plump chest and buttocks, slender jade waist, provocative eyebrows and eyes, and directly grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's arm. Ning Xiaochuan stood straight, without any unnecessary nonsense, and said, I want to see Miss Ningxing. Yes. I know. Go, I'll take you to meet your Ningxing girl. The Jade Inkstone gave a beautiful smile. After Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Yuyan left the lobby, there was an immediate sensation here. Ning Xiaochuan actually came to see the Jade Building. Ning Xiaochuan is the first genius of today's Yulan Empire, and Ning Xing is the first beauty of our imperial city. If they are together, they can really be regarded as talents and beauties. But this is impossible. Ning Xiaochuan is destined to become the future Duke of the Sword Pavilion, while Yu Ningxing is destined to stay in Qinglu all his life. No one can change this outcome. Look at each other, but can't stay together. Why can't this be celebrated for thousands of years? Two men sat on the second floor of Guanyu Building. One of the men was wearing a black robe, with no hair on his head and an iron ring on his ears. He was very fat with thick eyebrows. He held a big fat duck in his hand and said, "This boy is Ning Xiaochuan?" Qua qua. It's him. The most prosperous young master in Yulan Empire today, and the leader of the Tiandi Academy. Sitting opposite is also a young man, but he looks much handsome, with a kind of heroism in his eyebrows. In particular, those hands are very delicate, and each nail is trimmed neatly, just like a woman's hand. The fat man said, even if he is the leader of the Tiandi Academy this time, it's not a big deal. The world is vast, there are many strange people, and the cultivation of martial arts is strong, but there are a lot of young masters who didn't go to the Tiandi Academy. The students who came out of the Tiandi Academy are just showy, and if they really want to fight for life and death, it's too far away. What? Do you want to meet him? The handsome man laughed. The fat man laughed and said, Hey. I've heard that his beaming divine skill is quite powerful. If I don't fight with him, who knows if he won't earn a false reputation? It's up to you. Anyway, what we should do in the imperial city has been done. You can make any trouble. The handsome man slowly picked up the glass, put it on his lips, and gently took a sip. Yuningsheng's residence is planted with many flowers and plants, among which the most eye-catching one should be begonia, with delicate flowers and fragrant flowers. It still looks quiet and elegant here. Compared with the outside, it's like two completely different worlds. In the piano building covered by white curtains, there was an elegant and beautiful sound of the piano, with a touch of mystery in the sound, which made the air cold and condensed into snowflakes, like goose feathers flying down one after another. Hearing the footsteps outside, the piano stopped. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to push the door and go in, but because the piano stopped, his hand was also in midair. You finally came again. Inside, there was a soft woman's voice, fresh and ethereal, just as beautiful as the piano sound just now. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Don't you want to see me? I wrote you a letter and told you that you no longer owe me, and we have been settled. Why do you want to come again?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "The content of the letter I saw is not like this. It's a poem." A poem? Jia. Ning Xiaochuan pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "Hate you is not like Jiang Luiyue, north-southwest-east, north-southwest-east, only with no separation. Hate you is just like Jiang Luiyue, temporarily full also loss, temporarily full also loss, when will you be reunited?" Yu Ningxing sat behind the bead curtain, with a veil, as quiet as a virgin, gently sighed and said, "How did you know?" Ning Xiaochuan took out the letter again and said, "Even if the watermark on the back of the envelope is dry, it can't change the fact that it was written there." Yu Ningxing's fingers gently touched the strings, and Bei's teeth bit his lips, so he stopped saying a word. The whole room became quiet. Even if a needle fell on the ground, you could clearly hear the sound. I saw crabapple flowers outside. I didn't see them when I came last time. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what to say, so he said casually. Yu Ningxing said, "It was Yu Yan who sent it. She said that the flowers in Haitang Manor were particularly beautiful. She originally wanted to invite me to visit Haitang Manor, but I didn't go, because I was afraid of being misunderstood. So she sent a lot of Haitang, and now I like the taste of Haitang flowers. I'm just passing by this time, so I'll stop by to see you." Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and didn't know what else to talk about, so he planned to leave. When Ning Xiaochuan was about to close the door, Ningxing suddenly stood up with smoke in her eyes and said, "Ning Xiaochuan." "Huh?" Ning Xiaochuan's hand stopped again and turned to look at her. "Nothing." Ningxing pursed his lips, and then said in a low voice, "Our identities and positions are very different. It's impossible to be together. You'd better not visit the Jade Building again in the future." Ning Xiaochuan seemed to think of something and said, "Yes. I have to tell you one thing. I have decided to re-investigate the case 10 years ago. If it can be proved that your father didn't betray the court, then the criminal responsibility imposed on you will be lifted. At that time I will redeem you again." Believe me, Ning Xiaochuan's promise is absolutely true, which is more true than the real money. Ning Xiaochuan closed the door, and no matter what Ningxing's expression was at the moment, he planned to leave at this point. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's steps stopped, feeling danger, and his eyebrows coagulated, immediately propped up the clouds and clouds returned to their vitality. Boom! A bloated shadow fell from the sky and hit it with a fist, which was like a King Kong magic fist. It hit Yunxia Guiyuan Qi and dented Yunxia Guiyuan Qi, almost hitting Ning Xiaochuan. The clouds and haze formed a whirlpool wave on their vitality, and fought back with more powerful force. The bloated dark figure made a light each in his mouth, and his body was shocked back, but his cultivation was good, so he forcibly stabilized his body in midair and fell to the ground smoothly. Bang! The door was blown open by the wind, and the Jade Ningxing turned into a slim white shadow, flying out of it. With a faint fragrance, he stared at the dark shadow standing in the flower bed and said, "Who dares to break into the Jade Observation Building?" Ning Xiaochuan put away the clouds and haze, and stared at the dark shadow with burning eyes. "Haha! Today I saw the first beauty of the Imperial City and the first genius of the Imperial City at the same time. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." After saying this, the bloated man in black immediately turned and ran away. "Since I'm here, it's not so easy to leave." Ning Xiaochuan and Ningxing catch up at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan spread the rainbow and moved at the extreme speed, turning into a 7-rainbow light, catching up with the man in black and giving directions. "So fast?" The bloated man in black was startled. He took out a mysterious weapon like a jade plaque from his arms and printed it on Ning Xiaochuan. The jade plate expanded dozens of times and became like a door panel, emitting wisps of mysterious gas and converging into a pattern like a tortoise shell. Boom! Yu Pai and the bloated man in black were blown out at the same time. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Although his body was bloated, his reaction was extremely quick. A little tiptoe, his body kept balance again, and scolded, "His grandmother's unexpectedly so strong." Ningxing's martial arts cultivation was also very high, turned into a white shadow, stopped in front of the bloated man, condensed a snow-black sword in his hand, and stabbed the man like a meteor. Ding! In the dark, another man in black flew out and popped a finger, smashing the ice and snow Xian sword of Ningxing into ice crystals. Go! The two men in black turned into wisps of black fog at the same time, flew over the wall of the Jade Building at a very fast speed, and disappeared into the night. Ning Xiaochuan and Ningxing looked at each other, then chased up again, jumped over the wall, and disappeared into the misty night. Hey! The monthly ticket battle ended in a disastrous defeat, with a difference of 50 votes from the opponent. This is mainly because Lao Jiu himself updated too slowly, but it wasted the efforts of all book friends this month. For this disastrous defeat, Lao Jiu apologized to all book friends. The two men in black have high martial arts accomplishments and belong to the top martial arts strongmen. Ning Xiaochuan fought with the bloated man in black. He could feel that he was even stronger than Ming Yang's martial arts cultivation. The background of these two people is definitely not simple. Who the hell are they? Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing chased out of the Guanyu building, all the way out of the inner and outer cities, out of the moat, and into the chaotic border set. Dada! Two red blood tigers with scales rushed out of the river, with a tiger roar in their mouth. Their bodies were 5 times larger than ordinary tigers, with blood red all over, and their necks were wrapped with a cup-mouth, thick iron chain. The two men in black jumped onto the back of the red blood tiger at the same time, holding the iron chain in their palms, rushed out and ran quickly to the south. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xian beast Jian and called out the double-headed stone beast. Although the Taisui cub's strength is strong, its speed on the ground is not as fast as the double-headed stone beast. Therefore, to catch up with the two black-robed people, we have to rely on the double-headed stone beast. Go back first. I'll take care of those two people. Ning Xiaochuan tiptoed and sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, saying to Yu Ningxing. Yu Ningxing's delicate body, white clothes, long hair like being bathed in sheep's milk, dark and soft, standing under the double-headed stone beast, his eyes are as beautiful as stars, without a trace of defects, said, "These two people's martial arts cultivation is not trivial, you are not necessarily their opponent. I will go with you." Ning Xiaochuan stared at her deeply, and then stretched out a hand. Yu Ningxing put his jade hand in the palm of Ning Xiaochuan's hand, gently borrowed strength, and fell on the back of the double-headed stone beast, slightly leaning on Ning Xiaochuan's back. Yu Ningxing's hand is naturally the most beautiful hand in the world. His fingers are thin and soft, and his skin is as white as jade, soft and boneless. The body is also the most delicate body in the world, perfect. There is also that face, even if wearing a veil to cover the thrilling fairy face, it is still difficult to block the temperament that makes men palpitate. Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his hand and mind, and immediately drove the double-headed stone beast to chase the two men in black. After a night of pursuit, it has been farther and farther away from the imperial city and entered the boundary of the Seoul domain. The territory of Yulan Empire is vast and divided into 63 domains. Under domain, it is divided into Yuan, Fu, Zhou, county, and town. Seoul domain is the domain closest to the imperial city. In terms of prosperity, it ranks at the top of 63 domains. Because the Seoul realm is located in the hinterland of the Yulan Empire, it is rarely affected by the war. For a long time it has formed many famous families, some of which can compete with some marquis in the imperial city. When the next morning, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing had reached Jianglin Mansion in the Seoul region, 3,000 miles away from the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan jumped down from the back of the double-headed stone beast, looked at the hoof prints of the red blood tiger on the ground, and said, "They went in 2 ways, one along the Jianglin River, all the way to the south, and the other route to Huayin Mountain. But these 2 roads will pass through the domain city White Dragon City of the Seoul domain. I think they should meet there." Yu Ningxing sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, with graceful eyebrows and eyes, full of fairy temperament, and said, "This is your first time out of the imperial city. How can you be so familiar with the terrain of the Seoul domain?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I have the ability to never forget. I have read all the topographical texts of Yulan Empire and kept them in mind. As long as the topographical documents are not recorded wrong, I will not be wrong. The air in the mountains is fresh, birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, but Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing are silent again. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I originally planned to go out of the imperial city to investigate the criminal case of that year, so this time I chased them to leave the imperial city. But you are different from me, or you'd better go back first?" "I don't want to go back." Yu Ningxing gently spit out this sentence. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and wanted to say something. She then added, "Don't get me wrong, I don't have the delusion to fight the whole Guanyu building and the whole court on my own. I mean, I was also a victim of the case that year, and I can also check it. When the truth is found out, I still have to go back. She didn't want to stay in the Guanyu building and wanted to get out of the cage that looked like flowers. However, Guanyu building has a huge force, and Xiaodong's force is so huge that no one can disobey it. She can't escape at all, and she must finally go back. It's enough to come out for a walk. Ning Xiaochuan understood her feelings very well, paused and said, "Okay, let's go to White Dragon City first." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at her, and finally did not ride the double-headed stone beast with her, but called out the Tai Sui cub and rode the Tai Sui cub on the road. What happened last night caused an obvious disturbance in the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan eloped with Yu Ningxing. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly Yu Ningxing away. Someone saw that they had escaped from the imperial city last night. Ning Xiaochuan wants to flee to the end of the world with Yu Ningxing and no longer be the little Marquis of Jiangnan Marquis Mansion. Various versions of rumors spread rapidly in the imperial city, spread all over the streets and alleys, and became a topic that everyone enjoyed talking about after dinner this morning. It seems unexpected that such a thing will happen, but it seems to be reasonable. Because the last time Ning Xiaochuan openly questioned the imperial power and wanted to forcibly redeem Yu Ningxing, in the eyes of all martial artists in the imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan had been labeled as rebellious. Many people are saying, it's normal for Ning Xiaochuan to do such a thing. However, he is really kind enough and deserves to be called the #1 love fool in the world. I guessed that one day, wait and see. Now there will be a good play. On that day, the gate of the imperial city was also quite restless. Almost every half hour, a large group of people passed by, rolled up a piece of smoke, and then disappeared on the horizon. The martial arts guard of the city gate was also dusty, and sent off a team of men and horses. Looking at the smoke and dust that day, he sighed, Ning Xiaochuan can make trouble too much. This time, all the people and laws of all parties are out, and he will definitely be able to be caught. Ning Xiaochuan naturally didn't know what happened in the imperial city, but he could also guess a little in his heart. After all, he and Yu Ningxing left in a hurry, which inevitably caused many people's random speculation. Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of being guessed, just afraid of some people who shouldn't come. The White Dragon City is the domain city of the Soul Domain. Although it is not as magnificent as the Imperial City, it is still colorful. There are many martial artists gathered, and it is one of the largest cities in the Yulan Empire. Walking into the ancient city, you can see white stone buildings everywhere, and the streets on the ground are paved with marble. Ning Xiaochuan, by virtue of telepathy, soon saw that the red-blood tiger that had been tracking stopped under a wooden tall building, and the other end of the iron chain around his neck was tied to a tree trunk. The black-robed man riding the red-blood tiger disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing walked into the gate of this tall building and immediately attracted the attention of everyone inside. Because the clothes on their bodies are too gorgeous, and the temperament of Yu Ningxing is elegant, pure, and beautiful, and it is difficult not to be noticed. My guest, are you from the Imperial City? The shopkeeper squinted and smiled, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan answered softly, glancing at everyone inside, but he didn't see the man in black. This is really a headache. After all, Ning Xiaochuan has not seen their faces. As long as they take off their black robes, it will be extremely difficult to find them again. The shopkeeper's expression was calm and said, recently, the White Dragon City is not peaceful. At night, it's a crowd of demons. At night, it's better for the two objective people not to walk around casually, or they'd better stay in this store first. Ning Xiaochuan had only responded casually. Hearing this, his mind moved and said, is White Dragon City very dangerous now? That's not true. Recently, many people from the Demon Gate have gathered here. The altar owners of the state, government and original Demon Gate sub-altar have come to the White Dragon City, often making a storm all over the city, and they don't know what they are fighting for? On the contrary, early in the morning of the next day, the streets were dyed red with blood. It takes a clear morning to wash the streets with water. This is a medium-sized inn. Many people come and go every day, and the news is very well informed. Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved. The two men in black chose to set the location in White Dragon City. It must not be just an accident. Is it also related to the recent chaos of the Demon Gate? Are they also members of the demon sect? Ning Xiaochuan was going to the general altar of the Magic Gate, 9 Death Cliff. Since the people of the Magic Gate gathered in the White Dragon City, it must not be a simple thing. It's better to stay and investigate. So Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing stayed temporarily in this hotel. Are both from the Imperial City? A young man in his 20s took the initiative to go to the table of Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing, and sat down impolitely with a friendly smile on his face. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the young man warily, and then nodded. The young man was quite handsome, with a white face and dark eyebrows. He said with a smile, "I used to spend some time in the Imperial City, but that was 5 years ago. I forgot to introduce myself, Ji Yifan. Brother Ji, do you have any advice?" Ning Xiaochuan always felt that the man in front of him was familiar, and he was very similar to the man in black who he chased last night. However, the man's cultivation in front of him was very low, only the 7th level of Xuanqi cultivation, which immediately made Ning Xiaochuan confused. Ji Yifan said with a smile, "Brother, if it's nothing important, it's better not to stay in the White Dragon City. Recently, people in the demon sect have been making a lot of trouble in the White Dragon City. People who die every day can build a hill. Brother Ji, it seems that he knows something inside?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ji Yifan whispered, "Have you heard of the 6th Avenue Master of the 6th Avenue of the Demon Gate?" Ning Xiaochuan's mind moved. Naturally, he heard the reputation of the Lord of the 6th Avenue. It was the 6 people with the highest seniority, the greatest power and the most terrifying martial arts cultivation under the Demon Emperor, Duanmian. The elder demon sect bigwig who makes the world's martial arts people scared at the news. The Lord of the Tianmi Road in the 6 magic doors, who died suddenly 4 days ago, has caused a burst in the magic door. Ji Yifan looked solemn. Ask for the guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Demon sect 6 ways, blood-devouring way, fox fairy way, Shura way, Tianmi way, chaotic world way, Wuxing way. The first of the 6 ways is naturally the famous blood-eating way in the world, and it is also the leader of the Demon Gate today. After Duan Muhan ascended the throne of the Demon Emperor, he intended to integrate the 6 magic gates and belong to one family. Therefore, almost all the martial artists of the Jade Haze Empire now refer to the 6 magic gates, collectively referred to as the blood-eating Demon Gate. The Taoist leader of Tianmi Road, named Shang Pejuan, is a pillar-level figure in the Demon Gate. He has lived 153 years. His seniority in the Demon Gate is higher than that of the Demon Emperor Duan Muhan. If he was still alive, as long as his foot stepped on the ground, the earth would tremble twice. Such a person suddenly died 4 days ago, which surprised everyone. Naturally, it caused a huge sensation. The whole demon friar of Tianmido was in a mess. In order to compete for the position of Lord Tianmi, all masters of the magic door gathered in the White Dragon City, making the White Dragon City bloody. Even the imperial court troops stationed in the White Dragon City taboo 3 points for the masters of the magic door, and can only turn a blind eye. This is what Ning Xiaochuan did not expect. Ji Yifan is a person who can talk very well. He gently touches the emerald wrench on his thumb and laughs. Now the White Dragon City is a mixture of fish and dragons, with cattle, ghosts, and snakes gathered. At least one of every 10 people you see is a member of the magic door. The power of the magic door is huge, which is taboo by the imperial court, but it is unable to exterminate the magic door. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Is Brother Ji also a member of the demon clan?" Ji Yifan's face stiffened slightly, and he immediately said with a smile, "Brother Ning laughed. With my little cultivation, how dare I join the magic door? The people in the magic door are all evil spirits." Boom! Outside the door, the second red blood tiger rushed over and stopped outside. A bloated bald man jumped down from the back of the red blood tiger. His body was as fat as a ball, and almost crushed the stones on the ground. He seemed to have driven a long way. He kept panting and went directly into the inn. He saw Ji Yifan sitting by the window, so he shouted angrily, "Ji Yifan, did Ning Xiaochuan catch up?" Because Ning Xiaochuan's body was leaning against the door, the bloated bald man only saw Ji Yifan, didn't see Ning Xiaochuan, and didn't pay much attention to who was sitting opposite Ji Yifan. Ji Yifan's face suddenly changed, and the smile on his face also froze. "I didn't expect Shi Dahai, a big man, to arrive early or late, but it happened to be this time. My identity must be exposed now." Shi Dahai also noticed something wrong and hurriedly stopped. Ji Yifan's reaction was extremely alert, crushing the wine cup in his hand into more than 30 pieces. Each fragment was wrapped by Xuanqi, sharper than the blade, and hit Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing at the same time. "Go!" At the same time, Ji Yifan's body overturned, smashed the wall of the inn, and ran to the street by himself. Ning Xiaochuan's palm made a fist ripple, and the air twisted, so that the more than 30 ceramic fragments were fixed in the air, and then the ceramic fragments flew backwards at a faster speed. Ji Yifan picked up an ancient Qingmu car that had just come from the street, connected it to the Qinglu horse pulling the car, and hit it behind him at the same time. Bang! Bang! That ancient greenwood car was smashed by ceramic fragments and turned into a piece of sawdust. Fortunately, the woman in the car fell to the ground when she threw it out, otherwise she must have been smashed into a piece of meat sauce at the moment. At the moment, the rich woman was still in shock, so frightened that she shrank in the corner of the street and dared not move. The bald stone seat also immediately ran through the wall of the inn and ran away immediately. Last night, he had fought with Ning Xiaochuan and knew that he was not his opponent. Chase. Ning Xiaochuan followed up with Yu Ningxing in one step and directly turned into a rainbow bridge. His body crossed dozens of feet and fell behind Shi Dahai and Ji Yifan. Behind him came the sound of breaking wind. Shi Dahai and Ji Yifan's faces changed violently, looked at each other, turned around at the same time, and slapped Ning Xiaochuan. The shadows of lions and tigers appear on their palms, which is their magical form. At the same time, it also proves that their cultivation is extremely high. Ordinary warriors can't condense their magical powers to this degree at all. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan hit the lightning beast, gathered 48 lightning, condensed into a purple animal shadow, and fought with the two of them. Shi Dahai and Ji Yifan both felt a huge force bombarding their arms, and then spread it to their shoulders, chest and spine. Their bodies were like being bombarded by a hammer. At the same time, they flew backward and slid more than 10 meters away to stabilize their bodies. Their hearts were terrified, and they felt Ning Xiaochuan's horror, and their strength could not stop him. As soon as they stood firm, they rushed out again. That blow just now also stopped Ning Xiaochuan's strength for a moment, but at this moment, Shi Dahai and Ji Yifan directly broke into an alley and disappeared. Yu Ningxing and Ning Xiaochuan chased the alley and stopped. These two people must be from the Demon Gate, and they escaped. Yu Ningxing rode. They can't escape. Too old. Ning Xiaochuan called out the Taisui cub. The Taisui beast has grown up again, and its scales are more shiny. Its claws and sharp teeth are with dark light. Its eyes are as big as a copper bell. Its momentum is quite frightening, and it can frighten ordinary warriors down. Ning Xiaochuan was already suspicious of Ji Yifan, so when talking in the inn, he specially asked Taisui beast to remember his breath. Although Ning Xiaochuan has telepathy, Ji Yifan and Shi Dahai are not much weaker in martial arts cultivation than him, which can hide their cultivation and sense of harmony. But Tai Sui beast is different. As long as it smells the breath of each other, no matter how hidden that person is, it can find that person. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing both rode on the back of Tai Sui beast. A circle of mysterious light appeared on Tai Sui's body, shrouding them both, and then directly went underground and disappeared from the street. Shi Dahai and Ji Yifan fled into a manor not far from the alley. This is an important gathering place of the Magic Gate, where many monks of the Magic Gate gather. Shi Dahai was sweating, panting, and shaking all over fat. I'm so tired, I'm so tired. I knew he was so powerful, I shouldn't have tried his cultivation. I really suffered. Ji Yifan also took a deep breath and said, but I finally got rid of him. If it's not necessary in the future, don't provoke him. Before their words fell, the soil on the ground began to move, becoming a vortex and falling down constantly. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing rode the Tai Sui beast out of the ground and stood in the manor, emitting a strong breath of martial arts, which forced people to press over like them. Ow! The Tai Sui beast's mouth gave a loud roar, shaking the yellow leaves on the tree constantly falling, like yellow butterflies. Shi Dahai and Ji Yifan looked at each other, and they wanted to scold their mother. Is this still alive? Ning Xiaochuan can fly to the sky and escape. Shua shua. In the manor, suddenly appeared a warrior, some of whom carried black Zhong-air long guns and wore 100 jean armor. Some martial artists hold 9 stone bows with hooks and iron arrows on the bowstrings. There are hundreds of martial artists, all with murderous eyes and fierce indifference. It can be seen that they are all cruel characters who have really killed people. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. Ji Yifan doesn't want to make things big. After all, Tianmido is now an internal and external problem. If it gets into the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion again, it will be even more troublesome. Shua shua. But Ji Yifan was still a step late. The arrows in the hands of those demon warriors had flown out, and there were more than 200 Xuanqi arrows, all wrapped by Xuanqi, with a harsh wind. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were indifferent, and mysterious qi appeared on his arms at the same time. He began to draw in the air, drawing a huge ripple map. Those arrows hit the Xianqi ripple, and their speed became slower, and then they were distorted by the ripple. More than 200 arrows flew with Ning Xiaochuan's arms, forming an arrow rain above his head. Go back. Ning Xiaochuan's hand pointed at the martial artists who had just shot arrows, and more than 200 hooked iron arrows flew out at the same time, with a roaring roar. An old man with white hair flew out of the manor, stood over the tower, stood Ling Fang, stared at the more than 200 arrows flying, stretched out a withered old hand, and spit out a word, broken. A cold, dark air burst out of his body, almost covering the whole manor, shaking many martial artists. Bang! The more than 200 hooked iron arrows were shattered by Xuanqi, turned into a pinch of iron powder, and fluttered in the air. Who dare to make trouble at Tianmido branch? The white-haired old man stared at Ning Xiaochuan and was slightly surprised, because Ning Xiaochuan was too young, but the martial arts cultivation he just showed was enough to compete with the masters of the older generation. This kind of young hero must come to the big family, the big door. It is for this reason that he did not immediately kill Ning Xiaochuan. Of course, this is also because of the special situation of Tianmido now, the sudden death of the Taoist lord, internal and external troubles, so there will be some scruples. If it had been put in the past, Tianmido would not be afraid of anyone. If he dared to make trouble at the branch of Tianmido, it would be a dead end. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. Ji Yifan explained again. The white-haired old man frowned slightly and said, Yifan, what's going on? Ji Yifan then talked about the cause and effect of the whole process, and said helplessly, in fact, the main reason is that we want to see whether Brother Ning's martial arts cultivation is as powerful as rumored. If we want to say that there is a big holiday between us, it's not at all. Yes, it is. The voice of the stone sea is rough. The white-haired old man stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some surprise, and actually met a descendant of the prince. You are the first genius of the imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan of Jianghe's mansion? There are days outside the sky and people outside the people. No one dares to say that he must be the first genius. Ning Xiaochuan is still a little disgusted with the title, the first genius of the imperial city, and always feels that it is deliberately pushed to the forefront. Now that he has understood what happened, Ning Xiaochuan is not a reasonable person, so he plans to stop investigating this matter and doesn't want to have anything to do with the people in the demon sect. So he is ready to leave immediately. The white-haired old man is an elder of Tianmido, whose name is Han Yu. He has a high position in Tianmido and shouted, "Young Master Ning, stay. I want to discuss something with you." How clever Ning Xiaochuan is, how can he not know what he wants to do? No need. The Marquis of Jianghe will never participate in the internal fight in your demon gate. Ning Xiaochuan rode the Tai-Sui beast, directly knocked the gate open, and then walked away. In the manner, a martial artist of Tianmido said, "This Ning Xiaochuan is too ignorant. He shouldn't have been allowed out of this door just now." Elder Han Yu stared at the warrior coldly and said, "It's only 3 days away from the imperial city, and it's still the sphere of influence of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. If we can pull Ning Xiaochuan into our camp, with the help of the power of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, we can have more confidence in helping the 9 girls seize the position of Lord of the Tianmi Taoism. Yifan, when you go to the imperial city with the sea this time, have you ever seen the Xianchen son of the Dark Dungeon?" Ji Yifan bowed gently to Elder Han Yu and said, "Tell the elder that we didn't see Zuan Chenzi himself, but his eldest disciple. Isn't this person too arrogant? Although their dark dungeons have huge forces and experts, they are only gathered in the imperial city." Elder Han Yu gently stopped and said, "Don't underestimate the dark imperial city, and don't underestimate Zuan Chenzi. After Tian Chenzi died in the hands of Ho Yu Wuyang in the clouds, this person has faintly become the second in command of the Dark Imperial City, taking over the power of Tian Chenzi once. However, since he just sent his eldest disciples to talk to you, it shows that he won't help, and he's broken a road. Alas! Although this road is broken, we have another line. To be exact, they took the initiative to find us." Ji Yifan Road. Huh? Elder Han Yu looked dignified and said, "Which force are they?" Spirit Mountain Manor. Ji Yifan Road. Spirit Mountain Manor? What kind of small force is this? I've never heard of it before. I don't want to help the current situation of Bailong City. Elder Han Yu also has decades of experience. All the ranked Zongmen, Wufu, and families can remember it by heart, but he has never heard of Spirit Mountain Manor. Ji Yifan said, "I've never heard of Spirit Mountain Manor before, but after asking the people we arranged in the Imperial City, I knew what kind of place it was." The name of Spirit Mountain Manor began to spread in the Imperial City about a year ago, but in this short year, Spirit Mountain Manor has done several earth-shaking events. At the beginning of this year, the Marquis of Jinshi Marquis Mansion suddenly died at home. Overnight, the whole Marquis Mansion was destroyed and thousands of people were buried in the sea of fire. This shocked the Imperial City. It is said that it was written by Spirit Mountain Manor. 6 months later, the Golden Seal dynasty paid 12 ships of tribute to Emperor Yulan, including Xianshi, Xiandan, Qingjin, and Beauty. But these 12 ships of tribute had just entered the moat and had not been unloaded from the dock. They were all stolen, leaving only 12 empty ships. It is said that this is also the work of Spirit Mountain Manor. Because several major events have happened in a row, now the whole Imperial City knows the place of Ghost Mountain Manor, but no one knows where it is. They are like real ghosts, invisible and untouchable, but they may jump out and take your life at any time. Emperor Yulan personally ordered to exterminate the Spirit Mountain Manor, but the royal spy searched for a whole month, and not only did he not find where the spirit mountain manor was, but all the people he sent died cleanly. It is said that on one occasion, he sent the body back to the gate of the imperial palace and piled 3 cars. The speed of the rise of spirit mountain matter is like a myth. Moreover, they can actually snatch food under the shadow of the dark imperial city. It can be seen that there must be an expert behind them. Hearing Ji Yifan's words, Elder Han Yu also became cautious and said, "The forces in the imperial city are complex. Princes and vassal kings converge. If spirit mountain matter can develop so quickly, there must be a powerful power behind it. By the way, who is the owner of spirit mountain matter?" It is said that the owner of the spirit mountain matter is called Ning Xiaochuan, and now he has become a person who dares to challenge the Lord of the Undead, but no one has ever seen him, which is also the most mysterious person of the spirit mountain matter. The person sent by the spirit mountain matter to White Dragon City this time is the second person of the spirit mountain matter, and everyone calls him Spirit Messenger. Ji Yifan Road. Spirit Messenger. When he arrives at White Dragon City, I will meet him personally to see what their spirit mountain matter can do. If it can help 9 girls become the Taoist master of Tianmi Taoism, then there will naturally be more opportunities to cooperate with spirit mountain matter in the future. Elder Han Yu said faintly. Compared with Tianmido, which has been inherited for thousands of years and has a deep foundation, ghost mountain matter is still too weak, so Elder Han Yu didn't take this matter too seriously. When Ning Xiaochuan and Yuningxing returned to the inn, the sky had completely darkened, and the whole White Dragon City was shrouded in a mass of desolation. I decided to leave the White Dragon City tomorrow and go to the 9-Death Cliff of the Magic Gate Altar. Ning Xiaochuan said this sentence, then stared at Yuningxing's eyes and said, "The general altar of the Demon Gate is extremely dangerous. Anyone who dares to go there must have a narrow escape." Yuningxing's eyes were clear and bright, and he said, "You are not afraid of dying, and naturally I will not be afraid. Don't worry, my martial arts cultivation is not weaker than you. If you don't want me to accompany you, I will check it myself." With that, she closed the door. Originally, she still has such a persistent side. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Late at night, the originally bustling street became quiet, and there was no pedestrian. Dada! The sound of iron hoofs cut through the tranquility of the White Dragon City, making the ground boil and disturbing many people's dreams. The sound of children crying came from the ancient buildings beside the street. A total of 12 dragon elephants shook the street, and their mouths made a loud sound like dragon chants. Even if they were tens of miles away, they could be heard. 12 dragon statues, and Shenwu stopped neatly outside the inn where Ning Xiaochuan was located. Every warrior burst out a sharp rainbow light, let alone an inn. Even if tens of thousands of troops were stopped in front of them, they would be swept away by them. Boom! Ji Hanqing mercilessly inserted the dragon elephant halberd gun into the ground and shook the ground so that the turtle split. Ning Xiaochuan, don't roll out to die. The martial artists of the whole inn were startled, stopped practicing one after another, stood by the window and looked out through the crack of the window. When they saw a row of dragon elephants standing on the street, they were immediately scared and trembled. God! This is a dragon elephant Shenwu team, enough to sweep 50,000 troops. Why did they all gather outside this inn? If they push sideways, the warriors in the whole inn will die cleanly for a minute at most. Ning Xiaochuan also stopped practicing, walked down the stairs, opened the door of the inn, stood on the steps, looked up at Ji Hanqing sitting on the back of the dragon elephant, and said, "How can I meet you anywhere?" Ji Hanqing said in a deep voice, "Ning Xiaochuan, you have secretly taken away the criminal Yuningxing, despised the imperial power and ignored the national law, and have committed a heinous crime. You haven't taken the initiative to subdue the law, don't you have to force me?" To say friendship, Ji Hanqing and Ning Xiaochuan also have friendship. However, she is not a person who talks about friendship. She only talks about right and wrong. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that she should come for this matter. Ningxing, wrapped in a moon-white robe, with a veil on his face, also walked out of the inn. His temperament was elegant and earthly, with a beauty that did not belong to the world. Jihanxing's eyes shrunk slightly after seeing Ningxing. No wonder he was able to lure Ning Xiaochuan to redeem her at all costs. Indeed, he was a rare beauty. I'm afraid it's hard for a man to see her without feeling excited. Ningxing slightly saluted Jihanxing, and Ran said, "This has nothing to do with Ning Xiaochuan. It's me who wants to leave the imperial city. I don't want to escape from Guanyu building, and I will naturally go back after doing some things." Jihanxing said, "You don't count this matter. Since the Holy Order made you a prostitute slave for life, once you leave the Guanyu building, you will resist the order and disrespect. This is a capital crime. Come on, take the head of Ningxing. I think who dares today?" Ning Xiaochuan directly stopped Ningxing's body, took out the imperial order and buckled it in his fingers. Seeing the imperial order, 12 dragon elephants, including Jihanxing, immediately jumped down from their backs and knelt on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan put away the imperial decree and said, "The master of the academy handed the imperial decree to me for the time being, so I now work with imperial power. Now Ningxing and I are going to investigate the case 10 years ago, not to resist the decree and disrespect. I hope you Lone Xianshanwu camp can understand this truth, and you can go back now." Jihanxing stood up, the armor on his body made a clatter collision sound, rolled back to the back of the dragon elephant, lifted the dragon elephant halberd gun, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, the case 10 years ago will be investigated by our dragon elephant Shenwu camp. If your father and her father are really wronged, I Jihanxing swear that I will give them justice." Ning Xiaochuan said, "You'd better think clearly and say this again. You know, the man who accused my father and Ningxing's father of being traitors to the imperial court, but your master, Marquis Yunzhong." Jihanxing also stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly and said, "I'll say again, even if Yunzhonghao really wronged your father, I'll catch him into the prison with my own hands. Go." Jihanxing took the warriors of the dragon elephant Shenwu camp and left. Instead of leaving the White Dragon City immediately, he entered the garrison camp of the White Dragon City. Recommend the book Divine Exchange System with Strong Style. Recommend a friend's new book The Strongest Talisman. This night, a total of 12 people came from the Imperial City to the White Dragon City. Each group of people came with the general trend, and experts gathered, which made the originally chaotic situation of White Dragon City more complicated. Because of the intervention of all forces in the Imperial City, even the martial artists of the Demon Gate temporarily calmed down. Surprisingly, they were not fighting. They were all watching and thought they were the allies invited by the other party. Ning Xiaochuan was not greatly affected, so he returned to the inn and began to practice. His martial arts cultivation has reached the extreme of the divine body realm, the 9th peak of the divine body, and there can be no breakthrough. Now he will start to attack the refined realm. There are 9 small realms in total. Every time you raise a small realm, your body will undergo a transformation. After 9 transformations, you will be able to be extraordinary and become of land venerable. Ning Xiaochuan runs the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, and the mysterious qi in the air flows into the body at 32 times the speed of water, melts into the body, and hardens the blood. With Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts realm, if you want to break through the secular realm, you can only wait for the opportunity. Once the opportunity arrives, you can find the entrance to the secular realm. Boom! When Ning Xiaochuan was practicing, a big hole was broken above the inn, and a dark spear was stabbed down from it, with the sound of tiger roaring mountains and rivers. Xianqi surged down, shaking the tables and chairs. "I know someone can't be calm." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes opened, his pupils were dark, and the dark qi in his body gathered towards the center of his eyebrows and condensed into a light spot. Boom! The magical power of scorching sun bombarded the past, raising the temperature in the air 8 times. The light beam collided with the tip of the spear. 2 powerful mysterious chi collided, and a terrible force wave escaped, breaking the wall of the inn. Carrying a spear was a man wearing a black robe and a black iron mask on his face. His 5 fingers were also wrapped by iron gloves inlaid with barbs. Ning Xiaochuan, give up Bai Ming's divine skill, and spare you not to die. Ning Xiaochuan rolled up, his arms emitting purple mysterious gas, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said, "So you are a person in the Emperor's Academy." Nonsense. In today's world, it is not only the students of the Academy that know that you have cultivated Bai Ming magic skill. There are countless people who want to get this kind of magic skill. The black-faced man said coldly. I am more sure that you are a student of the Tiandi Academy. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The long gun in the black-faced man's hand is a 5-level mysterious weapon, called Ghost's Ghost Gun. The spear swept out and directly lifted the top of the entire inn. Voila! The planks and pillars fell down. Ning Xiaochuan unfolds the rainbow and moves, his body rises into the sky, turning into a rainbow that goes straight to the sky. Ning Xiaochuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. 4 warriors, with black cloaks and black iron masks on their faces, stood outside the inn. In their hands, they all hold a 2-meter-long dragon tendon bow. On the bowstring, there are also 2-meter-long arrows. They wrap the arrows with thick xuanqi and shoot them out at the same time. Shua shua. The 4 specially made arrows, all made of black iron and added with psychic jade, belong to the first-class mysterious weapon, which rushed straight into the sky and flew after Ning Xiaochuan. This kind of arrow is specially used to shoot powerful Xian beasts. Each arrow is worth millions of dollars. The dragon tendon bow in their hands is a bowstring made of the tendon of the dragon elephant. Ordinary people can't pull it open at all. Only the 9th weight warrior of the divine body can stretch the dragon tendon bow. These 4 people are the 9th cultivation of the divine body. Although they can't pull the dragon tendon bow into the shape of the full moon, they can also burst out the terrible power of the dragon tendon bow. Ning Xiaochuan just jumped into the air 20 feet high, and 4 Xian arrows flew with long tails. Moreover, the trajectory of Xian Jian is not a straight line, but a curve, constantly fluctuating. No matter Ning Xiaochuan dodges to any angle, he will be stabbed by Xian Jian. Ning Xiaochuan took out the épée of Ming Yang, pinched it in his hand, mobilized his mysterious qi, split 32 swords in a row, and constantly smashed 4 mysterious arrows. Bang! 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 Xian arrow was broken and flew back. They are like channeling, and can be controlled by martial artists. The strength of Xian arrow is weakening, and its speed gradually slows down. Clouds and clouds return to vitality. Ning Xiaochuan's body erupted in a circle of purple mysterious gas waves, which shook the 4 mysterious arrows, fell back to the ground, broke the boulders, and broke the trunk. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan held the épée in both hands and fell from the sky. With a sword, he chopped down at the black-faced man standing in the center. A total of 5 people wearing black iron masks, 4 of whom have the 9th highest cultivation of the divine body, are martial arts masters that other martial artists need to look up to. And the man standing in the center with a long gun, his cultivation is more powerful, just like a mountain standing on the earth, flat and motionless. The black man's eyes were sharp, and he held the ghost gun, and the long gun trembled and suddenly bombarded the sky. Bang! The blade of the sword chopped on the tip of the gun, emitting a large amount of sparks. That huge force was unloaded to the ground by the black-faced man, shattering and cracking the Qingshi street under his feet, and the surrounding streets with a diameter of 10 meters sank downward. The cultivation of refined realm. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly. Except for the martial artist in the refined realm, the black-faced man, could not block his sword. This is the real martial artist in the realm of refined. But Ning Xiaochuan can feel that it is not long for him to reach the realm of immortality, because the mysterious qi in his body is not stable enough. The dark-faced man snorted coldly. The gap between the divine body realm and the secular realm is like one heaven and one earth. You can pass 2 moves in my hand, which shows that your combat power is at least equivalent to the 9th weight of the 6 divine bodies, which is enough to be invincible in the same realm. However, when you encounter me, you are doomed to become a loser. Boom! The ghost saw that the ghost gun turned violently, and the roar of the tiger, the cry of the ghost, and the roar of the mysterious beast intertwined into a large area. A dark cloud escaped from the long gun and rushed counter to Ning Xiaochuan. If it were any other martial artist, at this moment, he could only watch helplessly as he was nailed to death with a long gun. However, Ning Xiaochuan is different, with a pair of wings on his back and his body rushing into the sky. If only Xiaohong were there, even those who are martial artists in the refined realm can kill them after they integrate with it. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Xiaohong didn't go out of the Emperor of Heaven with Ning Xiaochuan, but stayed with Ning Shiner. Ning Xiaochuan can rest assured that it will take care of Ning Shiner. Of course, even without Xiaohong, Ning Xiaochuan is confident to fight against the martial artist who has just entered the realm of secularization. Ning Xiaochuan didn't escape, suspended in the air 10 feet above the ground, overlooking the lower part. Your fighting method is fierce, mysterious and fierce, and you can also mobilize the forbidden weapon Dragon Tendon Bao in the army. I've probably guessed who you are. You go back and tell Captain Han Fu that you want to practice Biming divine skill, don't play these tricks, and directly come to worship me as a teacher. If I'm happy, I may take him as an apprentice. Besides the law enforcement team of Tiandi City, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't think of anyone else. Sun Haixing wore a black iron mask, but his face under the mask changed, and he was a little shocked. Ning Xiaochuan was too alert. He only had a brief confrontation with him, and he had guessed our origin. Sun Haixing is the 4th person in the law enforcement team. The 4 masters who came to Bailong City with him are also the strong ones in the law enforcement team. Ning Xiaochuan is more difficult to deal with than expected. Sun Haixing thought he could easily catch Ning Xiaochuan and force him to ask about Biming divine skill. Now it seems that it will take some trouble. Ning Xiaochuan, you think too highly of us. We are just a group of unknown people, and have nothing to do with the Emperor's academy. Sun Haixing made his voice hoarse and tried not to show flaws. Ning Xiaochuan just sneered. Sun Haixing's mouth sent out a whistle, and a wolf-like 4-grade Xian beast flew out and fell in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan can use the martial magic to fly, but Sun Haixing can only fly with the help of Xian beasts. Otherwise, it is difficult to grasp Ning Xiaochuan and touch the corner of Ning Xiaochuan's clothes. You go to capture Yu Ningxing, and I'll go to Fu Ning Xiaochuan. Sun Haixing stood on the back of Tarantula Wolf with the ghost saw ghost gun, and Tarantula Wolf spread its wings, took off, and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan at a very fast speed. The spear swept across, with a fierce momentum, and hit a bowl of thick lightning. Ning Xiaochuan is a celestial body with extreme cultivation. The mysterious qi in his body runs madly, which immediately causes the celestial changes in most of the White Dragon City. The sky was covered with dark clouds, the air became dull, and heavy rain fell drop by drop. In the clouds, lightning runs around like a purple snake, and the sky thunder is pounding like a bell, showing the sky phenomena that make people palpitate. Although Ning Xiaochuan is only the 9th cultivation of the divine body, he has the strength to compete with Sun Haixing. The two kept shooting and chasing, and moved to the sky over the White Dragon City, alerting many warriors. Although the martial artists of the demon sect made a lot of trouble in Baidi City, it was all a fight between low cultivation martial artists. The older generation of masters generally didn't fight. Tonight is different. There has been a battle between martial artists in the refined realm. This cultivation is stronger than many martial artists of the older generation. Captain, shall we take care of it? An expert from the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp stood at the top of a temple, looked at the two people who were fighting in the distance, and asked Ji Hanqing in a low voice. Ji Hanqing is dressed in armor, with a concave convex graceful figure, standing straight and carrying his hands behind him. He is more heroic and arrogant than many men. Her eyes are different from ordinary people. Her pupils are green like crystal clear emerald, and her long hair is also blue. She said, "No, this time we are mainly out to handle the case. Since Ning Xiaochuan wants to investigate the case, we have to let him suffer a little. When he knows that he is weak, he will naturally go back obediently." Ji Hanqing still likes Ning Xiaochuan, but there is no room for negotiation in this matter. But the imperial order is in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. What if it is taken away? Ji Hanqing snorted coldly. Those who dare to seize the imperial power order are people who don't want to live. Continue to watch. Pay attention to those people in the demon door. If they dare to intervene, they will be killed. When Ning Xiaochuan and Sun Haixing fought, the other four strong law enforcement team with black iron masks entered the inn and went to catch Ningxing. If you want to force out the cultivation method of Baiming divine skill from Ning Xiaochuanku, you can only use Ningxing to threaten him. Therefore, we must catch Ningxing. In the eyes of the strong men of these four law enforcement teams, Ningxing is just a brothel woman, weak and deceptive. Naturally, she can be captured easily. Bang! A piece of white flying snow, like a sharp blade, flew out of the inn, with a sharp cold, blowing out a strong law enforcement team with the 9th weight of the divine body, and fell to the ground from the 2nd floor. The other 3 strong members of the law enforcement team were slightly surprised and stopped at the same time. Boom! Ningxing turned into a white shadow, smashed the tiles of the inn and flew to the top of the inn. She stood on the beam, her long black hair flying in the wind, like a string of fluff. The veil on her face covered her stunning face, making the whole person look like a dream, like a Lingbo fairy. The 4 strong members of the law enforcement team saw the woman in white standing above, and their hearts swayed slightly. It was so beautiful. No wonder they were called the first beauty of the imperial city. Ice and snow. The temperature in the air becomes cold. In the strong wind, a white snowflake flew out and quickly covered the city, as if it suddenly turned into a cold winter. I don't know when an ice sword appeared in Ningxing's hand, and a sword stabbed at the strong man of one of the law enforcement teams. The sword chi rolled up pieces of flying snow, like pieces of white pear flowers. The 4 strong members of the law enforcement team quickly gathered their minds and immediately faced up. They should make a quick decision and take down Ningxing. Above the sky, Ning Xiaochuan and Sun Haixing are fighting fiercely. Bang bang! Ning Xiaochuan mobilized 100 sword chi virtual shadows, gathered into a sword chi long dragon, stabbed at Sun Haixing, punctured Sun Haixing's protective body Xiangang, leaving 3 sword chi scars on him. Sun Haixing retreated quickly, knowing that Ning Xiaochuan was not as flexible as fighting in the sky, so he suffered a lot. Therefore, he drove the Xian beast to dive down to the ground and bombarded the back of Ningxing with a gun. Sun Haixing is a cultivation in a refined world. If this shot is stabbed, Ningxing will surely disappear. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan launched the rainbow movement, turned his body into a rainbow bridge, fell directly behind Ningxing, and hit the ghost gun with his palm. Sun Haixing's face showed a grim smile, and he even used his palm to block the ghost gun of the 5th grade Xuanqi level, which was simply looking for death. The stars and the moon are in the same sky. Ning Xiaochuan rushed out the stars in his palm, and a bright moon flew out of the stars. He directly cut Sun Haixing's chest, leaving a foot-long blood mark on his chest. Sun Haixing's body suddenly retreated, feeling a fierce mysterious gas rushing into his body and running around in his blood. He felt that his blood all over his body became slow and his body was shaky, so he hurriedly supported his body with a long gun. The other 4 martial arts masters of the law enforcement team quickly retreated behind him and stared at Ning Xiaochuan and his 2 people covetously. Go. Sun Haixing doesn't know what's wrong with his body, but he knows that Ning Xiaochuan must have done something just now. If he continues to fight, let alone capture Ning Xiaochuan, he may die here instead. The 5 of them quickly retreated into the darkness. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing were really going to catch up. In the dark, suddenly there was a scream, splashing crimson blood on the street. Something has changed. The 2 of them hurriedly stopped. In the dark, a group of martial artists dressed in strange clothes came out. There were more than 30 people, all of whom were ferocious, but the martial arts cultivation was surprisingly high. Bang! Bang! The 5 law enforcement team masters who had just retreated turned into corpses, and were dragged out by them and thrown in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The black iron masks on the faces of the 5 bodies have been lifted, and we can see what they look like. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the face of one of the bodies and recognized the man. He had seen him once in the law enforcement hall and stood beside Han Fu, which should belong to Han Fu's confidants. Sure enough, he is a member of the law enforcement team. Qua. Han Fu, wait until you return to the Tiandi Academy, and then take care of you slowly. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. When Ning Xiaochuan paid attention to the 5 bodies, Yu Ningxing stared at the group of fierce warriors opposite. These 5 warriors, with black iron masks, are not simple characters. Each of them is a hero who can be independent, but they were killed completely in just a moment. Who the hell are they? Why did they kill these 5 people? White Dragon City gathered many demon people, which made Yu Ningxing feel taboo, and stared at the group of people opposite. They must be people in the demon door. People in the demon gate also joined in. What should I do now? Her eyes glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan gave Yu Ningxing a look of rest assured, raised his head and stared at the more than 30 people standing opposite. Among them, standing in front of them, are 3 elders over 100 years old, with bright eyes and protruding temples. They just stand there at will, but they have given people strong pressure. The old man standing in the center arched his hand slightly at Ning Xiaochuan and said with a kind smile, "But the young Master Ning of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion is opposite?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Who are you?" "Old man is the elder of Tian Mido, the Qiu Guild." Ning Xiaochuan pointed to the 5 bodies on the ground and said, "Elder Qiu, what does this mean?" Elder Qiu twisted his beard and said with a smile, "Young Master Ning is the future heir of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion." What a noble identity. When we came to the White Dragon City, we Tian Mido should have done our best to receive young Master Ning. However, we didn't expect that there were 5 assassins, and even young Master Ning dared to assassinate. Now their death here is their retribution. Ning Xiaochuan understood that the 5 bodies were gifts they gave to him. Now that they have given a gift, they must have something to ask. I just don't know whether they are passers-by with Elder Hanyu and others whom Ning Xiaochuan saw during the day. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to have too much relationship with them, so he said, "Then thank Elder Qiu for killing the assassin." "Master Ning doesn't have to thank me. This is what we Tian Mido should do." Senior General Qiu's voice was condensed into a wisp and directly passed into Ning Xiaochuan's ear, saying, "This is the spirit messenger of Spirit Mountain Matter. Your Excellency told us to do this." No one else heard this sentence, only Ning Xiaochuan heard it. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a different color and looked at Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Young Master Ning, do you want to visit Tian Mido? We must treat young Master Ning as a VIP. Since Elder Qiu is so sincere, how can Ogawa refuse? Elder, lead the way." Ning Xiaochuan's heart has a lot of doubts, and he plans to go to Yotian's minister to ask, what's going on? Tian Chenzi is the ghost messenger of Spirit Mountain Matter. Yu Ningxing naturally found that Elder Qiu had secretly transmitted the sound to Ning Xiaochuan just now. Of course, she didn't hear the content of the sound transmission. Ning Xiaochuan followed Elder Qiu into a huge mansion, with red walls and jade pillars, cornices, and feet hanging, small bridges and flowing water, which were decorated like the imperial palace. On the corridor and in the courtyard, beautiful maids can be seen everywhere, with fruit plates, wine and food in their hands. But when they see Elder Qiu, they immediately kneel on the ground. It can be seen that this Elder Qiu should have a high position in Tian Mido. Tian Mido is a magic Tao that has been inherited for thousands of years. It has a solid foundation and a large number of followers. Although they are all called elders, elders are also called 369. Their status is different, and their martial arts accomplishments are also very different. Ning Xiaochuan followed behind and said, Elder Qiu, it seems that the family is entertaining important guests. Elder Qiu said with a smile, yes. Old man, I'm going to invite young Master Ning to the banquet. This is the invitation letter sent by our 9 girls in person. Who is Miss 9? Ning Xiaochuan's heart is more confused. He. Elder Qiu sold the pass and said, go, you'll know. The banquet was set in a resplendent palace. The 12 directions of the palace were lit with basalt lamps, which illuminated the whole temple. Hundreds of guests have gathered in the hall, some like scholars, some like businessmen, and some like old beggars who have stepped into the coffin with half their feet. But without exception, their magnanimity is quite outstanding, and they are absolutely overlords. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said, these people are estimated to be either the owners of the big family or the owners of the clan. Ning Xiaochuan patrolled the temple once and didn't find Tian Chenzi. The old man didn't know where he was hiding at the moment. Elder Qiu walked into the hall, immediately attracted the eyes of all the strong, stared at Ning Xiaochuan one after another, and then whispered. 9 girls really have means, and unexpectedly, they really invited Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan is a hot figure in the world today. It is said that the head of the academy has passed the imperial order to him, and he is likely to take over the class of the head of the academy and become the next master of the Tiandi Academy. If 9 girls tie Ning Xiaochuan to her chariot, then they are more competent to become the new Taoist master of Tianmi Road. It's just a suckling boy. In the magic door, any expert can beat him to fine teeth. A woman with emerald conch on her neck gave a cold hum in her mouth with disdainful eyes. Ning Xiaochuan looked towards the left corner and saw a beautiful figure. She was wearing dark green clothes, with long black hair and a string of emerald conch hanging around her neck. She just sat there drinking alone and didn't look at Ning Xiaochuan at all. The martial artist in the hall had never noticed her before. Until now, he found such a person. Her face is like a goose egg, glittering and translucent, with fine eyelashes and round eyes, with a bit of seductive charm. The chest of the clothes was opened very low, revealing an attractive snow-white gully, and 2 full jade peaks, which seemed to burst out of the clothes. Why has no one found such a sexy and charming woman before? When did she enter the hall? None of the strong martial arts in the hall is good. Staring at the woman, his tongue gently added lips, just like the rich wolf saw the lamb and wanted to eat her. Although the woman spoke very blunt, Ning Xiaochuan was not angry, because she was right. Compared with those demon masters, he was really just a fledgling boy. Elder Qiu's face sank, and he didn't remember that among the guests invited was this woman, who was about to be ordered to be expelled. Ning Xiaochuan said with a faint smile, Elder Qiu, this girl is right. Compared with all the big people present, Ning Xiaochuan can really only be regarded as a younger generation. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to quarrel with her, but she didn't plan to let Ning Xiaochuan go. It seemed that she came at Ning Xiaochuan deliberately and said with a smile, Qua, Ning Xiaochuan, you have taken the imperial order from the head of the school palace. Even if you are the disciple of the head of the school palace, in terms of seniority, you have higher seniority than everyone present, but you still call yourself a younger generation. Are you deliberately sarcastic about us? The martial arts bosses present are all human spirits. Naturally, they can see that this woman is deliberately targeting Ning Xiaochuan, and the purpose is not simple. A tall, thin, middle-aged man stood up and said solemnly, "Girl, this is a party for 9 girls. You dare to make trouble here, and you're not afraid to go out sideways? What are you? Is it your say in the Wanyu Hall of Tianmido?" The woman in dark green said. The middle-aged man suddenly turned black. Anyway, he was also the Dharma protector of Xihua sect. He had thousands of disciples, but he was so scolded by a little woman. If this was spread, how could he have faith in the future? With a cold snort, the middle-aged man burst out of his body with a dense dark fog, covering the whole hall, and his right arm was covered with a layer of golden light, like turning into a King Kong god iron. A golden light flashed, and the palm of the hand pressed down on the woman's head. This was an extremely turbulent blow, which made the martial artists in the hall retreat one after another, and their hearts were still a little shocked. Bang! 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 A series of golden lights flashed, and the figures were disordered, with mysterious chi everywhere. The middle-aged man screamed like a broken kite, flew backward and lay horizontally outside the lobby. Everyone was shocked, and rushed to the outside of the hall, to see that the middle-aged man was covered with blood, his body was cold, and he had died. Dead. Jiao Dharma Protector is a cultivation in a refined world. She was killed by the woman with 3 or 2 moves. That woman is simply a witch. I think she's more than a witch. She's simply a murderer. She must be captured, or she can't explain to the suzerain of Ziwazong. The crowd returned to the main hall, like a tide, and surrounded the woman in dark green. The woman killed people, but as if she was doing only the most common thing, she still sat there steadily, and didn't mean to escape. Elder Chio's forehead was full of wrinkles and said, "Girl, this is Wanyutang. With your strength alone, even if you have overwhelming cultivation, you can't go out alive today." The woman's eyes lifted, with some disdain in her eyes, and said, "Are you the Chio Guild of Tianmi Taoism? Believe it or not, I want to go out today, and you can't even move a hair of mine?" Elder Chio's face was embarrassed. The woman was too arrogant. She really thought she was invincible. "Somebody, take her down for me," Elder Chio ordered. Outside the hall, immediately came 6 dead men in black armor, carrying mysterious weapons and swords. The armor on their bodies was made of meteorite iron, weighing 8,000 kilograms. When they walk on the ground, they can shake the ground. They are all the top strongmen of Tianmido. They voluntarily become dead men and cast their bodies into iron armor, becoming the most terrifying Tianmi murderers. According to the rumor, the combat power of the Heaven Destroyer can compete with the Dragon and Elephant Divine Force. Boom! At the same time, the 6 immortals raised their swords and chopped at the woman in dark green to chop her into meat and mud. "Assistant!" A majestic voice sounded. A bloated old woman turned into a remnant and stood in the lobby. She was wearing a loose robe, and her body was like wisps of smoke, like a wisp of soul, standing in the hall. However, such a figure made all the martial artists present respectful, and all the big men bowed their heads with awe and fear. "The old woman is so dignified," Ning Xiaochuan whispered. Yu Ningxing stood beside Ning Xiaochuan, condensed the sound waves into a wisp, and passed it into Ning Xiaochuan's ear. "I think she should be 9 girls. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and said, "How is it possible?" In Ning Xiaochuan's view, even if girl 9 is not a beautiful woman, she must be a young woman. An old woman in her 70s and 80s can also be called a girl? Yu Ningxing said, I've heard that the Taoist leader of Tianmi, Shan Bangjun, has a daughter with extremely high talent, ranking ninth, who was appointed by him as the next Taoist leader of Tianmi. Shan Bangjun lived a total of 153 years old, and even if he had a daughter, his daughter should be more than 100 years old. Women, no one is old. The higher the martial arts cultivation, the more she will not admit that she is old. When her father was still alive, she claimed to be 9 girls, that's normal. Only women can understand the thoughts of women. Ning Xiaochuan is a little stunned. Today, he has seen a lot. This noble old woman, to be exact, is only the martial spirit Dharma body of 9 girls, not her real body. Are you the saint? 9 girls asked. Finally, there is a decent big man. The woman in dark green clothes stood up, revealing a sexy and full delicate body, with a beautiful body curve. As soon as she stretched, she showed a round and tight small waist, snow-white skin, and a lovely belly button. She took out a token, on which a ghost's head seal was cast, and said solemnly, "The saint has come to the White Dragon City. I am one of the 6 ghosts under the saint's seat, ruthless ghost." Seeing this token, except for 9 girls, all the martial artists present knelt on the ground, with a look of awe on their faces. 49 families, 81 surnames, meet the ghost messenger. Ning Xiaochuan's heart shook. The origin of the woman in dark green clothes seemed very complicated. The great figures of the 49 families and the 81 families actually knelt down to her. Did she come from the general altar of the Demon Gate? The ruthless ghost emissary put away the ghost order, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with round and bright eyes, and slightly hooked the corners of his moist red mouth. "Ning Xiaochuan, why don't you kneel?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I'm not a member of the demon sect. Why should I kneel?" The ruthless ghost emissary also stopped arguing with him and proudly said, "Our saint wants to see you. Come with me." "Sorry, I have nothing to do with your saint. Even if I want to see her, she came to see me, not me." Ning Xiaochuan never liked to be dominated by others, let alone by people in the demon sect. "Don't you want to know the truth of the public case 10 years ago?" The ruthless ghost made a sneer. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows slightly coagulated and his eyes narrowed into a gap. "Let's go." Ning Xiaochuan turned around and left the hall and walked out. The ruthless ghost emissary was slightly surprised, and his heart secretly said that Ning Xiaochuan was really brave. In the Demon Gate, I don't know how many people wanted to see the saint and couldn't see her, but he dared not even by the saint's face. The leaders of the 49th clan and the 81st family are also wiping the cold sweat on their foreheads, and they all think it is difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to survive tonight. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the mansion with a dignified face and said, "We must leave the White Dragon City immediately." Yu Ningxing followed Ning Xiaochuan all the time and said, "The saint of the Demon Gate has a high status. It is possible that she really knew the truth 10 years ago. I have known the truth 10 years ago, and I don't need anyone to tell me. Now I just want to find more sufficient evidence." Ning Xiaochuan rode. A green deer carriage drove over from the street, pulled by an old man wearing a hat, bowed his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you going out of town?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at the old man deeply, with a smile on his face, and said, "Naturally, I want to leave the city." "Miss you get on the bus first." Yu Ningxing's posture is clear and beautiful. Slowly raising one foot, he will step on the shaft and board the green deer carriage. "Be careful, girl." The old man wearing a bamboo hat stretched out a hand and put it on Yu Ningxing's arm. A mysterious breath rushed out of his old palm and immediately made Yu Ningxing faint. Ning Xiaochuan hurried forward, helped Yu Ningxing into the carriage and said, "Don't say anything, get out of the city first." "Okay, Villa leader." The old man wearing a broken hat burst into a hoarse laugh, slapped a whip on the buttocks of the green deer horse, and drove straight out of the city. No one is allowed to leave White Dragon City. When they arrived at the gate of the city, a group of people in black flew down from the city wall, holding machetes in their hands, wrapped in xuanqi, with a murderous momentum. The old man who drove the car made a loud noise in his mouth, slapped his palm out, and immediately made a big handprint more than 10 meters long, which smashed the more than 10 people in black, hitting their bodies on the wall. All of them injured their muscles and bones. Boom! The old driver hit a palm print again, smashing the city gate into pieces, driving out and speeding towards the outside of the city. Behind him, there were 3 shrieks. 3 strong men in black robes, riding Xian beasts, quickly caught up. They left it to me. Ning Xiaochuan opened the back door of the carriage and saw the dust flying behind. Lightning beast. Ning Xiaochuan gathered all over the sky lightning, turned into 3 purple lightning behemoths 9 meters high, rushed up behind him, hit the 3 Xian beasts, and immediately knocked the 3 warriors upside down. Seeing that the 3 fighters didn't catch up again, Ning Xiaochuan closed the back door of the carriage. Boom boom. The green deer carriage ran for 2 hours and crossed the mountains. It was 500 miles away from the White Dragon City. Those who came after Wu were also far behind. The green deer horse slowly stopped. The emperor took off the hat on his head and bowed into the carriage. He glanced slightly at Juningxing, who was still asleep. His eyes lit up slightly and said with a smile, "Miss Yu is worthy of being the first beauty in the imperial city. She is really beautiful and unique. She is really a beautiful woman with the villa master." Ning Xiaochuan sat on the seat made of sheepskin and said, "Tell me the truth. Why did you come to White Dragon City?" Tianquanzi put back the hat and said, "Of course, it's for the development of Spirit Mountain Manor. Manor Master, you know, in the Imperial City, there are 2 mountains, the Imperial Court and the Dark Imperial City, pressing on our heads. Our Spirit Mountain Manor wants to eat at the mouth of the tiger, and it's particularly difficult to develop its foundation. If you want to do something, you must start with the Demon Gate, and the Demon Gate nearest to the Imperial City is Tianmidao. Tianmidao, the underworld forces in charge of 8 domains, including Soul Domain, Cloudbow Domain, Big Money Domain, has more than 4,000 sects and millions of disciples. Not only these demon sects, but the 49 sects and 81 families you see in Wanyu Hall are under the management of Tianmidao. These sects and families are all overlords, in charge of mineral veins, martial arts, xianyao, and other post-suffering resources in a place, and their forces are all over every place at corner. This is the magic power inherited for thousands of years. Even the Imperial Court can't take them. If our Spirit Mountain Manor can connect with them, hey, it's much easier to make a breakthrough in the Imperial City. Now, it's the biggest opportunity." Ning Xiaochuan said, "The Lord of Tianmi Taoist priest died suddenly, and the whole Tianmi Taoist priest was headless. If we can stand in a good team, we will definitely get a lot of benefits in the future. The Villa Master is wise." Tianquanzi said, "Today, the 3 factions of Miadao are fighting for the position of the new Taoist leader. The widow of the former Taoist leader 9 girls, the elder of Tianmidao Cho Wangu, and the general forum leader of Tianmidao Mu Honglai. These 3 characters are the 3 powerful people of Tianmidao now, and each of them can call the wind and rain. Among them, 9 girls' power is relatively weak, but 9 girls' martial arts cultivation is more powerful than Qiu Wangu and Mu Hong. So, you choose to support 9 girls?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tianquanzi shook his head with a smile and said, "I have contacted all 3 of them, but none of them have shown up in front of them." "Old fox." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tianquanzi laughed and said, "Who calls us ghosts? Naturally, ghosts will not be easily seen. Ghosts will only take action at the most critical time, and once they take action, they must distinguish between life and death." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "I don't understand a little." The Lord of Tianmidao was defeated. With such a strong cultivation, who can kill him silently? Speaking of this problem, Tianquanzi also became dignified. "Avenue, the cultivation of Shang Chuang's army is not only high, but also terrifying. 5 fingers can count the people who can stably kill him in the world. Duan Muhan, the first master of the demon sect, the first master of the imperial court, King de Jinping, the first master of the sect, Yuan Luo, and the first master of Taoism, Taichu Wenhua. These are the top 4 masters of the Jade Lan Empire today, and only people of their level can stably kill Shang Chuang's army. But if you want to break the war silently and kill it without disturbing anyone, I'm afraid only one person can do it. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Who?" Tian Chenzi stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said slowly, "Master of the Academy." Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised, then shook his head and said, "It's impossible. The head of the Academy has only martial arts in his heart. He has long been detached from the mundane world, and he won't intervene in this fight at all, let alone assassinate a person. I also believe that the person who killed Shang Bangjun is indeed not the master of the school. However, in Yulan Empire, only the master of the school can silently kill Shang Bangjun, and Shang Bangjun has absolutely no power to fight back. It is not difficult for others, such as King Dajinping and Yuan Luo, to kill Shang Bangjun, but Shang Bangjun can at least fight back with 2 moves, so as not to die silently. Unless, Ning Xiaochuan said, there is another person who can silently kill Shang Broken Army. If the demon emperor Duan Muhan uses the blood-eating demon skill, Shang Broken Army has no way even if he wants to resist. Tian Chenzi also nodded and said, "It's true, but Shang Broke the Army has always been a supporter of Duan Muhan, supporting the integration of 6 ways and the establishment of the blood-eating demon gate. Duan Muhan has no reason to kill him. Moreover, this is not Duan Muhan's style of doing things. Duan Muhan's killing will never be hidden. This demon emperor kills, but he is more principled than the great emperor in the court." Ning Xiaochuan also frowned and said, "Is there another person of the level of the head of the academy in the world?" The minister's face changed and said, "That's too terrible. I'm afraid there will be chaos in the world." "How did Shang Break the Army die?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. "The corpse of Shang Broken Army has long been hidden secretly, and the people of Tian Mido also issued a password. No one knows what he looked like when he died." Tian Chenzi's voice became low and mysterious. "It's just that there are rumors in the White Dragon City that the heart of Shang's army was taken out." Ning Xiaochuan was surprised again. Although there are always many rumors in the world, the vast majority of rumors are not groundless. It seems that the death of the god of extinction is really strange. The situation in White Dragon City is quite chaotic. The villa leader is still too young, so don't get involved in the struggle of these older generations. I will also return to White Dragon City. If I leave for a long time, it must be suspicious." Tian Chenzi left the green deer carriage to Ning Xiaochuan, jumped out of the carriage by himself, suddenly stopped, and said cautiously, "One more thing, the villa leader had better be careful about the Saint of the Demon Gate. I heard that this female demon head is cruel and has been staring at you, and may devour your blood to improve her blood-eating demon skill." Tian Chenzi stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. Naturally, he also knew that Ning Xiaochuan would buy Ming Shengong, and even thought of robbing Bai Ming Shengong, but this idea was soon suppressed by him. Ning Xiaochuan can't move now. He wants to develop Spirit Mountain Manor with the help of Ning Xiaochuan's special identity, which is the first thing he should do. Tian Chenzi's eyes were cold, his body turned into a shadow, flew over the top of the tree, and fell on a high mountain in the distance. "If you move your body again, you will disappear completely." Until it was confirmed that Tian Chenzi had left, Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. This old guy actually restrained himself. Well, now is not the time for us to tear our skins. Ning Xiaochuan also knew that the White Dragon City was not a place to stay for a long time. It was not only the people in the demon sect who were looking for him, but also the masters of the Heavenly Emperor Academy were chasing him, and someone in the Imperial City must have watched him. Now the best way is to leave the White Dragon City immediately, and then hide his body. When the world is big, who can find him? But Ning Xiaochuan is not in a hurry to leave. Now everyone in the White Dragon City knows that he will definitely catch up when he escapes from the city. It is even more unsafe to escape at this time. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan came down from the green deer carriage with Yu Ningxing in his arms, and a whip was whipped on the buttocks of the green deer horse. When the green deer horse stopped, he pulled the empty car and ran out quickly. Ning Xiaochuan, holding Yu Ningxing, hid on the mountain beside the road. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, 6 groups of men and horses chased past, some riding Xian beasts, some driving ancient cars, and some displaying martial arts magical powers. Their body methods were like ghosts. Ning Xiaochuan walked into an abandoned Taoist temple with Yu Ningxing in his arms. Because no one lived there all the year round, the gate was in disrepair, the walls collapsed, the ground was full of withered leaves, and the shrine was also full of spider webs. Yuan Empire established the country with martial arts and ruled the world with Taoism. There is no Buddhism, but there is Taoism. Almost every town has a Taoist temple, but what is enshrined in the temple is not the ancestor of Sanqing, but the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven, known as the Master of Taoism, is in charge of all immortals. Yuan Empire ruled the world with Taoism. Anyone who learned Taoism successfully can be called a national teacher, helping the emperor govern all regions, states and governments, spreading Taoist culture and educating the people. National teachers are divided into 7 grades. The person with the highest academic level is called a national master with the same status as the prime minister. The 6th grade national teachers and the 7th grade national teachers can only be placed locally, serving as the governor and state herdsman, governing the party, spreading enlightenment, maintaining public order, and managing the people. Naturally, the position of the national master is not low, but a real imperial official. But after all, the Jade Orchid Empire is based on martial arts, and the martial style is popular. Except for those who do not have the heart palace of martial arts, few people go to learn Taoism. Therefore, in the imperial court, the position of princes is higher, and the national division is only a group of auxiliary ministers. Who? With a wave of Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve, he brushed the dust off the shintai, and then put the jade Ningxing on it. Inadvertently, the veil on Yu Ningxing's cheek fell, slipped from the glittering and translucent jade cheek, and fell off the shintai. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the veil and put it on her. However, when he saw her face, his heart couldn't help beating. The most perfect oval face, dark blue-black eyebrows, fine eyelashes, like a white and crisp Cheong nose, 2 rosy cherry lips, glowing broken skin, every place is delicate and beautiful, making people's breathing stop. Ning Xiaochuan is indeed immune to women's bodies. After all, he has seen many women's naked, but that doesn't mean he can be immune to women's faces. Moreover, it is still a peerless fairy face that has never been seen before, not to mention Ning Xiaochuan. Even the immortal Luo is afraid to be conquered by this face. This is the first time Ning Xiaochuan saw Yu Ningxing's face. The last time she healed her wounds, she didn't take off her veil. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his fist, hurriedly put the veil back on her, and then rushed out of the Taoist temple, spitting out 2 deep breaths. Only then did he find that his palm was full of sweat. Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan. When did you become a layman judging people by appearance? Ning Xiaochuan admitted that he had really moved just now, had evil thoughts, and had the reaction that men should have. It seems that the mysterious woman is right. In the face of money, power, sex, no one can restrain himself. The reason is that you can resist it. That's because the temptation is not big enough. Explain the question raised by book friends about Yu Ningxing's cultivation. The previous article did not mention how strong Yu Ningxing's cultivation is. Only in chapter 6, It was mentioned that she was the most powerful martial artist Ning Xiaochuan had seen at that time. I don't know how people say that she is the first weight of the divine body in front of her. Is it confused with Ning Xiner's cultivation? Layman? Ning Xiaochuan, you are originally a thorough layman, neither an immortal nor a saint. Used to be a doctor, but now you are a mental therapist. Isn't it normal to judge people by their appearance? Ning Xiaochuan stood in the broken leaves, took a deep breath, and smelled a faint smell of fallen leaves. Suppressing the charming feeling in his heart, he returned to the Taoist temple again. However, as soon as he walked to the wooden door of the Taoist temple, he saw Ningxing standing inside the threshold, with a pair of star eyes staring at him. For eyes are opposite. Ning Xiaochuan was not calm at first. At this moment, he was naturally surprised, squeezed out a smile and said, "Miss you, are you awake? Why did I faint?" Ningxing's voice is soft, crisp and sweet, and his eyes are sparkling staring at Ning Xiaochuan. Her eyes seemed to drip. Ning Xiaochuan had already made up his speech and said, "Do you still remember that old man driving?" Ningxing nodded. Ning Xiaochuan said, "That old man is a member of the demon sect. He covets your beauty. When you are unprepared, he uses the magic power of martial arts to stun you. It took me 9 cattle and 2 tigers to save you from his hand. Now we have escaped from the White Dragon City. Naturally, the identity of Tian Chenzi cannot be revealed, so naturally, he can only deceive Ningxing first." Tian Chenzi stunned Ningxing and didn't want Ningxing to know about his conversation with Ning Xiaochuan. Ningxing said, "It's just the old man who covets my beauty?" Ning Xiaochuan was not very good at lying. He coughed twice and said, "Of course, there is no one else. Can't Miss you still trust me?" Young Master Ning is naturally quite familiar with Ningxing. But why should Ning Xiaochuan be light and thin? Ah. Yes? Since there is no frivolity, why untie the veil of Ningxing? Ningxing sighed faintly. How delicate is a woman's mind. Her veil was tied back by Ning Xiaochuan. It must have been stained with a small amount of sweat. She smelled it gently, and it came out. I don't know how she thinks about Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Maybe I also think Ning Xiaochuan has been further frivolous to her. My image. Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had never been so ashamed today, and was going to tell Ningxing everything truthfully. Ningxing took the initiative to untie the veil, revealing that gorgeous and elegant face. A pair of charming eyes are like 2 black pearls, giving people a feeling of elegance and tranquility. At the horizon, the morning sun rises. The genial sunshine, sprinkled on her cheeks, covered her skin with a light jade light. Ning Xiaochuan held his breath again, but his heart beat faster without effort. Here you are. Ningxing handed Ning Xiaochuan the veil embroidered with an orchid, gently pursed his lips, and stared at him like this. Ning Xiaochuan was embarrassed, smiled, and said, "Actually, this thing. I believe you." Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped talking, took the veil over, and said, "Thank you. I've been curious about one thing. How did Miss Yu's martial arts cultivation come about?" When Ning Xiaochuan first saw Ningxing, he was shocked and thought it was a sword fairy coming to the world. After several contacts, I became more curious. As a brothel woman, why is her martial arts cultivation so high? Ningxing said, "My master is the owner of the Guanyu building. As for who she is, I can't tell you yet." Is there any other identity of the owner of Guanyu building? About her, Ning Xiaochuan didn't ask any more, and said, "Since your master is the owner of Guanyu building, no one dares to bully you in Guanyu building. Why do you hate Guanyu building so much, and why do you have to enter the Tiandi Academy?" Ningxing gently pursed his lips and said, "If a woman is willing to stay in the brothel, she will really become a prostitute who sells meat and body. This sentence is what my master said to me, and I always remember it. In fact, I have never underestimated you." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ningxiang shook his head and said with a smile, women are always popular and admired when they are young, but women also have old times. You have seen 9 girls of Tianmido. When she was young, she was also a famous beauty all over the world, but now she is old and ugly. If it weren't for her strong cultivation, she would have been despised and ridiculed by those men. If I didn't leave Guanyu building, 50 years later, 100 years later, I would also become an old and ugly woman, still will be laughed at. Dare you say that you don't judge people by their appearance? Cough. This. Ning Xiaochuan had just thought about this question, and now she was asked, and it was difficult to answer for a moment, saying, at least I won't laugh at ugly people. Pooh. Ningxiang smiled, and immediately said with some dignity, Ning Xiaochuan, if our status is not so different, will you marry me? In the past, Ning Xiaochuan would definitely answer directly, there is no emotional foundation between us and so on, but now. Other girls say so frankly, it is obvious that they really like him. Such a beautiful woman like a fairy, if she misses it, she may become a woman of other men in the future. After this village, there is no such shop. Can Ning Xiaochuan refuse? I don't know why, but at this time, Ning Xiaochuan had a figure of Yusasai in his mind. Today is the first time that Ning Xiaochuan found his weakness in character, that he was so emotionally slow. Is this a difficult question to answer? Ningxiang's eyes were a little sad. He laughed at himself and said, I see. You still think my birth is too cheap. With these words, she turned into a white shadow and flew out of the Taoist temple. Jade girl, listen to me. Ning Xiaochuan spread out the rainbow and moved, his body fell on the wall of the Taoist temple, and then spread the wings of the angry wind, and he was about to catch up. Ningxiang stepped on the leaves and flew to the hillside and disappeared into the woods. Boom! A dark green figure flew out from behind the big tree outside the Taoist temple and hit Ning Xiaochuan with a bang. Ning Xiaochuan felt the danger in his heart, and immediately stopped and slapped her. Even if he felt a huge force coming into his arm, he was shocked back and fell back into the Taoist temple again. Hee hee. Ning Xiaochuan didn't see that you were still a beast. The woman in a dark green dress flew to the wall, with a sexy figure and a playful smile on her face. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan wanted to chase Ningxiang, and it was she who intercepted Ning Xiaochuan. A cyan 3-headed bird fell on her shoulder, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with 3 pairs of eyes, and made a crow-like sound in its mouth. Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm not an animal. It's not an animal. Why is the beautiful Ningxiang girl scared away by you? Hee hee. Then you've done something worse than an animal. Ning Xiaochuan said, ruthless ghost emissary, how did you find here? This sexy woman in a dark green dress is the ruthless ghost I have seen in the White Dragon City. It was Xiao San who led me to you. The fingers of the ruthless ghost gently stroked the feathers of the 3 bluebirds, with a charming smile on his face. I advise you to get out of the way, lest you make a mistake. Ning Xiaochuan ran Xian Qi to his legs, and the leg bones immediately turned into 7 colors. He spread out his body method and chased Ningxiang in the direction he left. The ruthless ghost envoy once again stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan, making a ripple wave. A lake appeared in front of her, raising water waves, and the waves swept frantically towards Ning Xiaochuan. The ruthless ghost emissary, who has the cultivation of being free from vulgarity, is a ruthless person under the saint of the demon sect. Naturally, the cultivation is not trivial, forcing Ning Xiaochuan to retreat constantly. Break it! Ning Xiaochuan condensed a huge sword, which cut the water lines and rushed out of his body. Shwa! The ruthless ghost emissary, like the maggot of tarsal bone, stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan again, and the mysterious air in his body completely burst out, forming a merciless and endless sea water, wrapping him. This is the real sea water, which is condensed by her use of martial magic. Ning Xiaochuan, don't resist. Although your talent is high, you are only a rising star after all, and you can't win me. The corners of the mouth of the ruthless ghost emissary were slightly hooked, and the palm of his hand had been pressed to Ning Xiaochuan's heart. All 5 fingers were wrapped in xuanqi, becoming sharper than the 5 sharp swords. Ning Xiaochuan stared at her eyes closely, not afraid that she would kill herself, sneered, I'm still saying that if the Saint of the Demon Gate wants to see me, let her come to see me personally. You. What are you doing? The ruthless ghost made his fingers soften, gently rubbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart, sexy and full body, and pressed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Her whole body was pressed into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, and she smiled softly, how can I be willing to give you to the Holy Lady, such a handsome child like you? Her ruddy lips came close to Ning Xiaochuan's ears, spitting out a warm aroma, and her dark green clothes slipped from her body, revealing the snow-white spring. Light, flawless delicate body is so pressed on Ning Xiaochuan's body. Her small waist, with a grip, kept wriggling, like a beautiful snake. It is undeniable that the ruthless ghost emissary is indeed a beautiful woman and a beauty among beauties. The 2 jade peaks on his chest sway in front of Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and are very dazzled. Ning Xiaochuan lay flat on the ground, trying to control himself, and said, if you want to get Baiming magic from me, I advise you to die early. The smile on the ruthless ghost's face froze, but immediately it completely stuck to Ning Xiaochuan. Really? Are you willing? She untied Ning Xiaochuan's belt, put a soft and cold jade hand into the robe, stroked Ning Xiaochuan's chest and waist, continued to go down, and grabbed the strong lower body, ha. Men are so duplicity, thinking they are saints, and the body has already become an animal. Ning Xiaochuan also doesn't refute, the body will react, this is a very normal thing. If he can't react under her temptation, he must go to the heart-nourishing dictionary and refine the tiger whip aphrodisiac pill as soon as possible, so as to cure his disease first. The Taoist temple is full of fallen leaves. The leaves rustled, and Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was suppressed by the ruthless ghost envoy, so he could only wade straight on the ground. Little brother, or else my sister will help you vent your anger. The ruthless ghost emissary's jade hand gently played with Ning Xiaochuan's, holding a thing between his legs, pinching it up and down, and a pair of beautiful eyes were particularly blurred, flirting with peach blossom. Shame, absolutely shame. Ning Xiaochuan tightly closed his eyes and began to secretly mobilize the magic sword, ready to call out the magic sword and kill the ruthless ghost emissary. A roar came down from the sky. Boom! The roof of the Taoist temple was pierced by a dragon-like halberd gun as thick as a column. The dragon-elephant halberd gun, with infinite power, directly makes the ruthless ghost red. The naked body was pierced and nailed to the ground. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan felt the danger in advance, even if he rolled aside, otherwise at the moment he had been linked with the ruthless ghost emissary. Who? Jihanqing, can you grow your eyes when you shoot? Do you want 2 corpses and 2 lives? Ning Xiaochuan was still in shock, and he was sweating all over, shouting at the Taoist temple. Boom! The dragon-elephant halberd gun bombarded the ground, causing a large area of the Taoist temple to collapse, and even the whole mountain was slightly shaken. It can be seen how terrible the power of the attack just now is. No wonder even a strong man like the ruthless ghost envoy was nailed to death by a blow. Dada! Jihanqing walked in from the outside of the Taoist temple with his hands on his back. He glanced at Ning Xiaochuan lying on the ground with disheveled clothes, and sneered, barren mountain, broken temple, lonely men and women, dry vegetables and fire, young Master Ning's interest is really good? He is really worthy of being the leader of the Emperor of Heaven Academy. Jihanqing, don't be sarcastic. Things are not as bad as you think. Ning Xiaochuan pulled the corners of his clothes and covered the exposed half of his buttocks. Jihanqing rarely saw Ning Xiaochuan so down and in a good mood. Learning the voice of a ruthless ghost messenger, he joked, little brother, or else my sister will help you vent your anger. Thank you. Miss Ji, please. Ning Xiaochuan also crossed his heart and spread his robes directly, revealing a healthy male body. Ning Xiaochuan was teased by a woman today, and he was already very upset. I didn't expect Ji Hanqing to tease him, and naturally he wouldn't endure being teased like this. Rather than being teased, it's better to unfasten her clothes boldly and see if she has the courage to really vent her anger. Ji Hanqing didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be naughty. No matter how cold she was only a woman who had never experienced a man. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan's body, and immediately her pupils widened, her heart trembled, her fists tightened, her teeth grinding loudly, and she said, "Shameless." She turned around and escaped from the Taoist temple. She didn't even take away the dragon elephant halberd gun inserted on the ground. It was obvious that she was really scared. It was the first time that Ning Xiaochuan occupied the upper part of the confrontation with Ji Hanqing, with a slight hook at the corner of his mouth. The original shameless person also has shameless benefits. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes glanced at the ruthless ghost messenger who was nailed to the ground. However, men can be shameless, and once women are shameless, it seems that there is no good end. Ning Xiaochuan put on his robe, tied his belt, walked out of the Taoist temple, and saw Ji Hanqing still standing on the stone steps, with his back to him. She said, "Where is the jade Ningxing?" Ning Xiaochuan exhaled deeply, and also put away his previous flirtatious and solemn way. "There was a misunderstanding between us, and she left first." "Did you do animal things to her?" Ji Hanqing said. Ning Xiaochuan was a little speechless and said, "You really want to go wrong." Ji Hanqing said solemnly, "I can warn you that Yu Ningxing is a prisoner of the imperial court and was taken out of the imperial city by you. If she really escapes, you have to pay full responsibility. Don't worry. I will find her back." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Ji Hanqing and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." As soon as Ning Xiaochuan walked into the courtyard, he immediately stopped and his eyes became dignified. The yellow leaves on the ground flew upside down and blew in the Taoist temple. "Murderess!" A strong murderous spirit rushed in from the outside. The next moment, a disheveled man stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan. His face was full of scars. He had been burned in a large area and could not recover. There was hardly a piece of intact skin all over his body. "Are you Ning Xiaochuan?" Tai Minggong stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Black scales grew on his arms, and the flesh and blood stood up, and soon expanded 3 times thick, becoming like the claws of monsters, emitting the smell of beasts. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't figure out who the other party was, and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Lord Tai Minggong, the head of the Qingyang sub-altar of Tianmi Road. On the order of the head of the general altar, I come to invite young Master Ning to visit the White Dragon City." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I don't know your master." "That's what the saint means." Tai Minggong said coldly. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Is it the general altar that wants to invite me, or the saint?" "Why do you ask so much?" "It's the saint who wants to see you. The master of the altar ordered that now the devil in the whole soul domain is looking for you. Even if you don't follow me, others will find you." Tai Minggong said impatiently, "Are you going with me or not?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I'm sorry it's difficult to comply." "Then I'm welcome." Tai Minggong seemed to have expected this result long ago. He roared and spit out chaotic sound waves, shaking the earth and mountains. His arm was like the claw of a Xian beast, and a claw grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Chi-chi. In the air, there was a blasting sound, and the claws tore the void into flames. This is the cultivation of the refined realm, which has the potential to sweep thousands of troops. It is not only as simple as trying to catch Ning Xiaochuan, but even to take Ning Xiaochuan's life. Ning Xiaochuan felt that force, only felt the blood gas all over him was not smooth, the blood vessels were painful and wanted to crack, the heart seemed to be pressed so that he could not beat, and his body quickly retreated. Bang! Tai Minggong's claws were covered with scales, and his fingertips were so sharp and shiny that they were as hard as iron blocks. Although he didn't hit Ning Xiaochuan's neck, he bombarded a big tree with a basin mouth behind Ning Xiaochuan into sawdust. The big tree broke, and with a squeak, it fell down and pressed on the wall of the Taoist temple. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his rainbow body method, walked around directly behind Tai Minggong, fell on the trunk of the tree, spread his wings on his back, and was about to fly away. The master of Nanshan Subalter Luo Kai, and the master of Tianzi Subalter Yi Baiyin. In the woods outside the Taoist temple, 2 more martial arts masters took off, their bodies covered by xuanqi, and each played a xuanqi, a 9-ring saber, and a xianming fireball. At the same time, they bombarded Ning Xiaochuan, forcing Ning Xiaochuan to return to the Taoist temple again. Luo Kai and Yi Baiyin fell into the Taoist temple, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's retreat. The 9-ring saber fell into Luo Kai's hands and suddenly inserted into the ground, forming a knife array. Countless knife lights erupted, forming a knife net, which surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in knife chi. Xianming fireball suspended in the palm of Yi Baiyin's hand, kept rotating, emitting a hot temperature. At the same time, the 3 jar masters shot Ning Xiaochuan to capture him. Outside the Taoist temple, there was a large mess of footsteps. Obviously, there were more demons surrounding the outside, which surrounded the whole Taoist temple in 3 layers, the outer 3 layers. Ning Xiaochuan's back spread the wings of the angry wind, and his body took off, but as soon as he rushed to the height of 100 meters, there were 2 deafening animal roars in the clouds, and 2 4-grade Xian beasts flew out. On the backs of the 2 mysterious beasts, there was a demon door jar master, who was as bright as a torch and murderous. DG Subalter Owner Meng Xinhan, Qingshi Subalter Owner Lin Gang. As expected, the demon sect is full of masters, and there are 2 more people at the level of jar master. In order to capture Ning Xiaochuan, 5 altar masters were used. It seems that the general altar master of Tian Mido has made a lot of efforts to please the saint of the demon sect. Ning Xiaochuan, it's hard for you to fly today. Meng Xinhan flew over Ning Xiaochuan and struck down with a knife, chopping out a large amount of thunder and lightning to cut off the wings on Ning Xiaochuan's back. Ning Xiaochuan's side of the body, with a wave of his arm, hit a lightning beast, and countless lightning danced around the beast, making a crackling sound. Ow! The lightning beast, ferocious and angry, rushed to the sky. Meng Xinhan is also worthy of being a jar master. He has deep cultivation and only uses 3 knives to break the lightning beast. He ejected from the back of the Xian beast, holding a knife in both hands and pressing down on Ning Xiaochuan's head. Dao Qi is 13 meters long, just like a huge crescent, bright and sharp. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan took out the épée and resisted this move hard, but the strength of the saber was extremely heavy. His arm was cut with blood by the xuanqi saber, and his body suddenly fell down, like a mountain falling down. Meng Xinhan sneered, "You'd better go down." Ning Xiaochuan's body was full of mysterious qi, and the purple glow appeared on the soles of his feet. His body suddenly moved out, avoiding Meng Xinhan's blow. Lin Gang, the owner of the Qingshi subaltar, rode the Xian beast and killed it from the other direction. He smiled, "People in your court are so intrigued. You see, the beauty standing in the Taoist temple doesn't care about your life or death at all. I think you'd better follow us to the White Dragon City and join our demon gate." Ji Hanqing was standing on the steps of the Taoist temple, staring at the battle in the air faintly, and had no intention of shooting at all. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "That's because she knows, just because you can't help me." Baiming magic. Hearing the words Baiming Shengong, Lin Gang was startled and hurriedly backed up, afraid of being caught by Ning Xiaochuan's body. They all know that Ning Xiaochuan practiced a wonderful skill comparable to blood-eating demon skill, so he didn't dare to get too close to Ning Xiaochuan at all. Ning Xiaochuan's roar just now was not really using Baiming magic, but just frightening Lin Gang. After frightening Lin Gang away, he spread the wings of the angry wind and quickly caught up with him. With a wave of his arm, he sent out an electric light, which turned into 7 thick bolts of lightning, and bombarded the Xian beast under Lin Gang's seat at the same time. The head, tail, and wings of the mysterious beast were attacked, and the scales were punctured, emitting wisps of black smoke. Ow! The 4th grade Xian beast uttered a scream, spitting out black smoke in his mouth, and there was blood between his teeth. It suffered a heavy blow and fell down to the ground. Lin Gang sat on the back of the Xian beast, holding the iron chain in his hand, and his face changed dramatically. At this moment, he was nearly 100 meters away from the ground. If he fell with the Xian beast, even with his martial arts cultivation, he would be seriously injured or even die. Dang! After all, his cultivation was extraordinary. The soles of his feet severely stepped on the back of the Xian beast, and his body rushed up and fell on the back of Meng Xinhan's mount. Damn! It's too bad to fight him in the sky. Lin Gang loves his mount Xian beast very much. It was a bird-rate beast that he tamed with great effort. Now it is estimated that it has fallen into a mountain stream and turned into a pool of meat mud. Ning Xiaochuan didn't catch it, but he lost a 4th grade Xian beast first. He won't be proud for long. Meng Xinhan took out a very thin golden Xian silk, handed one end of the Xian silk to Lin Gang, pinched the other end in his hand, and jumped directly from the back of the Xian beast. This is the bone silk extracted from the body of a 7th grade Xian beast. It can be called a Xian ware. It has strong toughness. Even if it is hung with a black iron weighing 10,000 kilograms, it will not break. Meng Xinhan pinched the golden Xian silk, held a 3-meter-long wide-back war knife, cut it towards Ning Xiaochuan, and pulled out a crescent-shaped knife light. Meng Xinhan's movements are extremely flexible. With Xuanzi, his body is like a monkey hanging on the sky, forcing Ning Xiaochuan to be stretched out and surrounded by phenomena. Beiming magic skill. Ning Xiaochuan shouted again, spitting out the thunder and flood sound in his mouth, shaking the clouds above the sky. Do you think you can scare us a second time? Meng Xinhan's eyes were cold, and the sword in his hand was castrated, and the dazzling golden light appeared on his body, just like a golden armor god of war, Xuanji golden light cut. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan didn't scare them this time, but really mobilized the power of the magic sword. The sword chi in his body surged, all gathered in the palm of his hand, and a palm bombarded the blade of the sword. Use your palm to resist the Xuanqi saber. Meng Xinhan saw this scene, and a grim smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, looking for death. The blade with cold light directly cleaved into Ning Xiaochuan's palm, cut open the flesh and blood, and bombarded the bone. The bones in Ning Xiaochuan's body are integrated with the martial arts' magical powers. The bones are as hard as gold, stone and iron, and have not been cut by the Xuanqi saber. Blood flowed on the palm, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel the pain. An airwave vortex was born from the palm of the hand, and a strong swallowing force broke out. Meng Xinhan naturally noticed something wrong and was about to withdraw, but he was frightened to find that his body seemed to be stuck and could not move at all. The blood flow in his body accelerated, rushed out of his blood and skin, and flowed into Ning Xiaochuan's palm along the saber. Meng Xinhan's face was distorted, and he shouted in horror, blood-devouring. Blood-devouring demon skill. No, this is Beiming divine skill. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were firm. No matter how Meng Xinhan struggled, it was useless. He was fixed there by the power of the magic sword, and his body could not move. He could only watch the blood and Xian qi in his body flow into his body. Ning Xiaochuan, take your life. Lin Gang also found something wrong and immediately drove the Xian beast to rush towards Ning Xiaochuan. However, he came a little late. Meng Xinhan's body had been sucked into a shriveled old corpse and turned into a mass of ashes, with a bang. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan spread the wings of the angry wind, glided out, and did not confront Lin Gang head-on. After all, the other side is a strong player in the refined environment. If they fight head-on, they will definitely suffer losses. At this moment, earth-shaking changes have taken place in Ning Xiaochuan's body. His bones have become bright, his skin flows with dark light, and his blood has become scarlet. In the blood, it constantly makes thunderous sounds, just like every drop of blood is pregnant with a world of lightning and thunder. He finally understood the true meaning of the refined realm, and his body began to be refined. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was ecstatic, and he felt the strength rising in his body, and his sense of war suddenly soared, and the 9 magic powers in his body were shining. War. Ning Xiaochuan takes the initiative to rush towards Lin Gang, and wants to temper himself with Lin Gang, so as to break through the bottleneck and reach the realm of immortality. With Ning Xiaochuan's current background, once he steps into the realm of secularity, it is really the diving dragon going to sea, and the eagle spreading its wings. From now on, you can go to any dangerous place in the world. Just in time. Lin Gang stood on the back of the Xian beast, standing straight, holding a 100-meter-long golden Xian silk in his hand, as thin as hair, as sharp as a knife edge. He covered the golden Xian silk with Xian qi, controlled the Xian silk with Xian qi, and cut it across the air, towards Ning Xiaochuan. Shua shua. The golden Xian silk was extremely sharp, and its trajectory was unpredictable. In just a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's body was cut into dozens of small openings. In the wound, blood flowed outward constantly, and the clothes on his body were dyed red, which simply turned Ning Xiaochuan into a blood man. Clouds and clouds returned to vitality. Ning Xiaochuan propped up the Xuanqi cover, added martial arts magic power, Zixia body protection, and resisted the golden Xuanqi with his martial arts magic power, and his body rushed straight to Lin Gang. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly struck a palm, and the palm print flew out of the Xuanqi cover and fought with Lin Gang. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan hung upside down in the sky and hit 16 palms in a row, giving Lin Gang no chance to breathe. Ning Xiaochuan fell directly on the back of the Xian beast, injected the Xian qi into the Xian beast's body, broke 3 of the Xian beast's blood vessels, and made a sad scream in his mouth. This mysterious beast also quickly fell to the ground. This feeling is like falling off a cliff. Once you fall from the air, even if you are a martial artist who is free from vulgarity, it is absolutely difficult to survive. Ning Xiaochuan, we die together. Lin Gang seemed to be crazy. His hair stood upside down. Between his hands, a huge fireball, with a diameter of 3 meters, was condensed. In the fireball, strands of lightning were bred, containing the power of destroying the sky and the earth. This is the martial magic power that condenses his whole body and exerts. It has the power to flatten the hill. Die together? No, you have to use your death to help me break through the secular realm. Ning Xiaochuan once again mobilized the power of the magic sword and directly absorbed the energy contained in that fireball into his body. In Lin Gang's frightened eyes, Ning Xiaochuan grabbed his neck. Ning Xiaochuan's hand was like an iron claw. He grabbed Lin Gang's neck and lifted him up. 2 people fall quickly. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's flesh is strong, and his bones are like divine iron. He is not afraid to be killed by falling to the ground, trampling the earth out of a big hole, and still lifting Lin Gang in his hand until he is sucked clean, before throwing the shriveled body out. Ning Xiaochuan was covered with blood, his hair was scattered, and he came out of the pit like a blood-devouring god with a mysterious weapon war knife left by Meng Xinhan after his death. After absorbing the blood and Xuanqi of 2 martial artists from the secular world, Ning Xiaochuan's body is full of rushing forces, as if to shatter his blood. But in this state, Ning Xiaochuan feels that his potential is being stimulated and will break through again at any time. War. Ning Xiaochuan was murderous, like a devil in the world, killing the other 3 altar masters in the Taoist temple. Meng Xinhan and Lin Gang are both figures at the level of the altar master, who are overlords of one party and great figures in the region. But at the moment, they are all dead, which makes the remaining 3 altar masters feel angry. Bai Ming Shengong is simply terrible. Ning Xiaochuan wants to devour our accomplishments to help him break through. It's so powerful now. If he breaks through to the realm of immortality, it's okay? You'd better retreat first. Ning Xiaochuan's killing intention is strong, his momentum is fierce, and his combat power must be more powerful than usual. Let's go back and report this matter to the General Altar Lord and the Holy Lady. Those big men of them can naturally deal with Ning Xiaochuan. Tai Minggong, Luo Kai, and Yi Baiyin all planned to retreat immediately, but their retreat was stopped by Ji Hanxing. Ji Hanxing was carrying a dragon-like halberd gun and wearing red armor. His momentum was quite frightening. He stared at the 3 people coldly and said, "Come and see if you want, and leave if you want. Do you really think this is your home?" The 3 jar masters looked at each other and shot at the same time to kill Ji Hanxing. Destruction sword wave. Ning Xiaochuan came up from behind, with long hair turned upside down, blood on his face, and a look of madness. A sword wave shot from the tip of his fingers and bombarded Tai Minggong's vest. The thick sword waves at the mouth of the bowl made ripples appear in the air. Tai Minggong felt the sword wave power behind him and had to give up attacking Ji Hanxing. His body suddenly sank and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! The annihilating sword wave flew out of the head of Tai Minggong. It was only a little short of breaking his head. Absorbing the blood gas of 2 strong people in the refined realm, Ning Xiaochuan's body seems to have been filled with blood gas, and his blood vessels are almost broken. Only in the continuous battle, the feeling of having to support and explode his body will be slightly relieved. However, when Ning Xiaochuan felt the pain unbearable, the blood gas and mysterious gas in his body gathered frantically towards the position of the magic sword, constantly contracting and condensing, and finally turned into a ray of world-destroying gas. This is the second ray of world-destroying gas born in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Only when Ning Xiaochuan's killing intention soared and was close to demonizing, the gas of annihilation would be born. The blood-red magic sword was suspended in the heart, and 2 murderous gases wrapped around the magic sword, making the magic sword more magical. After the birth of the second ray of world-destroying gas, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the power of the magic sword became more powerful. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the magic sword would send a mysterious force into the blood and melt into the blood. Every time the magic sword absorbs the blood of other martial artists, it will spread a mysterious force and melt it into Ning Xiaochuan's blood. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan only thought it was a small thing, but now, that mysterious force seems to have been huge to a certain extent, making Ning Xiaochuan's blood boil. What's the matter? Why do I feel that I haven't reached the extreme of the divine realm, and it seems that a breakthrough will occur again? I am now the peak of the 9th weight of the divine body. Can I reach the 10th weight of the divine body with another breakthrough? When Ning Xiaochuan thought so, the 10th divine source actually began to be born in his body. Lao Jiu's WeChat public account, Jiu Dang Jia 90, or directly receive Jiu Dang Jia. Welcome to Jia Jiu. The 10th divine source, which was born, is in the blood. It is composed of that mysterious force, which is homologous with the power of the magic sword and Bloom's red light. However, at the moment, the 10th divine source is still illusory, like a fog, which is still a step away from the success of cohesion. It must be that the mysterious power output from the magic sword is not enough. We must let the magic sword drink blood again. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is still quite excited. He even cultivated the 10th divine source, which is compatible with his blood. This is the legendary realm. Even when the gods were young, they might not be able to reach this realm. Once the cultivation reaches the 10th level of the divine body realm, it will shake the earth and the whole martial arts world. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at Tai Minggong, and his pupils were full of killing intent. He rushed up, and was about to absorb Tai Minggong's blood to cultivate the 10th magical power. Although the cultivation of Tai Minggong is higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan, he is very afraid of Baiming divine skill. The previous deaths of Mang Xinhan and Lin Gang can be vividly remembered. His body catapulted up, flew more than 60 meters high, like a jumping lizard, fell down the hillside, put his toes on the top of the tree, and quickly fled down the mountain. Ning Xiaochuan stood outside the Taoist temple on the top of the mountain, holding more than 100 meters of golden Xian silk, waving it out like a piece of golden light. Shua! Golden Xian silk tied Tai Minggong's right leg and dragged him back. Ning Xiaochuan, don't deceive others too much. Tai Minggong fell back to the ground and cut off the golden Xian silk with a war knife. Tai Minggong was also aroused to be really angry, and he was no longer afraid of Ning Xiaochuan's Baiming divine skill. It's a big deal to kill you and me. Even if Baiming's divine skill is really against the sky, Ning Xiaochuan, after all, has only the 9th highest cultivation of the divine body. He is a cultivation of refined realm. Is he still scared by him? Break it. Tai Minggong chopped on the ground with a knife, acting like a lion fighting a rabbit. The knife gash tore open a hillside and rushed straight to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his colorful moving body method, turned his body into a rainbow bridge, crossed more than 50 meters, and fell over the head of Tai Minggong. The palm is wrapped with xuanqi, which turns into the shape of a blade. With one palm, it cuts down and cuts to the celestial cover of Tai Minggong. Poof! Tai Minggong's mouth sent out a giggle sneer, and a knife pierced Ning Xiaochuan's body. The bright red tip of the knife was exposed from Ning Xiaochuan's back. Ning Xiaochuan's palm print also bombarded the head of Tai Minggong, and the magic sword automatically operated, frantically absorbing the blood gas in Tai Minggong's body, so as to continuously supplement the energy required by the 10th god source. Give it to me. Although Ning Xiaochuan's body was in pain, his arm still suppressed Tai Minggong. When Ning Xiaochuan sucked Tai Minggong into a mummy, the 10th divine source condensed successfully. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan pinched Tai Minggong into corpse powder, and immediately sat on the ground and began to break through with all his strength. The 10th divine source is suspended in the blood and emits powerful power, just like a blood-red star, which moves the whole body with the blood. Every week, the 10th divine source becomes stronger. After 360 weeks, the 10th divine source directly broke into light spots. The 10th magical power was born. The energy contained in this light spot, similar to the energy of the gas of extinction, converges and condenses into a huge stone tablet, suspended on the top of Ning Xiaochuan. This stone tablet is wrapped with a lot of iron chains, with a breath of vicissitudes and ancient times. At the same time, it is freezing, which makes Ning Xiaochuan's blood freeze. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his strength could not hold this monument, and he would be pressed on the ground by the monument. In Ning Xiaochuan's mind, scenes of world destruction emerged, all of which were destroyed by a god monument. All creatures died, the stars were broken, the metaphysical world was burning, and the ground was covered with bones, a scene of destruction. Anyone who sees these sights will be speechless with fear. The monument of the god of destruction. Ning Xiaochuan's mind naturally emerged these 4 words. This is the name of his 10th magical power. Of course, this is not a real monument, but a magical power condensed by the mysterious qi of martial arts. However, Ning Xiaochuan seriously doubted that there might be such a monument somewhere in the world that could destroy a world. Ji Hanxing dashed out the remaining 2 masters of the magic door and nailed them to the wall of the Taoist temple. Blood kept flowing out of the body. She noticed the horrible scene on Ning Xiaochuan's head. It was a monument wrapped in iron chains. Her heart beat inexplicably, and she felt a little panic. She felt that the monument contained extraordinary power, which could kill everything in the world. Ning Xiaochuan, what immoral skill are you practicing? Although Jihanqing has always hated Ning Xiaochuan, he doesn't want him to have an accident and wants to help him. I'm refining the 10th magical power, the stone tablet of the world-destroying god. Ning Xiaochuan's body erupted into a momentum comparable to Wu Zun, forcing Jihanqing to retreat, afraid of being hit by the monument of the god of destruction. The 10th magical power? Jihanqing has never heard of such a ridiculous thing, but looking at Ning Xiaochuan's appearance doesn't seem to be joking. Is it possible that this guy actually practices the 10th kind of magic power against the sky? Ning Xiaochuan stood up holding the stone tablet of the god of destruction and beat it out. Boom! In the woods in the distance, there was a large scream, and dozens of demonic warriors were killed by the stone tablet of the god of destruction, and a large number of bones walked on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief after beating out the stone tablet of the god of destruction. He was almost crushed to death by the stone tablet of the god of destruction just now. This magical power is really too evil. It is more like magic than magic. Jihanqing's eyes looked at the direction of the White Dragon City, and he saw a dark cloud pressing over the sky, and the shadow of a giant beast emerged in the dark cloud, emitting bursts of hiss. The master of the magic door is coming. Let's go quickly. Jihanqing lifted the dragon elephant halberd gun, turned his body into a remnant, and rushed into the woods. Ning Xiaochuan also glanced at the dark cloud in the sky and felt an extremely terrible breath coming out of it. Even if he now reached the 10th weight of the divine body, he would be easily crushed compared with that force. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan followed Jihanqing, spread out colorful movements, and hid into the woods. Not long after, Mu Honglai, the master of the general altar of Tianmi Dao, fell from the sky. His real body was Jialan, and his pace was steady. He walked into the old Taoist temple, looked at the corpses on the ground, and his eyebrows showed a gloomy murderous spirit. Report. Report to the General Altar Master that Ning Xiaochuan reached the 10th weight of the divine body and killed Meng Altar Master and them all. A demon sect warrior whose cultivation reached the 6th weight of the divine body knelt on the ground, shivering all over, and was quite afraid of Mu Honglai. Mu Hong came as if she had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, and said coldly, "The 10th weight of the divine body? Will you kill all 5 jar owners? Can you tell me that Ning Xiaochuan has become a god?" The 6th heaviest demon warrior was directly scared to the ground, his whole body was on the ground, and his whole body was shaking. Mu Honglai is the master of the general altar of Tianmi Dao, who is in charge of more than 4,000 sub-altars. What an arrogant person. Naturally, he doesn't care about a small shrimp with the 6th weight of the divine body. He walked into a shabby room of the Taoist temple and saw the ruthless ghost messenger lying in a pool of blood. His mouth suddenly made a harsh sneer. "Come." Phew. Phew. 2 old men with half-white hair flew in like 2 ghosts and stood behind Mu Honglai. Mu Hong came to take off her robe and put it on the ruthless ghost red. On the naked body, he said, "Ning Xiaochuan is really a beast." The ruthless ghost envoy just came to invite him to White Dragon City as a guest, but he was killed after being killed by a woman. We demon sect must discuss this matter. Standing on the left, the old man with a bunch of skulls around his neck laughed grimly and said, "Master of the altar, this matter is hard to argue with Ning Xiaochuan. If it is spread, not only his reputation will be destroyed, but also the Emperor of Heaven Academy will be stained." Mu Hong said, "Withered Pine, you bring the bones of the ruthless ghost emissary back to the White Dragon City and hand it to the saint, saying that we Tianmi Dao have done our best, but ultimately caused this shameful tragedy. General Forum Leader, shall we catch Ning Xiaochuan?" Dead Pine Road. Mu Hong said, "Catch. I must catch. Although I haven't seen Ning Xiaochuan use Beiming magic, he can kill Meng Xinhan and others with his cultivation, which shows the power of this kind of magic. If I can get this kind of magic, who will I fear in the world?" Withered bones, it's up to you to catch Ning Xiaochuan. It's just a suckling boy. I'm sure he can't escape my palm. Jia. The old man with a bunch of skulls around his neck sneered, and a black snake appeared in his sleeve. The black snake sniffed on the ground, and then turned into a black light and flew out of the Taoist temple. The old man chased after the black snake and ran towards the woods. After escaping from this mountain, Jihanqing casually threw out a dark light, and a huge dragon elephant rushed out of the mountain stream and stood in front of her. She rolled over and fell on the back of the dragon elephant, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. Come up. Ning Xiaochuan didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he tiptoed, he fell on the back of the dragon elephant. Boom! The dragon elephant has strong feet and rushes out. Even if there is a big tree in front of it, it can easily break it, and then forcibly carve out a road. It is said that there is a trace of dragon blood flowing in the body of the dragon elephant. On the battlefield, a dragon elephant is like an invincible chariot. If you add a dragon elephant divine force, it is enough to defeat 3,000 troops. Just now, there was a strong breath of martial arts in the cloud. There were so many masters in the magic door. Ning Xiaochuan is still terrified at the moment. If he runs slowly, he will say no, he is now buried in the mountains. It must be Mu Hong, the master of the general altar of Tianmido, who is the cultivation of the earth honor level, and can crush us to death with one finger. The pine-boned 2 old men under his seat are also demons of the older generation. When you see these people, you can't think of anything and run for your life. Jihanqing had a bad premonition in his heart, constantly slapping the dragon elephant. Just want to escape here, the farther the better. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan stayed in the Imperial City and the Tiandi Academy. Even if he met his opponents, he was also a hero of the younger generation. Now he met all the ruthless people of the older generation. He was very dangerous at every step, and he was crushed to pieces without paying attention. Although the speed of the dragon elephant was indeed very fast, they were still caught up. The old man with a skull on his neck stood on the hillside, staring at the dragon elephant running fast below, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. With a wave of his withered arm, a blue dark gas cloud appeared in the void, condensing a bucket-thick vine, covered with branches and leaves, as long as 80 meters, like a wooden dragon flying out of the cloud, directly wrapped around the dragon's neck, and lifted the dragon. Ow! Although the strength of the dragon elephant was great, it could not defeat the thick vines. Its body was pulled to more than 60 meters high and hung up. Ning Xiaochuan and Jihanqing jumped down from the back of the dragon elephant at the first time. After standing firmly, they immediately propped up Shangang to guard against it. Above the sky, a huge vine was shaking, just like a tentacle extending out of the sky. The picture was quite frightening. The dragon elephant was hung in the air by vines, and was lifted higher and higher. Its 4 hoofs were constantly struggling, and its mouth spit out flames, but it was of no use at all. Jihanqing can't fly. He can only watch the dragon elephant being dragged into the sky, holding his hands tightly, and his whole body will burst into flames. Ning Xiaochuan propped up a pair of angry wings on his back, condensed a xuanqi sword, and was about to cut off the vines. Pa! The old man with a skull on his neck showed a grim smile at the corners of his mouth, pointed to Ning Xiaochuan, and a vine full of lightning pulled on Ning Xiaochuan and flew him out. Bang! The thick vine of the bucket loosened, and the dragon elephant fell down, and was thrown with a whine. Both legs had been broken, and he was bleeding all over, and his mouth gave a low-pitched roar. Damn, who the hell are you? Jihanqing has a deep relationship with Long Xiang. Like friends, she nearly died and survived many times. It was Long Xiang who saved her life. They are not masters and servants, but also comrades in arms. Seeing that the dragon elephant was seriously injured, she was naturally quite sad. The sky is gone, and the bones are withered. The old man with a bunch of skeletons around his neck smiled and stood on the hillside overlooking the bottom, like a god looking at a group of mole ants. Two old men with loose bones. Ji Hanqing's face changed. Songgu two old men refer to the two old men withered pine and withered bone. They are known as the left and right hands of Mu Hong Lai, and they are all the ruthless people of the demon sect who make the martial arts fearless. All the murderers at this level are out. It seems that it is extremely difficult to escape today. A little insight, worthy of being an expert from the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp. With a faint smile, he didn't pay attention to Ji Hanqing, looked arrogant, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Boy, tell me the cultivation method of Baiming Shengong obediently. I not only don't kill you, but also can give you countless beauties, thousands of green and gold, what do you think?" Ning Xiaochuan naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. He smiled and said, "If you really want to practice this magic skill, then you can worship me as a teacher, and I may teach you 3 moves and 2 moves. The smile on the withered face froze and snorted coldly, "Toast, don't eat, eat wine." Phew. Kugu stretched out his arms, and his body flew down like a big bird, hitting Xiang Ning Xiaochuan and Ji Hanqing with a big handprint. This palm print is almost like a cloud, and each fingerprint is clearly visible, like a piece of God's pattern. Ji Hanqing also stared at the dragon elephant absently, as if he hadn't seen the palm print from the top of his head. Ning Xiaochuan sighed, and for the first time found that Ji Hanqing was still an emotional woman, so he immediately grabbed Ji Hanqing's shoulder, spread out colorful movement, and suddenly retreated back 20 feet. Boom! The ground on which the two of them stood just now was depressed, showing a 10-meter-long handprint pit. Although Ning Xiaochuan and Ji Hanqing escaped, the luck of the dragon elephant was not so good, and they were killed by the blow of withered bones. No! Ji Hanqing clenched his teeth tightly, and the eyes in his star eyes became extremely angry. No matter what was standing opposite was a vicious man of the demon sect. He carried a dragon elephant halberd gun and killed it at the withered bone. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to pull her to escape immediately, but how can she hold it? She dares to fight when she meets such an old antique as withered bones. She is really a rude and barbarous woman. Kugu saw Ji Hanqing rushing up unexpectedly, and his face immediately showed a sneering smile. A little woman dared to fight with me, but her appearance was still very beautiful. When she was captured, she was taken as a concubine. It's exciting to take a dragon as a concubine. Poof. However, when Kugu fought with Ji Hanqing, he was shocked violently. The power from the dragon elephant halberd gun was not much weaker than him, and directly tore his sleeves. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been injured by Ji Hanqing just now. Dragon style. Ji Hanqing hit back the dragon elephant halberd gun, and 9 circles of mysterious gas appeared on the tip of the gun, penetrating the withered bone's protective body Shengang, and the tip of the gun crossed the withered bone's shoulder, leaving a blood stain. How fierce, little girl. I underestimated you. Hey, the stronger it is, the more I like it. Wait for me to conquer you in bed. Withered bones no longer despised Ji Hanqing. A pair of old eyes became ferocious, the robe waved, and the Shan Qi condensed into a silver leaf, while Lala cut away. This is not an ordinary leaf, but a silver ginseng leaf, which is picked from the Shanling wood and can easily penetrate the Shangang of the warrior's bodyguard. Every silver ginseng leaf is invaluable, and its power is naturally significant. Poof. Poof. The blood vessels of Ji Hanqing's arms and ankles were cut by silver leaves, and the blood flowed like a flood. Withered bone sneered and made a big handprint again. Ji Hanqing's eyes were burning, and his long blue hair was flying. He carried a dragon-like halberd gun to fight, and tore up the big handprint. Poof. Withered bones appeared behind Ji Hanqing, and a palm hit her vest, cracking the red armor, and a cold, dark air rushed into her body. Wow! Her mouth spit out a mouthful of crimson blood, holding a dragon-like halberd gun, half kneeling on the ground, her fingers kept shaking. Although Jihanqing was badly hurt and his blood was about to be broken, his eyes were still very firm and he stabbed again. Inside the withered sleeve, a black snake flew out, fell on her neck, bit on her carotid artery, and began to drink the blood in her body. Jihanqing felt a tingling pain coming from his neck, his eyelids were getting heavier, and he was weak all over. He could no longer hold the dragon-elephant halberd gun. Bang dang! The dragon-like halberd gun fell to the ground. Jihanqing! Ning Xiaochuan turned into a divine rainbow, fell in front of Jihanqing, grabbed the tail of the black snake, and rushed out countless lightning in the palm of his hand, shattering the black snake into blood powder. Jihanqing's neck, centered on the bite marks, has blackened and is still spreading to the whole body. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Hurry. Run." Then she closed her eyes and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's arms. If she hadn't finally said the words "run away," Ning Xiaochuan wouldn't care about her at all. After all, her death doesn't have much to do with herself. However, after she said these 3 words, Ning Xiaochuan felt that it was still worth saving her. Of course, the premise is that you can escape today. Ning Xiaochuan, the Xuanlian snake you killed unexpectedly. Good. If you tell me the cultivation method of Baiming's divine skill, I won't investigate this matter with you. Kugu bit his teeth, but finally he held back and didn't get angry. First ask Baiming's divine skill from Ning Xiaochuan's mouth, and then slowly deal with him at that time. The withered heart thought so. Even a strong man like Jihanqing was seriously injured. Ning Xiaochuan will not fight with withered bones foolishly. If you want to know the cultivation method of Baiming Shengong, I can tell you, but I have one condition. Ning Xiaochuan rode. What conditions? Dead Bone rode. Come closer and I'll tell you. Ning Xiaochuan hooked his fingers at the withered bone. What a wily man. Kugu naturally knew what Ning Xiaochuan was up to and sneered, "Ning Xiaochuan, although your Baiming magic skill is powerful, my cultivation is not a little higher than you. Can you eat me?" If Ning Xiaochuan really uses the power of the magic sword to devour the blood gas in the dead bone, the final result must be that Ning Xiaochuan explodes and dies. Kugu knew this, so he was not afraid of Ning Xiaochuan's Baiming magic skill. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, he could not be threatened at all. Therefore, he walked towards Ning Xiaochuan without fear. Of course, he still kept a little mind, and the mysterious qi condensed in the palm of his hand. He was on guard against Ning Xiaochuan, afraid of capsizing in the gutter. He walked to Ning Xiaochuan 5 meters away, and said with a smile, "Now you can say it?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Elder, you are a big man in the demon sect. What are you afraid of? Come closer, I'll tell you right away." Withered bones clenched their fists, showing a cold smile, and took 2 steps forward, saying, "Did you say it or not?" "Say." "I'll tell you now." 5 blood-red sword qi flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and converged into a magic sword. This is the body of the magic sword. With an evil and fierce force, it immediately led to changes in the sky, the earth was shaking, and yellow springs gushed from the bottom of the earth. The withered face changed and quickly retreated. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan held the sword in both hands, chopped it down with a sword, and the blood-red sword gas flew out, cutting off a pair of withered legs, and the upper half of his body fell directly to the ground. Did Kugu ever expect that Ning Xiaochuan actually had such a terrible magic sword? Today, I really capsized in the gutter. Ning Xiaochuan was carrying the magic sword, full of evil qi, and his eyes turned blood red. Compared with the appearance just now, it was like a different person. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the withered bone's back, pointed the magic sword at his head, and said, "Feng Shui turns around, and I'll come to my house this year. Before you die, I'll let you do a ghost understanding. The Baiming magic skill you've always wanted to get never exists." And the only real existence is this sword. Old Nine's WeChat public platform, Jiu Dang Jia 90, interested book friends can add, pay attention to Old Nine, pay attention to life. The withered pupils kept widening, giggle laughing, everyone in the world was cheated by you, cheated by you, cheated by you. Poof. Ning Xiaochuan waved his sword and chopped off his bony head. Ning Xiaochuan took out a box, put the dead bone head in it, and then put it into the Qianquan cloth bag. After killing the dead bones, Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately put away the magic sword, and the blood in his pupils gradually faded. But Ning Xiaochuan's mind is still full of killing thoughts. When he sees any creature, he wants to destroy it, just want to kill everything in this world. There is even the idea of extermination. It must be the power of the magic sword that affects my mind and forcibly changes my will. Every time he uses the magic sword, the negative emotions in Ning Xiaochuan's mind will increase by 1 point. If he is not careful, he will be controlled by the magic sword and become a sword slave. Slave of the sword. This is one of the reasons why Ning Xiaochuan dare not use the magic sword easily. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly suppressed the negative emotions in his body and lifted Jihanqing, who fell to the ground. Jihanqing was bitten by Xuanlian's snake, and his whole face turned purple. Ning Xiaochuan played a dense mysterious gas, which poured into Jihanqing's blood and made her wake up. She looked very weak. She glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said with dry lips, You are still alive. Since I am alive, the person who died is naturally withered bone. Now he has really become withered bone. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Jihanqing closed his eyes and said, My blood vessels in my body were shattered, and I was poisoned by Xuanlian's snake. I have not lived long. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, Jihanqing, do you still remember the first time we met? You lifted him up with one hand, how heroic and arrogant it was, and where did all those skills go? Jihanqing's hand, slowly lifted up, grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's chest, as if she really wanted to lift him up again, but in the end, her hand fell feebly. Ning Xiaochuan picked up Jihanqing, then called out the Tai Sui beast and jumped on its back. Jihanqing's body had become cold and said, You bury me. Are you kidding? Standing in front of you is a quasi-senior mental therapist. If you watch you die in front of you, it's like smashing a signboard. Ning Xiaochuan used the dense mysterious qi to protect Jihanqing's heart and said, But to save you, we need several mysterious drugs, which can only be found in White Dragon City. Now we can only return to that magic cave first. Ning Xiaochuan drove the Tai Sui beast and hid directly into the soil. When the Tai Sui beast emerged from the ground again, it had entered the White Dragon City and came to a desolate garden for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan carried Jihanqing into a room, and the bed was full of dust. Now he couldn't care so much, so he directly put Jihanqing on the bed. When I come back. Ning Xiaochuan left the double-headed stone beast in the room to guard Jihanqing, and then walked out. Lying in bed, Jihanqing squinted at Ning Xiaochuan's back, his eyes became blurred, and finally fainted. Ning Xiaochuan found a worn hat in this courtyard, put it on his head, and put on a cloth coat that had not been cleaned for a long time. Then he walked out of the courtyard and came to the street. White Dragon City should also have a sub-hall of Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall, which is enough to buy the necessary mysterious medicine. Ning Xiaochuan found someone to inquire about the location of Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall, and rushed there immediately. The Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall in Bailong City is located in the downtown area of the city center. Although it is not as magnificent as the Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall in the Imperial City, there are more martial artists in and out of the Imperial City. This is also because recently, demon sect masters gathered in the White Dragon City, fighting and killing constantly, and the consumption of healing mysterious medicine naturally intensifies. In order to hide his identity, Ning Xiaochuan dressed rather shabbily, like a frustrated warrior. Go away, where can beggars come from? Jinping Heart-Nourishing Hall is also where you can come? An old man with a mustache stared at Ning Xiaochuan contemptuously, knocked Ning Xiaochuan away with his arm, and then bowed to the other direction, smiling and saying, Master Mu, this way, please. This way, please. Beside the road, in a magnificent ancient car, out came a handsome man in his 20s, with an ice soul sword hanging on his waist and a high spirit of valor and heroism between his eyebrows. A beautiful girl of 16 or 7 years old also stepped down from the ancient car, with a small fox standing on her shoulder. She walked to Child Mu, smiled softly and said, Tomorrow evening is the 80th birthday of the altar master, and the saint will go. Child Mu said, It's because of this that I have to choose a birthday gift for my father. Pendant, what gift do you say to choose? The girl held the little fox in her arms and smiled, Don't you have a choice in your heart? Why do you ask me? You are the future daughter-in-law of our Wood family. Your opinion is of course important. However, I do like a gift, which is a high-grade pill, called Tianshu pill. If this pill can be given to my father, it will certainly make his old man's cultivation and 100-day pole head go further. Child Mu laughed, and then walked towards Jinping Heart-Nourishing Hall. Zizhuer stared at Child Mu's back with eyes like silk, and there was a look of disdain in her beautiful eyes, but this look was only a flash, and then it was covered by a sweet smile. After Child Mu and Zizhuer both entered the Jinping Heart-Nourishing Hall, the old servant with a mustache straightened his waist again, stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, spit in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and then followed up the Heart-Nourishing Hall like a pug. Ning Xiaochuan felt funny in his heart and didn't take this matter to heart. However, the wooden child made him interested. The head of the general altar of Tianmido is surnamed Mu, and he is also surnamed Mu. Is it possible that he is the son of Mu Hong? It's really a narrow road for enemies. Ning Xiaochuan pulled down the hat on his head, blocked his face, walked towards the gate of Jinping Heart-Nourishing Hall, took a token of an intermediate heart-nourishing master from his arms, and handed it to a young maid. After seeing the token in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, the maid was startled and directly knelt on the ground. Don't salute, take me to buy mysterious medicine. Ning Xiaochuan lowered his throat, looking a little hoarse and pretending to be an old man's voice. The maid has seen many great people who don't like to expose their identity and will hide themselves with instruments. It is obvious that this intermediate heartmaster in front of her also has such a quirk. The maid led the way in front and asked, cautiously, what grade of mysterious medicine does the heart-nourishing master want to buy? 6 grades of intermittent wood, 4 grades of Psiju grass, 5 grades of rosin condensing divine water. Ning Xiaochuan reported the names of 12 kinds of metaphysical drugs in a row, all of which are more than 4 grades of metaphysical drugs. The Xianyao Reserve of Jinping Heart-Nourishing Hall is still very complete, and there are all kinds of Xianyao. These 12 kinds of mysterious drugs were soon in full bloom in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan bought 2 copies at the same time, spending a total of 93 million coins. This is a huge expense, which makes Ning Xiaochuan feel the pain of the flesh. If Jihanqing is cured, she must pay back the money, and the cardiologist can't do a loss business. Ning Xiaochuan put away the mysterious medicine he had bought. He was surprised to see a mysterious medicine. He was a little happy. He pointed at the counter and said, Give me a bottle of jade essence. This bottle of jade essence has a total of 8 drops, each of which is worth 10 million coins. Are you sure you want to buy all of them, middle-level cardiologist? The maid said. Jade essence is not a mysterious medicine, but a beauty medicine. It is expensive, but its medicinal value is very low. Generally, only women who love beauty will buy a small amount to maintain their appearance, and only 1 drop at most at one time. Jade essence can only be regarded as beauty medicine for others. However, for Ning Xiaochuan, it is different. This is a rare drug he has been looking for. Once he finds it, he can refine a mysterious pill that makes all women in the world scream for it. A year ago, at the beginning of school in the Tiandi Academy, he received a high-level Xianyao, Jiping Yuji, awarded by the 3rd Division Martial Arts Academy. This is an extremely scarce mysterious medicine, which is the magic medicine that women dream of. However, the medicinal value of Jiping Yuji is also limited. If it is quenched into Yuji liquid alone, it can only delay the aging of Wu Zhi's face for 20 years. This is a waste of Yuji's medicine. Ning Xiaochuan has always been thinking of using Jiping Yuji to refine a furnace of Xiandan that can make a woman's face never grow old, but the other 2 adjuvants Yan Huolian and Bingjikao have been found, but only jade essence is always missing. Finding 8 drops in Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall naturally made Ning Xiaochuan quite happy. Although this kind of pill is of little help to Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, once this kind of pill is refined, it will definitely be pursued by those women with strong cultivation and can definitely sell at a sky-high price. Maybe, the price of an intermediate Dan will exceed that of an advanced Dan. There's no way. As long as it's a woman, no matter how high her accomplishments and power are, what she wants most is to be young forever. She wants to rush into this market. Ning Xiaochuan feels that this kind of pill should be refined. At that time, she will definitely be robbed by many people. Now, those martial monks all want to rob Ning Xiaochuan of Baiming's divine skill. At that time, there will certainly be many female martial artists who will rob Ning Xiaochuan of the elixir. I bought all the 8 drops of jade essence. Ning Xiaochuan took out 800 silver pancakes and put them on the counter. They were white and emitting silver light. On the counter, it was piled into a silver hill. Taking out so much money at one time to buy a mysterious medicine, Ning Xiaochuan could only smile bitterly and secretly said, "This is all early-stage investment. Once the pill is refined, the return will be 10 times or 100 times. Voila!" Immediately, a team of armored guards came up and carried the 800 silver cakes away. Ning Xiaochuan also got the bottle containing the essence of jade. Ning Xiaochuan didn't leave Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall at this point, but also bought other mysterious drugs, saying, 7-grade mysterious drugs, refined pine skin. Is there this kind of mysterious medicine in Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall? Ning Xiaochuan has reached the 10th weight of the divine body, has realized the true meaning of being refined, and is impacting the realm of being refined. If you want to achieve the first priority of getting rid of vulgarity, you must complete the first transformation. Ning Xiaochuan is now trying to hit this realm, preparing to refine an intermediate pill that can help martial artists get rid of vulgarity, so as to help him break through the realm faster. Once you reach the state of being free from vulgarity, you are really among the masters. Sorry, intermediate heart-nourishing master, the mysterious medicine you want is too rare. Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall doesn't have this kind of mysterious medicine now. The maid said respectfully. It doesn't matter. It's not easy to find this mysterious medicine. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly disappointed. With the mysterious medicine he bought, he went straight out of the Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall and hurried back. A total of 17,300 small coins were spent in Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall. Ning Xiaochuan still has 650 million small coins left on him, and he is still a rich man. When Ning Xiaochuan walked out of Jinping Heart Nourishing Hall, Child Mu and Zizhuer also came out. Child Mu held a crystal red box in his hand, and there was a wisp of mysterious gas flowing on the wall of the box, which made Child Mu's arms stained with a thin layer of frost. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the distance, glanced at the box, and obviously felt the strong Dan qi. There must be a high-grade Dan in the box. Zizhuer and the old servant with a mustache followed closely behind Mr. Mu. Zizhuer's figure is graceful, holding a white fox, lifting the curtain and disappearing into the ancient car. The old servant with a mustache was sitting outside the ancient car, waving a whip in his hand, driving the ancient car and disappearing into the ancient street. Boom! The shaft rolled away. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the direction of the disappearance of the ancient car, and his mouth slightly ticked. It seems that this wooden child bought a valuable shandan. Hey hey! I'm about to attack the secular world, and I have to seize this pill. Child Mu sat in the carriage, holding the box tightly in his hands. He spent a lot of money to buy this high-grade shandan. He spent all his savings over the years and borrowed a lot from his mother. However, all this is worth it. As long as this gift is presented at his father's birthday party, his father must look at him with admiration, and he will inherit the position of the master of Taiyuan in the future. Thinking of the position of the head of the General Forum, Child Mu's face showed a proud smile. Zizur sat opposite Woody Child, with a beautiful face. Her slender fingers gently stroked the fox's head. A pair of bright eyes showed a bright light. The corner of her mouth was slightly hooked, and she felt a bronze dagger from her sleeve. This high-level shandan also made her particularly excited, ready to kill Child Mu and take shandan away. Ow! The mysterious beast pulling the car gave a roar, and the carriage suddenly shook, and the whole ancient car stopped. Outside the ancient car, an old servant with a mustache called and cursed, "How do you walk? Don't you have eyes?" Ning Xiaochuan, dressed in shabby cloth clothes and a hat on his head, stood in the middle of the road. His body was only one step away from the mysterious beast pulling a cart, and he was almost knocked out. This is a secluded street. There are few pedestrians around. The ground is also full of fallen leaves, flying in the wind. Ning Xiaochuan's voice was hoarse and said, "This road is not yours. You can walk well. Why can't I walk?" The 8-character bearded old servant fixed his eyes on Ning Xiaochuan, and suddenly laughed contemptuously. "I recognize you. You are the poor man standing outside the Jinping heart-nourishing hall. You can't even afford Xianyao, and you dare to block the driving of Child Mu? To tell you the truth, this road is really Child Mu's home. The whole White Dragon City is Child Mu's home. Get out, or you will be killed." Ning Xiaochuan still stood motionless in the middle of the street, and he didn't mean to get out of the way at all. The old servant with a mustache showed a cruel look in his eyes, showing a white tooth, and a whip on the ass of the Shan beast. Pa! Shan beast ate pain, and his feet suddenly lifted up and fell to Ning Xiaochuan's head. The power of Shan beast's hoof is so terrible that 1,000 kilograms of boulders can be crushed, let alone the body of a living person. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan is about to be trampled to death by Shan beast's hoof, Ning Xiaochuan pinched the Shan beast's leg directly and threw the Shan beast out with the strength of his arm. As soon as the carriage tilted, it fell to the ground. The old servant with a mustache was scared silly. He saw Ning Xiaochuan coming step by step, kneeling directly on the ground, lowering his head and shaking his mouth. "It's none of my business. I. Why should we provoke a living ancestor?" The old servant with a mustache regretted that his intestines were blue, and he was quite afraid that he would be killed by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't even look at him at all, so he trampled the carriage to pieces with one foot. Inside the carriage, a body rolled out with a bronze dagger in its heart. Child Mu has been killed. Ning Xiaochuan searched Child Mu's body. The crystal red box had disappeared and was taken away first. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the bronze dagger, and his eyes shrunk slightly, as if he guessed something. "Too old." Ning Xiaochuan called the Tai Sui beast out. Tai Sui sniffed at the bronze dagger with his nose, and then spit a strange sound at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan understood what it said, and with a slight hook at the corner of his mouth, he said with a smile, "It's really the most poisonous woman's heart." For a high-level shandan, he even killed his fiancée. Ning Xiaochuan hit him casually and killed the old servant with a mustache. His head was like a watermelon, full of plasma. Cut off the head of Child Mu and put it into the box. Although you were not killed by me, it's a good birthday gift. Ning Xiaochuan put the box containing the head into the Qianquan cloth bag and rode on Tai Sui's back. Tai Sui smelled the breath on the bronze dagger, and immediately ran into the soil, catching up with that breath. Boom! When the Tai Sui beast rushed out of the ground again, it had stood in front of Zizhuor and blocked her way. Zizhuor's heart was startled and she hurriedly stopped. After killing Child Mu, she immediately ran away with Tianshu Pil and prepared to escape from the scene, but before she escaped far, Ning Xiaochuan caught up with her. Hand over that high-level Shandan. Ning Xiaochuan has no good feelings for this woman. In order to get a high-level Shandan, he can even kill his fiancée, which is simply insincere. Moreover, she is only 16 or 7 years old, and her heart is so vicious. In the future, she will definitely be an extremely evil woman. Zizhuor originally thought that it was the friar of Tianmido who came after him, and she was still a little afraid, but now she found that Ning Xiaochuan did not come to avenge Child Mu, but to seize Shandan. It seems that he wants to eat black. Zizhuor's mouth showed a smile, his eyes blinked innocent, and said, "This old man, what are you talking about? What advanced Shandan? I don't know at all." Ning Xiaochuan covered his face with a bamboo hat and made his voice hoarse. Therefore, she felt that Ning Xiaochuan should be an old man in his 70s and 80s. Ning Xiaochuan sneered, condensed a Xuanqi sword in his palm, pointed to Zizhuor's neck, and said, "Old master? Qua qua. If you don't hand over the high-level Shandan today, it's useless even if you call yourself Godfather." Zizhuor's skin is white and her facial features are exquisite. She looks only 16 or 7 years old, but her body is not like a girl. Her chest is particularly full. Through the translucent silk clothes, you can see the crispness in the shape of 2 jade bowls. Chest. This is definitely a child's face. Milk. However, her waist is quite slender and extremely flexible, and her whole delicate body is concave convex and exquisite, which is particularly charming. "Old master, do you think Shuir's face is beautiful?" Zizhuor's jade finger gently touched Xuanqi's sword, and slowly walked to Tai Sui Beast's face, staring at Ning Xiaochuan pitifully, like an unspeakable tease. Ning Xiaochuan jumped directly from the back of Tai Sui Beast and stood opposite her. Zizhuor's heart was happy, and she laughed to herself. Men are like this. No matter how old they are, they can't stand the temptation of beautiful women's bodies. Confused. What old man? In bed, it's just an old beast. However, she didn't laugh for long and couldn't laugh. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed her snow-white slender neck, and his fingers were like iron claws, directly pressing her body on the body of the Tai Sui Beast. In a cold voice, "Give me the high-level Shandan, or I'll break your neck now." Zizhuor was scared, and her throat was about to break. She couldn't speak at all, so she could only wink at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan let go, and let her go. Zizhuor fell back to the ground, coughed constantly, and his chest fluctuated constantly, saying, "That Tianshu Pil has been taken away by my Xian beast war pet first, and only I can find it." "Is that the little fox?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. Zizhuor nodded. "I don't have time to play tricks with you for the time being. Wait until I save someone first, and then slowly clean you up." Ning Xiaochuan grabbed Zizhuor's shoulder, lifted her petite body, and fell on the back of Tai Sui Beast. The Tai Sui Beast directly hid in the earth and returned to the deserted garden from the ground. Ning Xiaochuan used the dense Xuanqi to seal Zizhuor's heart palace, let the Tai Sui Beast guard her, and then opened the door to check Jihanqing's situation. Jihanqing was still lying on the bed, and the double-headed stone beast became only half a meter big. He squatted on the table and saw Ning Xiaochuan coming back. He raised both heads, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and then buried his head and continued to sleep. Although Ning Xiaochuan has helped Jihanqing guard her heart with dense Xuanqi, the toxicity of Xuanlian snake is still spreading towards her heart. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the 12 mysterious drugs he had bought and put them in a row on the table. Heart nourishing is really wonderful. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, the mysterious qi in his body turned, and the heart-nourishing tripod furnace in his heart flew out, turned into a 7-meter-high tripod furnace, and fell on the ground. Fortunately, this room is big enough. Otherwise, the roof will be broken. After the integration of the heart-nourishing hall and the yin-yang stove, this is the first time Ning Xiaochuan used the heart-nourishing tripod to refine pills. Hearing the huge sound coming from the room, Zizhuer was full of curiosity. She also followed into the room and happened to see Ning Xiaochuan calling the heart-nourishing tripod out of her body. Wow! You are a senior cardiologist. Zizhuer's origin is unusual. Naturally, he knows the significance of melting and refining the real tripod, which can only be achieved by a senior heart trainer. Senior mental health practitioners are extremely rare and few. Almost all of them have names and high status. There are only 2 senior mental health practitioners in the whole soul domain who can sit on the same level with Wu Zuanping. Naturally, her heart was quite shocked. Originally, she was captured with her cultivation and identity, and her heart was quite unbalanced, but if the other party was a senior mental therapist, she would not feel wronged at all. She guessed in her heart, who is this senior cardiologist? Ning Xiaochuan took off the hat on his head and showed a young and beautiful face. His eyes focused on 12 kinds of mysterious drugs and said coldly, "You'd better go out and stay, don't disturb me to refine Shandan." Ah. Are you so young? Zizhuer has been shocked beyond measure. So young? Senior cardiologist? Who the hell is he? She was curious about Ning Xiaochuan and stood at the door without leaving. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't care about her. Anyway, her heart palace has been sealed, and she can't turn over any waves. Bang! In the heart-nourishing tripod, there is a mass of yin-yang open fire suspended. Yin and yang converge, and the flame condenses, like a flame god lotus. Ning Xiaochuan put the 8-pearl heart-nourishing herb into the real tripod, quenched it with open fire into a fragrant heart-nourishing liquid, and sank it into the bottom of the tripod furnace. Then, Ning Xiaochuan threw a piece of middle-grade xianxue into the real tripod, and quenched the xianxue with open fire, so that the xuanqi in the xianxue was emitted and integrated into the heart-nourishing liquid. Until the heart-nourishing liquid was completely saturated, he began to put other mysterious drugs. Rosin condenses divine water at the level of 5-grade xianyao, and intermittent lan wood at the level of 6-grade xianyao. There are 12 kinds of mysterious drugs in total. The order should not be disordered, and the heat should also be controlled accurately. Although Ning Xiaochuan has reached the level of a quasi-senior heart trainer, he has little experience in refining Shandan, so he is careful at every step in order not to make mistakes. Boom! Half an hour later, the heart-nourishing tripod finally gave birth to a breath of elixir. Like the Big Bang, the star fog filled the air, emitting the fragrance of Shandan, and began to condense elixir. Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once the medicinal gas was converted into Dan gas, there was an 8-story chance to become Dan. Next, it was enough to raise Dan with open fire. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, stared at Zizhuer and said, "Recall your Shan Beast war pet. I want that Tianshu pill now." After seeing Ning Xiaochuan's young face, Zizhuer was not afraid of him. She rolled her eyes at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "You yourself are a senior heart healer. It's not easy to refine a senior Shandan. If you rob a senior Dan with a weak woman, you're not afraid to lose your identity as a senior heart healer? Why is it so easy to refine high-level pills? Even if a real high-level mental health practitioner wants to refine a high-level pill, it is also quite difficult. He not only needs to find the best alchemy material, but also the success rate is quite low. A material for refining high-level pills, maybe looking for the whole empire, can't be found. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Zizhuer blinked and said with a smile, "If you tell me your identity, I can immediately call back the little fox and respectfully present Tianshu Dan to the senior heart therapist. Ning Xiaochuan didn't like her very much, and said coldly, "Don't play tricks with me. If you dare to have other ideas, I can kill you now." If Ning Xiaochuan said this with a hat, Zizhuor would really be afraid. However, after Ning Xiaochuan showed his true face, he looked quite handsome, and he was also a senior mental therapist. He was both talented and beautiful, a peerless genius, which was quite destructive to women. In his heart, Ning Xiaochuan had been regarded as Prince Charming, so naturally he was not afraid. Zizhuor's red lips were hooked, and she said bitterly, "How dare people play tricks? People just want to know your name, just want to know the identity of the man they love, is it wrong?" Ning Xiaochuan couldn't stand her, and said impatiently, "For a high-level Shandan, you can even kill your fiancé. Do you think I can believe your words?" Zizhuor burst into tears and said sadly, "In fact, he is not my fiancé at all. I am occupied by him. His father is the master of Tian Mido, and the Mu family is even more arrogant in the soul domain. I am just a weak woman, how can I resist him? My parents were killed alive by him, and I have no choice but to promise him to be his fiancé." She hurriedly added, "Of course, I haven't given it to him, I still." Paused and said shyly, "In fact, people are still virgins. If you don't believe it, you can verify it now. Believe me, I've fallen in love with you at first sight, and I'm all yours." Ning Xiaochuan's forehead burst into a cold sweat and said calmly, "Whether you are a virgin or not has nothing to do with me. You'd better not know my identity." With that, Ning Xiaochuan went to look after the pill again. This is a medium-level pill refined for the injury on Jihanxing. It can renew the pulse and activate blood circulation, heal the body with body poison, and even increase skill. When the pill was refined, red and blue lights appeared in the heart-nourishing tripod. Yin and Yang began to work, and all of them were gathered into the pill. On. The heart-nourishing tripod was opened, and 12 intermediate pills flew out of it, wrapped in golden Dan gas, and suspended in the room, just like 12 stars flying in the room. A sweet fragrance of Dan diffused out, and just smelling it, the blood in the body had boiled up. Ning Xiaochuan rolled up his sleeves, so he put all 12 intermediate pills away, took one of them into Jihanxing's mouth, and put the other 11 intermediate pills away. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan slapped Jihanxing on the back, using his own xuanqi to help her melt Dan medicine and use Dan qi to repair her body injury. Purple Shan qi completely wrapped the two of them, and drops of poisonous blood flowed out of the wound. Jihanxing's complexion gradually recovered, and his face gradually became bloody. When the poisonous blood in her body was completely forced out, Ning Xiaochuan withdrew her palm and let her continue to recuperate. Jihanxing's cultivation was originally very high, and there was no toxic suppression, so he immediately ran Xian qi and began to renew his blood. "Who is she?" Zizhuor asked warily, feeling that the relationship between Ning Xiaochuan and Jihanxing was not general. "Enemy." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "If you don't believe it, if she is your enemy, you will specifically refine pills to save her?" "I think she is your lover?" Zizhuor said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You care too much. Now hand over the Tianshu pill, and I can spare your life and let you leave. If you wait until her cultivation recovers, then with her character, you will undoubtedly die." Zizhuor naturally can see that Jihanxing's cultivation is very high, and she is definitely not her opponent. "If you tell me your name, I will give you Tianshu pill immediately," Zizhuor said. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to entangle with her and said, "Ning Xiaochuan." Zizhuor couldn't close her mouth after hearing these 3 words. "It's him. That's right. Besides the first genius of the imperial city, who can be so excellent?" Zizhuor reached into his chest, felt out a silver shandan the size of a thumb, put it in Ning Xiaochuan's palm, and said, "Here you are." She actually put the Tianshu pill in the bra, which should still be kept close to her body. Isn't this advanced Shandan in complete contact with the skin of her breasts? Ning Xiaochuan took the pill and looked at the snow-white skin on her chest. She felt a little bored and slightly absent-minded. If you take this pill, wouldn't you be kissing her with your mouth indirectly? Dense part? Zizhuer also blinked and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a playful smile. She wanted to see that Ning Xiaochuan still couldn't take this pill. Didn't you say that Tianshu Dan is on the little fox? Ning Xiaochuan had black lines on his forehead. Yes. I'm the little fox. Zizhuer nodded and smiled at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's face was solemn and said, "You can go." Zizhuer was not polite, so he turned and went to the wilderness garden. When he came to the door, he stopped and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll tell the people of Tianmido that you're hiding here? When the people of Tianmido came, I told them that you killed Child Mu." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Zizhuer stuck out her tongue, smiled on her face, and shouted, "Ning Xiaochuan, I like you." With these words, she walked out of the wasteland. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and sighed. He didn't think about it anymore. After taking Tianshu pill, he began to attack the secular realm. Zizhuer came out of the wasteland, and a dark magic cloud flew down from the sky, from which came the roar of Shan beasts and the cry of evil spirits. A white-haired old woman came out of the magic cloud with a large group of demon sect masters, all riding ferocious Shan beasts to the outside of the wasteland. And it was the snow-white fox who led them the way. "Miss, aren't you kidnapped?" The white-haired old woman held a magic wand in her hand, stopped and stared at the intact purple pendant in surprise. Zizhuer picked up the little fox, gently stroked the fox's head with her fingers, and spoiled her. "Little darling, why did you invite rescuers at this time? Did you know that her sister was almost eaten by the big gray wolf?" Sobbing, the little fox's head gently dawdled and his mouth uttered a cry. Zizhuer's eyes were as beautiful as silk, and she said with a smile, "It's all a lie to you. I almost ate the big gray wolf. Sanyang, it's all right. Let's go back." The old woman said, "Where is Mr. Mu?" "I've killed him." Zizhuer smiled and didn't think how big it was. The old woman's face changed and said, "Master Mu is Mu Honglai's son. He has excellent talent and is likely to become Mu Honglai's successor in the future." "Why did you kill him?" "Sanyang, don't worry, isn't it a Mu Hong? I'll go back and explain it to my mother in person. She really wants to marry me if she finds someone. I'm the little witch of Fox Ferry Road, and Mu Hong's son is also worthy of me." Zizhuer pouted and said angrily, "Book friends who have recommended tickets, ask for recommended tickets. Book friends who have monthly tickets, ask for monthly tickets. If you have book money, ask the alliance leader. Old 9 is short of league leader now. If there is a reward from the league leader, Old 9 can explode 6 to 10 chapters." Zizhuer's mother is the Taoist master of Fox Fairy Way, one of the 6 ways of the demon sect. And this old woman is an old servant beside the Fox Fairy Taoist master. She watched Zizhuer grow up, so she loved Zizhuer very much. Even when she learned that she had killed Child Mu, she didn't blame her. Although she is only an old servant, her martial arts cultivation is quite high, and she is one of the 4 martial masters of Fox Fairy. The old woman sighed secretly in her heart, "Mu Hong is the master of Tianmi Road, and even his son is not worthy of your little ancestor. Who else is worthy of you? It's not easy to introduce you to a husband's family. After only getting along for a day, you killed him. How can I end up with such a big mess?" "Hey." Zizhuer narrowed her eyes and smiled and said, "I already have someone I like. No one in the world is better than him, so don't find me a man in the future. If you find one, I'll kill one." "Hee hee." "Who? Whose child?" "Hey. Don't go." First, tell, Sanyong, what's the origin of that boy, what's his last name? What's his first name? Why do you suddenly become so obsessed with flowers? Have you given it to him? The old woman was still very concerned about this problem, but Zizhuer didn't tell her at all and left straight away. Tianshu pill, belongs to advanced pill. This is Ning Xiaochuan's first time to take the advanced Xiandan. Just after swallowing it into his throat, the pill immediately exploded, and a huge force rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's blood and merged into his internal organs. The medicine power of advanced Dan is between 10 times and 100 times that of intermediate Dan. Martial artists in the refined realm rarely have the opportunity to take high-level pills. Only Wu Zun can use high-level pills to improve his cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan is now refining a high-level pill with the cultivation of the spiritual realm, which is like pouring water from an ocean into a lake. If he is not careful, the bank of the lake will collapse and flood. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan dares to take advanced Dan is that his body is strong enough to believe that he will be able to bear this force. Ning Xiaochuan uses the cultivation method of the 7th layer of heaven and earth Xuanqi to absorb the Dan Qi of advanced Xiandan. Ning Xiaochuan's absorption rate of Dan Qi gradually increased, becoming faster and faster, from 32 times the absorption rate to 48 times the absorption rate. Heaven and earth Xuanqi Mahayana on the 7th floor absorbs Xuanqi 64 times faster, but Ning Xiaochuan has not reached that level yet. Dan Qi melts into Ning Xiaochuan's blood, bones, and viscera, which not only strengthens the magic power, but also improves the grade of Xian Qi. Impurities in Ning Xiaochuan's body are squeezed out and collected into the skin. Ning Xiaochuan's skin became thicker and thicker, emitting a faint dark light. The light became brighter and brighter, stinging people's eyes and burning like an iron stone. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body rushed up, like a rainbow through the sun. When he fell back to the ground again, he was already standing 10 feet away, with mysterious qi flowing around his body, and his skin became delicate and white, just like the skin of a newborn baby. Finally reached the first level of secularity. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became particularly clear. Standing on the top of the pavilion in the wasteland, he could see every plant and tree 30 miles away, even the bees flapping their wings on the petals. When you lift your arm, you can clearly feel the mysterious qi of heaven and earth flowing. This is being free from vulgarity? Being free from vulgarity, incarnating the real body. Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had undergone earth-shaking changes, but he couldn't tell where the specific changes were. However, with his current body, he is indeed different from ordinary people. Even if he doesn't eat or drink for a month, he won't starve to death. The cultivation of martial arts is also a process of transcendence. The body will become stronger and stronger, and eventually go beyond the scope of human and become God. God. That is the ultimate goal of all martial artists in the world. In the place where Ning Xiaochuan sat before, another Ning Xiaochuan was still sitting. No. To be exact, it's just an empty shell, just a layer of human skin. The refined realm is divided into 9 levels. With each level of improvement, the body will take off a layer of skin, which is called vulgar skin. When the warrior takes off the 9 layers of skin, he can be completely refined, and his body will become stronger and become of land venerable and can be canonized as a martial venerable. Ning Xiaochuan now only takes off the first layer of skin. With a wave of Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve, the Ning Xiaochuan sitting on the ground dried up, turned into a human skin bag and fell into his hands. It is said that the heaven and earth cloth bag is refined from the 7th layer of the martial artist in the refined world. Each layer of skin taken off by martial artists in the refined environment has different properties, and naturally has different uses. The first layer of skin can be used to refine unbreakable skin armor. Its defense is quite amazing. The 3rd layer of skin can be used as medicine to refine refined pill, which can help martial artists get rid of vulgarity faster. The fifth layer of skin can be refined into human skin puppets. Once refined successfully, the combat effectiveness can be comparable to that of martial artists in the secular world. The seventh layer of skin can be used to refine heaven and earth cloth bags. The ninth layer of skin can be used to refine flying carpets, control human skin, and control the sky. Ning Xiaochuan put away the first layer of vulgarity skin and didn't plan to sell it. He was ready to keep it forever, which was the witness of his martial arts cultivation. Every time you take off a layer of skin, you are actually farther and farther away from people. Take off the 9 layers of human skin and incarnate into Wu Zun, which can only be called half man, while the other half has been detached from man. Jihanqing came out of the room and said, "You have also stepped into this realm." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at her. Her complexion was still very poor and her face was very white, but being able to get out of bed and walk showed that she was okay. Jihanqing said, "When I just stepped into this realm, I was also confused. Cultivating martial arts is not about humanity, but gradually getting away from humanity, and finally merging with the Shinto. Every time we take off a layer of skin, we lose a part of human characteristics. Is this what we pursue in cultivating martial arts?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "If one day, cultivate into God, it is not human at all, but another kind of creature." Jihanqing shook his head and said, "At first I thought so, but then I figured it out. It's just a fear that we have because of the unknown. In fact, God and man are no different. Human nature will never change, and our 7 emotions and 6 desires will never change." "I see. What we change is only a physical body and the power we own. It is ourselves that really controls this body, not power. As long as the original heart remains unchanged and consistent, there is no need for fear at all." Ning Xiaochuan's heart knot was completely untied, so he no longer worried about this problem. He laughed and said, "Jihanqing, I saved your life. You owe me 800 million small money. When are you going to pay it back? 800 million small coins. Why don't you grab it?" Cough. Jihanqing originally had a good feeling for Ning Xiaochuan, but when he heard this, he was so angry that he almost caused the injury to cough up blood. Ning Xiaochuan said solemnly, "As a senior heart therapist, saving people's lives only costs 800 million small coins, which is a very low price. Besides, you Jihanqing is the captain of the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp, and your life is more than 800 million small coins? You think 800 million small coins are really just small coins? All my savings add up to less than 100 million small coins." Jihanqing said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "This is your business. If you can't give money, then sell yourself to me." In the Yulan Empire, there are many martial artists who voluntarily sell themselves to be slaves to the spiritual master in order to ask for his help. Instead, there are many such things. You think so beautifully. How can I humble myself and sell myself to be your woman? Jihanqing is quite angry. If his injury recovers, he wants to nail Ning Xiaochuan with a dragon halberd gun. Ning Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows and said, "You think too much. Even if you want to be my wife, I don't want to be such a fierce woman like you. However, it's still good to be a bodyguard with your cultivation. You die." Jihanqing grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's chest and wanted to lift him up. However, she was the one who was picked up this time. She was trying to resist, but the next moment, Ning Xiaochuan had been pushed to bed. She panicked and said, "What are you doing?" Ning Xiaochuan took out an intermediate dan, pressed it directly into her mouth, gently lifted her chin, and the intermediate dan slipped into her stomach. The dan gas dissipated and completely shrouded her body. "Your injury hasn't healed yet. Take another intermediate pill, and you should be able to heal faster. Now you owe me another 800 million. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ji Hanqing stopped talking to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "What pill did you give me?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the jade bottle in his hand, shook his head, and said, "This intermediate pill was refined for your physical condition at that time, and there is no name. Since this is an intermediate pill specially refined for me, it naturally has to be named after me, which is called Cold Star Pill," Ji Hanqing said while refining Dan Qi. "Whatever." Ning Xiaochuan seemed indifferent. "How many are left?" Ji Hanqing asked. 10. Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Well, I'll take it all. I owe you 9.6 billion. Ji Hanqing reached out and grabbed the jade bottle in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and then carefully put it away. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect Ji Hanqing to do this, and said, "You only need to take 2 pills to heal your injury." "I know." Ji Hanqing's arrogant way. "No, you want so much more? You care about me." Ning Xiaochuan had an impulse to scold his mother and said, "Nonsense. You can't even take out 100 million small coins. What can you give me back, 9.6 billion small coins? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Return the remaining pills to me quickly, and I can calculate half the price for you. Anything that falls into my hands can't be returned. Ning Xiaochuan, since I say I owe you 9.6 billion small coins, I will definitely pay you back. Even if I can't pay it back in my life, I still won't deny it," Ji Hanqing said. "Okay. Believe you once." Ning Xiaochuan no longer asked for the 10 intermediate pills. He slowly withdrew from the room and read, "She's sick. Spend 800 million small money to buy an intermediate pill, and directly buy 12. 800 million small money can buy a high-grade pill. Sure enough, women's money is the best to earn. A lot of money, people are stupid." Ji Hanqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan and walked out of the room. Only then did he touch the jade bottle and pinch it in his hand. A sweet smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, like holding the most precious and precious thing. Ning Xiaochuan left Ji Hanqing, and did not go far, just sat down outside. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hands, snorted evenly, swallowed and vomited, and the air within 100 meters around him contracted and relaxed. Magic sword. At the position of the heart, 5 blood-red air streams flew out, and gathered into a blood-red sword. The devil wrapped the sword body, and the blood gas floated on the sword edge and suspended in front of Ning Xiaochuan. A magic light fell down, with Ning Xiaochuan as the center, and a magic map of Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea was shown on the ground. In the center of the magic map, there is a god monument wrapped in iron chains, and Ning Xiaochuan sits on it. On the body of the magic sword, there are 2 strands of world-destroying gas, each of which is like a river, containing quite terrible power. Once it flies out, it can cut off the mountains and break the earth. This is Ning Xiaochuan's first practice of magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan is now entering the realm of immortality, ready to completely subdue the magic sword and turn it into his own soldiers. To subdue the magic sword, you must use the qi of destruction. These 2 world-destroying gases were both born from Ning Xiaochuan's body and used to control the magic sword, but only relying on the 2 world-destroying gases can't subdue the magic sword at all, and can only bind the magic sword to a certain extent. It seems that in my current state, I still can't completely accept the magic sword, unless I can cultivate at least 9 world-destroying qi. Ning Xiaochuan felt that killing thoughts reappeared in his mind. A pair of pupils were covered with blood gas, so he quickly put away the magic sword and ran the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. It took a whole hour to suppress those killing thoughts. The magic sword can't be used easily unless it's a real life and death crisis. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Jia. When the door was opened, Ji Hanqing came out in a white robe, stared at Ning Xiaochuan like a torch, and said, "When I used to refine Dan Qi, I sensed a strong gas of demon killing. Did you still hide any secrets?" She felt the breath of the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan said, everyone has secrets, which is not a very normal thing. Jihanxing used to wear red armor. Because a withered palm broke her armor, she naturally could only change into the robe she had worn when practicing in the Tiandi Academy. After changing into this robe, her whole temperament has changed a lot. She is no longer as cold as before, but also outlines her hot figure. Her body is tall, her legs are long and thin, and her head has long royal blue hair, which makes her skin particularly white and tender. Her eyebrows are light cyan, her pupils are emerald green, but her lips are very ruddy. If she is not so cold, she is actually a beautiful woman, and there are definitely many men pursuing her. Ning Xiaochuan also seemed to know her for the first time. He looked at her from head to toe and joked, well, it's much better. If you can change into a beautiful woman's dress, I'm afraid even the first beauty of the imperial city will be compared by you. Hearing this, Jihanxing's heart was still slightly happy, but his face was still cold and said, you are not afraid that Yu Ningxing will turn against you when he hears this? Ning Xiaochuan didn't say much about this question. He looked at Jihanxing carefully, and was surprised. Your cultivation has been improved again? Jihanxing gently nodded and said, if you don't die, you must have a blessing. I have stepped into the 7th level of immortality. Now if you fight with withered bones again, I may not lose to him. Now that we have stepped into the 7th level of immortality, we are one step closer to the realm of earthly respect. At her age, she can cultivate to the 7th level of immortality, which is really worthy of being a proud girl. Such accomplishments can compete with the older generation. Ning Xiaochuan was a little silent and said, since your injury has healed and your cultivation has made great progress, we can also go our separate ways. However, you should remember that you still owe me 96,000 liang of green gold. Just know the money. Jihanxing glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said, are you not going to leave the White Dragon City? Do you know how many people want to deal with you now? Ning Xiaochuan smiled coldly and said, after being chased and killed for so long, the chaser must pay a price. Tomorrow night, it is the 80th birthday of Mu Hong, the head of Tianmi Taoist altar. I plan to go to celebrate his birthday before leaving Bailong City. Then be careful yourself. I have been away for 2 days. I must go back to the barracks first, or there will be chaos there. Jihanxing actually still wants to stay, but he has to leave. Along the way, Jihanxing was restless, and Ning Xiaochuan's figure would appear from time to time. Even if she tried to drive away, the figure would continue to appear. After entering the barracks, a dragon elephant came up immediately. Captain, where have you been these 2 days? We almost sent a large army to search the whole city. Jihanxing's expression was trance, and he still walked towards the barracks, as if he hadn't heard his words at all. Captain! Captain! What's the matter with you? The dragon elephant Shenwu noticed that Jihanxing was wrong, and chased up and shouted again. Jihanxing reacted and said in a daze, Yi Jinfeng, what do you call me to do? Yi Jinfeng smiled bitterly and said, well. Anyway, Captain, you're back, and nothing else matters. Someone in the camp is waiting for you, someone from the city of the Emperor of Heaven. Jihanxing put away his mind and went into the tent. On the edge of the table in the camp, there was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with 2 curls of beard on the edge of his lips, trimmed quite neatly, wearing an iron crown and a steel needle on his head, tying his hair to his head. Elder Martial Brother. Why did you come to White Dragon City? Jihanxing stood with his hands on his back. Jihanxing's eldest brother is naturally the Shaoqing, the eldest disciple of Houyu Wuyang in the cloud, and also the leader of the alliance in the cloud. Shaoqing raised his head slightly, glanced at Jihanxing, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Junior sister, where have you been these 2 days? You don't seem to be in charge of my business. Jihanxing said coldly, how did you come here if you didn't manage Yanzhongming in Tiandi City? Shaoqing also put away his smile and said, I'll take Ning Xiaochuan's life. Jihanqing's heart suddenly jumped. His face was still very calm, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, he's just a freshman, who is qualified to let the eldest martial brother do it yourself. This is too much ado about it. The beiming divine skill on him has already attracted the world. While taking his life, he should also take the beiming divine skill back. This is what the master means. Xiaoqing stood up and stared at Jihanqing. His eyes became soft and said, after this is over, I will propose to the master and ask him to marry you to me. Elder martial brother, please respect yourself. Jihanqing said coldly. Xiaoqing's fingers froze and took them back. Han Xing, believe me, marrying me is definitely the best choice. When the master understands the beiming divine skill, he must become the first person in the world. At that time, we may all have the opportunity to practice this skill, and the whole Yulan Empire is up to our marquis, the final say. With these words, Xiaoqing walked outside the camp. Elder martial brother. Jihanqing is upset. If Xiaoqing finds Ning Xiaochuan will die. Xiaoqing stopped, and the corner of his mouth was slightly hooked, revealing a trace of smile. Jihanqing said, take the beiming magic skill and kill Ning Xiaochuan. Leave it to me. I'm looking for his trace these 2 days. I have a clue, and I should be able to find him soon. If someone else competes with me for this credit, I will never let that person go. But since it is the junior sister who proposed, I will give this credit to you. Xiaoqing laughed. Thank you, elder martial brother. Jihanqing walked out of the camp and left a proud figure behind. Xiaoqing stared at Jihanqing's back, his eyes slightly shrunk, as if he noticed something unusual. The headquarters of Tianmido is in the Soul region. Tianmido is naturally the most powerful in the Soul domain. There are people from Tianmido in all major families, all major gates, all major martial arts houses, and even the domain master house and the city master house. It can be said that Tianmido is covering the sky with one hand in the Soul domain. As the general altar master of Tianmidao, Mu Honglai is in charge of 4,600 sub-altars and can be called the second person of Tianmidao. After the death of the Taoist master of Tianmidao, Mu Honglai immediately became the #1 figure of Tianmidao and the most likely person to become the new Taoist master. Today is Mu Hong's 80th birthday. Martial monks from all sides, whether masters of the demon sect or elders of the sect, are invited to congratulate countless people. On such a happy day, Mu Honglai received 2 special gifts. 2 heads. These 2 heads were put in wooden boxes and placed on tables full of catering. There was also a note hanging on them, the master of the wooden altar, 80th birthday, just 2 gifts. Hope to accept them. Ning Xiaochuan respects. Everyone gathered around the table and talked about it. I know those 2 heads. One is the withered bone of the pine bone 2 old people, who is the right arm of the general altar master. The other is the 8th son of the general altar master, Mu Qingtsong. Ning Xiaochuan, how old is this boy? He has such great ability that even the withered bones die in his hands. At his 80th birthday, he received 2 heads. A brat wants to provoke the whole Tianmido, and he is not afraid of death without a whole body. Ning Xiaochuan even dared to provoke the imperial power. How dare he provoke the demon gate? He's still too young and vigorous. Wait and see. The general forum leader can't bear this tone and will certainly tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. Mu Hong stared at the 2 heads on the table, and his 5 fingers pinched the air into flames, sneering, okay. That's great. Such a kind young man is really rare in today's world. It's rare. Everyone knows that this is a sign that Mu Hong will be angry. Bring me 1,000-mile double-headed dog. Mu Honglai's body is powerful, with a tiger back and a bare waist, and his eyes are like torches. Every hair flows flames, and his anger is extreme. A demon warrior led a huge black dog with 2 heads and an iron chain to 2 boxes containing heads. Although a 1,000-mile double-headed dog is only a mysterious beast, it has an extremely sensitive sense of smell. As long as you smell the breath, you can find the murderer even if it is thousands of miles away. The nose of a 1,000-mile double-headed dog sniffed on 2 bloody heads, and a pair of eyes showed a fierce cold light. It has smelled the murderer. Mu Hong unfolded the martial soul Dharma body, and a soul shadow flew out of the body, just like the soul out of the body, communicating with the 1,000-mile double-headed dog with the martial soul. People who have reached the level of Wu Zun can communicate with Shen beast with Wu soul Dharma body, which is what Wu Zun can do. Mu Hong's face became gloomy and sneered, "Lead the way. Today is my 80th birthday. If it's not red, how can it be festive?" Anyone can hear the murderous spirit in this sentence. In front of the world's martial arts, lose such a big face. If Ning Xiaochuan is not found today and his bones will be frustrated, Mu Hong's reputation will be completely destroyed. In the Demon Gate, if you don't have high enough prestige and fierce means, no one will convince you at all, and you won't be the new Taoist master. Therefore, this is something that Mu Hong cannot tolerate. Qianli double-headed dog rushed out of Mufu, looked for the breath on his head, and went to find Ning Xiaochuan. The demon sect master of Tianmido naturally followed, with a murderous appearance. The number of people is increasing, and the strong people of big families, and Big Wu Mansion gather. The altar owner of the Devil Gate subaltar, the whole street is full of martial people, which is almost like the army going to war. Because, for the first time in history, a young martial artist caused demon sect masters to pour out. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is killed by them tonight, it will make a sensation all over the world. Finally, the Qianli double-headed dog came to another Gaofu courtyard in the White Dragon City, stopped in front of the gate and barked inside. Outside the courtyard, there were 2 martial arts masters with the second highest level of divine body, with a 4-meter-high red blood tiger standing beside them. This is the Elder's mansion. Who dares to break in? The master of this mansion is the elder of Tianmido, Qiu Wangu. Qiu Wangu is a big man who can be on an equal footing with Mu Hong. He is also one of the strong competitors of the new Taoist master of Tianmi Road. Mu Hong, what are you bringing so many people to the elder's residence for? Qiu Wangu had been entertaining guests in the main hall. He sensed the surging murderous spirit outside the mansion, and a martial spirit Dharma body rushed directly out of his body, rose into the sky, and stood on the sky in vain. Boom! A reddish glow rose into the sky and condensed into a remnant of red clouds. The Wu Soul Dharma body from Mu Hong also flew to the sky, stood on the residual red clouds, looked at Qiu Wangu across the air, and sneered, "I said that Ning Xiaochuan had so much courage to oppose me, so it was you who supported him behind his back. Qiu Wangu, hand over the people, or I would flatten your elder's mansion now." Qiu Wangu was also furious and said, "Mu Hong, if you want to seize the position of the Taoist Lord, you don't have to find other reasons, just do it directly. If you have seed, come and try to see if you can level my elder's house. If you want to fight, no one is afraid of anyone." Below, I don't know who shouted, "Bullying is too much. Kill." Boom. The vermilion gate of the elder's residence was shattered by a lightning bolt and became fragmented. The 2 sides fought when they were on horseback, with knife light and blood shadow. Just as soon as they touched, dozens of martial artists were knocked down and lying in a pool of blood. The war has begun. Both sides were enraged, and even the martial arts masters in the secular realm also shot, killing the sky and the earth, and could not stop at all. With the great elder's residence as the center, the battlefield began to spread and finally expanded to cover the whole Baidi city. Kill. Mu Hong deceived people too much. It's the people of the elder's mansion who start first. It's like a spark falling on dry firewood. Coupled with the wind, even if the flame swirls violently, it can't be stopped at all. Mu Honglai's forces and those of Qiu Wangu completely collided, and the strongest confrontation occurred, turning Baidi City into a battlefield. Ning Xiaochuan, wearing shabby cloth clothes and a hat on his head, hid in a corner of the big elder's house, with a cold smile on his mouth. Mu Hong, coming against me, must pay a price. I hope you like this birthday gift. All this is naturally Ning Xiaochuan's arrangement. First, use the heads of withered bones and child Mu to arouse Mu Hong's anger. Then, he deliberately left his own breath on the box containing the head, so that Mu Honglai could find his hiding place, and so smoothly brought Mu Honglai to the elder's mansion. Both Mu Honglai and the elder are trying to win over the forces and compete for the position of the new Taoist lord. They have long been incompatible with each other, but they didn't fight because there was also a third party in the White Dragon City, which was restraining each other. However, Ning Xiaochuan deliberately used the contradiction between them to provoke them again, and immediately let them completely break out in battle. In fact, it is sooner or later that Mu Hong comes to fight with the elder. Ning Xiaochuan is just an introduction. Hey, who are you? A thin demon sect warrior, holding a blue spear, pointed to Ning Xiaochuan and inquired sternly. Good man. Ning Xiaochuan slapped out, smashed the warrior of the demon gate, smashed a corner of the wall and fell into the ruins. There is a gap in the fence. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the big elder's house leisurely from that gap. On the ancient streets, there are martial artists fighting everywhere. Martial artists in Xuanqi realm, Shenti realm and Refined realm fight together. On the sky, there are martial arts masters riding Xian beasts fighting, playing lightning, fire, water waves, all kinds of magical powers and Xian are colliding, and dozens of martial artists are killed every moment, and the blood is like rain. All the warriors in Baidi City were shocked. The fighting of the Demon Gate tonight was not trivial. It was like an army attacking the city. Many people were scared to go out. Mu Hong didn't expect the situation to develop like this. In just a quarter of an hour, the two sides had been fighting each other, completely disrupting his previous deployment. He knows better than anyone that now is not the time to start a war with Qiu Wangu, and there is also a force in the White Dragon City eyeing covetously. If he and Qiu Wangu are defeated, then the third force will definitely take the opportunity to take advantage of it and reap the benefits. The third force is the demon sect force controlled by 9 girls. Mu Honglai, Qiu Wangu and 9 girls are the 3 giants of Tianmido now. Mu Honglai just wanted to pay Ning Xiaochuan. She never dreamed that things would develop like this. What should I do? What else can we do? Now it's difficult to ride a tiger, so we can only fight. Mu Honglai and Qiu Wangu, 2 figures at the Wu Zun level, also fought, directly opened different time and space, and retreated into different time and space to fight. Different time and space is the battlefield of Wu Zun. If you don't enter the battle of different time and space, the battle of Wu Zun level is enough to destroy half of the city. The result of this battle is no longer important. Ning Xiaochuan calls the Tai Sui beast out and directly escapes from the White Dragon City, ready to rush to the 9 Death Cliff of the Magic Gate altar. Not far from Bailong City, Ning Xiaochuan saw a figure standing in the woods in front of him. It is Ji Hanqing. Miss Ji, what a coincidence. I'm all right. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ji Hanqing, with his hands on his back and a solemn expression, said, I'm specially here to wait for you. Oh. Is Miss Ji going to pay me back? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ji Hanqing was so angry that his teeth itched and said, I have no money for the time being. I'm here to remind you that if someone wants to kill you, you'd better not go to Jissy Cliff. This road will be a narrow escape. You'd better go back to the Imperial City. There is a sword pavilion Ho to protect you, and no one dares to attack you. Ning Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows and said, Do you know who wants to kill me? Ji Hanqing didn't answer. Ning Xiaochuan added, Are you from the Marquis in the Clouds? Ji Hanqing said impatiently, don't ask, just know that you are, by no means, the opponent of that person. Ning Xiaochuan coagulated for a moment and said, 9 Death Cliff, I have to go. Anyway, there are many people who want to kill me, and I don't care about one more or one less. Goodbye. Ning Xiaochuan spread a pair of 7-meter-long wings on his back, rode the wind, took off and disappeared into the night. Ji Hanqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan and resolutely left, and Daimei gently frowned. At this time, Xiaoqing came out of the dark night, with a cold smile on his face. Younger martial sister, if you do this, if you let the master know, I'm afraid your life will be lost. Ji Hanqing's hand suddenly pinched the dragon elephant halberd gun, staring at Xiaoqing with cold eyes like frost. Are you following me? Xiaoqing said, I'm just curious about why you can find Ning Xiaochuan. So, you like him? Nonsense. Ji Hanqing said. With a move of Xiaoqing's arm, in the dark, a huge mysterious beast head was stretched out. It was only a tooth, which was longer than a human body. Its eyes were as big as a water tank, and its tongue was scarlet as a flame. Ow! A 6th-grade Xian beast, with scales and wings, Scorpio lion. Scorpio lion's bipedal feet are more than 60 meters long, and its body is huge like a hill. Its combat power is so strong that it can knock down the mountain. It is the overlord of the mysterious beast. Xiaoqing turned over and fell on the back of the scorpion lion, lifted an iron chain that locked the scorpion lion, looked down at Ji Hanqing below, and said, I'll take his life now. Even if he has the ability to fly to the sky and escape to the earth, he can't escape death. Ji Hanqing tightly grasped the dragon elephant halberd gun, pinched his 5 fingers, clenched his teeth, and constantly struggled in his heart. Just when Xiaoqing was ready to drive the scorpion lion to chase Ning Xiaochuan, a dragon-like halberd spear stabbed him, and a large flame burst out on the tip of the spear, stabbing the air flow in the air with a popping sound. Pa. Xiaoqing's eyebrows sank, and the Hunyuan silver circle on his wrist flew out, suspended between his palms, emitting a dazzling dark light to block Ji Hanqing's powerful shot. Boom! Xiaoqing's body retreated, shaking the air, sliding to the tail of the scorpion lion, staring at Ji Hanqing coldly. Ji Hanqing, what are you doing? Xiaoqing's anger cannot be exposed. Very clear. Ji Hanqing, dressed in a white robe, stood straight, and the dragon in her hand puffed out a dark light like a halberd gun, as sharp as her eyes. In the White Dragon City, the sound of killing and cutting is heard all the time, and many cities are flaming, reflecting the sky red. Outside Bailong City, Ji Hanqing and Xiaoqing are also imposing opponents, like 2 towering mountains and 2 surging rivers, which make the air dull, the airflow stops and the temperature rises. Xiaoqing can be sure that Ji Hanqing must be in love with Ning Xiaochuan. This is something he can't stand. Hunyuan Silver Circle is a 5-level mysterious weapon, which was obtained by Marquis Yunzhong on the battlefield. At this moment, this 5-grade Xian were kept rotating and made a ding-ding sound. The engraved lines on the silver circle flowed with Xian light, and the volume expanded, and the diameter became 5 meters, turning into a huge god ring. Shua! The silver circle of Hunyuan flies out, and the dazzling light illuminates the dark world, just like a silver full moon flying in the sky. Bang bang! Ji Hanqing waved the dragon-like halberd gun, and the halberd gun emitted a large dark gas light, emitting dragons and tigers, and turned into a huge dark gas wild dragon. Hunyuan Forbidden God. Xiaoqing slapped on the silver circle of Hunyuan, beat the silver circle out again, shattered the Xuanqi dragon, and hit Ji Hanqing's chest. Ji Hanqing's cultivation, although entering the 7th level of immortality, recovered from the injury, but his blood gas did not recover. He was hit by the Hunyuan silver circle, and then flew backward to the ground, dripping blood on the corner of his mouth. Ow! The scorpion lion's mouth gave out a huge roar, flapped its huge wings, took off, and hovered in the air. Xiaoqing stood on the top of Scorpio Lion, holding the iron chain in one hand and the Hunyuan silver ring in the other hand, and sneered, "Younger martial sister, you are not my opponent yet. I will kill Ning Xiaochuan now. When you meet next time, you will see Ning Xiaochuan's head." Ow! Scorpio Lion's mouth gave another shriek, and then took off and rushed into the dusky clouds. Ji Hanqing held the halberd gun of the dragon elephant, bit his lips tightly, and watched the huge dark shadow on the sky disappear, and then fell into the thick leaves. After leaving Bailong City, although Ning Xiaochuan was heading for Jiushi Cliff, he did not rush to Jiushi Cliff immediately, but lived in a small town of Wuliu 800 miles away from Bailong City. After waiting for 3 days, news finally came. A group of martial artists from White Dragon City talked about the war 3 days ago in the tavern. The situation of Tianmido is stable, but after this war, I must be seriously injured, and I will fall back in the ranking of the 6 magic gates," said a warrior whose cultivation reached the 7th weight of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan picked up a pot of wine, walked over, filled a glass for the martial artist, and said with a smile, "Brother, are you from the White Dragon City? Do you want to tell us the outcome of that war?" Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's kindness, the martial artist smiled and said, "What else can I do? It's Qiu Wangu's stupidity to send 2 heads to Mu Honglai's 80th birthday banquet." Finally, Mu Honglai was provoked, and the 2 sides fought. As a result, neither of them was flattered, and finally 9 girls benefited and took control of the overall situation of White Dragon City. A martial artist nearby said, "No. I heard that the 2 heads were sent by Ning Xiaochuan. What do you know?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't have the courage to offend Mu Hong. Qiu Wangu ordered Ning Xiaochuan to do so. The 7th weight warrior of the divine body argued. Ning Xiaochuan filled a glass of wine for him and said with a smile, "Since 9 girls have become the new Taoist leader of Tianmi Tao, what about Mu Honglai and Qiu Wangu?" Qiu Wangu was killed by 9 girls on the spot, and his body was hung in the center of the White Dragon City, to deter those who dared not obey her. As for Mu Honglai, she escaped with several confidants, but she was also seriously injured, and even her arm was cut off by 9 girls. I don't think she can turn over any big waves. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth was slightly hooked, and Mu Hong came to such an end. It deserved it. Knowing the situation of Bailong City, Ning Xiaochuan felt that there was no need to stay, and planned to set out today to rush to Jiushi Cliff. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan knew that there must be many people chasing him along the way. If he went on the road alone, he would soon be recognized by others, and had to go with the caravan. Ning Xiaochuan came to Shiyuan Chamber of Commerce and asked if there were any caravans passing through the town recently. A young man of Shiyuan Chamber of Commerce, named Gu Lu, is about 16 years old. He has big eyes and a small nose. He laughs very pleasantly. "You want to go to the Magic Ridge region? This section of the road is 64,000 miles away. Ordinary people can't get there even if they walk for a lifetime. And there are many dangerous places and desperate places on the road, including strong people, Xian beasts, primitive barren forests, and boundless deserts. If there is no profound martial arts cultivation, it is likely to die without bone debris." Ning Xiaochuan took a hat, covered half his face, and said with a smile, "It is for this reason that we need to go with others." Ning Xiaochuan took out 100 large coins and handed them to Gu Lu. Gu Lu quietly put away the big money, with a heap of laughter on his face, and whispered, "Yesterday, there was indeed a caravan coming from White Dragon City to go to the Magic Ridge region, but they just want to find a mental health teacher, and they must be innocent mental health teachers." Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved and said, "I'm a heart trainer. Well, I'll contact the caravan now, and say you are my distant cousin." Gu Lu received Ning Xiaochuan's money, and naturally wanted to work for him. Ning Xiaochuan also smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Gu Lu's caravan stopped at Zhenziku, with a total of more than 600 people, including 19 Xian beasts, carts, and goods. The vast majority of the accompanying people were martial artists, and some of them were female relatives and children. Gu Lu is negotiating with the person in charge of the caravan, and then takes that person in charge to Ning Xiaochuan. Miss Duanmu, my cousin, is a man of great ability. In his early years, he studied with a junior mental health teacher and always wanted to travel around the world. No, absolutely innocent, I promise, character guarantee. Gu Lu said confidently. A young girl with a ponytail tied on her head and a plaid robe looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Are you really a heart trainer?" Ning Xiaochuan's lips were stained with a pair of beards, and he looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s. He took out the robe of the junior heart nurturer in the Jinping Heart Nurturing Hall, put it directly on his body, and said, "I'm the junior heart nurturer in the Jinping Heart Nurturing Hall. Then come on the road with us. But the rules of our caravan are big. If you dare to break the rules, you will lose your head." Duanmu Linger stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. After there was nothing suspicious, she was a little relieved. Ning Xiaochuan pretended to be afraid and said, No, I promise to behave myself along the way." When the sun rose, the caravan set out and headed for the Magic Ridge region. The rules of this caravan are really big. Everyone is extremely standardized. Even the accompanying women rarely cry. Those guards were even more solemn, just like soldiers from the Iron Army. Ning Xiaochuan noticed the unusual atmosphere and felt that they didn't look like caravans. For the past 8 days, the caravan went out of the Seoul domain and into a desolate desert. These days, while practicing, Xiaochuan was also observing the people in the caravan. He found that there were several martial arts masters hidden in it, and his accomplishments even reached the level of immortality. This discovery is shocking. I'm afraid this caravan is not simple. It's estimated that the goods transported are not ordinary goods. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. At night, the caravan stopped to rest. 18 Xian beasts are surrounded together to form a Xian beast wall, to resist the wind and sand in the desert. The people in the caravan raised a bonfire in the Xian beast wall, took out the dried meat and liquor, roasted the dried meat, warmed the liquor, and began to take it. "Ding Xiaosan, come here." Duanmu Linger sat on the sand, waved to Ning Xiaochuan and motioned for him to pass. Ding Xiaosan is the pseudonym of Ning Xiaochuan. After these days of getting along, Ning Xiaochuan is also familiar with some things. Duanmu Linger has high cultivation and unusual status. She is the leader of this caravan. Even those masters of refined realm who hide in the caravan must obey her orders. Ning Xiaochuan went to Duanmu Linger's body, bowed his hands and said, "Duanmu girl, what can I do for you? You're a heart nurse, aren't you? Do you know what creatures in the world will eat people's hearts?" Duanmu Linger played with a machete in her hand. This machete was like a crescent moon. Pulling it out of the scabbard, it emitted more dazzling light than the moon, and it could also absorb the power of the moon. This is definitely a Xuanqi-level knife. Hearing Duanmu Linger ask this question, the eyes of those martial artists around instinctively looked at the cart on the back of a Xian beast, not far away. Of course, they all just glanced at it, and then immediately withdrew their eyes, as if they were taboo. Other Xian beasts stopped outside, only a red tiger Xian beast lying in the center, guarded by a group of martial artists. Among them, an old man in the refined realm, guarding the side of the red tiger Xian beast, almost never left, and his body exudes palpitating power. On the back of the red tiger Xian beast, a huge bronze iron car was tied with an iron chain, and the iron car was sealed with steel nails with thick arms, sending out a cold smell. It's like a huge iron coffin. Ning Xiaochuan noticed these subtle details, and suddenly realized that the things in the iron car were the things they wanted to escort. Other goods were just used to hide people's eyes and ears. Ning Xiaochuan said with a wry smile, "Don't scare me, Duanmu girl. There is no creature in the world that specializes in digging out people's hearts. I haven't heard of it. It's too penetrating. The fire was beating, and Duan Mu Linger's face was reflected, smooth and rainy. With a unique beauty, she raised her proud chin and said with a smile, "You are such a useless heart trainer that you don't even know this. You know, there are really creatures that dig out people's hearts in this world, and I have seen them with my own eyes." Ning Xiaochuan pretended to be scared and fell to the ground. Originally, there was a very serious atmosphere. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's embarrassment, all martial artists laughed. Among them, a bald eagle-eyed man said, "Junior, you should come out more. There are all kinds of strange things in the world, not to mention the creatures that dig out people's hearts. I have also seen creatures that specialize in eating cardiologists." Haha. There was another burst of laughter. Chow Tuzi, when talking, be careful not to say something you shouldn't have said. A middle-aged man in his 40s said in a deep voice. After the middle-aged man spoke, the warriors in the caravan were silent and dared not laugh again. This middle-aged man is the chief escort of the caravan. His surname is Situ, but his name is not very clear. However, his cultivation is unpredictable. He is definitely more than a guard commander. He has a high dignity in the caravan. The whole caravan exudes a strange smell, and everyone seems to be not a simple role. After dinner, most of the martial artists began to practice, and 8 martial artists stood on the Xian Beast wall to patrol. The cultivation skills of these people are all gloomy and cruel routines, and the mysterious qi they emit also gives people a feeling of forest cold. "What skill are you practicing?" Duan Mu Linger came over, and her beautiful figure was undoubtedly exposed, concave and convex, staring at Ning Xiaochuan curiously. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The mysterious qi of heaven and earth." "Heaven and earth Xuanqi?" "Hee hee. No wonder I see your righteous face, and there are Xuanqi fluctuations around your body. It turns out that you are cultivating such low-level skills." Duan Muling sat down with her long hair hanging down and said, "You should also see that we are all members of the demon sect. Let me tell you straight to the point. What our demon sect lacks most is a mental health master. You are a junior mental health master, and you are a good talent. If you are willing to join our demon sect, I can give you a cultivation method that is 10 times more than the mysterious qi of heaven and earth." Ning Xiaochuan lowered his head and frowned tightly. Duan Mu Linger laughed and said, "Don't worry, as long as you have the ability, you can stand out in the magic door. Not everyone in the magic door is evil, and there are also many sentient and righteous people. For example, my eldest daughter." "Aren't you the eldest lady?" Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. "I'm just a little girl, not a big girl." Duan Mu Linger gently pursed her lips and said, "Don't care about the identity of the eldest lady. Anyway, my eldest lady is a big man you can't imagine. If you submit to our demon sect, absolutely no one dares to bully you." Just then, a shrill cry came from the iron car on the red tiger's back. The warriors of the whole caravan were startled and woke up one after another from their cultivation. They pinched their swords and spears in their hands, and stared warily at the iron cart, nailed to death. Duan Mu Linger suddenly stood up and rushed to the iron car. Ouch! In the iron car, strange sounds were made again, and people's hair was creepy, like ghosts calling, and like mysterious beasts roaring. "How can this happen? He's dead. How can he make a cry? Are you going to live? Fart. It's strange that your heart has been taken out and you can live." Duan Mu Linger, Situ guard captain, and the old man who has been guarding the iron car all look solemn, and the mysterious qi emanates from the body, ready to attack at any time. The iron car shook violently for half an hour, frightening the red blood tiger below, and finally calmed down. There was no change, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This night, everyone's nerves were tense, and no one was in the mood to practice at all. When the sun rose, the caravan set out immediately. This thing is really too evil. It must be transported back to the magic ridge as soon as possible, otherwise God knows what will happen? Chao Tuzi said. Ning Xiaochuan asked, curiously, what's in the iron car? How can they be so afraid of Duanmu girl and Situ escort? Chao Bald Sun laughed and said in a gloomy way, if he was still alive, I'm afraid it would be more terrible. Is he alone? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Dead. Chao Bald Sun whispered. How did you die? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Chao Tuzi's mouth moved, didn't say it, but said, guess for yourself. This desert is called Mozat Desert. Even if it runs day and night at the speed of Sanpingshuan beast, it takes 5 days to cross the desert. At the current speed of the caravan, it will take at least 20 days to cross the whole desert. Mozart, in the local prophecy, means boundless. In addition to martial artists with high cultivation, if ordinary people dare to break into the Mozhat desert, it is simply a dead end. In the center of Mozat, there is an ancient city of sounds of nature, which is also the only way to Jussy Cliff. As long as we get to the ancient city of Tina, the eldest lady will come to meet us, and then she will not be afraid of anything. Chao Tuzi obviously looked respectful when he mentioned the word eldest lady. If this young lady appeared in front of him, he would definitely kneel down on the ground without hesitation. Who is this lady? Is it still a god with great powers? It was 7 days' journey from Tianlai city, but on the way, great changes had taken place in the caravan. Since yesterday, some of the warriors in the caravan began to feel unwell, and their faces turned pale, like walking dead, and finally fell directly into the yellow sand. Today, even some martial artists who have reached the realm of the divine body have fainted directly. How strong is the constitution of the warrior in the divine body realm, and how easy is it to faint? In just 1 day, more than 20 warriors fell, causing panic in the caravan. In the evening, the situation became more and more intense. Unexpectedly, the martial artist went crazy directly, with ghost cries in his mouth, fangs, green eyes, and black nails. He picked up the knife and, like crazy, chopped several martial artists around him into meat sauce. Fortunately, many martial arts masters in the caravan suppressed the crazy martial artist in time and tied him up with iron locks. Voila! The iron lock was pulled to make a sound, and the warrior's mouth made a ghost cry, and his body burst out a ghost fire, like turning into a hell ghost. This night, the caravan was not calm. One after another, martial people went crazy, growing fangs and claws, like being evil, which made the martial people of the demon door feel creepy. By the next day, more than 50 martial artists had fainted, and more than 30 martial artists had broken chains and been bound. They all became like fierce ghosts, very frightening. The sudden changes made everyone in the caravan helpless and panicked, and the pace of the caravan became slower. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the carriage, behind him. He only knew that there was a lot of noise last night, but he ignored it. After all, there were masters in the caravan who were enough to deal with these things. Chao Tuzi came over dejectedly, sat in the carriage, took a wine bag from his waist, drank a mouthful of strong wine, and kept sighing. This time we estimate that it is difficult to get out of the Mozat desert, and it is likely that everyone will die in the desert. Ning Xiaochuan asked, what happened? Chao Tuzi said, I'm afraid our caravan is targeted by unclean things. Unclean things? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Chao Tuzi shook his head and said, it's useless to tell you. Even Elder Lin and Situ Altar Master can't do anything about this. Now we can only listen to fate. If we can get to the ancient city of Tianlai, there may be a chance of life. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. How could the situation become so serious? Outside the carriage, there was a noise and crying. Those who fainted and were helped by chains were taken to the open space and guarded. Someone dug circular pits on the ground and buried kerosene in the pits. Ning Xiaochuan looked far away and asked, what are they doing? Chow Tizzy said, they are all evil and must be burned. Well. So many people are going to burn to death? But there are also women and children. Ning Xiaochuan frowned. You must burn to death, or the whole caravan will be destroyed. Chow Tizzy took another sip of wine and said, when you think our demon sect is cold-blooded, you should know that they are also our family, and we are not cold-blooded. If we have to, his mother will be cruel to our own people. I'll go and have a look. Ning Xiaochuan jumped down from the carriage, rushed to the desert open space, and shouted from a distance, wait a minute, can you let me see what happened to them? I'm a heart therapist, maybe I can save them. Elder Lin is the old man who has been guarding by the iron car. He has the cultivation of being free from vulgarity and categorically said, no, what they are stained with is no small matter. You are just a junior mental therapist, and you can't save them. I just want to try. Maybe I can save them? Ning Xiaochuan saw that among the people who were about to be burned, there was a little girl who was only 2 or 3 years old. Naturally, she still couldn't bear it and wanted to save them. Duan Mulinger said, Ding Xiaosan, they are stained with unclean things. Once you contact them, you are likely to be stained with them yourself. At that time, we will burn you together. Ning Xiaochuan said, if I'm really stained with something unclean, then burn me to death. After saying this, Ning Xiaochuan went into the protective ring and helped the little girl up. He immediately felt a cold air flow gushing out of her body. Ning Xiaochuan's heart jumped slightly and laid her flat on the ground again. Junior, how's it going? Do you see any problem? Chow Tizzy asked. In fact, the martial artists present didn't hold much hope for Ning Xiaochuan. After all, Ning Xiaochuan is only a junior heart trainer. Even the strong in the secular world can't help it. Can the junior mental health teacher have a way? Ning Xiaochuan said, they were all poisoned by Yin Sha and corpse. Hearing this sentence, Elder Lin, Situ Altar Master and Duan Mulinger were all slightly surprised. They didn't see the reason, but Ning Xiaochuan saw the reason. Today's update is so awesome that I can finally ask for a ticket with elation. Situ Altar Master's expression moved and said, I've heard people mention Yin Sha and corpse poison before. This kind of thing is not trivial. Once you get it, no matter how high your cultivation is, you can only wait to die. The eyes of the demons looked in the direction of the iron car. If there were really Yin Sha and corpse poison, they could only escape from the iron car. That's right. Their symptoms are strange noises coming from the iron car. From that night on, it seems that Ding Xiaosan has a point. Maybe they were really poisoned by Yin Sha and necrotic. Duan Mulinger couldn't help but look up to Ning Xiaochuan, not only his ability, but also his courage to surpass ordinary people. Ordinary people dare not risk their lives to save others. Junior, can you cure them? Duan Mulinger asked. Ning Xiaochuan said, the master left me a prescription that can heal Yin evil and corpse poison. Maybe it can save them. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't tell them that he can detoxify Yin evil and corpse poison, otherwise it would be too shocking to the secular world. After all, his current identity is a junior heart therapist, not a senior heart therapist. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, the warriors in the caravan were quite excited, and their favor for Ning Xiaochuan doubled. Duan Mulinger brought all the mysterious medicines in the caravan and gave them to Ning Xiaochuan. He would meet all his needs one by one. Ning Xiaochuan once refined the elixir for detoxifying the corpse poison. He knew which mysterious drugs had a restraining effect on the corpse poison, so he selected all these mysterious drugs and ordered people to boil them into medicine juice. When the mysterious medicine is boiled into medicine juice, the 9 layers of medicine in the mysterious medicine have been lost. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan can also refine Xian medicine into intermediate pills, so the medicine can not only be completely preserved, but also the effect will be better. But he can't help it. He is now a junior heart nourishing master, so he can only use this stupid method of consuming metaphysical medicine. Anyway, they provided all the mysterious drugs used, and Ning Xiaochuan was not distressed at all. The corpse poison will spread, and everyone in the caravan must drink it. Ning Xiaochuan reminded. These boiled medicinal juice can only detoxify the corpse, and it is not helpful to Ning Xia. There is only one way to remove evil spirits, that is to use the power of the magic sword to suck evil spirits from their bodies. This method can not only save people, but also increase cultivation. Of course, if you want to use the power of the magic sword, you must hide your eyes and ears from anyone. Therefore, all the martial arts who were invaded by Ning Xia, Ning Xiaochuan would personally bring medicine to them, and then take this opportunity to secretly use the magic sword to suck the Ning Xia in their bodies. Ning Xiaochuan took the lead in helping the little girl up, pressing her fingers on the back of her head, running the power of the magic sword, forming an airflow vortex on her palm, which absorbed the evil spirit in the little girl's body. Gulu gulu. Ning Xiaochuan fed the medicine juice to the little girl, laid her flat on the ground, and then went to treat the next person. Elder Lin and Duan Mulinger stood in the shade in the distance, watching Ning Xiaochuan take bowls of medicine juice and feed them to martial artists. No one dares to get close to the martial artists who have been killed by Ning Xia, but he has no scruples. He not only checks their injuries, but also feeds them medicine. This boy is quite good and can be cultivated. Elder Lin always seldom praises others, but at the moment, there is an expression of appreciation in his eyes. He has seen a lot of good mental health practitioners. There will always be a few kind-hearted caregivers who can take the initiative to treat the injured. However, it is too rare to see a mental therapist who can risk his life to save people. Let's get through this difficulty first. Ning Xia and corpse poison are taboos for Wu Zun. Once they are stained, they are like demons. Duan Mulinger is still a little worried. Because of taking the medicine juice boiled by Ning Xiaochuan, no other martial artist was invaded by Ning Xia that night, and no martial artist who was poisoned by corpse appeared again. When the first sunshine came down the next morning, the warriors in the caravan were surprised to find that those who had been invaded by Ning Xia had recovered. Although their bodies were still weak, they were no longer crazy, their fangs disappeared and their nails retreated. My God! They're all awake, they're all awake. Ding Xiaosan's medicine saved their lives. Ding Xiaosan is a coward, but he is not a coward. Haha. The warriors in the caravan were very excited, and they had a feeling of survival. Elder Lin, Situ Altar Master and Duan Mulinger came to thank Ning Xiaochuan in person. Duan Mulinger's face wore a smile, as if it had been sunny after the rain, and said, "Thanks to you, Junior, this time. If it weren't for you, our caravan might have been completely destroyed, and everyone would have died in the desert." Elder Lin said, "Join our demon gate." Situ Altar Master patted Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Your boy's temper is to my appetite. Why don't you mix with me? I will treat you like a brother." Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, and said, "Those who were poisoned by the corpse have not recovered, and they have to continue to take the medicine juice until they get through this difficulty and reach the ancient city of Tina." Elder Lin and Situ Altar Master didn't force him either. After saying a few words of thanks, they continued to drive on. Ning Xiaochuan and Duan Mulinger also boarded the car and headed for the ancient city of Tina. 2 days later, those martial artists who were poisoned by the corpse also recovered one after another and came to thank Ning Ogawa one by one. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the car, looking at the populous Euphratica and sand dunes in the desert, and thought to himself, the people in the Demon Gate are not all ferocious people. It seems that the previous view of the Demon Gate is too thin. There are good people in the Demon Gate and bad people in the court. After getting familiar with these people in the demon sect, Ning Xiaochuan also knows more secrets. It turned out that the iron car was really a dead man, and it was also the corpse of the Lord Tianmi Shang shattering the army. Shang Chuanjun is the top figure in the demon sect. His sudden death at home caused a sensation in the martial arts world of the entire Yulan Empire, and everyone speculated about the cause of his death. However, only a few people know that he was taken out of his heart and died. After the news came out, it caused a big shock inside the demon gate again. Therefore, the Mormon saint rushed to the White Dragon City in person to investigate this matter. This caravan is to secretly transport the corpse of Shang broken army back to Jiushi Cliff, and plans to ask the demon emperor to personally verify the cause of death of Shang broken army. The eldest lady in Duanmu Linger's mouth refers to the saint of the demon gate. Duanmu Linger's identity is not simple, but one of the 6 ghost emissaries under the throne of the Virgin, the fugitive ghost emissary. Ning Xiaochuan learned these secrets from Cao Tuzi. Cao Tuzi now quite admires Ning Xiaochuan. He calls Ning Xiaochuan his brother and regards him completely as his own person. After Ning Xiaochuan learned these secrets, his heart shook quite a lot. Since they are all cronies around the Saint of the Demon Gate, if I get closer to them, I should be able to enter the 9-Death Cliff more easily. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. The ancient city of Tina is the only city in the Moshate Desert, and it is also the only way for the transportation between the north and the south of the Yulan Empire. It is said that long ago, there was an ancient kingdom here, which was at its peak, called the Kingdom of Sounds of Nature. After the Kingdom of Tina was conquered by Yulan Empire, it was subjugated, and finally there was only an eternal ancient city standing in the desert. Many martial artists who travel all over the world are bound to come to the ancient city of Tina, which is a paradise for adventurers. At this moment, a caravan of more than 600 people slowly marched through the city gate and entered this ancient city piled up with huge stones weighing 10,000 kilograms. On the city wall, there are a row of shooting god crossbows, full of 80, all made of red flame divine steel. The god crossbows are inlaid with basalt, emitting a bright light. That's a divine crossbow. If the 9th heaviest martial artist of the divine body pulls the divine crossbow, it can shoot 800 miles away at the farthest distance, and kill all martial artists in the refined world. This is a real divine crossbow that can kill thousands of miles. Cao Tuzi saw Ning Xiaochuan staring at the god crossbow on the wall, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan had never seen the world, so he explained to him. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The shooting god crossbow is a forbidden weapon in the army. It can only appear on the frontier battlefield, specially to shoot the mysterious beast chariots and senior generals in the other party's army. The ancient city of Tina is located in the hinterland of the Yulan Empire, and the war should not affect here. Why are there enough 80 shooting god crossbows stopped here?" Cao Tuzi didn't ask Ning Xiaochuan why he knew this, but said with a smile, "The dangers in the Moshate Desert are no less than those in the frontier battlefield. Without the protection of shooting god crossbows, this ancient city would have been in ruins. Where on earth does the danger in the Moshate Desert come from?" Cao Tuzi sold it for a while without telling Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan is not a person who inquires deeply, so he didn't continue to ask. Anyway, he may not meet him. After the caravan entered the ancient city of Tina, someone came to meet it and walked into a big manor. This manor may not be a big deal in the imperial city, but in the ancient city of Tina, it is definitely a top manor. There are many martial arts strongmen guarding the manor, and the smell of some strongmen makes Ning Xiaochuan feel great pressure. The Saint of Mormon has reached the ancient city of Tina first and lives in this manor. Duanmu Linger, Elder Lin and Situ Altar Master all went to reply to the Saint of the Demon Gate, knelt outside a pavilion and said in unison, "Meet the Saint." The pavilion is separated by a bead curtain. Put down a layer of light gauze, and stand outside the pavilion. You can't see what the people in the pavilion look like at all? It can only be seen that behind the tool, there is a slim woman with a golden mask on her face, her fingers on the strings, playing the piano gently. With the sound of the piano, wisps of white-black mist rushed out of the strings, condensed into small dragons, shuttled through the pavilion, and made a low-pitched dragon chant. The finger of the Saint of the Demon Gate stopped, the sound of the piano immediately disappeared, and those dragon shadows also broke and disappeared without a trace. Has the coffin been delivered? Mormon Saint said slowly. Her voice was very elegant and sweet, but with a dignity. The cold wind blew the white curtain in the pavilion, and the curtain made a sound like a wind bell. Duan Mulinger respectfully said, "The iron coffin has been safely sent to the ancient city of Tina. Saint, you can check it now." Nothing else happened on the way? The Saint of the Demon Gate is sitting in the pavilion, and her voice is more beautiful than the piano just now. Duan Mulinger hesitated a little, and finally told the strange cry in the iron coffin, as well as the corpse poison and evil in those martial artists. After hearing these things, the Saint of the Demon Gate was a little silent for a moment and said, "It seems that the corpse of Shang broken army must have undergone unimaginable changes. It must be transported back to the Nine Death Cliff immediately, and it can't be delayed for a moment. First, you have a rest in the ancient city of Tina, and tomorrow we will set out to return to the Nine Death Cliff. Follow the orders of the saint." The three said in unison. Duan Mulinger seemed to think of something, so she opened her mouth and asked, "The junior mental health master has some ways to deal with the corpse poison and Yin Sha. Shall we bring him?" The Saint of the Demon Gate said, "It's just a junior psychic. If he is willing to accompany, take him with him. If he is not willing to accompany, there's no need to force him. I took in an intermediate psychic in the White Dragon City. With this intermediate psychic, I'm not afraid of the corpse of the war-breaking army." In the eyes of figures at the level of Mormon Saint, a junior mental health master is like an ant, which is not valued at all. Duan Mulinger was very fond of Ning Xiaochuan. After finding Chao Tuzi, she asked, "Where is Ding Xiaosan?" Chao Tuzi quickly knelt down and saluted, and said, "Report back to the fugitive ghost emissary." The junior said he wanted to buy some mysterious drugs. Now it should be to go to the heart-nourishing hall in the ancient city of Tina. "I see." Duan Mulinger also walked outside the manor. Jinping Heart-Nourishing Hall is spread all over the world, and there are naturally sub-halls in the ancient city of Tina. The Shindan that Ning Xiaochuan most wants to refine is refined Dan, which can help the martial artists in the refined realm cultivate, take off the vulgar skin faster, and impact the earth-respected realm. But to refine this mysterious pill, the most important material is the refined loose skin of the 7th-grade mysterious medicine level. This kind of mysterious medicine is too scarce, and there is no such mysterious medicine in Jinping Heart-Nourishing Hall in Tianlai Ancient City. Ning Xiaochuan ran to the other 2 heart-nourishing halls, and finally got nothing. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the heart-nourishing hall, feeling a little discouraged. It seems that he can only practice slowly with his feet on the ground. It's a long way away to refine the elixir. Ning Xiaochuan. A petite figure flew across the sky, with a fragrance, a pair of snow-white red. Bare feet fell behind Ning Xiaochuan, revealing round white legs. Zizhuer gently patted Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder with her palm, and her eyes showed a surprised look. "It's true that wherever you don't meet at the end of the world, you will meet your lover here. It's you. Why did you come to the ancient city of Tina?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned. He didn't like the witch in front of him very much and had a bad impression of her. Zizhuer held a little fox and said pitifully, "I didn't come all the way from Bailong City to Tianlai Ancient City to find you. How much trouble did I suffer on the way? I was chased by wolves, teased by robbers, and almost sold into Qinglu by human traffickers. You heartless man, also asked me why I came to Tianlai Ancient City. Can't you see my friendship for you?" Ning Xiaochuan naturally wouldn't believe her words, and said coldly, "There are really enough stories on your way. Who calls people beautiful, natural beauty, wild wolves love me, robbers pity me, even the boss of that green building pays a high price for me. But you, a heartless man, can't see the good of others. Zizhuer's eyes blinked, tender and pitiful, just like a little girl with hurt feelings. Sorry, Miss Chuier, I'm not familiar with you. I have other things to do. Ning Xiaochuan is very cold about this demon girl. Spare her and leave straight. Zizhuer didn't plan to let Ning Xiaochuan go and catch up, saying, Brother Xiaochuan, why do you stick 2 pieces of beard on your lips? Is this to hide your identity? I like it. I also like it. I really like those 2 pieces of your beard. It's so manly that people are fascinated by you. Zizhuer chattered endlessly and said, in fact, even if you have 2 beards, you can't hide it from others. There is no second man like you in the world. Where's your little lover? Why isn't she with you? Why do you want to hide your identity? Do you want to avoid your enemies? Oh. I know, you must want to avoid the pursuit of demon sect masters. I heard that you killed the ruthless ghost emissary under the saint's throne first. The demon sect masters will definitely not let you go. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped and said, What are you talking about? I have nothing to do with the ruthless ghost. Zizhuer shook her head like a rattle, laughing, I'm not talking nonsense. It's well known that the ruthless ghost envoy was sent back to Bailong City by Mu Hong, and it's also Mu Hong who came to tell everyone about it. With Mu Hong's identity and status, it should not deceive people. However, Mu Hong has now become a bereaved dog, which is really sad. This is the end of revealing Brother Ogawa's secret, as many people say. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said, There is no connection between the two. Ning Xiaochuan felt quite speechless. He worked first and then killed women. Thanks to these people, he could figure it out. However, after this matter was spread, it must have a very bad impact. If you Cici and Ningxing knew it, I hope they don't misunderstand it. Zizhuer still chased after Ning Xiaochuan and said, Although they are all spitting on you, I admire you very much. It's so manly. Ning Xiaochuan was in a bad mood and shook his head. The woman's mind really couldn't be guessed with common sense. She didn't know which words she said were true. Which sentence is false? Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's vest was cold, and his spine was almost frozen. He suddenly stopped and felt a huge killing intention, which was aimed at him. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan stop, Zizhuer was immediately happy and said, Brother Xiaochuan, where are you going? Do you want me to accompany you? Ning Xiaochuan finally found the source of the killing intention by using telepathy. When Ning Xiaochuan stared at him, he was right opposite his 4 eyes. Ning Xiaochuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaoqing was sitting in the wine shed next to the ancient street, with a pot of wine on the table, drinking leisurely. Xiaoqing rode a scorpion lion to track Ning Xiaochuan all the way, but he didn't even find Ning Xiaochuan's shadow. Finally, he rushed to the ancient city of Tina and waited for Ning Xiaochuan here. As expected, he waited for Ning Xiaochuan. Xiaoqing. Ning Xiaochuan finally understood who Jihanqing said was the chaser. A smile appeared on his face. The leader came all the way to the ancient city of Tina just to wait for me, which really flattered me. Xiaoqing said, You should understand the purpose of my coming to you. Not very clear. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Qua. You can choose whether you want to catch yourself or I can do it. You should know clearly that with your current cultivation, you are far from my opponent. On Xiaoqing's wrist, the silver circle of Hunyuan flickered, emitting a faint dark light. Zizhuer looked at Xiaoqing and said, Hey! You are too arrogant. Do you know that Brother Ogawa is my man now? Xiaoqing gently touched the tip of his nose and sneered, I didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan that you are still so destined for women. Even I am a little jealous of you. Xiaoqing thought of Jihanqing, and his hatred for Ning Xiaochuan deepened. Shua. With a wave of Xiaoqing's arm, Xianqi condensed into a handprint, and directly grabbed Zizhuer's neck from a distance of 10 meters. Zizuer's cultivation was not weak, and she originally wanted to fight back, but Xiaoqing's strength was too strong to completely suppress the mysterious qi in her body, so that she didn't even have a chance to fight back. Cluck! Zizuer's neck is about to be crushed, and it seems that it will disappear. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's arm turned into a blade and waved a wave of annihilating sword, cutting off Xiaoqing's handprint. Zizuer fell directly to the ground, his face pale, and there was a bloody fingerprint on his neck. Someone. Kill me. This. Cough. A magic cloud like ink flew out from the other end of the street. A group of demon sect masters riding on Xian beasts fought out of the demon cloud, holding a war ge, and surrounded Xiaoqing in the center. Unexpectedly, even our little witch of Fox Fairy Road dares to hurt and kill without mercy. An old man whose cultivation reached the first level of immortality looked like an angry King Kong, and his mysterious qi was as vast as the ocean. A spear full of magic fog stabbed at Xiaoqing. Bang! The spear is broken. The demon sect old man who reached the first level of immortality was slapped by Xiaoqing. His body was torn apart, and his blood was scattered all over the earth. Xiaoqing stood up and rushed out of his body with silver brilliance, directly into the masters of the magic door. Poof! Poof! No one can stop him. Every step he takes, a corpse will appear on the ground. After a breath, more than 30 demon masters of Fox Fairy Road died on the spot and fell in a pool of blood. No one was the enemy of Xiaoqing at all. Zizuer has been scared silly. This man's cultivation is too high, and almost no one can match him. Those fighters on the street also retreated far away. In this level of battle, it is best to stay as far away as possible. Xiaoqing stepped on the bones all over the ground and slowly walked to the opposite side of Ning Xiaochuan. His fingers gently flicked a drop of blood on the corner of his clothes and said, "Take the initiative to hand over the biming magic skill, or do I take it myself? It's a new day. Today, the minimum guarantee is 3 chapters. If the monthly ticket reaches 30, it will be on the 4th watch. When it reaches 40, it's 5 o'clock. When you reach 50 chapters, you'll be at 6. The number of updates depends on the number of voting heads. This is the first chapter. It was just a snap of the fingers. Fox Fairy Road, more than 30 demon sect masters, were all killed. The smell of blood filled the air. Bones, meat and blood were everywhere, like a sure field. Xiaoqing stood between the bones, as if he had done the most common thing. The only drop of blood on his body also fell to the ground. Even Jihanqing, the 7th heaviest in the realm of immortality, was defeated by him. It can be seen that his cultivation is terrible. Even the older elders in the demon sect will be killed by him. In terms of momentum, Ning Xiaochuan did not lose to him at all. He secretly operated the magic sword and was ready to use the power of the magic sword to deal with Xiaoqing. This was his only way now. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to take action when the clouds rolled over the sky and a thunder sounded. The clouds gathered into a huge palm print, fell from the sky, squeezed the air into an arch, and fell on the top of Xiaoqing with a force that squeezed the space. The power of this palm print can't be described in words. It's like a god outside the sky, making a palm print. There are top experts who want to suppress Xiaoqing. Ding ding. Xiaoqing's face changed, and he beat out the Hunyuan silver ring on his wrist, propped it on his head, and turned it into a huge god ring. Boom! This world-shaking palm will shatter the city centered on Xiao City. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed Zizuer's shoulder, spread the rainbow and moved, retreating dozens of feet quickly. Stone buildings piled up with 10,000 gene boulders were crushed by palm prints, and the streets sank and broke into pieces of gravel. On the earth, leave a huge palm print. Xiaoqing was hurt in his chest by this palm print, and his blood gas rolled in his body. He took a deep breath, took back the Hunyuan silver ring, and stared at the end of the street, demon saint. At the end of the street, stood a woman in white, slim and beautiful, like an elf in the wind. Her face was wearing a golden mask, emitting a burning golden light. Around her delicate body, there was a mysterious gas in the shape of dragons, which shrouded her graceful body as if in a mysterious fog. Duanmu Linger, Elder Lin, Situ Altar Master, the three masters of the demon sect, followed behind the saint of the demon sect, staring coldly at Xiaoqing. The voice of the saint of the demon gate is distant, ethereal, majestic and sacred, like a voice from outside the sky, saying, Xiaoqing, you know that this city is in the ancient city of Tianlai, and you dare to slaughter the masters of the demon gate wantonly, and you are not afraid that this city will put you into the butcher's cauldron, boil you, and feed the Xian beast. After the fight just now, Xiaoqing knew that the cultivation of the demon sect saint was quite terrible, and he was definitely not her opponent. Escape. Xiaoqing did things decisively and never procrastinated. He immediately called the scorpion lion. With a pedal, he fell on the scorpion lion's back, drove the scorpion lion to fly away and disappeared into the clouds. There are many opportunities for Fu Ning Ogawa. There is no need to fight with figures like the saint of the demon gate, which is unwise. Saint, why don't you get rid of Xiaoqing? Duanmu Linger's eyes were cold. The saint of the demon gate said, Xiaoqing is the eldest disciple of the Marquis in the cloud, and the leader of the alliance in the cloud of the learning palace of the Emperor of Heaven. There must be a life-saving card on him. It's not so easy to kill him. The Saint of Mormon stared at Ning Xiaochuan, stopped for a moment slightly on him, and immediately looked away. Duanmu Linger's eyes also stared at Ning Xiaochuan, showing a suspicious look, so she walked over slowly, with a dignified look, and said, Ding Xiaosan, why did Xiaoqing hit you? She had doubts about Ning Xiaochuan's identity. Zizhuer was clever and clever. Knowing that Ding Xiaosan must be Ning Xiaochuan's pseudonym, she hurriedly said, so your name is Xiaosan. That's a good name. Sister Duanmu, fortunately, you and the saint came immediately, otherwise those guys surnamed Xiao would catch me and be his wife. Duanmu Linger's Daime frowned slightly and said, what's going on? Zizhuer said pitifully, Sister Duanmu, you also know that I am born beautiful and peerless. That Xiaoqing is a wolf in human skin. He took a fancy to my beauty and wanted to catch me as his little wife. Fortunately, Ding Zhuang was brave enough to stand up and scold Xiaoqing, scolding him as an animal and saving me from trouble. But just because of this, he angered Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing killed all my subordinates. Is that so? Duanmu Linger glanced slightly at Ning Xiaochuan, and secretly said that such a stupid thing could not be done by others, and Ding Xiaosan was really possible to do it. The demon saint stood in the distance, eyeing covetously. Ning Xiaochuan naturally didn't want his identity to be exposed, so he gently nodded, The saint of Demon Gate did not know when she had left and disappeared in the ancient street. Like a gust of wind, she came silently and walked silently. Duanmu Linger took a deep look at Ning Xiaochuan and said, your character is easy to suffer losses outside. Let me go to the 9-Death Cliff. Sister Duanmu, Sister Duanmu. Zizhuer grabbed Duanmu Linger's arm and said with a smile, I also want to go to 9-Death Cliff, but now all my guards are dead. It must be dangerous for me to go alone. Can I go with you? You didn't go with your mother? Duanmu Linger said. Zizhuer flattened her mouth and said, if I go with my mother, how dare Xiaoqing bully me? She has other things to do, and she will go to Jiushi Cliff later. All right. Just go with us. Duanmu Linger said. Zizhuer was immediately overjoyed. She walked to Ning Xiaochuan's side and walked side by side with him. Her eyes tilted slightly and said, Brother Xiaosan, how are you going to thank someone for helping you this time? Thank you. After saying these words, Ning Xiaochuan left straight away. Zizhuer was a little stunned, raised her snow-white chin and stamped her feet fiercely. It's hateful. A thank you is over. There's nothing so cheap in the world. I'll take care of you slowly after 9 Death Cliff. This night, Ning Xiaochuan and Zizhuer both lived in the manor, and there was a demon saint sitting in the town. Naturally, Xiaoqing didn't dare to come to find Ning Xiaochuan's trouble. Ning Xiaochuan can also feel the breath of Xiaoqing. He is still in the ancient city of Tina. As long as he finds the opportunity, he will definitely do it again. In the manor, the saint of the demon gate sat in the pavilion, wearing a golden mask, and her gauze was blown by the breeze, like white catkins. On the table, there was a bronze stove burning with shanling wood incense. With her slender fingers, she gently twists the strings, and plays a beautiful and ethereal piano sound. Dragon-shaped dark chi rushed into the sky, turning into a scene of 10,000 dragons flying together. The martial friars in the whole ancient city of Tianlai can see the scene of 10,000 dragons flying together above the sky, just like divine dragons wandering in the Milky Way, which makes it difficult for everyone to calm down. Ning Xiaochuan was sitting in the room, practicing the 7th floor of the mysterious chi of heaven and earth. After hearing the sound of the piano, his mood was slightly disordered, and he couldn't practice any more. He opened the window with a bamboo branch, and saw the wonders flying above the sky. His heart admired the cultivation of the saint of the demon sect. Ning Xiaochuan is called the first genius of the imperial city, and he is only the first genius of the young generation, not the first master of the young generation. The Saint of Mormon is the real top figure of the young generation. It is estimated that her accomplishments can compete with Wu Zun. The mysterious woman is right. I really lost at the starting line. If I want to catch up with them, I can only spend more efforts. Hearing the ethereal piano sound from the air, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but think of a beautiful figure. Yu Ningxing. After parting in the barren mountain Taoist temple, she never appeared again, and I don't know where she is now. Will she also come to the ancient city of Tina? Later in the night, the sky was covered with flying snow, which was as big as goose feather, sweeping thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. When Ning Xiaochuan opened the door the next morning, the outside had become a silver world, with a thick layer of snow on the ground and branches and grass leaves turning white. Who? A cold wind blew over and roared like a beast, blowing large snowflakes into the house and slapping Ning Xiaochuan's face. The snowflakes cut the skin sore. What a big snow, the winter of Yulan Empire is coming. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Pa! A snowball hit Ning Xiaochuan's head accurately, and then scattering a lot of snow dregs. In the snow, Purple Chwyer's silver bell like laughter came, little brother, why don't you hide? Ning Xiaochuan wiped the snow off his head and went to the layman of the manor, saying, we should start. Boring, not fun at all. Zizhuer pinched the small fox's ear, and then stepped on the snow and ran out, closely following Ning Xiaochuan. The caravan set out again, but the personnel were reduced, and the unnecessary goods were also left in the ancient city of Tina. There were only more than 200 masters of the magic door to escort the iron coffin on the road. A total of 20 shan beasts accompanied, pulling carts and purple-black shafts, drove the snow on the ground out of 2 deep tracks. Ning Xiaochuan and Zizhuer are sitting in the same car. To be exact, it is she who insists on being squeezed in the same car with Ning Xiaochuan. Brother Ogawa, why on earth do you want to go to Jiu Cliff? Do you have any secret tasks on your body? Do you want me to help you? Zizhuer was wrapped in thick fur, with a soft body, squeezed towards Ning Xiaochuan, and winked lovably. Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm a member of the imperial court, and you're a member of the demon sect. Even if I have a task, it's definitely a task detrimental to the demon sect. Are you sure you'll help me? Yes. Anyway, I'll marry you later, and I'm also a member of the court. She gently pursed her lips and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with big eyes. Ning Xiaochuan said, the demon gate and the imperial court are at odds. Even if I really marry you, no one will agree. Shuier, I can see that you really want to help me, but it's impossible between us. You'd better find another Rui husband. Who says that the women of the demon sect and the men of the court can't get married? 20 years ago, the saint of the demon sect of the previous generation married a young marquis of the court. Although their fate was very tragic later, at least they loved vigorously. If I wanted such a love, it would be worth dying. Zizhuer said. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved and said solemnly, do you also know this? Of course I know. Zizhuer said, although the demon emperor ordered that no one should mention it, everyone would still talk about it in private. It is said that the previous generation of the demon saint, who was the daughter of the demon emperor, fell in love with a little marquis of the marquis. For love, the demon saint did not hesitate to break the father-daughter relationship with the demon emperor and resolutely married the little marquis of the marquis. But it was 20 years ago, and the young generation knew it very vaguely. It is said that 11 years ago, the previous generation of demonic saint and little marquis were killed. Ning Xiaochuan said, according to you, 20 years ago, the saint of the demon gate broke off her father-daughter relationship with the demon emperor? Yes. Zizhuer said, however, how can the father-daughter relationship be so easy to break? After all, people are sentimental animals. It is said that because of this, 11 years ago, the demon emperor also led the masters of the demon sect and killed all the masters into the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan said, what happened later? Later I don't know. I only know that since the incident 11 years ago, the demon emperor ordered that all the disciples of the demon sect can't enter the imperial city again, and can't talk about it, but he himself is closed for cultivation. This isolation is 10 years. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said, no wonder the power of the demon sect is huge, but there is no monk of the demon sect in the imperial city. What happened in the imperial city that year? Why on earth did the demon emperor order the disciples of the demon sect not to enter the imperial city? What is the reason? People are puzzled. Zizhuer is not old enough to know much about the events of that year. Even, she didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan was the son of the last Mormon saint. In her mouth, you can't ask anything useful anymore unless you can find the person who was involved in that matter. Ning Xiaochuan asked, why did you go to Jiu Cliff? Zizhuer said with a smile, I'm not only going to Jiu Cliff, but all the masters of the demon sect in the world will gather at Jiu Cliff on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month this year to hold the demon sect conference. Demon Gate Assembly. So, the demon emperor has passed the pass? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Zizhuer said with a smile, that's natural. This demon gate conference is of great significance, and it's impossible to change the pattern of the whole world. In a sense, this demon emperor is Ning Xiaochuan's grandfather. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel it at all. He just thought it was a stranger. This time, he went to Jiu Cliff to find out the truth of that year. It has been snowing for 5 days in a row. Ow! At night, there was a strange cry again from the iron coffin, which was quite sad, like a ghost roar, like a beast roar, and it was creepy to hear. Boom! The iron coffin vibrated violently, shaking the nails nailed in the iron coffin, as if to lift the lid of the coffin. The master of the magic door looked solemn, like an enemy, surrounded by the iron coffin, and his heart felt more or less panic. After all, the origin of the dead body in the iron coffin is not trivial. If it really turns into a monster, it will be a catastrophe. It starts again. Every night at this time, the coffin will make this sound, and it becomes more and more terrible. The iron coffin can't suppress it. A warrior whispered. Fortunately, there is a saint, otherwise there must be many warriors who have run for their lives. The saint of the magic door also looked dignified. She took out an ancient 6th-grade xianware, a purple small tripod, only the size of a wine cup, suspended in the palm of her hand, and was held by Xian Qi. After absorbing the mysterious gas, the purple tripod continued to rotate, its volume expanded, and its surface flowed with dragon-shaped lines. Boom! The purple tripod, which became 6 feet high, suspended between the hands of the Saint of the Demon Gate, sent out a dark glow, covered half the sky and rolled up the flying snow. The purple cauldron was suppressed above the iron coffin, and the yin qi in the iron coffin was forcibly suppressed by using the huge power of Xuanqi. Hearing the sound of the change, Ning Xiaochuan came out of the car and looked far away. He saw the purple giant tripod, which reflected the whole sky into purple. The cultivation of this demon saint is terrible, Ning Xiaochuan said to himself. Zizhuer also looked respectful and said, "That's nature." If it weren't for her extreme talent, unparalleled cultivation and unparalleled contemporaries, the person who became a saint would be Sister Duanmu. What do you say? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Zizhuer said, Sister Duanmu is the granddaughter of the demon emperor, and her talent is also quite outstanding. She is an important candidate for the saint. But the saint's talent can no longer be described as outstanding, which is amazing. I heard from her mother that her talent has reached the level of rare in 300 years. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked, a level that is difficult to meet in 300 years. When Ning Xiaochuan was in the 7th weight of the divine body, he broke through the 7th floor of the Tongtian Bridge and reached the level of difficult to meet in 800 years, and was awarded the first genius of the imperial city. If the saint of the demon sect really has the talent of 3,000 years, then Ning Xiaochuan, the first genius of the imperial city, is too inferior to her. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan's talent now is definitely more than 800 years hard. He has refined 9 kinds of magic powers, cultivated an unprecedented 10th magic power, and stepped into the first level of secularization. Even if the talent has not entered the 3,000 years of difficulty, it is estimated that it is not far away. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What is the identity of this demon saint?" Zizhuer shook her head and said, "I don't know. The identity of the saint is mysterious, and she rarely shows up. It's also the first time I've seen her." Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "If you can compete with the granddaughter of the demon emperor, the birth of this saint is absolutely extraordinary, and it is likely to be the offspring of a big man in the demon gate." Zizhuer thought carefully and said, "I heard Sanyang say that the saint lives in the imperial city all the year round and is in charge of all things in the imperial city." Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows jumped and said, "Didn't the demon emperor order that people in the demon gate should not enter the imperial city? That's just an order on the surface. The imperial city is the throat of the world and the battleground of strategists. How can the demon gate say to give up? Maybe it was only 11 years ago, the demon emperor and a certain kind of contract signed by Emperor Yulan. In the open, people in the demon gate can't go to the imperial city naturally. But in the dark, the demon gate has no power in the imperial city. Do you believe it?" Zizhuer's words reminded Ning Xiaochuan that 11 years ago, the demon emperor might have really negotiated with Emperor Yulan and signed some unknown agreement. People in the demon gate are not allowed to enter the imperial city. However, Emperor Yulan must have promised the demon emperor some conditions. 11 years ago, the devil's daughters were all killed by the Jade Orchid Emperor. Is there any possibility of negotiation on this matter? Ning Xiaochuan squeezed his fist tightly, and he really couldn't figure out the reason. His mind was full of thoughts. Boom! In the distance, the iron coffin sent out a huge earthquake again, shaking the purple cauldron, and breaking out a devastating spirit of Yin and evil. Evil air rushed out of the coffin and condensed into a human shape, like a ghost flying in the air, with a cold howl in his mouth. When Yin Sha is strong enough to a certain extent, it can condense into human form and become Yin Sha spirit. Just like ghosts. Bang! A demon sect master was hit by Yin Sha on his chest, and Yin Sha merged with his body. His mouth sent out a shrill scream, grew fangs, his nails turned blood red, and his hair turned green, which was quite frightening. Yin Sha spirit collided in the motorcade, and any mysterious Qi could not resist them. Screams come and go, and more than 20 people have been possessed by the spirit of Yin Sha. They have become monsters that are unlike people and ghosts, and are attacking their companions unscrupulously. Get close to me. Ning Xiaochuan looked dignified. Zizhuer's pretty face showed a happy look, hurriedly hugged Ning Xiaochuan from behind, and stuck her face on Ning Xiaochuan's back. Clouds and clouds returned to vitality. Ning Xiaochuan propped up a purple-black gas cover to protect the two people in the center. On the surface of the Xuanqi hood, there are mysterious sunset lines in the form of chariots, beasts, palaces, and strong defense. If the general Xuanqi hood is still broken by the Yin evil spirit. However, Ning Xiaochuan's Xuanqi is a dense Xuanqi, which is a higher level than Wu Dayak Xuanqi. Naturally, he is not afraid of Yin Sha spirit. Bang! 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 Yin Shaling collided outside Yunxia Gyuanqi, knocking the Xuanqi cover constantly, but he couldn't help Ning Xiaochuan at all. The body of the demon saint soared, suspended in the air, and her arm pointed to the sky. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, and the black clouds rolled on the sky, and a thunder sounded. Boom! Hundreds of lightning fell from the sky, killing all the evil spirits, all of which turned into wisps of smoke. It turns out that this demon saint is also a celestial body, which can mobilize the power of celestial phenomena. Yin and evil spirits were all killed, and Ning Xiaochuan quickly put away the clouds and clouds. Fortunately, there was chaos just now, and everyone was too busy for himself. No one found that he used Yunxia to restore his vitality. Tell the saint that a total of 56 people were invaded by Yin Sha. Although they were subdued by us, the situation was quite bad. Elder Lin reported this matter to the saint of the Demon Gate. Duanmu Linger said, I've ordered people to boil Xianyao. They should recover soon. Boil Xianyao? Qua qua. Don't you know that the Xianyao brood has lost 9 layers of medicine? Besides, Yin Sha belongs to evil things, and General Xianyao can't be expelled at all, unless you take the Yin Jidan refined by me. An old man in an intermediate heart-nourishing robe came out with a proud look on his old face, as if he were superior. This is the middle-level mental health teacher, named Lu Canyang, accepted by the saint of the Demon Gate in the White Dragon City. Lu Canyang can cultivate to the level of intermediate mental health master. Naturally, he is quite arrogant. He has just joined the demon sect and is eager to prove his ability. Today, there are 17 monthly tickets, but there are still 13 tickets left. You can add more. Let's top it up. Lu Canyang saluted the saint of the magic door slightly, and said respectfully, the Yin season pill is an intermediate pill refined by me using 15 kinds of mysterious drugs, such as fossil grass, for-season sleepless flowers, and so on. It is specially used to expel Yin evil spirits. I hope the saint can adopt it. Elder Lin said, Your Highness, the medicine juice we boil can still expel the Yin evil. Lu Canyang said unhappily, Elder, this is not a general Yin Sha, but a Yin Sha spirit. If the medicinal juice you boil can be expelled, what's the use of our heart-nourishing masters? Elder Lin thought to himself that the man in front of him was, after all, an intermediate mental health teacher, while Ding Xiaosan was only a junior mental health teacher after all. Maybe he really had a better way. Thinking of this, Elder Lin said no more. Ning Xiaochuan saw that there was a specially assigned person in the Demon Gate to treat those martial arts who were trapped by the Yin evil spirit, so he no longer worried, and returned to the carriage alone to continue practicing. Ning Xiaochuan has stepped into the realm of secularity. According to the mysterious woman, he can begin to cultivate the dense Xuanqi to a higher level. Above the dense Xuanqi is the dragon and tiger Xuanqi, which is the highest level of Xuanqi. Dragon and Tiger Xuanqi can already compete with Wu Zun's earthly martial vitality, and the golden iron Xianqi will be extinguished by bouncing between his fingers. Xuanqi Dragon and Tiger. Every mysterious gas is a dragon and tiger. If 10,000 mysterious gases are played, it is the power of 10,000 dragons and tigers. Ning Xiaochuan is about to successfully cultivate the seventh layer of heaven and earth Xuanqi. Now the speed of absorbing Xuanqi is 52 times. When he fully operates Xuanqi, the roar of dragons and tigers will automatically burst out in his body. However, it is not easy to cultivate dragon and tiger Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan spent a whole night and failed to cultivate the first ray of dragon and tiger Xuanqi. Dada. Outside the carriage, there was a rapid sound of footsteps. The voice of Situ Altar Master sounded outside and said, "Little 3, the saint wants to see you." Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped practicing and used the magic sword to hide his accomplishments and maintain the first level of the divine body. Ning Xiaochuan stepped down from the carriage, bowed politely, and said, "Brother Situ, what does the saint do to see me?" Situ Altar Master's face was very ugly, and he said in a low voice, "The middle-level mental health master brought by the saint from the White Dragon City was absorbed by the Yin ghost, and became neither human nor ghost. Even the saint was helpless in this matter, so we can only come to you again." Duan Mulinger said, "I knew that the intermediate mental health master was unreliable. The intermediate Dan, refined by him, was not effective for Yin Sha at all. Instead, he was invaded by Yin Sha. What's the use of talking about that now? Just this morning, 2 martial artists have died of exhaustion and can't wait. Junior, please follow us to see the saint." Situ Altar Master knew that this time the evil spirit was quite terrible, and it was probably useless to find Ning Xiaochuan, but now everyone had no choice but to place their hope on him. Ning Xiaochuan was not a man who didn't save himself at the sight of death. He immediately followed them to meet the saint of the Demon Gate. On the way, Ning Xiaochuan saw the intermediate cardiologist yesterday. At this moment, his mouth had fangs, his face turned blue, and 2 sharp protrusions appeared on his forehead, bound by chains, and his mouth held like a beast. That's really miserable. Even the intermediate mental health teacher was invaded by Yin Sha spirit. It seems that this crisis is indeed not small. The saint of the Demon Gate stood under the iron coffin and forcibly suppressed it with a purple cauldron. Wearing a golden mask, her body was wrapped by wisps of mysterious gas, which seemed mysterious and illusory. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Are you Ding Xiaosan? The cultivation of the saint of the Demon Gate is really terrible." She just glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, casually, but it seems that she has completely seen through Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly restrained his breath again, mobilized the magic sword again, hid his accomplishments, and said, "Tell the saint, I'm Ding Xiaosan. Can you heal the warrior who was invaded by Yin Sha?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "If it's an ordinary Yin Sha, it can be cured with drugs. But if it's a Yin Sha spirit, it can only be cured by nourishing the heart and surprising the hand. Yang Xian Qi Shao? Even with the insight of the saint of the Demon Gate, I have never heard of the heart-nourishing strange hand style. This is naturally something that Ning Xiaochuan made a fool of. If he doesn't make a fool of it, he can't save people. The heart-nourishing strange hand style, let alone the demon sect saint, has not been heard of, even the great heart-nourishing master probably has not heard of. The art of cultivating the mind and refining pills is broad and profound, and it is not just as simple as refining pills. Even the great heart-nourishing master has not studied thoroughly, and these martial artists who are not heart-nourishing masters do not understand it. It's not difficult to cheat them. Ning Xiaochuan boasted, "The heart-nourishing hand posture is an ancient technique, which ordinary heart cultivators don't know at all, or even have heard of. The so-called heart-nourishing hand posture refers to that you can save people only by hand posture without taking pills." Duan Mu Linger, Elder Lin, Situ Altar Master, and 3 demon sect masters, all stood by. There are still such magic tricks in the world. Awesome. I admire it. Situtan has a wide range of ideas, but it is also the first time to hear the saying of heart-nourishing and hand-shaking. Duan Mulinger looked puzzled and said, since it's an ancient technique, it must be quite great. How did you learn it? Ning Xiaochuan responded easily and said, this is what my master taught me. Who is your master? Duan Mulinger said. Ning Xiaochuan said, I don't know who he is. When I was a child, he taught me for a period of time, then left, and never came back after that. Duan Mulinger still wanted to ask, but was stopped by Elder Lin and said, the master of Xiao San should be an expert in mental health, Xiao San. You can have this chance, which is enough to benefit your whole life. Ning Xiaochuan scratched his scalp and said with a bitter smile, now the situation is critical, let's save people first. I have practiced a heart-nourishing skill, called pulling silk and peeling cocoons, which should be able to save them. Ning Xiaochuan took the lead to Lu Kanyang's side, right at his body, pinched his index finger and middle finger together, and nodded towards Lu Kanyang's head. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan pretends to be using the technique of pulling threads and peeling cocoons, which is actually mobilizing the power of the magic sword. Point your fingers on Lu Kanyang's head, neck and spine, and make 36 gestures in a row. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan's fingers pulled back, pulling a wisp of yin sha out of Lu Kanyang's body and suspending it in the palm of his hand. Wrapping evil with xuanqi and absorb it into the body. The 3 masters of the magic door stared at Ning Xiaochuan with wide eyes. He actually pulled out the yin evil spirit. Situ Altar Master and Elder Lin admire Ning Xiaochuan very much. This is an expert. This technique is simply too powerful. 3 or 2 times will draw out the yin evil spirit. Duan Mulinger always felt that Ning Xiaochuan had a problem and said vigilantly, Ding Xiaosan, how can you suck yin sha spirit into your body? Ning Xiaochuan sucked yin sha ling into his body, naturally in order to increase his cultivation, which was a great tonic for him. A yin evil spirit is comparable to half an intermediate pill. Ning Xiaochuan said quietly, although the yin sha spirit is powerful, it is nothing to the heart-nourishing master. Using the heart-nourishing tripod can thoroughly refine it. If there are other heart-nourishing masters nearby, it is naturally easy to expose Ning Xiaochuan's lies, but it is not difficult for these martial artists who have not been exposed to heart-nourishing alchemy to deceive them. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan helped the second martial artist up and continued to use the mental cultivation method of pulling threads and peeling cocoons that he had made a fool of to extract the second yin evil spirit, which was refined by him again. Since Ning Xiaochuan had a way to extract yin sha spirit and refine yin sha spirit, the team transporting the iron coffin naturally didn't want to delay, so they continued on the road. A total of 55 martial artists who were invaded by yin sha spirit were tied to the back of a 4-grade Xian beast earth lizard. The huge body of the earth lizard moved forward slowly, and Ning Xiaochuan also sat on the lizard's back and took turns to treat them. Throughout the day, Ning Xiaochuan extracted the yin evil spirits from the bodies of 8 martial artists, and then refined them. It was like taking 4 intermediate pills. The xuanqi in the body increased crazily. If other martial artists got such huge energy, they would have already broken through to the second level of refined realm. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not an ordinary martial artist. His body is stronger than those in the same realm, his xuanqi is higher than those in the same realm, and his potential is greater than those in the same realm. Therefore, if he wants to achieve the second level of secularity, he needs 10 times more xuanqi than others. 8 people were cured, and 47 others. Duan Mulinger stood at the end of the team, staring at Ning Xiaochuan sitting on the back of the earth lizard. At first, she was quite fond of Ning Xiaochuan, thinking that this was an honest spiritual trainer who acted bravely. However, since she met Xiaoqing in the ancient city of Tina, she had doubts about Ning Xiaochuan. She hasn't seen honest people before. But she has never seen anyone with integrity to the extent of Ning Xiaochuan. Besides, he's just a junior cardiologist. How can he have such great skills? Duan Mulinger said, Lu Canyang, you are also a heart-nourishing teacher. Have you heard of the heart-nourishing strange hand style? Lu Canyang shook his head and said, no. Absolutely not. I'm also knowledgeable. I read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles, but I've never heard that there is a heart-nourishing hand style in this world. Duan Mulinger said again, can the heart-nourishing tripod of the heart-nourishing master refine Yin Sha spirit? It's not good to say, if they cultivate into a powerful heart cultivator, such as a great senior heart cultivator, they have fused the true tripod, and they may be able to use the power of the true tripod to refine the Yin Sha spirit. However, the heart cultivator's tripod of a junior heart cultivator is still quite fragile, and it is impossible to refine the Yin Sha spirit. Lu Canyang is quite upset about Ning Xiaochuan. This little-known boy has robbed him of the limelight. Duan Mulinger said, so, Ding Xiaosan is lying? It must be a lie. This boy's background must be unusual. He deliberately sneaked into our midst, and there must be a secret. Now he should be arrested and tortured? Lu Canyang measured the road. Duan Muling shook her head and said, he is still saving people. Wait until he saves people. After all, he has helped us a lot along the way. Even if something is hidden from us, he should also be given a chance to explain. Lu Canyang was a little disappointed, and there was nothing he could do. Although he was an intermediate heart trainer, he still couldn't catch up with Duan Mulinger in the Demon Gate, so he had to listen to Duan Mulinger. Just 30 monthly tickets, this chapter must be added. If there are 10 more monthly tickets before 12 o'clock, chapter 5 will be added. Old 9 is absolutely honest. For 6 days in a row, there was heavy snow in the sky, and the whole world was white. The air was quite cold, and the snow piled up 1 person deep. If it weren't for riding on the back of the Xian beast, ordinary people would be buried in the thick ice and snow and become icemen. At night, I finally walked out of the Mozat desert and came to a small town on the edge of the desert. This border town has already belonged to the sphere of influence of the blood-devouring Demon Gate, and it is only 5 days away from the world-renowned Demon Gate General Altar 9 Death Cliff. If you ride a Xian beast with more than 3 grades, you can reach the 9 Death Cliff in 2 days. The team carrying the iron coffin settled down in a post station, and everything was settled by the people of the Demon Gate. At night, Ning Xiaochuan cured 55 martial artists and absorbed 55 Yin Sha spirits, which was comparable to taking 27 intermediate pills. Qi. The mysterious qi in the body has expanded to the extreme, and may break through the bottleneck at any time to reach the second level of secularity. Ning Xiaochuan's skin flows dark light, and a layer of crystal thin shell is flashing, which will fall off from the body at any time. All around are masters of the demon sect. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't dare to break through the realm at all. Once he breaks through the realm, everyone will be shocked. It will be very difficult to leave here alive at that time. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly suppressed the mysterious qi in his body, launched the colorful movement, turned into a colorful streamer, and quietly fled out of the post station. Go outside the town to break through. Duan Mulinger and Elder Lin came out of the darkness and stared at the direction Ning Xiaochuan left. They glanced at each other. Ding Xiaosan really has a problem. Their bodies moved and turned into 2 shadows, catching up with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan flew out of the small town on the edge of the desert, entered the deserted desert again, and stopped 200 miles away from the small town. It's far enough from the border town to break through here. Ning Xiaochuan sat down and automatically propped up the clouds into a spherical mysterious gas cover, guarding himself in the center. Shua. Just when Ning Xiaochuan began to break through the realm, two breaking rumors flew from a distance, fell on the periphery of Yunxia's return to vitality, and turned into two figures. Duanmu Linger and Elder Lin stood in the desert, staring at Ning Xiaochuan in the Xuanqi hood, with a cold look on their faces. Duanmu Linger took out the desperate machete and pressed her finger on the handle of the machete. She said angrily, "Ding Xiaosan, your cultivation has clearly reached the level of immortality. Why should you deceive us?" Ning Xiaochuan knew that his identity must have been exposed, but he was not panicked, and calmly said, "Duanmu girl, I never said that I am not a martial artist in the secular world, how can I even deceive you?" Duanmu Linger said, "Didn't you say that you are a junior heart nurse? Can't the junior mental health master be a martial artist in the secular realm?" Ning Xiaochuan asked in reply. Duanmu Linger was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and said, "Thanks to our trust in you, you've been lying to us all the time. What's your purpose?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Duanmu girl, I hope you calm down first. Even if I really lied to you, I didn't do anything bad for you, but I helped you a lot. If it weren't for me, it's likely that all of you would have died." Neither Duanmu Linger nor Elder Lin can deny this. Duanmu Linger's anger eased a little and said, "Okay. I'll give you a chance to tell you your true identity. Maybe I can spare your life." Ning Xiaochuan broke through the realm, kept silent for a moment, and said bluntly, "Ning Xiaochuan." Hearing this name, Duanmu Linger and Elder Lin were shocked, and for a time they were unable to speak. The person they have been looking for is actually right beside them. Duanmu Linger's forehead showed a black line. Shua pulled out the scabbard of the desperate machete, and a sharp knife light rushed out in the dark. In a cold voice, "It's you, a traitor. Today you fall into my hands. It's your bad luck." Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, "Duanmu girl, please don't attack me personally. Although the Demon Gate and the Imperial Court are incompatible, Ning Xiaochuan's line is right. Please don't use traitor to describe me. People in your Demon Gate are more worthy of these 4 words. Bah! You can sit upright. Dare you say that the ruthless ghost envoy didn't die at your hands? To be exact, she died on me. Shameless!" Ning Xiaochuan's good image in Duanmu Linger's heart has been destroyed. She had never seen such a shameless person as Ning Xiaochuan dare to say such words after killing a woman. This kind of person should be split up. "Are you going to do it yourself, or will I take you on the road?" Duanmu Linger said. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "I'm doing well. Why do I have to kill myself? How dare you say that you are doing well?" Duanmu Linger felt that Ning Xiaochuan had been shameless to a certain level, and there was no need to tell him more. She raised her knife with both hands, just like he cut it. Duanmu Linger is the second cultivation in the secular world. With profound skills and majestic knife chi, she swept through the desert hundreds of meters around and rolled the yellow sand into a knife dragon. Ning Xiaochuan is at a critical juncture of breaking through the realm. He is not flustered because of the oppression from Duanmu Linger. He still sits firmly in place, gathering his strength to the center of his eyebrows and condensing into a bright and dazzling fireball. The center of the eyebrows seems to contain a scorching sun. The sun is burning. Boom! A long flame dragon flew out of the dark air cover, crushing the yellow sand all over the sky, melting the sand particles into droplets, and falling to the ground, making a chi-chi sound. The fire waves surged, like water waves at a glance, hitting Duanmu Linger layer by layer. Shwa shwa. Duanmu Linger waved 81 knife lights in a row, forming a knife net, crushing all the flames into fist-sized fireballs, falling one after another from the air, making the desert burn. At her age, being able to achieve such accomplishments is already quite terrible. No wonder she once had the strength to compete for saints. Elder Lin has practiced for more than 70 years, and now his cultivation is only the second level. He is already a strong person of the older generation, and can be called an elder. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very calm, his hands turned around, and the mysterious chi in his body rushed out of the body directly, covering the surface of his body, making his skin crystal clear, just like an eggshell. This is about to take off the vulgar skin. I don't believe it. I can't break your shield. Duanmu Linger is extremely confident in her cultivation and thinks that she rarely loses to others in her generation. At the moment, she is more energetic with Ning Xiaochuan. The profound meaning of Tian Dao. Duanmu Linger plunged the mysterious qi of her whole body into the machete. The scimitar flew out of his hand, suspended above his head, and burst into a bright light like the bright moon. The silver knife light is scattered all over the desert. This is a kind of acquired magic power she cultivated, which belongs to the top magic power of the demon sect. His own blood and chi are integrated with the blade, so as to achieve the unity of man and blade, and burst out the power of martial artists beyond the same realm. Boom! The light of the desperate machete became 50 meters long, just like turning into a real moon and cutting directly towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan also felt a huge crisis. While breaking through the realm, he once again played a magic trick. The stars and the moon are in the same sky. Ning Xiaochuan's body flew hundreds of starlight, just like hundreds of stars flying out of his body, and there was also a silver moon in the stars, which was also cut out. This is the collision of two moons, and also the confrontation of two martial arts powers. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body was pushed sideways by the powerful shock wave. Fortunately, Yunxiao Guiyuan's vitality was not cut, otherwise it would be injured by knife qi. Duanmu Linger also flew back upside down, and her hair was cut off a trace, which made her look quite embarrassed. Damn, it's obviously a higher level than him, and even his defense shield can't be broken. Duanmu Linger felt that this was a great shame. Her hands held up a mysterious gas cloud, condensing hundreds of gold and iron soldiers, including mysterious knives, divine spears, broken guns, and residual swords. These soldiers were all present in the mysterious gas cloud. Phew, phew. These soldiers are bombarded with clouds and clouds. Bang! Duanmu Linger's fingers turned into blades, cutting Guiyuanqi. Her slender body flew in directly, and slapped Ning Xiaochuan on the chest. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth showed a trace of smile. Duanmu girl, you are too belittling me. Ning Xiaochuan's ribs have long been integrated with the martial magic 10,000 swords, melt rain. It can be said that ribs are magic, and magic is ribs. Duanmu Linger's palm, before hitting Ning Xiaochuan's chest, saw thousands of dazzling sword qi flying out of Ning Xiaochuan's chest. The sword qi condenses into an ancient sword, and its power is doubled. It was not only murderous, but also brought thunderstorms. Duanmu Linger drank, and her body turned into a mysterious fog, retreating like the tide. Poof! The sword qi was so terrible that her coat and gown were pierced and tattered, and directly turned into a beggar's dress. Lin Cheng honestly couldn't bear to look down and said, his realm is about to break through. Let's join hands. Duanmu Linger also knew that she was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent only by her own strength, so she nodded. However, just when Lin Cheng was ready to take action, his body was suddenly shocked. Poof! Someone reached out from behind and pierced Elder Lin's body. A bloody hand stretched out from his abdomen. Bang! Elder Lin died on the spot and fell to the ground. Xiaoqing wiped the blood on his hands, looking very cold, and said faintly, Ning Xiaochuan, now you can see. People in the magic door are like this, and always like to bite the hand that feeds. Duanmu Linger was shocked by the sudden accident, holding a desperate machete, guarding in front of her, and was on full alert. Ning Xiaochuan was not surprised. He could feel the breath of Xiaoqing all the way. This shows that he has been hiding in the dark and staring at him all the time. He just taboo the power of the Saint of the Demon Gate, so he has never shot. Ning Xiaochuan's more urgent impact on the second level of secularity, smiled and said, Although the people in the demon sect bite the hand that feeds them, Xiao Meng's leader doesn't seem to be very aboveboard. Xiaoqing laughed and said, "To live is to be aboveboard." He pointed to Elder Lin on the ground and said, "If you die, you're not aboveboard. There are 40 monthly tickets today, and the 5th chapter will be delivered. There is another chapter at 12 a.m. The chill on Xiaoqing's body froze the bones on the ground into ice crystals. Duan Mulinger reacted from the shock and spat coldly, "None of you in the imperial court is a good thing. You also deserve to mention the 4 words aboveboard?" Xiaoqing stared at Duan Mulinger coldly, sneered and said, "Duan Mu girl, do you know who Ning Xiaochuan is?" "Enemy," Duan Mulinger said. Xiaoqing slowly said, "You don't know, it's not your fault. After all, you stayed on the 9 death cliff since you were a child, and the demon emperor ordered that no one should mention what happened 20 years ago. What does he have to do with what happened 20 years ago?" Duan Mulinger said. Xiaoqing laughed and said, "In fact, you are all a family. To be exact, your father is Ning Xiaochuan's mother's brother, and you are Ning Xiaochuan's cousin." "Cousin? What?" Duan Mulinger's heart was no longer calm, and her eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Naturally, she knew that she had an aunt who was once the saint of the demon sect. Her father mentioned it many times in front of her and felt sorry for her aunt. However, the aunt betrayed the demon sect and married a young duke of the court. The demon emperor ordered that everyone should not talk about it. Those who disobey orders, kill. So she didn't know who the aunt married? "I don't know that Ning Xiaochuan is the aunt's son." Duan Mulinger suddenly stared at Ning Xiaochuan, with a little hostility in her eyes, and said, "This is the reason why you disguise your identity. What are you? What are you doing back to the demon gate?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer her, but he was practicing with all his strength and hitting the 2nd level of refined realm. "I've finished what I should say. Ning Xiaochuan, it's your turn now?" Xiaoqing rode. Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a long time and said, "What can I say?" "The cultivation method of Baiming Shengong," Xiaoqing murmured. Ning Xiaochuan's face looked ridiculed and said, "There is no Baiming magic in this world." Xiaoqing naturally wouldn't believe it. With a sneer, the Hunyuan silver ring on his arm flew out, defeated Duan Mulinger with only 3 moves, imprisoned her in the Hunyuan silver ring, and threatened, "She's your cousin. Do you have the heart to watch her die in front of you?" Duan Mulinger's mouth is dripping blood. Xiaoqing's cultivation is too much higher than her, and he is not his opponent at all. It seems that today is really bad. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Duan Mulinger, took a deep breath and said, "Have patience." Xiaoqing was not surprised by the answer, and said with a smile, "That's right. Although you and she are related by blood, they have no real family relationship, and are no different from strangers. For a stranger, hand over Baiming divine skill, even if it's me, I won't do it." Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you have Baiming Shengong, even if someone puts a knife on your biological mother's neck, you will never hand over Baiming Shengong." "That's right." Xiaoqing was very calm. "Duan Mu girl, you can see that you are completely useless now. I can only send you on the road. As soon as Xiaoqing's arms are closed, he will use the Hunyuan silver circle to kill Duan Mulinger." Phew! A world-destroying sword wave flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's fingertips. The diameter of the sword wave was as big as the mouth of a bull, turning the air into a mirror, like a meteor across the sky and bombarding Xiaoqing's chest. Xiaoqing's mouth showed a funny smile. Originally Ning Xiaochuan is not so cold-blooded. Xiaoqing felt that Duan Mulinger seemed to have useful value, so he didn't kill her for the time being. "The sword wave of annihilation has come to my face." Xiaoqing flashed the world-destroying sword wave with extremely fast speed. His body method was like a ghost. 7 golden rings appeared on his body. In an instant, he broke the clouds and returned to his vitality. His 2 fingers turned into iron hooks and fastened Ning Xiaochuan around his neck. "Hey, hey! I got you!" Xiaoqing pinched Ning Xiaochuan's neck and showed a proud smile on his face. However, his smile disappeared in an instant, because he found that what he caught was not Ning Xiaochuan, but a human skin bag. That's the second layer of vulgar skin, taken off by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan has stepped into the second level of secularity. At the moment when Xiaoqing shot, Ning Xiaochuan's original statue flew out of the vulgar skin and fell behind Xiaoqing, playing hundreds of sword qi and gathering a xuanqi sword. 10,000 swords melt into rain. Xian qi sword stabbed Xiaoqing's vest, with thousands of sword qi, like a sword rain. Xiaoqing's legs were bent and his body was like a bow. He suddenly catapulted up and rose like a shell, avoiding Ning Xiaochuan's unexpected sword. Hunyuan Silver Circle. The silver circle that was originally confined to Duanmu Linger flew up and fell into the hands of Xiaoqing. With one blow, it bombarded Ning Xiaochuan. A silver light spreads all over the desert, turning every grain of sand into silver sand. Xiaoqing stepped on the silver circle of Hunyuan and fell from the sky. His clothes were flying, his long hair was like flocks, and his eyes were bright. He was like an invincible god of war, giving people a strong pressure. The sun and the moon are on the same day. Ning Xiaochuan is very calm, his eyes are calm, his heart flickers, and the yin and yang flow in his heart. A moon appears on the left hand and a scorching sun appears on the right hand. 2 different lights intersect on the palm. The bright sun and the bright moon flew out at the same time, suspended above Ning Xiaochuan's head, forming a huge picture of sun and moon yin and yang, covering the space within a radius of 100 meters. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the earth. Although he had not reached the land respect, his momentum did not need to be weak at all. This is the 9th kind of magic power born in Ning Xiaochuan's body. It is definitely one of the top magic powers in Yulan Empire. The power that erupts is naturally not trivial, enough to fight against opponents at a higher level. Bang! The silver circle of Hunyuan constantly hit the yin and yang scroll of the sun and moon, shaking out chaotic mysterious gas waves, impacting in all directions. The desert was shaken by the mysterious air waves, and pieces of yellow sand were lifted up, just like a sea of sand, a sand wave, so that the whole world was shrouded in sand and dark. Go! Ning Xiaochuan spread his wings on his back, picked up Duanmu Linger, flapped his wings, and rushed to the border town. Xiaoqing's cultivation is too high. Even if Ning Xiaochuan breaks through to the second level of secularity, he is still not his opponent. He can only be suppressed with the help of the power of the demon saint. Boom! The silver circle of Hunyuan bombarded the yin-yang diagram of the sun and moon, turned into a silver light, rushed to the sky, and bombarded the back of Ning Xiaochuan. The monument of the god of destruction. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly stopped, suspended in the air, condensed a light of extinction between his hands, forming a lead black magic cloud. A huge god monument fell from the magic cloud and was entangled by iron chains, with a breath of suppressing all creatures in the world. The stone of the god of destruction blasted the silver ring of Hunyuan back to the ground, suppressed it on Xiaoqing, suppressed the desert, and the whole world seemed to collapse. Boom! Xiaoqing came out of the yellow sand in a mess, with long hair scattered, and his clothes were torn to pieces, leaving dozens of bloodshed. Ning Xiaochuan and Duanmu Linger have fled without a trace. What kind of magic is this? How can it be so terrible? Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is quite different from me. If he gets stronger, I'm afraid I can't stop him. Xiaoqing looked dignified and felt that Ning Xiaochuan must have hidden many secrets. If you can dig out the secret of Ning Xiaochuan, your cultivation will definitely increase a lot. Xiaoqing stretched out his hand, put away the Hunyuan silver ring lying in the yellow sand, and then chased Ning Xiaochuan and Duanmu Linger in the direction of escaping. Ning Xiaochuan and Duanmu Linger hurried back to the border town and broke into the post house. However, it was found that the post house was full of dead bodies, and the ground was full of blood. Many people's hearts were taken away, and a big bloody hole was exposed in their chest. The air was filled with a strong spirit of yin and evil, and the whole town became a dead city, and there was no living person. Ning Xiaochuan found the iron coffin, but the lid of the iron coffin had been overturned, and there was nothing inside. "Where is the corpse of Shang's broken army?" Situ altar master fell in a pool of blood, his heart was taken away, and his chest was bloody. He was dead, but the martial spirit in his body had not dissipated, and there was still a breath left. He said weakly, "The dead body changed. Ran out." After saying this, the martial spirit in his body also completely dispersed and died completely. Duanmu Linger's heart was shocked. No wonder the whole town became a dead city. It turned out that the corpse of Shang broke out. Dada! Heavy footsteps sounded. Xiaoqing came out of the darkness and said, "It's expected that Shang broke the army and died strangely, and the body will change. The demon saint must have gone to deal with it. I think who else can save you now?" Duanmu Linger stared at Xiaoqing as if facing a great enemy, and said, "This is the sphere of influence of the demon gate. Xiaoqing, you dare to fight here? The master of the demon gate can break you into pieces at any time." The power of the demon gate? Haha. Is it the king's land that the world is so big? The world is the world of the imperial court. When did it become the world of the demon gate? Xiaoqing stared at Duanmu Linger coldly and said, "It won't be long before your demon gate will disappear from the Jade Haze Empire. I'm waiting for that day," Duanmu Linger said. Xiaoqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Hand over the Northern Hell magic skill. I can spare your cousin and leave you a whole corpse. Are you willing?" What a joke. Xiaoqing, are you so sure to kill me? If I show Biming magic skill, can you stop it? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaoqing said, "I only believe that Biming divine skill is definitely not invincible in the world. If your cultivation is higher than you to a certain extent, you can still not be afraid of your Biming divine skill. Then come and try." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The golden xianqi appeared on Xiaoqing's arm, which shook away the evil spirits around him, and the huge xianqi condensed into a golden dragon snake. Ning Xiaochuan never underestimated Xiaoqing, but regarded him as a great enemy. Lightning appeared all over his body, turned into a lightning beast, and rushed over. Continue today. If there are 30 monthly tickets, Old 9 will have 4 chapters. 5 chapters for Old 9. Yesterday was really 5 chapters. 5 chapters for 2 consecutive days. See how many days you can make Lao Jiu burst 5 chapters in a row? Xiaoqing's arm was like a diamond, which tore the lightning beast with his bare hands. Kong Wu's powerful palm slapped out of the golden snake's head and hit the Yunxia Guiyuan Qi held up by Ning Xiaochuan, tearing Guiyuan Qi up again. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his palm and fought hard with Xiaoqing. Before he could run the magic sword and devour the blood of Xiaoqing, his body had been blown out and knocked down a house. Xiaoqing's mouth wore a cynical smile and said, "When your opponent's cultivation is too much higher than you, even if you master the Biming divine skill, there is no use. Because your opponent will not give you the opportunity to use this kind of divine skill." Ning Xiaochuan rolled up, palmed on the ground, stared at Xiaoqing, who came step by step, and said with a smile, "You should have heard of Millennium Sleeping Pill? Millennium Sleep is an extremely rare mysterious medicine. Once you smell the medicine smell of this mysterious medicine, you can make the blood gas of the warrior completely sleep, and the blood flow speed becomes extremely slow. Once the blood gas slows down, the power that can be exerted will also weaken." Xiaoqing's eyes shrunk slightly, and he saw Ning Xiaochuan take out a pill from the Qiankuan cloth bag and pinch it in his hand. Ning Xiaochuan said, I happen to have the last millennium sleeping pill left. Do you want to try the power of this mysterious pill? I don't believe it. Naturally, Xiaochuan cannot be so easily threatened. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan used Xuanqi to crush the millennium sleeping pill, turn it into powder, and condense into a green fog, and hit Xiaocheng. Although Xiaocheng said he didn't believe it, he still didn't dare to get close to Dan Fan easily, and his body retreated quickly. When the Dan powder dissipated, Ning Xiaochuan and Duan Mulinger had disappeared again. Escape. How many times can you escape? Xiaocheng clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes were quite fierce. Ning Xiaochuan, who was regarded as a mole ant by him, escaped from him twice, which was a great shame to him. Ning Xiaochuan must be found out and frustrated. Ning Xiaochuan and Duan Mulinger sat on the back of the Taisui beast, shuttling under the ground and fleeing quickly. In fact, the underground is not safe. A strong man of this level, like Xiaocheng, can blow out a blow that is enough to shock the warrior hidden 10 feet deep underground to death. It's only 5 days' walk from Jiu Cliff. With our cultivation, we can get there in 2 days. We have to rush to Jiu Cliff immediately. As long as we get to Jiu Cliff, we'll be safe. Duan Mulinger said. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, Fools all know that we will flee to the 9 Death Cliff, but if we escape to the 9 Death Cliff, we will really become fools. We may have a chance to escape to the Moshate Desert. With their martial arts cultivation, they can reach Jiu Cliff in 2 days. Xiaocheng naturally thought of this, and must have been waiting for them on the road. If they really rush to the 9 Death Cliff, they will be caught by themselves. The Moshate Desert is vast and barren. It can be called a Jedi of life. Even if a martial artist with high cultivation breaks in, he is likely to fall. However, in the current situation of Ning Xiaochuan, escaping into the Moshate Desert is the only chance to survive. Put yourself to death. Ning Xiaochuan and Duan Mulinger have fled into the desert for 2 days. Looking around, there is yellow sand in all directions. With their cultivation, they have completely lost their sense of direction. This is what you call a glimmer of life? How do I feel that we will be more miserable than dying in the hands of Xiaocheng? Duan Mulinger said. Ning Xiaochuan was lying on the back of the double-headed stone beast, resting his head on his hand, practicing with his eyes closed, as if he couldn't hear what Duan Mulinger was saying at all. The 2-headed stone beast walked on the yellow sand, leaving a long hoof print. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan completely ignored her, Duan Mulinger was very angry. She spread out her body method, flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast, and slapped Ning Xiaochuan on the chest. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and pointed out. Phew! A mysterious aura of dragon and tiger flew out of his fingertips. Although it's just a mysterious gas, it's shaped like a dragon and a tiger intertwined, with a regal power. Ow! Roar! Roaring dragons and tigers. Duan Mulinger immediately stopped, his body light, like a light swallow, flew down the double-headed stone beast, and said, What magic power is this? It's not a magic power, it's just my mysterious martial arts. Ning Xiaochuan turned over and sat up. Duan Mulinger didn't believe it and said, How can there be such a strange Xuanqi? Moreover, I feel that the Xuanqi you just hit is 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than the ordinary Wudao Xuanqi, which can simply be compared with the martial spirit of Wuzun. Only 360 strands of the mysterious gas of the martial arts can condense into a dense mysterious gas. Only 180 strands of dense mysterious gas can condense into a wisp of dragon and tiger mysterious gas. The power of dragon and tiger Xuanqi is naturally extraordinary, which is enough to defeat the Xuanqi of other martial arts with the power of destroying the withered and decaying. Ning Xiaochuan has been practicing dragon and tiger Xuanqi for 2 days. Today, he finally achieved success. He condensed the first dragon and tiger Xuanqi. He was still very happy, so he took the trouble to explain it to Duan Mulinger. Xuanqi is divided into 3 grades. The lowest grade is Tiandi Xuanqi, the second is Yun Xuanqi, and the highest is Longhu Xuanqi. The Xuanqi of the martial arts you cultivate is only the primary Tiandi Xuanqi, and what I just displayed is Longhu Xuanqi. The grades of Xuanqi are different, and the power that erupts naturally cannot be compared with each other. Ning Xiaochuan said this, then lay down again and continued to practice. Duan Mulinger was a little stunned. It was the first time she heard of this theory. Even her father had not told her this before. Hey, don't patronize cultivation. How on earth are we going to get out of the Mozat desert? Duan Mulinger said. Ning Xiaochuan said, don't be so anxious, plus go out. I believe Xiaocheng is definitely more anxious than us now. It's safer to stay in the desert. Duan Mulinger's eyes sank and said, the Mozat desert is not a paradise. Even if we are not starved to death, there are other dangers. How can martial artists in the refined realm be so easy to starve to death? 10 days and 8 days, naturally, you can't die of hunger. What if it's a month or 2? Ning Xiaochuan sat up again, took out a Shanling wooden box from the heaven and earth cloth bag, and said, there are 3 4-level Shanyao piga grass in it. If you take 1 piga grass, you can stay hungry for 7 days. Do you want it? Yes. Duan Mulinger is not a heart-nourishing teacher. Naturally, she will not carry Shanyao with her. These 3 puga grasses are enough for her to survive for 21 days. Ning Xiaochuan said, each plant of rice grass is 500 liang green gold, and 3 plants are 1500 liang. Why don't you grab it? The price of a pitaya grass is higher than that of intermediate dan. Duan Mulinger is a little crazy. I'm a heart-nourishing teacher. If the other party doesn't give money, I naturally won't give her mysterious medicine. Ning Xiaochuan put the Shanling wooden box away, and then lay down to continue practicing. You. Duan Mulinger's teeth itched with anger, but she finally resisted it. It's only 2 days now. With her cultivation, there is no urgent need to cultivate millet and grass, so she didn't compromise with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan lay on the back of the double-headed stone beast to practice, and she also flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast, sat down and began to practice. The double-headed stone beast's body is big enough to break. They are both on it, and they don't appear crowded. Although Duan Mulinger knew that Ning Xiaochuan was her cousin and related by blood, she was still very worried about Ning Xiaochuan. Because Ning Xiaochuan once did something worse than animals to the ruthless ghost emissary, it can be seen that this cousin's character is extremely corrupt. Of course, she also wanted to go her separate ways with Ning Xiaochuan, but she was afraid of meeting Xiaocheng, so she finally had to risk staying. If Ning Xiaochuan dares to plot against her, she will fight with Ning Xiaochuan to the death. After walking in the desert for 10 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan lay on the back of the double-headed stone beast and did not move. In addition to cultivation, it is also cultivation. The breath on his body is getting bigger and bigger, and he often emits the cry of dragons and tigers. The mysterious gas escaping from his pores is also in the shape of dragons and tigers. When night came, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly sat up from the back of the double-headed stone beast. What are you doing? Duan Mulinger immediately woke up and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with vigilance. Now, in the desolate desert, people like Ning Xiaochuan with bad character can do anything. Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer her words. His body took off, and a mysterious gas rushed out of his feet. The mysterious gas condensed into a giant dragon more than 50 meters long, and a dragon sing came out of his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the back of the dragon, his hands playing a mysterious gas, turned into a blood-red giant tiger, 800 giant tigers flying in the sky, forming a magnificent picture of dragons and tigers galloping. Boom! 800 giant tigers condensed into one, turning into a larger god tiger. One claw waved out, knocking down a sand dune and raising yellow sand all over the sky. The mysterious chi in the body is completely transformed into the mysterious chi of dragons and tigers. Duanmu Linger sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, and her heart was shocked to the extreme. This level of power really just erupted from a second-class martial artist in the refined realm? Ning Xiaochuan seemed to find something, flew towards the fallen sand dune and fell to the ground. This sand dune was blown down by the giant tiger, exposing a withered old tree with a diameter of 3 meters. The bark was withered and yellow, and the leaves fell off. It had been dead for many years, and was buried under the yellow sand. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan's unintentional blow, which blew the sand dune, I'm afraid it would never see the sun again. Phew! Duanmu Linger flew over and fell next to the bitter old tree, with big eyes staring round. Here is desolate and dead, life Jedi, how can there be such a thick old tree? If this tree is still alive, it has grown for at least thousands of years. Only half of the dead tree was exposed, and half of it was buried under the deep yellow sand. Ning Xiaochuan went to the bottom of the dead tree and picked off a piece of bark the size of a fingernail. Under the bark, pleasant rosin was emitted, and wisps of light, cyan-dark gas flowed. Ning Xiaochuan put the small piece of bark on the tip of his nose and smelled it. His heart suddenly blossomed with joy. You can't find it in thousands of searches, but when I don't plan to find it, you appear by yourself. Duanmu Linger said, what are you happy about? I've found refined pine. Ha ha. There's no place to look for when stepping on iron shoes. It takes no time to come. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. What is refined pine? Duanmu Linger said curiously. Ning Xiaochuan said, the refined pine is a kind of shanling wood, which is extremely rare and ranks 29th in the shanling wood classic. Hearing the words Zuanlingmu, Duanmu Linger's heart also suddenly shook. Shanling wood is the most expensive sacred wood in the world. It is worth more than green gold and shanshur, and can be called a rare treasure. There is such a huge shanling wood buried here, which is not just a wood, but a huge treasure. Even if Wu Zun meets such a shanling wood, he will rob it. The value of this shanling wood is definitely more than the total wealth of a Wu Zun, and even much more. Ning Xiaochuan said, the rank of refined pine in the shanling wood classic is not very high. A kilo of refined pine wood can be exchanged for 20 liang of green gold. You're not enough? This refined pine weighs at least 100,000 jin. It's priceless. It's not a big deal to buy 10 cities. Ning Xiaochuan said, don't get excited. Listen to me. First of all, I found this refined pine without your share. Secondly, the most valuable thing of refined pine is not wood, but bark. What value can bark have? Ning Xiaochuan said, you're not a heart trainer. Naturally, you don't understand it. The reason why it's called refined pine is that its bark can help martial artists take off the common skin faster. For martial artists in refined territory, this is simply a fairy pill and magic medicine. Ning Xiaochuan has been looking for refined pine bark and wants to refine refined pills to quickly improve his cultivation. Looking for many places, I didn't find a piece of refined pine skin, but I didn't expect to encounter so many refined pine skins after being cornered by Xiaoqing. This is a blessing in disguise. Duanmu Linger gently added her lips and said, cousin. Although this refined pine was first discovered by you, I'm also a witness. I think I should also be divided. This is impossible. Ning Xiaochuan added, Duanmu girl, in fact, we are not very familiar. Duanmu Linger was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, pinched her 5 fingers, and her teeth clucked, squeezing out a sentence from between her teeth, such a big shanling wood, you're not afraid to die if you swallow it alone. Ning Xiaochuan completely ignored her words and said, I'm going to use refined pine bark to refine a mysterious pill called refined pill. If you want to buy this pill, for the sake of our kinship, I can give you half price. Duan Mulinger admitted that if her cultivation was stronger than that of Ning Xiaochuan, she wanted to beat Ning Xiaochuan up. It's really arrogant. I'm a cousin. As a junior, I'm so arrogant. It's simply lawless. Cluck. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan is not so cold-blooded, but Duan Mulinger shot him indiscriminately, which made him a little unhappy. Ning Xiaochuan didn't regard her as an enemy, and it was quite good to rescue her. If Duan Mulinger can treat him as a relative like Ning Shiner, he will definitely double his kindness to her. Coming to a world without relatives, I'm already very lonely. Who doesn't want to have more relatives? Boom. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the heart-nourishing tripod out of the body and began to refine the refined pill. Ning Xiaochuan has already prepared the auxiliary medicine for refining refined pills. Now he has found the main medicine, refined pine bark, so everything is really ready. Heart-nourishing tripod. How can you cultivate heart-nourishing tripod? Duan Mulinger was surprised again. Although she is not a heart cultivator and doesn't know much about heart cultivation and medicine refining, she hasn't seen a heart cultivator and doesn't know a heart cultivator at all. At least she knows that only a senior heart-nourishing master can cultivate a heart-nourishing real tripod, call the tripod furnace out of the body, and use external fire to refine Xiandan. Naturally, she didn't believe that Ning Xiaochuan would be a senior cardiologist, but the fact was in front of her, how could she not believe it? Using Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation to refine intermediate pills, he has been quite handy, skilled, calm, and soon the fragrance of pills will appear in the heart-nourishing tripod. The fragrance of Dan is diffuse, with a faint smell of pine. Seeing that the pill was about to be refined, Duan Mulinger couldn't help but say, refined pill. How much do you sell for one? Ning Xiaochuan looked to the east and ignored Duan Mulinger again. Hello. You are talking. Shoo. There's a sound. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were dignified and made silent gestures. Duan Mulinger at first thought that Ning Xiaochuan deliberately teased her, but soon she felt the ground shaking and moved the Xianqi to her ears. Sure enough, she heard the sound of hooves 50 miles away. Ow! A sharp whistle sounded. The dust was flying, and dozens of mysterious beasts rushed out of the dust, their bodies dark and made a tiger roar. These mysterious beasts all look strange, some like explosive apes, some like red-blood tigers, some like earth lizards, some like dragons. But they all have one thing in common, their bodies are dark, their bodies are like being dyed by ink, and they flow with metallic luster. Their bodies emit a huge breath, which is violent, devouring blood, and full of war. Duan Mulinger said, why are there so many mysterious beasts in the Moshate Desert? Ning Xiaochuan carefully observed these mysterious beasts, frowned deeply, and said, they came here by smelling Dan gas. This is my mistake. Ning Xiaochuan uses they, not they. Even so, there can't be so many kinds of Xian beasts in the Moshate Desert. How do they get together? Duan Mulinger said. Ning Xiaochuan's 5 fingers all burst out with lightning light and said, because they are not Xian beasts, but people. People? Duan Mulinger seemed to think of something, and her face changed slightly. The backs of these mysterious beasts are covered with armor, which is covered with leather, and is equipped with bows and arrows, crossbows, swords, spears. A total of 9 kinds of weapons, each of which is a forbidden weapon in the army, with great power. Naturally, a mysterious beast will not be equipped with 9 kinds of forbidden devices, because they are all human. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth spit out 5 words, Xian beast, slaughtering god camp. Haha. It's worthy of being the first genius of the imperial city, with extraordinary insight. A 7-meter-high explosive ape spits out a human voice, which is so loud that even standing 10 miles away, you can hear his voice. Boom. The body of the explosive ape made a crackling sound, and its bones and flesh were ringing, and its whole body was wrapped in xuanqi. After only 2 breaths, the 7-meter-high explosive ape turned into a burly man, about 40 years old, muscular, bright-eyed, and said, "Xian beast slaughtering god camp, governor of 100 flags, Yanling Fang. The world knows that the most powerful arms of the imperial court are the dragon warrior camp and the dragon elephant Shenwu camp, which are awe-inspiring to all warriors. However, few people know that the court also has the 3rd most ferocious army, Xian beast slaughtering god camp. It is called Tushan camp for short. The 3 arms are mysterious and powerful, and ordinary people can't touch them at all. Among them, the Dragon Warrior Battalion and the Dragon Elephant Shenwu Battalion are all arms trained for war, which can play a role in changing the war situation on a large-scale battlefield. But Tushan camp is different. They are not aimed at war, but specifically against the sect, demon sect and family within the Yulan Empire. Whenever they find out which sect has done something unfavorable to the imperial court, they will directly slaughter and uproot this sect with the momentum of thunder. Tushan camp, controlled by Emperor Yulan, is the sharpest sword in the hand of Emperor Yulan. If an official or general in the court collaborates with the enemy and betrays the country, Tushan camp will directly break into the official's home and kill everyone, leaving no chickens or dogs. Compared with the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp, Tushan camp is more frightening. Ordinary people are afraid, the clan is afraid, the family is afraid, the demon gate is afraid, and even the descendants of kings and princes are afraid. They are synonymous with death. Once Tushan camp appears in a certain place, it means that there will be a river of blood in that place. At this moment, dozens of Xian beasts standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Duanmu Linger are the people of Tushan camp. The reason why Tushan camp is called Xian Beast Tushan camp is that their blood in each human body is replaced by Xian Beast blood, and their hearts are replaced by Xian Beast heart. They have the cultivation talent of martial artists, as well as the powerful physical strength and gifted magical powers of Xian beasts. They can be human beings, or they can change into mysterious beasts. They are more bloodthirsty and indifferent than Xian beasts. At the same time, they have the wisdom of owners. They have been trained in the most cruel way since childhood, forging them into killing machines. Each of them is proficient in 176 kinds of killing skills, and even those who have higher accomplishments than them may die in their hands. A total of 38 butcher god campers, wearing 9 kinds of forbidden weapons in the army, accumulated ferocious murderous intent, condensed into a bloody ghost cloud above their heads, condensed into the shape of a ferocious devil. Tushan camp is approaching, and there are no chickens or dogs left. Little Marquis, hand over Baiming's divine skill, and then, cut yourself. Yanling Fang's indifferent way. If other martial artists, no matter how high their accomplishments, saw Tushan camp, they must have been scared of excrement and urine, but Ning Xiaochuan was not frightened by their murderous spirit and said, "Is it the Marquis in the clouds who wants to kill me? Tushan camp only obeys the will of God." "What's in the cloud?" Yanling air duct. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It was Emperor Yulan who wanted to kill me. Whoever the emperor wants to die, he must die." Shua shua. 38 Tushan soldiers took out their archery crossbows, set up crossbows and arrows, and faced Ning Xiaochuan. 38 turbulent murderous chi, as if turned into essence, formed the virtual shadow of 38 Xian beasts, suspended on the arrow of the crossbow. The divine crossbow is a forbidden weapon in the army. It is refined from red flame, divine steel. The divine crossbow is inlaid with basalt, which provides energy. One arrow can flatten a hill. It can be called a forbidden device, which has great natural power. It is specially used to shoot the strong in martial arts. No matter how high your cultivation is, you can't escape death. Ning Xiaochuan saw in the classics of the Marquis that the record of forbidden weapons in the army, shooting god crossbow, ranked high and had great power, which was the best treasure to win in the war. 38 divine crossbows are fired, and the strings are opened at the same time. The crossbows and arrows are like mysterious weapons, which are difficult to parry even the great Luo immortals. Ning Xiaochuan said, "There is no beaming magic skill in this world. The strong man of Tushan camp will not believe it." Yan Lingfeng's eyes showed a determined look, and with a wave of his arm, "Kill." Shua shua. 38 shooting crossbows were fired almost at the same time. The crossbows and arrows held their long tails and flew out like 38 meteors. In an instant, they had arrived in front of Dainiagawa. On the arrow, an animal shadow is formed and flames appear. Ning Xiaochuan's dragon and tiger Xuanqi moved his whole body in an instant, moving as fast as lightning, shuttling between crossbows and arrows. Phew, phew. In a breathing time, the body changes its orientation 49 times in a row, leaving 49 shadows on the ground. Although his speed was extremely fast, he was still pierced by 3 crossbows, passing through his ribs and shoulders, leaving 3 bloody holes. This is the terrifying part of shooting the divine crossbow. Fortunately, this person is Ning Xiaochuan. If he was replaced by another second-class martial artist in the secular realm, he must have been killed on the spot at the moment. 38 crossbows and arrows turned in a circle and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan again. In front of shooting the crossbow, even if Ning Xiaochuan holds up the clouds and returns to his vitality, it is completely useless and will be defeated in an instant. Double-headed stone beast. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xian beast Jian, called out the double-headed stone beast, and used it as a shield to resist the god's crossbow. Bang! Bang! The 2-headed stone beast screamed and was shot into stone fragments by the god's crossbow and arrow. Avoiding the second wave of crossbow attack, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, and his heart came to kill. The body turned into a rainbow bridge and entered the Tushan camp. War! Ning Xiaochuan roared, one palm was wrapped by lightning, and the other palm was shrouded in starlight, and bombarded a 30-year-old butcher. The butcher smiled coldly, "I don't know what to do. No one is allowed to help. I'm alone, enough to kill the child." In his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan is indeed a child who has not grown up. Shua. The butcher took out the dragon cutting knife on his waist and pulled out a gorgeous knife light. With one knife, he cut Ning Xiaochuan's Yunxia Giki, crossed Ning Xiaochuan's arm and cut off a piece of sleeve, leaving a blood mark on his wrist. The butcher's finger touched the blood on the blade and stared at Ning Xiaochuan cynically. "What is the first genius of the imperial city? In the eyes of our butcher's camp, it's just fists and legs. Anyone in the butcher's camp can kill you." The dragon cutting knife in his hand is also a forbidden weapon in the army. It can easily break the protective spirit gang of the martial artist, the magic power of any martial artist, and even the scales of the divine dragon. Forbidden weapons in the army, each of which is powerful. Ning Xiaochuan had just fought with him, and he had already felt bad. Yun Xiaojui's vitality could not stop the blade, and was cut like a paper. Fortunately, his reaction speed was fast enough. Otherwise, he would not only have been cut out just now, but probably have lost his whole arm. Tushan camp was really terrible. No wonder it could make everyone in the demon sect feel afraid. "Come again." Ning Xiaochuan shot again, and instantly reached the butcher's god camp in front of him, pointing out a world-destroying sword wave at the tip of his finger. The sword is quite sharp. It can be said to be unbreakable. The butcher took out the dragon tendon bow and shot a mysterious arrow, which scattered the sword wave of destruction. Shua. It was another knife that cut it. In the breath of the knife, there was a dragon singing. Ning Xiaochuan's body turned sideways, and with one palm on the ground, he hit a dragon and tiger-shaped lightning on the chest of the butcher, and burst him out. Ning Xiaochuan took advantage of the victory to pursue the attack. The bones of his legs became 7 colors, and the speed soared 3 times. He shouted, 10,000 swords melt into rain. Hundreds of sword shadows flew out, condensed into an ancient sword shape, and chopped on the body of the butcher. Bang bang. The black iron armor on the butcher's body emitted dark lights, counteracted the sword's chi, and retreated dozens of steps in a row. Sword chi can't break his armor. The butcher cut over again with his knife. This time, he cut 33 knives in a row. The knife chi formed a wave, dense like a knife net. Ning Xiaochuan had just tried to cut the dragon knife. He didn't dare to fight hard. His body quickly retreated and fell back to the double-headed stone beast. The double-headed stone beast has an undead body. Although it was broken by the divine bow, it has now condensed into shape. The butcher came towards Ning Xiaochuan with a long knife, and the tip of the knife dragged on the ground, rubbing sparks on the yellow sand. He said, "Just now these hands are a little interesting, but it's a pity that they are still too immature. You need to hone between life and death for at least 3 years, before you can compete with the butcher camp. Unfortunately, you don't have that time." Butcher, cut the dragon. The butcher held the knife in both hands, and his body was completely integrated with the knife. The knife became a dragon, rolled up a huge knife light, and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and looked around at the more than 30 covetous butchers, trying to calm down. Shua. Rather than retreat, Xiaochuan rushed directly into the light of the knife, condensed a Xuanqi sword in his palm, and stabbed straight at the butcher. Break it! Ning Xiaochuan hit the butcher's body with a sword, forming a giant dragon and a giant tiger behind him. With the power of the dragon and tiger, he smashed the armor on the butcher's body, and the Xuanqi sword directly stabbed into the butcher's body. The butcher's face changed, and he never dreamed that Ning Xiaochuan could break his Shanbing armor. Ow! Beast! The butcher's body, which was originally human, suddenly expanded, and his hands and feet turned into iron hooves, turning into a rhinoceros-horned beast. His body was like a hill, and his mouth spit out a flame. Ning Xiaochuan took a quick step and fell under the rhinoceros-horned beast. He directly lifted the rhinoceros-horned beast's huge body with both hands, and then threw it out. Rhinoceros once again turned into a butcher, catapulted from the ground and slashed it with a knife. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan didn't give him another chance to cut the sword at all. He directly hit him with his body, smashed the butcher god camp again, and took off the dragon-cutting knife in his hand and flew out. Ning Xiaochuan caught the dragon-chopping knife and chopped it at him with a backhand knife. The butcher quickly flew backward, dodged the blade, fell heavily to the ground, turned into a rhinoceros, and rushed past Ning Xiaochuan with a sharp corner. The most powerful thing of Tushan camp is the physical strength, but what they don't know is that Ning Xiaochuan's most powerful is also the physical strength. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out an arm, and the mysterious qi in the shape of dragons and tigers flowed on his arm, and a palm hit the top of the rhinoceros, blocking his attack. Shua! With a wave of the dragon-cutting knife, the rhinoceros head flew out. A piece of blood spilled from the neck, watering the yellow sand into blood sand. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm, waved the blood on the blade to the ground, stared coldly at the remaining 37 Tu Shenying soldiers, and said, "Tu Shenying is not in vain, but I Ning Xiaochuan is not someone you can kill if you want to kill. Kill." Yan Lingfeng's ruthless way. Shua! 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 37 Tushan campers drew out their dragon-cutting knives, and the light of the knives rushed straight up, with a strong sense of desolation. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the Tai Sui beast, glanced at Duan Mulinger and said, "You sit on the Tai Sui beast and escape from the ground." Duan Mulinger glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, "Why don't you go?" "I'll stay and stop them, otherwise no one can leave today." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the refined pine and said, "Besides, if I run away, won't I give this refined pine to others?" Duan Mulinger turned over and sat on the back of Tai Sui beast, staring at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. "It's really money and death. Wait for me, I may be able to ask someone to save you." Tai Sui beast with Duan Mulinger hid in the soil and disappeared in the desert. Seeing Duanmu Linger leave, Ning Xiaochuan, carrying a dragon-cutting knife, rushed out of his body with dragon and tiger xuanqi. His eyes became murderous and turned into a colorful streamer. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the ground and collapsed the ground. His body rushed through the yellow sand and cut into a butcher's body. The blade and armor rubbed out a gorgeous flame. The armor was torn open, dripping blood. Ning Xiaochuan got a good blow, but he didn't like fighting. He flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast, held a knife in both hands, and cut into the head of another butcher. The butcher shouted loudly in his mouth, took out his dragon tendon bow, and shot a sharp arrow. Pa! Ning Xiaochuan cut the sharp arrow with a knife, and the blade cut through the shoulder of the butcher and cut off a piece of Xianbing armor. Ning Xiaochuan ran away again. 3 butcher soldiers shot from behind, followed closely, and turned into a mysterious beast python as thick as 3 buckets, with a snake crown on its head, and spit out scarlet snake letters in its mouth. 2 poisonous teeth were extremely sharp. The python's mouth spits out a poisonous mist as thick as ink. Ning Xiaochuan's clothes stained with poison fog were instantly corroded, making a chi-chi sound and turning into dust. Ning Xiaochuan propped up the clouds and returned to the Yuan Qi to protect his body, and turned upside down to fly back, the monument of the god of destruction. Ning Xiaochuan's heart rushed out 2 waves of world-destroying gas, like 2 rivers rotating around his body, forming a dark magic cloud above his head. A huge monument fell from the magic cloud. The monument bombarded one of the Xian beast pythons and crushed it into blood powder. The other 2 mysterious boa constrictors were affected, and were injured by the stone tablet of the god of destruction. They turned into 2 black people, bleeding at the corners of their mouths, and went straight into the desert to escape. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't give them a chance to escape, that is, to beat a drowning dog. Today, Old Nine has been coding in the little dark room. After coming out, he saw another 40 monthly tickets. Rest assured, there are absolutely 5 chapters today, although it was updated a little late. This is the 4th chapter. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan stabbed into the yellow sand with a knife, making the sound of the blade entering the meat. A crimson blood spring gushed out of the sand. When Ning Xiaochuan was about to withdraw his knife, he also stabbed a knife into Ning Xiaochuan's throat in the desert. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's throat, he was about to be broken by the blade. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth spit out a sound wave, like thunder sounded, rumbled, shook the yellow sand on the ground, forming a tornado. The butcher who was originally buried under the yellow sand was shocked to death by sound waves. The tip of the knife stopped at Ning Xiaochuan's neck. With only an inch to go, Ning Xiaochuan could be killed. Chi! Ning Xiaochuan took the dragon-cutting knife out of the body, turned into colorful streamers again, and quickly ran away from here, never giving them a chance to besiege themselves. Once you are surrounded by the butcher, you are really dead. Ning Xiaochuan first suffered a lot in the hands of the butcher god camp, but he knew their fighting methods and was able to deal with their forbidden weapons with ease when he fought with them more times. In the final analysis, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is not weaker than them, with solid foundation and profound metaphysical qi. The reason why they are so powerful is their fighting experience and killing methods. Ning Xiaochuan is far inferior to them in these 2 points. Poof! Poof! Ning Xiaochuan's body was hit by more than 40 knives, covered with blood, and his long hair was scattered, just like a blood man. One of the most terrifying injuries, Ning Xiaochuan's lungs were punctured, and his body was injured all over, almost becoming a waste body. Of course, Tushan camp also paid a heavy price, and 7 people have died. This is a huge loss for Tushan camp. In the past, when they slaughtered a sect gate, almost all of them had no casualties, and they wiped out thousands of people. However, to deal with a young generation of Ning Xiaochuan, they lost 7 lives. Even if they kill Ning Xiaochuan today, they will certainly be punished when they return to the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan, you are at the end of a powerful crossbow. Are you still unwilling to say the cultivation method of Biming divine skill? Yan Lingfeng's face was livid. He had never encountered such a disastrous defeat and was extremely angry. Yes. For him, it was a fiasco. Ning Xiaochuan shook the blood on the blade, with coldness in his eyes. An older butcher cut the dragon knife in Ning Xiaochuan's hand with a knife, and stabbed it into Ning Xiaochuan's chest. The bloody blade stabbed out of Ning Xiaochuan's back. Ning Xiaochuan's body erupted a rage, and his pupils became red. He held back the sharp pain, grabbed the neck of the butcher, and the magic sword in his body ran wildly. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the butcher's god, and a devouring force appeared on his palm, frantically absorbing the blood and mysterious qi in the butcher's god. North. Biming. Divine skill. The butcher screamed in horror, and his mouth made people's cries and Xian beasts' cries, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't struggle out of Ning Xiaochuan's palm, and finally his body shriveled and became a mummy. Ning Xiaochuan smashed the butcher into powder with one palm. Ning Xiaochuan's hands are lucky. He uses the absorbed blood gas and dark gas to repair the injury in his body and tries to control the injury. Ning Xiaochuan, be my knife slave, I can give you the strength to kill them all. In the Xian beast's mirror, the voice of the Emperor's blade came again, with a strong spell of bewitchment. Although Ning Xiaochuan's body was full of evil qi, he did not lose his reason and directly ignored the voice of Tiandi Blade. Ning Xiaochuan, if you don't use my power, you will die today. Everyone is dead, so what's the meaning of your persistence? Tiandi Blade roared. Don't make any noise. Ning Xiaochuan's body broke out with a loud noise, and countless blood gases gathered together to form the third world-destroying gas. Ning Xiaochuan's evil spirit is strong again. Magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, and the magic sword in his heart flew out and fell into his hands, sending out a thick magic fog, forming a blood cloud on the sky. 3 world-destroying qi condensed on the body of the magic sword. The remaining 30 butchers were startled by the power of the magic sword, felt a threat of death, and retreated one after another. Ning Xiaochuan's long hair turned upside down, and every hair was wrapped with blood. Holding a magic sword, he walked step by step towards the people of Tushan camp, and said with a fierce evil spirit, "You want to kill me, do you have enough weight?" A butcher took out the shooting crossbow and shot a crossbow, which made the air burst and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Bang! Before the crossbow arrow stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's body, it was shattered by the sword gas of the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan waved a sword and split a wave of demon blood. Poof! The shooting crossbow in the hand of the butcher was broken, and his body was cut in half, and he fell straight to the ground, emitting cla blood. Yan Ling snorted coldly, "So you're still hiding a secret?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't talk nonsense with them at all, so he killed them with his magic sword. The yellow sand behind him churned up, forming a yellow sand cloud, and flew over with Ning Xiaochuan. The power of the magic sword was quite terrifying, forming a scroll of corpses at the feet of Ning Xiaochuan. His body catapulted, waved his sword and cut down, blowing Yan Lingfeng out. Stabbed. Yan Lingfeng's dragon cutting knife broke, leaving a bloody scar on his chest. If it weren't for Yan Lingfeng's high cultivation, this sword would be enough to kill him. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is full of killing thoughts, just want to kill all the creatures in front of him. The sword spirit of the magic sword became more fierce, and a sword was waved out, bursting out with lifeless and arrogant strength. Poop poop. The 2 butchers were killed, both of whom were cut off at the waist, and their organs flowed out of their bodies. The scene was very bloody. Yan Lingfeng noticed that Ning Xiaochuan was quite wrong at the moment, and resolutely ordered, "Back." Those butchers were also shocked by the power of the magic sword, and turned into mysterious beasts and retreated quickly. Ning Xiaochuan didn't intend to let them go. He took his sword and chased them up, catching up with a red blood tiger, flying on the back of the red blood tiger, and chopped off the tiger's head with a sword. Originally, Tushan camp, which was feared by people, came to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but now it has evolved into a big chase. Moreover, the people who were hunted down were still Tushan camp. That night, the howl of Xian beasts sounded in the desert. Thousands of miles of desert were stained with blood, and there were corpses all the way. The next day, Duan Mulinger took a middle-aged man to the place where Tua vulgar pine was unearthed, intending to save Ning Xiaochuan. With them, there are also the Taoist masters of the Little Magic Fairy Purple Pendant and Fox Fairy Road. After Duan Muling ran away on the Taisui beast, she immediately rushed to the Nine Death Cliff to move rescuers, but on the way, she met Duan Mulin Wild and Fox Fairy Taoist Master, so she invited them. Dad. It was here yesterday that Tushan Camp sent 100 flag governor and led 38 Tushan Camp experts to kill Ning Xiaochuan. In order to cover my escape, Ning Xiaochuan went to resist the masters of Tushan Camp alone. It is estimated that it is more or less bad now. Duan Mulinger looked at the desert below. She couldn't see a person. Only half of the refined pine was still exposed outside, emitting a faint rosin. Her heart is also very worried. Although Ning Xiaochuan is really annoying, she always saves her. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, she would have died 2 or 3 times. This shows that he is not so indifferent. Duan Mulinya is the eldest son of the Demon Emperor and the Taoist master of the blood-eating Demon Road. Although he looks only in his 30s, his real age is over 60 years old. His eyebrows are blue, his eyes are bright, and he looks like an L. When general warriors see him, they will be scared to kneel on the ground by his momentum. Duan Mulinya's sleeve waved, and a hurricane blew out, uncovering the thick yellow sand, revealing a bloody body. Last night, there was an extremely fierce battle here. The sand in the desert was very heavy. These bodies were buried by the sand. Now they are back in sight. They are all the bodies of the masters of Tushan Camp, a total of 11. Fox Fairy Taoist Master said. The Fox Fairy Taoist priest is a beautiful woman in palace clothes, with moth eyebrows and cinnabar in the center of her eyebrows. Her skin is crystal clear. She looks like she is in her 20s. She is naturally bony and extremely sexy. Standing beside, holding a little fox, Zizur was originally a little beauty, but compared with her mother, she was much inferior. Who killed these masters? Duan Mulinger said in surprise. Duan Mulinya said, Ning Xiaochuan. Him? Duan Mulinger was slightly stunned. Duan Mulinya, Fox Fairy Taoist Master, Duan Mulinger, Zizur, looked for them along the breath left in the desert, and saw many bloody bodies along the way. They found Ning Xiaochuan in a pile of corpses 1,200 miles away. Ning Xiaochuan sat on Yan Lingfeng's chest and leaned against a war knife. His body was full of blood and his face was covered with yellow sand. His eyes were a little dull looking at the 4 people coming up from the horizon. The double-headed stone beast stood beside Ning Xiaochuan and stared warily at the approaching 4 people, with white air flow from his nostrils and his hooves constantly moving. Duan Mulinger was shocked that all the masters of Tushan Camp were really killed by him. He chased thousands of miles and killed all the masters of Tushan Camp. Even if you didn't see the war last night with your own eyes, you can imagine the tragedy of that war. This is crazy. Dad, he's still alive. Duan Mulinger put her finger on Ning Xiaochuan's wrist and felt that there was still a weak pulse in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Although she was badly injured, she did not die. Zizur hurriedly ran over, gently pursed her lips, and put a mysterious qi into Ning Xiaochuan's body. She said anxiously, Brother Xiaochuan, wake up, wake up. Mom, come and save Brother Xiaochuan. The Fox Fairy Lord stretched out a jade-white finger, and before touching Ning Xiaochuan's head, he immediately withdrew it, stared at him deeply, opened his red lips, and said, he woke up. Chapter 5. Ning Xiaochuan was really badly injured, but he still relied on his strong will to support and did not close his eyes. When the Fox Fairy Taoist master stretched out his fingers, Ning Xiaochuan forcibly suppressed the injury in his body and turned a wisp of mysterious qi around his body. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan stood up slowly with his hands on the ground, stared at several people present, climbed onto the back of the double-headed stone beast alone, and left at this point. Ning Xiaochuan, you are so badly injured, where else do you want to go? Duanmu Linger said. Ning Xiaochuan lay on the back of the double-headed stone beast, and kept dripping blood in his mouth, saying, don't worry about people in the demon gate, I want to go anywhere, it's my freedom. You and your mother are both stubborn. Linger, take him down to me, and take him back to the 9-Death Cliff. Duanmu Linya carries his hands and is very strong. His eyes were fixed on Ning Xiaochuan, but many memories came to mind. 20 years ago, his only sister, Duanmu Ning, the then saint of the Demon Gate, betrayed the Demon Gate, severed her father-daughter relationship with the Demon Emperor, and resolutely married Ning Qianni of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Since then, Duanmu Linya has never seen her again. 20 years later, Duanmu Ning had died, but it was her son who came back. Duanmu Linya's mood at the moment is quite complex, with a touch of sadness. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's back that he was just stubborn to leave, he felt that he saw the back that Duanmu Ning left 20 years ago. They were all so firm, so determined, and could not stay. 20 years ago, if he had shot and left her, it was estimated that the tragedy would not have happened. 20 years ago, he didn't leave Duanmu Ning, so he regretted it all his life. Now, naturally, he can't let the tragedy happen again, so he ordered Duanmu Linger to take Ning Xiaochuan down. Brother Ogawa, come with us. Now so many people in the imperial court want to kill you, even Emperor Yulan wants you to die, why do you have to go back? Purple Pendant's pathetic way. She was quite concerned about Ning Xiaochuan's safety. With a pair of small hands, she put mysterious qi into Ning Xiaochuan's body to help him heal. Ning Xiaochuan was really badly injured at the moment, and he couldn't lift half of the mysterious qi in his body, and his mind was full of killing thoughts, and his state was extremely poor. This is the sequela of using magic sword. This time, the time of using the magic sword is too long, and the sequelae is also quite serious. Only by mobilizing the strength of the whole body, can the killing idea in the mind be suppressed, so as not to be killed to control the body. In this state, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't resist at all, so she was taken away by Duanmu Linger. Duanmu Linya used the vitality of the earth to forcibly pull the refined pine from the ground, and then divided it into 10 pieces and put it into 10 heaven and earth cloth bags. Fox Fairy Road said, according to the clues left in the border town, the Holy Lady chased the corpse of Shang's army into the Moshate Desert, which should also be in this direction. I'm looking for her. Duanmu Linya took a deep breath, and the airflow in all directions drilled into his nostrils. His body is like a world, which can hold the air of the whole world. The Fox Immortal Taoist Master and Duanmu Linya came to the Moshate Desert to track the corpses of the demon sect Saint and Shang broken army, so Duanmu Linger could meet them on the way. What Duanmu Linya performs is a kind of martial arts, which can find the person you want to find through the change of air flow. Even if the man is thousands of miles away, he can find his hiding place. East. Duanmu Linya put away his magic power and pointed in one direction. His martial spirit Dharma body rushed out of his body, turned into a soul shadow, rushed up and flew towards the sky. Shwa. Fox Fairy Road turned into a white light and shadow, and instantly disappeared from the original place, leaving a long dust on the desert. 2 masters of Wuzun level rushed over at the same time. Duanmu Linger and Zizhuer stayed to take care of Ning Xiaochuan. Sister Duanmu, why don't we hurry over and have a look? Zizhuer suggested. Duan Mulinger glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and saw that Ning Xiaochuan's injury was basically under control, so she nodded. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what happened outside, so he concentrated his whole heart into his body and suppressed the negative emotions in his mind. Ning Xiaochuan's heart suspended a blood-red magic sword. On the body of the magic sword, there are 5 world-destroying gases. The world-destroying gas was born from Ning Xiaochuan's body last night, like 5 pillars holding the magic sword in the center. I give condensate. Ning Xiaochuan began to forcibly refine the negative emotions in his body, refining these killing thoughts, demonic thoughts, and evil thoughts into the 6th world-destroying gas, which entered the heart and blood orifices. The brain finally regained its clarity, but the pain in the body came, which was almost bone marrow. Although I killed all the people in Tushan camp this time, my injury is also extremely serious. I can't recover in half a month. Ning Xiaochuan sighed a long time. It seemed that the murder case 11 years ago was really related to Emperor Yulan. Otherwise, he would not secretly send Tushan camp to kill me. Ning Xiaochuan temporarily suppressed these things and began to fully recuperate from the injury. 8,000 miles away, Tianlai ancient city. The ancient city wall was smashed and cracked into a huge breach, and hundreds of evil spirits flew in the air, making a howling sound like ghost crying. The whole ancient city of Tina was shrouded in clouds, dark and bloody. What kind of monster is that? It can't be a corpse. How can there be such a powerful corpse ghost? Even the saint of the demon gate was injured. It actually came to the ancient city of Tina. I'm afraid it won't be long before the whole ancient city of Tina will become a dead city. Ah! Help! My heart! Before the voice of that warrior fell, he was taken away by an old man with disheveled hair. He swallowed his bloody heart. Bravo, bravo! The flesh and blood on the old man's face dehydrated and shriveled in his eyes, and his forehead, cheekbones, and jaw protruded, like a layer of skin on the skull, which was quite ferocious and frightening. The most terrible thing is that his heart is empty. His heart was somehow taken away by the mysterious creature, which showed that he had already died. He is a dead body. The saint of the demon gate was seriously injured, and there was a shocking claw mark on her back, and the black evil spirit came out of the wound. If her cultivation was not high enough, she would have been invaded by Yin Sha and lost her reason. Dada! The dead body walked towards her step by step, its claws were as sharp as a knife edge, and one claw tore at the neck of the saint of the demon door. A white snowflake hit out of the palm of the saint of the demon gate, freezing its claws. Her slender body flew upside down and fell on the 30-meter-high wall. Pa! The dead body shattered the ice and snow, pushed down the city wall with one palm, and hit the saint of the demon gate with a big handprint. The corpse roared and was about to take out the heart of the saint of the demon gate. Ding ding! A blue bell flew from the sky, bombarded the corpse and flew it out. This bell made a ding-ding sound, rotated around in the air, and flew back to the palm of Duan Mulinya's hand. Boom! Duan Mulinya fell to the ground, stood straight, held the corpse bell of Qiping Xuanqi in his palm, stared at the old corpse, and said, "Since you have fallen, you should stay in the coffin peacefully. Your heart was taken away by others, and ran out to take others' hearts, which is your fault." A pair of eyes of the dead body emitted a green light, and with a long whistle, the body rushed out of the thick corpse fog like ink, and frantically bombarded Duan Mulinya. Duan Mulinya made full preparations before coming, and brought Jinsher bell specifically to suppress it. The corpse calming bell bombarded the head of the dead body, sending out a shocking bell, and death suppressed it. It seemed to encounter great pain, and the tendons on the body protruded, forming dense blood lines. Its strong points flew the corpse calming bell out, and a claw bombarded Duan Mulinya's chest. Duan Mulinya's face changed slightly, and he couldn't even suppress it. It has become too vicious. Duan Mulan wild and the dead body forcibly hit a palm, a huge force of yin and evil, passed into the arm, and drove Duan Mulan wild back. How can it be so strong? Even you are forced back by it. Fox Fairy Road Master arrived and stood on a broken wall. Her delicate body is graceful, with white brocade on her neck, jade waist and legs, and her bare feet. She is full of charm and seduction. If it were any other martial artist, he would have been obsessed by her flattery and lost himself. But Duan Mulinia didn't look at her from beginning to end, but stared at the crazy dead body and said coldly, "It's more terrible than when it was alive. There is a strange force in its body, which can freeze the vitality of the warrior. Join hands to suppress it, take it back, and let the demon emperor find out." The Fox Immortal Taoist priest also took out a mysterious object, which was a blue jade fan, only the size of a palm, but the energy contained in it was not small at all. This is a 9-grade Xianware, a sapphire fan. It is the treasure of Fox Fairy. Fox Immortal Taoist priest and Duan Mulinia shot at the same time to suppress the dead body. Boom! When the war broke out, half of the ancient city of Tina was shattered and half of the city fell to the ground. The earth is constantly shaking. Centered on the ancient city of Tianlai, the earth gives birth to a crack that extends to the sky. Bang! The Fox Fairy Lord flew back upside down, and the jade white palm turned black, and the necrotic poison invaded her palm. Duan Mulinia also flew out of the ancient city of Tina upside down, and the town's corpse bells were broken, turned into pieces of scrap iron and fell to the ground. The dead body is so powerful that they can't suppress it with their strength. Ow! The dead body took off from the dilapidated ancient city and fell heavily on the ground, trampling out a big pit on the ground, covered with een. A pair of eyes became bloody, and long fangs grew in the mouth. Fox Immortal Taoist Master and Duan Mulinia shot again, and the power of the two martial masters were frantically suppressed. Sapphire Fan, Jiopin Xuanqi, the treasure of Fox Fairy Way. One by one, a strong hurricane swept out, lifting up the yellow sand and gathering the clouds, making it suddenly dark. The powerful force moved the ancient city of Tianlai sideways. Crackling. In the air, a tearing wind broke out, and lightning and thunder formed in the dark clouds. Fox Fairy Master stood in the midst of lightning and thunder. His body was white and floating, his legs were slender and jade, his peaks were full and plump, and his delicate body was slim and graceful. He constantly waved the sapphire fan, sweeping a large area of wind and sand. She is not like a beautiful woman who thinks she is a mother, but more like a seductive young fox fairy. Even when fighting, she emits an attractive smell. Voila! Duan Mulinia's body rushed out 2 bowls of thick iron chains, like 2 long steel dragons, winding the dead body. This is an iron chain condensed by the magic power of martial arts, which condenses the golden power between heaven and earth, and brings the spiritual will of the martial artists who respect the earth. Bang! The power of the dead body was terrifying. It shattered 2 iron chains, increased its speed 10 times, and rushed out of the power range of the sapphire fan. The position of the heart formed a huge vortex, and blood-red veins rushed out of it, wrapped around the arms of Fox Fairy Taoist Master and Duan Mulinia, stabbed into their skin and absorbed the blood in their bodies. Cut it off. The Fox Immortal Taoist Master was shocked and hurriedly called out the sapphire fan to cut off his blood. On the top of Duan Mulinia's head, a golden knife condensed. With one knife, the blood was cut off, and the body retreated 3 steps. The combat power of the dead body was beyond imagination, forcing the 2 Taoist masters of the demon road into a mess. Cough. An old cough sounded. The cough was very low, but it was not swallowed by the sound of wind and sand. On the contrary, it made people hear it clearly. Fox Fairy Taoist Master and Duan Mulinia both stopped and looked in the direction of the cough. On the dim horizon, slowly came an old woman holding a crutch. Her body is quite thin, bent over, hunched back, like a gust of wind can blow her away. She was extremely ugly, ferocious and frightening, and walked past Duan Mulinia as if there was no one else, towards the dead body. Old man, the dead body. Duan Mulinia originally wanted to remind the ugly mother-in-law that the dead body was very dangerous, but he only half said it, but he saw that the ugly mother-in-law actually used language to communicate with the dead body. Moreover, the dead body actually understood. The ugly mother-in-law said a burst of corpse words, but she did not make a deal with the dead body, but aroused the anger of the dead body and bombarded the ugly mother-in-law with a claw. The ugly mother-in-law sighed, waved her sleeve, and lifted the dead body out and crashed into the city wall. Boom! The city wall was knocked down and turned into rubble. The dead body crawled out of the gravel, and held in his mouth, and attacked the smelly mother-in-law again. This time, the attack was more ferocious, and thousands of evil spirits rushed out of the body, like thousands of troops attacking the past. Bang! The ugly mother-in-law fiercely hit the crutches to the ground, and a stream of air rushed out, shattering the evil spirits and turning them into wisps of smoke. She stretched out a withered finger and pointed it at the middle of the dead man's eyebrows, penetrating a white light into the dead man's body. The originally violent corpse suddenly became quiet. With a thud, he knelt in front of the ugly mother-in-law and bowed respectfully to the ugly mother-in-law. Let's go. The ugly mother-in-law staggered with the dead body, so she left and disappeared on the horizon. From the beginning to the end, she didn't say a word to Duan Mulinia, and the Fox Fairy Taoist master didn't even look at them, and completely ignored them. What a powerful cultivation, how can I meet her before? The Fox Immortal Taoist master looked dignified. Duan Mulinia nodded and said, "This old woman is definitely a hermit. Go back and ask the demon emperor. Maybe he will know." Ning Xiaochuan, Zizhuer and Duan Mulinger all sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast and rushed to the direction of the ancient city of Tianlai. The speed of the double-headed stone beast was naturally not as fast as that of Wu Zun, and was far behind by the two Taoist masters of the demon sect. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the back of the stone beast and used the mysterious chi of dragon and tiger to recuperate from the injury. The mysterious chi on the skin swallowed and vomited, just like a turtle lying and a dragon whale hibernating. Hey! Someone is coming in front. Duan Mulinger stood on the left head of the double-headed stone beast, and two dark lights were emitted from her pupils. She saw two black dots in the distance, and slowly walked in this direction. Closer, finally see that it is two people. Walking in front of him was an ugly old woman with withered skin and thin hair. She was holding a wooden stick in her hand and stooped forward. An old man followed her with disheveled hair, jumping forward like a skin monkey, emitting a faint dead breath. Duan Muling felt the danger and became alert. Ning Xiaochuan also felt an unusual breath, opened his eyes, looked at the two old people in front of him, stared at the ugly old woman, his face showed a happy face, and shouted from a distance, "Ugly mother-in-law, how did you come to the Moshate Desert?" This ugly mother-in-law is the strange old woman Ning Xiaochuan met in the Homa Mountains. The ugly mother-in-law was just burying her head on the road. When she heard Ning Xiaochuan calling her, she raised her head. That ugly face startled Duan Mulinger and Zizhuer, and their hearts were flustered, which was even more frightening than the fierce ghost. Ning Xiaochuan. The ugly mother-in-law looked at Ning Xiaochuan carefully, nodded and said, "Have you met a great opportunity recently?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled bitterly and said, "Yes. It was a great chance. He was almost killed." Bullshit. Your boy has obviously fused Shinding, reached the level of senior mental health teacher, and his physique is much stronger than before. If you didn't encounter great opportunities, can you achieve what you are now in just 1 year? Ning Xiaochuan knew that ugly mother-in-law's martial arts cultivation was very high, and her current physical changes must not be concealed from her. The ugly mother-in-law's old eyes looked at Duan Mulinger and Zizhuer, and said, "Why are you alone, sissy that girl? Aren't you hot with her? Ning Xiaochuan said, Sissy. She practiced in the Tiandi Academy. She and I are just ordinary friends. Men. They are all fickle. I like one when I see one. The ugly mother-in-law gently shook her head, and then walked over from the edge of the double-headed stone beast. She was about to leave with the dead body. Zizhuer said unhappily, Hey. Ugly old woman, don't you say Brother Ogawa, he's not fickle, it's not what you said. I think you're jealous, my girl is naturally beautiful and beautiful. The ugly mother-in-law suddenly stopped, sending out a cold breath. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly covered Zizhuer's mouth and quickly apologized, Ugly mother-in-law, children's words without taboo, children's words without taboo. Sure, don't apologize to the ugly mother-in-law, hurry. Chi. The old man who followed the ugly mother-in-law suddenly raised his head, revealing a dry and scorched face and two fangs. He stared at Zizhuer at a close distance and made a hoarse and harsh voice. This is an extremely terrifying face, more ferocious than a fierce ghost. Ning Xiaochuan clearly saw that there was a blood hole in his heart, which was empty. He has no heart. Zizhuer was trembling with fear. A pair of slender tightly leaned against Ning Xiaochuan's body, and her arms tightly hugged Ning Xiaochuan's neck, and she was about to cry. The ugly mother-in-law said, Just make amends. Anyway, what she said is the truth. The old woman is really old and ugly. Ning Xiaochuan quickly bowed to the ugly mother-in-law, stared at the careless old man, and said, Ugly mother-in-law, this corpse slave is also refined by you? Bullshit. What I refined are all living people, real living people, real living people. When did I refine corpse slaves? It's a half-corpse slave. Princess Lanfei. Get out. There is no half-corpse slave. I repeat, it's a living person, it's a real living person. The ugly mother-in-law was so excited that she was about to hit Ning Xiaochuan with the wooden stick in her hand. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly said, Yes. Yes. The ugly mother-in-law is a great heart trainer, who can bring the dead back to life. Naturally, it is impossible to refine corpse slaves and half-corpse slaves. Excuse me, mother-in-law, where on earth did this corpse be taken? The ugly mother-in-law put away her anger and said, It's not your boy's job. What does it have to do with me? A year ago, the huge heart in the demon palace swallowed the pills in the ancient medicine tripod in the fire demon mountain. Now, it ran out. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed greatly, which heart escaped the suppression of the demon palace? The ugly mother-in-law nodded and said, That's a big demon. Long, long ago, someone broke his body, leaving only one heart, and was suppressed in the demon palace. Now he escapes, just to seize others' hearts, to restore his own strength. Moreover, he also specializes in people with high martial arts cultivation. The stronger his heart is, the greater the possibility of being killed by him. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved. According to the ugly mother-in-law, the Taoist master of Tian Mido was defeated, and it was probably that he took his heart out. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, staring at the dead body without a heart in front of him, said secretly, Is he the war-breaking army? This is a shocking crisis. Any warrior of the Jade Haze Empire may become its hunting target. Even a strong man like Shang Bangjun was taken away from his heart, and others could survive? No wonder Shang broke the army and suddenly died at home. It turned out that he met this evil thing. Ning Xiaochuan said, Where is that heart now? The ugly mother-in-law shook her head and said, I've been tracking it for a long time, but it lost someone else's body, and now it's hidden. However, the breath on it can't be hidden. If you've dealt with it, you should be able to sense its existence. If you really encounter it, you'd better run for your life. Although you may not escape. With these words, the ugly mother-in-law left with the dead body and disappeared on the sandy horizon. 9 Dead Cliff. The Magic Gate Altar, where the demons gather, is also the most dangerous place in the whole world. For other martial artists, this is a forbidden area. On the 9 Death Cliff, there are 5 peaks as high as clouds. Among them, the peak in the center is the highest, strangest and most dangerous, which is called Xiaoyao Peak. Ning Xiaochuan healed on Xiaoyao Peak and lived in Lingqi Pavilion, halfway up the mountain. Lingqi Pavilion is the place where Duanmu Linger lives. It is located in the hinterland of Juicy Cliff. It takes 13 levels to get here. Of course, if someone wants to escape from Lingqi Pavilion, they also have to go through 13 levels. Not to mention Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, even if he is a big man at the level of Wuzun, if he falls into the cliff of 9 deaths, it is also a life of 9 deaths. The chance to escape is almost zero. On that day, after parting with the ugly mother-in-law, Ning Xiaochuan was forcibly brought back to the 9 Death Cliff by Duanmu Linya. Duanmu Linya did not immediately take Ning Xiaochuan to see the Demon Emperor, but placed Ning Xiaochuan in Duanmu Linger's residence and asked Duanmu Linger to take care of him. While Duanmu Linya went to the Lingshan Temple at the top of the peak to reply to the Demon Emperor. At the same time, he plans to test the devil's tone, and then decide whether to take Ning Xiaochuan to see the devil. Duanmu Ning, Ning Xiaochuan's mother, was the favorite of the Demon Emperor at that time. At the age of 12, she was declared a saint. However, she broke off her father-daughter relationship with the Demon Emperor and betrayed the Demon Gate. Although it has been 20 years, Duanmu can still recall how angry the Demon Emperor was at that time. I think you should take Ning Xiaochuan directly to see the Demon Emperor. Things have been going on for so many years. Even if the Demon Emperor is so angry, he won't be cruel to a child. The Fox Fairy Master is obsequious and has the appearance of reversing all living beings. Duanmu Linya carried his hands and his eyes were cold. Do you think the Demon Emperor hates his daughter? You are wrong, he has never hated it. If he hated Duanmu Ning, he would not have led the demon sect masters into the imperial city in person 11 years ago. What he really hates is the Jiangnan Marquis mansion, and even the whole court. This time his old man left the customs. I'm afraid it was the time when the Jiangnan Marquis mansion was destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan is from the Jiangnan Marquis mansion. What would you say if I took him to see the Demon Emperor now? What will happen? Fox Fairy Taoist Master is interested in Tao. Duanmu Linya shook his head and said, I don't know the result. If the devil is so easy to be guessed, he is not the devil. Fox Fairy Master, pink peach cheeks, bright eyes, said with a smile, what's hard to guess? There are only you and Duanmu Ning, 2 children under the Magic Emperor's knee. Duanmu Ning has died, leaving a son and a daughter. And you have 3 daughters, but no son. That is to say, only Ning Xiaochuan is a man, the only grandson of the Magic Emperor. If you think that the Magic Emperor will kill him, it's a big mistake. Duanmu Linya shook his head and said, if the Demon Emperor had seen Ning Xiaochuan 11 years ago, he might have been really happy. However, after 11 years of closure, the Demon Emperor has changed a lot. Sometimes, when I stand in front of him, I can feel the biting chill. Is it because of the cultivation of blood-eating demon skill? The Fox Fairy Taoist priest just said this, and immediately closed his mouth. Duanmu Linya said, I don't know. But I guess it's related to the bloody case 11 years ago. That thing must have planted demons in the heart of the Demon Emperor. The 11-year retreat is not only as simple as hitting the realm of heaven and man, but also that he is cutting his demons. Has the Demon Emperor reached the realm of heaven and man? Fox Fairy Road is the main road. Why do you ask this question? Fox Fairy said, if the Demon Emperor reaches the realm of heaven and man, how can our conversation just now hide his 6 senses of heaven listening? Duanmu Linya's face sank, and he stopped saying, go to Ling Temple. Fox Immortal Taoist Master and Duan Mulinya turned into two pillars of light and rose into the sky. The next moment, they stood outside the Lingshan Temple at the top of the peak. Ling Temple is like a fairy palace built on half a day. Outside the hall, there are two huge stone sculptures of magic dragons, with teeth and claws, imposing. Standing under the stone carving, the human body is only as big as an ant. Blood-devouring Taoist priest, Duan Mulinya. Fox Immortal Taoist Master, Ziyunlin. Meet the Demon Emperor. In the Lingshan Temple, a majestic breath came out, which made the air between the whole heaven and earth dull, and a blood cloud suspended in the sky, scattering blood light. A distant voice sounded, "Did not bring back the war. The corpse of Shang broke. The army has undergone a vicious transformation, and its strength is more powerful than when it was alive. With the power of me and the Fox Immortal Taoist Master, it cannot be suppressed." Duan Mulinya respectfully said. The death of Shang broke the army. I have seen one or two mysteries. There is going to be a catastrophe in Yulan Empire, and the world is going to be in chaos. You don't have to worry about this anymore, and try your best to plan the Demon Road Conference on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month. Our demon sect must be prepared in advance. Let's retreat. Duan Mulinya's lips moved and said, "Father, there is one thing I want to ask you. 11 years ago, why did you order people in the Demon Gate not to enter the Imperial City? Leave this matter alone." The devil's voice became a little harsh and said, "Now the 10-year deadline has expired. After the Devil's Congress, it is time for the Devil's Gate to re-enter the Imperial City. This time, I have to talk to Emperor Yulan." Duan Mulinya and the Fox Immortal Taoist Master looked at each other, and their faces changed slightly. Although it's just a sentence, once it comes out, it will shock the world. The Demon Gate will enter the Imperial City again, which is to collide with the Imperial Court. Duan Mulinya originally wanted to mention Ning Xiaochuan, but after hearing the words of the Demon Emperor, he swallowed what he was going to say back to his throat. Halfway up the mountain, Lingqi Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan sat on a cold ice bed, his body rushed out the mysterious chi of dragons and tigers, flowing around his body, and made a low-pitched cry. The wound in Ning Xiaochuan's body is healing quickly. It took 3 days and 3 nights for Ning Xiaochuan to completely suppress the injury. Although he hasn't fully recovered, it's no big deal. Although Jiushi Cliff is the general altar of the Demon Gate, the mysterious chi of heaven and earth is particularly abundant, which can be called a holy land for cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan took Xuanqi back into his body, stepped down from the cold ice bed, and pushed the window open. The cold wind outside blew in a burst of cool air, with snowflakes in the wind, and directly floated into the house. It's not like the Magic Cave Jedi, but the scenery is pleasant. In front of us, there are vermilion palaces, in which mysterious herbs and famous flowers are planted, and an endless stream of servants walk through the flower beds on the snow. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head and saw a beautiful figure through the gap in the window. She stood on the cornice pavilion not far away, opened a corner of the window, wore a gold mask on her face, and was staring down. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan looking at her, she immediately turned around and walked away. Bang! The windows are closed. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched his chin and thought to himself, "Demon Saint, why is she here?" Dada! Footsteps sounded. Duan Mulinger was carrying a bronze tray with a small blue and white porcelain medicine bottle. She saw Ning Xiaochuan standing in the wind and snow. An angry look came into her eyes and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you haven't recovered from your injury. Why are you running out?" "My injury is no longer serious." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Don't give me any nonsense. Take the healing Shandan first." Duan Mulinger threw the blue and white porcelain vase to Ning Xiaochuan. Duan Mulinger is still very good to Ning Xiaochuan. She will personally send Ning Xiaochuan a healing Shandan every day. Ning Xiaochuan's injury can recover so quickly, naturally, there is a reason to take the healing Xiandan. Ning Xiaochuan caught the medicine bottle, poured out a red intermediate dan from it, put it on the edge of his lips, and suddenly asked, "Why does the saint also live in Lingqi Pavilion?" Duanmu Linger said fiercely, "Why are you asking so many questions?" Curious. Ning Xiaochuan puts the intermediate dan into his mouth, and the dan medicine is automatically transformed into dan qi, which is fused into the body, blood and bones to quickly repair the injury in the body. Ning Xiaochuan returned to the room, sat down on the upper plate of the ice bed, and began to refine the medicine of intermediate dan. Duanmu Linger also followed in and said, "Your Highness, the saint fought with the corpse of Shang's broken army, and was seriously injured. Now she is also recuperating in Lingqi Pavilion." Her eyes narrowed slightly and said, "You're not thinking about the Saint's Highness? I can warn you that you have been blacklisted by the Saint's Highness. If the Saint's Highness hadn't looked at my father's face, you would have been broken into pieces." "Why?" "I have nothing against her." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "I know what I do." Duanmu Linger rolled her eyes at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan saw Duanmu Linger's eyes full of whites, and his heart was very uncomfortable. He said, "I ask you a question. I heard Zhuer say that you were once a competitor of the saint. Why did you lose to her in the end? The background of the saint must be very unusual." The saint of the magic gate, the power under one person and over 10,000 people in the magic gate, naturally should be held by the person with the highest talent. My talent is not as good as her, so I am naturally ineligible to become a saint. As for the background of the Saint's Highness, what do you ask about this? Oh. I understand that you, a spy of the imperial court, want to inquire about the secrets inside the magic gate, and then go back to snitch, right? Duanmu Linger said. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. Then you just want to plot against Her Highness. Duanmu Linger said. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head again and said, I'm just curious. Duanmu Linger stared at Ning Xiaochuan doubtfully, snorted coldly, and said, It doesn't matter to tell you. The Holy Lady's Highness is the daughter of the Dark Heavenly King, and her position in the Demon Gate is not low. 11 years ago, the Dark Heavenly King made a miraculous achievement for the Demon Gate, and the Demon Emperor wanted to give him a place to take charge of the Demon Gate in order to compensate him. However, the Dark Heavenly King resolutely disagreed, so the Demon Emperor made her daughter a new generation of saint. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, 11 years ago, the Dark King of Heaven made great achievements for the Demon Gate. Why should the Demon Emperor compensate him? Is it because he lost something? Ning Xiaochuan instinctively felt that the Dark King might have something to do with the murder 11 years ago. I'm so sorry. Today's update is late. Tomorrow's day, add a chapter. It's not clear. On the contrary, people in the Demon Gate say so. Duanmu Linger said. Ning Xiaochuan said, Who is the Dark King? Duanmu Linger said, Since he is called the Dark King, his identity is naturally very secret, perhaps hidden in the marketplace, perhaps hidden in the mountains and forests, or hidden in the imperial court. Anyway, no one knows the true identity of the Dark King except the Demon Emperor and the Saint, let alone where he is now. Under the Demon Emperor, there are 3 heavenly kings of bright and dark stars. Tomorrow King, Dark King, 36-star King. The status of the 3 heavenly kings is higher than that of the 6 Avenue Masters. Each of them has the strength to become the Demon Emperor, and they are the 3 people with the greatest power under the Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan said, Will the Dark King come back from this magic meeting? I don't know. Duanmu Linger said. Then what do you know? I don't know anything. All right. You can leave. Ning Xiaochuan thought carefully, and there were more and more clues in his mind. He must clarify his ideas. Wait a minute. Ning Xiaochuan added, Ask your father if he can return the refined pine to me. That's the mysterious medicine I found. You are dreaming. Duan Muling closed the door and left straight away. It's worthy of being a member of the demon sect. Indeed, they are all robbers. Ning Xiaochuan began to think about the case 11 years ago again, connecting people and things one by one, but the more he thought about it, the more useless it was. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes lit up and thought of a person. Since the demon saint is the daughter of the Dark King, she must know about the Dark King. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the door and came to the attic where the saint of the demon gate lived. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Your Highness, Ning Xiaochuan wants to see you?" In the attic, it was very lonely, and there was no sound, only Ning Xiaochuan's voice echoed in the wind and snow. Ning Xiaochuan added, "Your Highness, Ning Xiaochuan asks for an audience." After a while, the door of the attic opened automatically. Obviously, the Saint of Mormon has agreed to meet Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stepped into the attic and felt the cold smell coming from it. It was like falling into an ice cave. There was mysterious gas flowing in the air, all of which converged upstairs. Ning Xiaochuan walked up the stairs and came to the second floor. Through a string of bead curtains, he saw the Saint of the Demon Gate sitting on the cold ice bed. She wore a gold mask on her face, with a dragon-shaped aura around her body, and a white jade seal suspended above her head. The power in the jade seal is helping her recover from her injury. "Ning Xiaochuan, why did you ask to see me?" The lips of the Mormon saint did not move, but her soft voice sounded like her soul communicating with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "About the ruthless ghost messenger. Actually, I'm with her. You don't have to explain. I know that the ruthless ghost envoy died under Jihanqing's dragon elephant halberd gun." The voice of the Saint of the Demon Gate is very ethereal, just like a wisp of wind. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised and said, "Do you know? Is it difficult to check the wound of the dragon elephant halberd gun?" Magic Door Saint. Ning Xiaochuan knew clearly that it seemed that the Saint of Mormon was really a person in the imperial city. Otherwise, why would she know Jihanqing's name? No. Jihanqing's cultivation is very high, but after all, she stays in the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp all the year round. Even if there are not many people in the imperial city who know her name, how does the Saint of the Demon Gate know that the ruthless ghost envoy was killed by Jihanqing? At that time, there were a total of 12 dragon elephants in the White Dragon City. Why couldn't it be someone else? Can it be said that when Jihanqing killed the ruthless ghost emissary in the Barren Mountain Taoist temple, the Saint of the Demon Gate was nearby? If you have nothing else to do, you can go down. The indifferent way of the demon saint. Ning Xiaochuan didn't leave and said, "There's another thing. Does your highness know something happened in the Marquis of Jiangna 11 years ago?" "I don't know." Magic Door Saint. The Mormon saint's words blocked all the questions Ning Xiaochuan wanted to ask next. "Excuse me, I'm leaving." Ning Xiaochuan bowed gently and went downstairs. The Saint of the Demon Door took back her Xian Qi, stared at the shaking bead curtain, and was silent for a moment, with a long sigh. After seeing the demon saint, Ning Xiaochuan's thoughts became even more confused. Although this demon saint is not as cruel and murderous as expected, she is also too cold to get close, and she can't ask anything useful from her mouth. Ning Xiaochuan felt a faint breath of Dan coming out of his mind, and immediately pressed down his chaotic thoughts, and sacrificed the heart-nourishing tripod in his body and suspended it in front of him. The cultivation of elixir is over, and it's a pill. Bang! Open the heart-nourishing tripod, and 7 cyan shandan fly out of it, and fall into the palm of Ning Xiaochuan's hand. This is the first refined pill refined by Ning Xiaochuan. 7 refined pills should be enough for me to cultivate to the 5th level of refined. Ning Xiaochuan's injury has not healed, and he has not taken the refined pill for the time being. He wants to impact the 3rd level of refined life after his injury recovers. If I can get more refined pine bark, I can refine enough to reach the 9th level of refined Shandan. Ning Xiaochuan remembered that Tua vulgar song was taken away by a middle-aged man. Duanmu Linger called that middle-aged man his father, that is to say, that middle-aged man was the Taoist master of the blood-eating demon. In terms of kinship, he is still his uncle. In this man-eating world, even brothers can kill each other, not to mention just an uncle who has never been masked. Ning Xiaochuan has no confidence in these messy kinship relationships. If he really wants to say that he has relatives, he only regards the Marquis and Ning Shiner as his relatives, because they are really good to themselves. Once the injury recovers, find out the truth of that year, and immediately leave the 9-death cliff. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. He took out a golden purple wood box and put all 7 refined pills into the box. Use Shanling wood to preserve the elixir, so that the elixir gas will not be lost. Ning Xiaochuan was about to put the gold silk purple wood box into the Qiankuan cloth bag, but suddenly found there was an extra person in the Qiankuan cloth bag. This discovery startled Ning Xiaochuan and almost jumped up from the ice bed. Where's the man in the Qiankuan bag? Did accidentally put people into bags? Ning Xiaochuan took the man out with all his hands and feet, put him on the ice bed and looked carefully. This is a little girl, probably 2 or 3 years old. Her skin is snow white, exquisite, and she exudes a faint fragrance. She has long black hair on her head. She closed her eyes tightly, and there was a bright spot in the middle of her eyebrows, just like a bright star. Where did the little girl come from? How did she run into my heaven and earth bag? Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly went to check the Xian beast egg in the Qiankuan cloth bag, but found that the Xian beast egg had disappeared, even the eggshell had disappeared. Did she hatch from the eggs of the Xian beast? But where is the eggshell? The little girl really hatched from the Xian beast's eggs, and the eggshell has been turned into energy and absorbed into her body. It is for this reason that she will directly grow into a 2 or 3-year-old girl. Xian beast egg once absorbed Ning Xiaochuan's blood, and Ning Xiaochuan now feels a trace of his own blood on the little girl's body, and his heart is again sure that she is hatched from Xian beast egg. A mysterious beast in human form. From the fire demon mountains, the Xian beast eggs were hatching, and it took more than a year before they completely broke their shells. Ordinary Xian beasts don't need to spend so much time hatching at all. I'm afraid this little Xian beast is not simple. What kind of creature is she? What grade of Xian beast? 7 grades? 8 grades? 9 grades? Ning Xiaochuan's nose smelled her skin, sending out a charming fragrance, which was very similar to the fragrance of Shanyao, and also like some kind of flower fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, the mysterious qi in Ning Xiaochuan's body grew wildly, and the dragon and tiger howled in his body. The mysterious qi in the shape of dragon and tiger runs rapidly in the body. Crackling. Ning Xiaochuan's blood spurted rapidly, and a flame was bred from the blood, burned in the body, and ran all over the body along the blood for a week. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly sat down and practiced the 7th weight of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. Boom! A small vortex appeared in the heart palace of martial arts in Ning Xiaochuan, which sucked all the mysterious qi in all directions into the body and flowed into the skin pores. This whirlpool became larger and larger, and finally turned into a large whirlpool, and the speed of absorbing xuanqi suddenly increased by a large section, just like swallowing the xuanqi in the air. 42 times the absorption rate, 43 times the absorption rate, 44 times the absorption rate. 64 times the absorption rate. Ning Xiaochuan absorbed xuanqi at a rate of 64 times before it stabilized. The vortex in the heart palace of Wu Dao was also completely condensed and formed. The 7th cultivation of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth was successful. Ning Xiaochuan put away his skill and felt that most of the injuries in his body were healed. He exhaled a long breath and stared at the little girl again, saying in a secret way, Just taking a breath will help me cultivate into the seventh weight of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. This is too powerful. Isn't she a mysterious medicine in human form? Ning Xiaochuan felt that if she was refined in the heart-nourishing tripod, she might be able to refine a furnace of high-grade pills. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan would never do such abnormal thing. What Ning Xiaochuan didn't know was that this little mysterious beast and the red dragon were born together in the Fire Demon Mountains. They were born to grow and gather the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. She should have been the one who became the battle dragon envoy. It can be said that the destiny of this little Shan beast and the red dragon is connected, and they are destined to become combat partners and fight in the world. However, Ning Xiaochuan took Shan beast's eggs away, by mistake. This is also the reason why the red dragon will always follow Ning Xiaochuan. Xiaoshan beast is its little partner. It will not stop until it is recaptured. This little mysterious beast has just hatched and is still sleeping. Its eyes are closed and quiet, like a fairy. Ning Xiaochuan immediately went to find Duanmu Linger and borrowed the little girl's clothes from her. Duanmu Linger stared at Ning Xiaochuan for a long time, looked up and down Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "You borrow the little girl's clothes? How small?" "Probably so small, no, so long, no, so tall." Forget it, let me show you." Ning Xiaochuan kept making gestures with his hands, but he always felt that he couldn't explain clearly. Suddenly there was a little girl. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what to do. The first thing he thought of was to dress her. Duanmu Linger stared at the little girl lying on the cold ice bed. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide open. She looked at Ning Xiaochuan again and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I thought you were an animal, but I didn't expect you to be an animal among animals. Such a small girl, you won't let go."